Chapter 321. I don't know what method the 12 demon gods used, but they could provide a mythical item every time in the battle of the 10,000 realms. As long as there is a mythical item, it means that a high-level legend can break through to the epic level. Once this news came out, whoever dared to stop the battle of the 10,000 realms would be their mortal enemy. The gap between epic and legend is not a little bit. The key is that there is one more epic in the clan, and a lot of resources can be obtained in the god realm. However, although this attack was earth-shattering, it was too scattered, so Lao Wang was still able to block it easily. He even protected a few people, who were from the second demon faction on the same ship as him. They have been kneeling and licking Lao Wang for so long, serving tea and pouring water, and they have worked hard even if they have no credit. Lao Wang should protect those who can do his best, because he is a soft-hearted person. The other demon god followers on the field soon noticed Lao Wang and the few people he protected. An insect man with 6 wings on its back was fluttered by the 6 wings and instantly came to Lao Wang. Its level is legendary level 5, but because of its race's unparalleled speed characteristics, it is also considered a strong one. The airflow formed an impact blade on its body, cutting towards Lao Wang. This is the strongest skill of their race, Air Slash. However, Lao Wang didn't even look at him. After summoning a white shield, he was about to fall with the people he was protecting. Bang! At this moment, a sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was heard, and the thing hit the shield fiercely. But Lao Wang and the people he was protecting did not move at all. The 6-winged insect man was covered in blood and flesh, and it seemed that he was going to die. This is the result of hitting a rock with an egg. After killing it with a ray of light, Lao Wang took back its heart core and watched its soul being absorbed. Lao Wang is a little worried now. If his soul can also be absorbed, it will be dangerous. The Zerg Overlord can affect the present world, so there is no reason why these Abyss races cannot. Their strength is much stronger than the Zerg Overlord. However, this emotion did not help Lao Wang in this battle, so Lao Wang quickly abandoned it. After Lao Wang landed with a few people, the subordinates of the other demon gods did not give up killing it. The strength of the 6-winged insect man, just now, was only average among these people. Some even watched the excitement directly. Lao Wang looked at them, and shook his head. It's true that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, but you break in. In Lao Wang's hand, Rayanaser turned into a sword with 7 stars shining on it. Lao Wang raised the sword high, and swung it heavily at the monsters rushing towards him in front. A colorful torrent composed of elements fell from the sky, tearing apart all the enemies in front of Lao Wang. The elemental torrent spread over 100 miles. Except for the existences of high legendary level or above, all enemies were wiped out wherever the torrent passed. After the elemental torrent disappeared, a narrow canyon nearly 100 meters deep was left on the grassland. Now the people present did not dare to move. They looked at Lao Wang in horror, totally unable to believe that he was only at the 2nd legendary level. How is this possible? Why would the 2nd demon lord send such a player here? This may be an accident. If he is a subordinate of the demon lord, how could he not sense it? That's right. It's a seedling, what a pity. The demons on the field were also a little surprised after seeing this scene. However, they were not shocked by Lao Wang's strength, but were surprised that there was such a master under the 2nd demon god. If they guessed correctly, he should have drifted to the forces under the 2nd demon god, and then participated in the War of 10,000 Realms by chance. However, according to the rules of the War of 10,000 Realms, he would not survive to the end, so they sighed that it was a pity, because the people of the 12 priests would not let him go. Chaos elements? The 3rd demon said, after seeing this scene on the throne, in the center of the floating platform. No, the legendary chaos elements should be accompanied by elemental galaxies all over the body. What special treasure should he have? Is it that sword? It doesn't seem right, and why does it look a little familiar? He quickly overturned his thoughts, and then said with some entanglement. At this time on the battlefield, after Lao Wang swung the sword that destroyed everything, he began to retreat to the depths of the grassland with a few people. The people on the battlefield were frightened by the might of his sword and dared only watch from afar. But just as Lao Wang was about to lead a few people out, water began to overflow from the grassland under his feet, and soon the grassland several kilometers away from him turned into a swamp. And the swamp was still expanding, boundless. Lao Wang frowned, pointed his finger, and a ray of ice blue ray shot out from his finger, trying to freeze the surroundings around him. But after the ice blue energy entered the water, it was actually absorbed and dispersed by the water under his feet, and transmitted to the surroundings of the swamp. Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. This swamp is the embodiment of my domain Yunming's kingdom. You can't freeze it. After Lao Wang's attack failed, a voice came from all directions. Is that so? It turns out there is a way to prevent water from freezing. Sell it to Yang Wanli when you go back. Lao Wang muttered. As Lao Wang muttered, a stream of water, like a sharp blade, rushed towards him. Lao Wang subconsciously avoided the water and flew out of the swamp, cutting a long crack in the earth before stopping. Several more lucky audiences won the prize, and were directly cut in half, and their remaining hardcores were also fought over. Lao Wang looked at the intensity of the attack and frowned. This was obviously not an attack that a legendary 8th level person could easily launch. In other words, the opponent was a legendary 9th level person, and this materialized domain was also an attack method that Lao Wang had never seen. This person was able to directly advance but not enter, which was obviously aimed at him. Did he expose himself? This person was actually sent by the priests to solve Lao Wang's trouble. A legendary 9th level person was about to step into a half-stepped legend. They really looked up to Lao Wang. It was not easy to invite such a great master. While observing the water surface carefully, Lao Wang said to the people following him, I may not be able to take care of you in the next battle. You take this thing and run outside his territory. Use it directly after you run out. Whether you can survive this selection depends on you. If they continue to stay here, it will definitely attract Lao Wang's attention. He can't even give up his life for these people. After seeing this situation, several people were obviously panicked, but they knew that Lao Wang had done his best. So in order not to cause him any more trouble, they took the things handed over by Lao Wang and ran out of the swamp together. But not long after they ran, a rush of water shot towards them. When they were waiting to die, Lao Wang appeared again and directly shattered the water. Run! Don't stop! Lao Wang said to them. After hearing this, several people started running again. No matter what kind of floods and beasts they faced, they did not stop. Lao Wang did not let them down and successfully blocked all attacks. After several people escaped from the field, people outside wanted to rob and kill them, but they crushed the things Lao Wang gave them and disappeared directly in front of everyone. Lao Wang smiled after watching several people disappear. Without the burden, he could be serious. He had not fought against the enemy of the 9th level. The Lord of the Marshland looked at Lao Wang's gradually rising momentum and chose to take the lead. The surface of the swamp water fluctuated violently, and a water whale as big as a mountain jumped out of the water and smashed towards Lao Wang like a tidal wave. The momentum of the whale locked Lao Wang tightly, leaving him with no way to escape. But Lao Wang didn't want to escape. He looked at the huge whale and became more and more eager to fight. He turned the sword of Lao Neezer into a spear and shouted, "Come on!" Then the spear came out like a dragon, and the energy around Lao Wang was like a giant dragon circling in the air, directly piercing the body of the whale. After being pierced by Lao Wang, the huge whale made of water froze and turned into ice and fell into the swamp. The Lord of the Marshland, whose spell failed, looked at the figure in the sky that exuded an icy aura, and he really became serious. The fog began to spread over the swamp, and soon the thick fog covered the entire swamp. Tall figures began to appear in the fog and under the swamp. This is the true form of Yumeng Marshland. But Lao Wang was not afraid at all. He kept rushing with a spear in his hand, and the monsters in the swamp kept turning into ice and falling. Lao Wang went in and out 7 times like a god of war, but there were more and more monsters in the swamp. After the onlookers saw this scene, those who knew the situation knew that Lao Wang had already gone far away. After being dragged down by the domain of the Lord of the Marshland, there was only one result, and that was death from exhaustion. Chapter 322. However, Lao Wang's constant charge also made some people feel abnormal. Judging from the blow that tore the earth at the beginning, this person should be more proficient in long-range attacks. Why did he only charge with a spear, and didn't even use a long-range skill? Lao Wang quickly answered their reasons, and solved another wave of water monsters. After watching their frozen corpses fall, Lao Wang nodded, feeling that it seemed to be almost done. Then he fell on the water again, and the magic energy on the spear in his hand began to gather, and the blue light of the gem representing the water attribute on it bloomed. Lao Wang looked at the water monster rushing towards him, stomped his spear heavily and said, "Stop!" The Yunming Marshland, which had spread to 500 miles, was frozen in an instant and turned into a kingdom of ice and snow. Because the domain of the marshland was frozen, the Lord also showed his true body shape. It turned out to be a snow-white mutant carp. "How did you do it?" The giant carp floated in the air and looked at Lao Wang and asked, its eyes full of doubts, but without any panic. "Yes." Lao Wang, standing in the ice and snow, said lightly, "I know, it was those water beasts you killed. You injected a lot of ice magic into them, and then you detonated them in an instant. Right?" The big carp, the lord of the marshland, suddenly said with golden eyes. Correct, I will reward you with an electric grilled carp. Lao Wang disappeared from the spot after he finished speaking, and appeared in front of the lord of the marshland the next moment. On the spear that Rhaonisar transformed into, the thunder energy flashed, and a spear pierced the lord of the marshland in the face. The lord of the marshland did not move, but summoned a series of water escapes to resist. It was not good at speed, so running was useless. After Lao Wang's spear pierced the water escape, the thunder power on it burst out with all its strength. After a thunder impact enveloped the big carp, all the ice thousands of meters behind it was destroyed. But the lord of the marshland, who was hit head-on, was unharmed. His body shook and 4 water pythons rushed towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang swept his spear with one hand, and the thunder power flashed and broke 2, and then 2 plasmas shot out from his other hand, breaking the other 2. When Lao Wang dealt with the water python, the lord of the marshland did not stop. With a sweep of its giant tail, the ice under it immediately dissipated and turned into a swamp again. Then it jumped into it, and the entire frozen Yiming marshland was instantly thawed, and all the ice magic was actually absorbed by the other party. Lao Wang looked at the other party's figure disappearing again, and released all his spiritual power, trying to find its location. But at this moment, the huge carp head of the lord of the marshland suddenly appeared below it, and Lao Wang's spiritual power could not sense it. It opened its mouth wide, and the ice energy just absorbed by it turned into an ice blue ray that rushed straight into the sky. Lao Wang narrowly avoided it. Can the water and fog in this marshland block spiritual perception? Lao Wang said to himself, as he watched the other party disappear again. This legendary 9th level lord of the marshland is the most troublesome enemy Lao Wang has encountered since entering the legend, not only because of its super high level, but also because it is really cowardly. Obviously, he has such a strong strength, but his fighting style is so wretched. It seems that he is also a coward. Just as Lao Wang was sighing, 10 more streams of water flew towards him, but Lao Wang was no longer planning to dodge. It was impossible to win if he was always led by the opponent, so he had to find his own rhythm. The Yin shield of the Yin Yang Tai Chi shield was summoned, and Lao Wang was completely immune to the damage of the water stream. Although these water streams use high-speed impact to kill the enemy, they are indeed magic skills. As long as it is magic, it will be immune to the Yin shield. Lao Wang came to the sky above the marshland with the Yin shield. Rhaonisar turned his gun into a stick and pointed to the sky and shouted, "Thundercloud!" The sky above the entire marshland immediately gathered dark clouds, and the dark clouds pressed down on the city like the collapse of the sky. The next moment, thunder and lightning fell on the marshland like rain. The lord of the marshland wanted to interrupt Lao Wang with a water beast, but was immune to the Yin shield. What kind of treasure is this? It can be immune to the 9th level magic of the legend. Don't forget that the 6-winged tribe crashed into the shield and died. It's cheating. The weapon in his hand is also very powerful. Just when the spectators were all amazed at the luxurious equipment on Lao Wang, the lord of the marshland suddenly jumped out of the water, and used water splash on Lao Wang. The lord of the marshland is not a Magikarp. Its water splash is harmful. Its huge body hit Lao Wang heavily like a comet collision. On the other side, Lao Wang, who was controlling the thundercloud, seemed to be unable to react, and was knocked out on the spot, and suffered serious injuries. Its collision was physical damage, and the Yin Yang Tai Chi shield made Lao Wang directly bear double damage. This attack alone cleared Lao Wang's blue bar, and reduced his health to less than 1/3. However, the old king did not panic. He stabilized his body, used a holy light to replenish his state, and dodged the water flow that was chasing him. Then Rhaonisar turned his staff into a bow, and shot an elemental arrow at the marshland below. This seemingly random arrow forced the lord of the marshland to summon a shield to block it. But the elemental arrow directly pierced its shield. Fortunately, it reacted quickly to avoid the vital point, but the elemental arrow still rubbed its body and scratched its scales. It originally thought that the opponent's attack was a coincidence, but when the opponent's second and third arrows were all shot at it hidden in the swamp, it knew that its invisibility was broken. When the lord of the marshland surfaced, he summoned a huge water vortex to knock down the old king's 2 elemental arrows, and then began to confront the old king in the sky. "How did you break my invisibility?" The lord of the marshland looked at the old king in the sky, and asked puzzledly. "Guess." Lord of the marshland, I guess you muah. It was anxious. It was anxious. It was broken by Lao Wang's guess. The anxious lord of the marshland really exploded with all the power of the legendary 9th level, and a huge dragon-shaped phantom appeared above Yiming marshland. The dragon's body was hidden in the clouds, and the head and tail were not visible. With the energy burst from the Lord of the Marshland, the dragon opened its huge mouth, and the water energy in its mouth began to gather. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in this attack, Lao Wang did not doubt that this was a blow that could directly annihilate the stars. But it was precisely because of the powerful energy contained in this attack that Lao Wang laughed directly. The colorful light of the elemental domain burst out from Lao Wang, covering the Lord of the Marshland, who was accumulating power. The Lord of the Marshland, who was accumulating power, suddenly found that the water element had turned away from him, although he quickly snatched it back. But the world-destroying magic that was accumulating power could not be stabilized because the elemental structure in it was forcibly changed. The magic that he originally intended to use to deal with the enemy exploded above his head, and the powerful energy impact broke his shield and hit his body. The people watching the battle saw a water blue energy burst in the center of Yuning Marshland, and the huge energy enveloped the entire marshland. Some people who were close to him also suffered an unexpected disaster. They didn't have time to react. It is said that those below the high level were directly turned into ashes, and the high level was also seriously injured. After the explosion, Yunming Marsh was shattered, and the Lord of the Marshland's domain disappeared, replaced by a huge explosion pit that was bottomless. In the center of the pit, a figure stood in the air. It was Lao Wang, who was immune to damage despite being in the center of the explosion with the Annihilation Escape armor. He felt the elemental mark on the Lord of the Marshland when he hit him just now, and frowned and said, "Isn't he dead yet? If I had known earlier, I should have flown closer to him. Maybe I could have killed him directly." Unfortunately, there is no such thing as knowing earlier in the world. The Lord of the Marshland, who was covered with scars and even lost half of his body, slowly flew up, and his eyes turned red as he looked at Lao Wang. Then the hideous wounds on his body began to recover, and half of his body began to recover. It was originally in the form of a fish, and it grew hands and feet and turned into a fish demon with a carp head. This is the result of it burning its legendary hardcore. It is going to drag Lao Wang to death together. At this time, people who are new to the epic may have to avoid its edge, because this is the last brilliant moment of its life. Lao Wang grinned at it. "I was not afraid of you when you were victorious, but now your domain is broken, and the hardcore is burned into a monster without wisdom. Why should I be afraid? Just kidding." Then Lao Wang took out a gem and crushed it directly. The next moment, the Lord of the Marshland appeared in front of him and tried to kill him with one claw, but Lao Wang disappeared in front of him first. Only the Lord of the Marshland was left, roaring unwillingly. Lao Wang ran away. Chapter 323. The bead that Lao Wang used is called a random teleportation bead, and its effect is to randomly teleport people to another planet. However, there are no planets in this world, so it can only teleport a certain distance. This grassland is very large, so he can't teleport out yet. After the opponent's domain is broken, this space prop can of course be used. After the Lord of the Marshland felt that Lao Wang's breath disappeared, he had no way to vent his anger. So the lucky spectators, who were watching the excitement around, were in trouble. They were no match for this crazy monster at all, and they were killed by the opponent thousands of times at once. So you have to be careful when watching the excitement, but it stopped there. When the time for the hardcore to burn was up, it turned into a ball of fire and disappeared on the battlefield, and its soul was absorbed by the floating platform. What if he runs away? Do you still send people to kill him? One of the demon god priests asked. How to kill him? Who to send? It is said that the 9th level Lord of the Marshland has been defeated, said another demon god priest. Old third, please ask the Lord Demon, said the first demon priest. Yes, said the third demon priest, and then quickly said, Lord Demon said no. Okay. This is definitely the most tragic start of the 10,000 Realms War in history. The souls are already enough, and it doesn't matter to the demon whether to chase Lao Wang or not. And now he is full of interest in this person, wanting to see how strong this alien is. The third demon has remembered where he has seen such a creature. This is not an element at all, but a creature from another world outside the abyss. More than 300 years ago, when the abyss expanded, a creature similar to him repelled its 13 subordinates by himself and stopped the expansion of the abyss. It wanted to fight with the creature, but because of the rules of that world, it couldn't do it. The eldest seemed to be seriously injured because of the forced exploration of that world. The second one had been staring at its position for a long time, and they had never stopped testing the eldest over the years. That was a rare failure since the 12 demons ruled the abyss, so it still had some impression of it after hundreds of years. It had lived too long, and there were really not many things that it could remember. For it, Lao Wang was like a toy that suddenly appeared in its ordinary life, which made it pay great attention. On the battlefield, Lao Wang, who used random teleportation, appeared on a hill not far from the floating platform. He took out a pointer to confirm, and found that he was in the northeast of the floating platform, about 2 days full fly distance from there. This means that Lao Wang does not need to rush back, as there are still several days before the end of the game. He can stay here for 2 days, and when the time is almost right, he will go back to grab the qualification for promotion. The item that Lao Wang used to confirm his location was not given by someone from Castlevania, but his own item. The effect of this item is that after binding a location, the pointer will always point to that location. When Lao Wang was playing his itinerary, he suddenly felt that some breath was approaching him. How could there be someone here? Lao Wang said, but he quickly denied his idea. No, it's not a contestant, it should be a wild animal on the grassland. At the same time, the appearance of wolf-shaped wild animals appeared in Lao Wang's mind. If it was a race participating in the competition, it would be basically impossible to run so far in such a short time. After feeling the opponent's strength again, Lao Wang was no longer panicked. There was not even a legendary level combat power in this pack of wolves. In this grassland with legendary level 8 beasts, these should be at the bottom of the food chain, right? Lao Wang guessed as he looked at the grassland giant wolf that had already arrived in front of him. He guessed wrong. The giant wolf was a species at the top of the food chain in this grassland. Legendary creatures are actually a minority no matter where they are. Those legendary beasts were released by Demon City. They are not native to this grassland. When the giant wolf saw Lao Wang, the wolf pack was stunned, then looked at him with contempt and prepared to withdraw. Lao Wang understood the meaning of their eyes. The general meaning was, what is this thing? Why is there no meat at all? The whole body is made of iron. Why is there such a creature in the world? Lao Wang, come here, let's have a good chat. After being speechless for a while, Lao Wang summoned the leader of the wolf pack and said, because Lao Wang released his legendary pressure, the wolf leader decisively cooperated with Lao Wang. It came in front of Lao Wang, lowered its head and cried a woo. Its intelligence is indeed not low, and it knows legendary creatures, which can be regarded as an intelligent race. But it can't speak. Lao Wang looked at it for a while, and waved to it, letting it leave. It can understand you when you speak, but if you don't understand what it says, why let it stay? You don't even know if it secretly scolds you. Moreover, Lao Wang is not a murderous person. He already knows that the other party is an intelligent race, and he didn't provoke him, so there is really no need to kill them all. Wolves hunt for survival, so there is no need to just surround and kill them all. If they had rushed over without caring, they would have been a pile of corpses. After seeing Lao Wang's gesture, the giant wolves immediately ran out, stopped after running a short distance, and then gathered together and ran back. As soon as they came back, all the wolves prostrated themselves in front of Lao Wang, and then a voice came from Lao Wang's mind. Sir, the giant wolf tribe salutes you. You also know mind magic? Were you playing dumb just now? Lao Wang looked at the giant wolf in front of him with some surprise. This is mind magic, a rare attribute, and it was playing dumb with him just now. They should have recognized him the moment they saw him, and despised him for having no meat, just to find a reason to retreat. Sir, please forgive us, we just want to live, said the giant wolf leader. Okay. Get up, I let you leave. Why did you come back again? Lao Wang asked. We would like to ask you to avenge our tribe, said the giant wolf leader. There is a story. Tell me. It's like this. The giant wolf leader slowly told the story of their tribe. The general process was that their giant wolf tribe originally lived well on this green grassland. At that time, they were the real overlords of the grassland. There were many people in the tribe. There were 3 people in the tribe. But many years ago, a giant beast fell from the sky one day, saying that it had set its eyes on their temple, and asked them to get out. What could the giant wolves do? So they fought desperately, and the whole tribe was killed, leaving only a few wolves to survive. After that, the giant wolves were reduced from intelligent races to wild beasts, and began to live a hard life on the grassland. Although they became wild beasts, they could still eat and drink, but they never forgot their hatred. My lord, it's not that we don't know what's good for us. If we hadn't retained the skill inheritance of communicating with all things that can feel strength and intention, we would have really become wild beasts. Even with some skills, there are fewer and fewer people in my tribe who have advanced wisdom. Although there are many giant wolves on the grassland now, most of them are just some beasts that are smarter after the degeneration of some tribesmen. If we don't take back the temple, we are really not far from extinction. This is the practice method of my tribe's communication with all things. We want to use it to exchange for my lord to help us take back the temple. After the giant wolf leader finished speaking, He presented a stone to Lao Wang. After Lao Wang took it and looked at it, it was an epic skill. How can you be sure that I will help you? How can you be sure that I can help you? Lao Wang asked. After practicing the secret skill of my clan, the communication of all things, to a deep level, you will have the ability to listen to the voices of all things and sense the breath of all things. Although I haven't practiced it well, I can still determine the goodness and evilness and strength of the adults when I get close, said the giant wolf. What it didn't tell Lao Wang was that if its strength was a ball of fire, then its enemies was like a burning forest, and Lao Wang's was like the sun in the sky that illuminated the grassland. So powerful. Okay, I promise you, Lao Wang said after accepting the skill. In other words, he seemed to have never developed a skill to a very advanced level, because he had too many skills. This normal player's improvement channel was a bit difficult for him. After learning the skills, Lao Wang followed the giant wolf on the road of revenge. Chapter 324. Old Wang followed the giant wolves to a magnificent palace, which had been overgrown with weeds because no one had taken care of it for a long time. Because of the legendary giant beast in the palace, there were no animals around the palace, and it was as silent as a ghost town. By the way, what's your name? Old Wang asked the giant wolf leader. Ah, my clan uses colors as surnames, and my name should have the word Tai in my generation, so I should be called Grey Tai or something. But no one has asked us for our names for a long time, so we didn't give it to us. Why don't you give me one, sir? Said the giant wolf leader. What's Grey Tai? If you're a big gray wolf, why don't you just call me Grey Tai? Old One said, stroking his chin. Giant wolf leader, you seem to be a little sick? Why can't you be Grey Tai Wolf? Calling Grey Tai Wolf may infringe copyright, and it's not as domineering as Grey Tai, said Old Wang. Grey Tai, if I could beat you, I would definitely open your little head and see what's inside. What's so domineering about Grey Tai? This is a name that people can come up with. Big Tai. What's the other race? It's a giant sheep. Although the giant wolf leader still didn't want to take over his own name, he still said it truthfully. Lao Wang, you wolves are really bullied by a sheep. Is the other party Pleasant Goat? Don't say that Pleasant Goat is really a sheep, so this enemy who hasn't met yet will be called Pleasant Goat. It's a happy decision. Thinking about these messy things, Lao Wang took Grey Tai and the others into the palace. He kicked the palace door open, and the palace, which had not been taken care of for who knows how many years, was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. This broken place, Hui Tai Tai, Lao Wang said, dispersing the dust in front of him with his hands. I'm here. The giant wolf leader Hui Tai Tai looked up after hearing his name. Lao Wang, you get used to it quickly. I didn't tell you take a break. Okay. After entering the palace, Lao Wang saw the sheep in Hui Tai Tai's mouth, which was a sheep about the size of a mountain. Its whole body looked like a normal sheep, but its eyes were blood red, burning with scarlet flames. Its slightly open huge mouth was full of fangs, combined with the countless white bones under it and the corpses that had not been eaten clean. This thing was obviously a meat eater. The sheep looked at them quietly since they entered the palace, and then drooled from the corners of its mouth, and it seemed that it didn't take Lao Wang seriously at all. Is it him? Lao Wang asked. Yes. Grey Wolf said affirmatively. A legendary level 7, can it still live so long? Lao Wang said in disbelief. According to the giant wolf leader Grey Wolf, their tribe has been invaded for thousands of years, nearly 10,000 years, and few races can live so long except for some long-lived races. However, as soon as this Pleasant Goat started, Lao Wang immediately knew why it was so long-lived, because it looked like a sheep, but it was actually a ghost. Its fur was all fake, there was no meat under its fur, it was just a pile of bones. Why would the undead eat meat? Lao Wang said, stepping on its head with one foot, playing with the legendary heart core of the sheep. This legendary 7th level sheep was no match for Lao Wang, and it was a race with obvious weaknesses, such as the undead. When it rushed towards Lao Wang, it was directly broken by the sacred light on Lao Wang, and was seriously injured. Then Lao Wang easily pierced, and killed it with the rays condensed by the sacred attribute. Legendary creatures are very scary, but it also depends on who they are against. Most undead creatures will retain some of their characteristics in life. This sheep was obviously a very scary carnivorous race in life, so it still retains this characteristic after death. Still Ling was kind, and explained his confusion to Lao Wang. Is that so? After Lao Wang solved Pleasant Goat, the giant wolves first couldn't believe it, then cried with joy, and finally ran around to tell each other. They didn't expect that the problem that had troubled their race for so long could be solved so easily. While the giant wolves were celebrating happily, Lao Wang was attracted by the murals in the palace. Although these murals were painted in the match-wolf style, Lao Wang probably understood them. There are 6 murals in total, describing a tragic story of a giant wolf hero building the sun and saving the grassland. First, let's look at the first one. From the smiling faces of the wolves, it is not difficult to see that the giant wolf tribe lives a carefree life on the grassland. Then in the second one, the sky above the matchstick wolf collapsed, and the earth also fell. The cracks around it should be space cracks. This should be what happened. Then in the third one, the sky collapsed and the earth sank and disappeared. The giant wolf tribe and the animals on the grassland survived without any problems, but Lao Wang noticed that the sun above their heads was gone in the first 2 paintings. The temple also appeared at this time. The tribes on the grassland believed that it was this temple that suddenly appeared that saved them, and some wolves worshipped the temple as a god. Then in the 4th painting, the sun completely disappeared, the creatures on the grassland suffered heavy losses, and only 1 in 10 giant wolves survived. After they begged the gods to no avail, a wolf planned to build a sun by himself. This wolf, with a unique painting style, has a sun ball on its head, which should be the meaning. The 5th painting shows that the wolf really built the sun, but it should have sacrificed itself, because the wolf pack painted it into the sun, and all the beasts worshipped it. But the sharp-eyed Lao Wang also saw something else in this painting. After dawn, a small giant carrying a city appeared in the distance. This should be the demon city, which should have appeared suddenly after the sun appeared. Then came the last 6th painting. This painting was very strange. The giant wolves explored and discovered the edge of the higher grassland. The thick clouds and thunderstorms were definitely not bad for Lao Wang. The mural ends here. Nothing major should happen next, and the wolves were driven out of the temple before they could be recorded. Lao Wang understood the first 5 paintings immediately. After all, the wolves were painted quite well, but he couldn't understand the 6th painting at all. Could it be that there was no border in the higher grassland before, and the border suddenly appeared? While Lao Wang was thinking, the giant wolves had already cleaned up the palace. Lao Wang looked at the devastated palace, and suddenly his expression paused. Because he saw the statue in the center of the palace actually worshipped a dog. This is the temple of the wolf pack, and a dog suddenly appeared. How can this be tolerated? Is their carving technique too poor? Lao Wang, I can say responsibly that it is definitely not. This is a dog, and it is a native dog, that is, a purebred Chinese rural dog. Don't look at it. This is the statue of the 11th demon god, Ling said to Lao Wang. Lao Wang immediately avoided his gaze upon hearing this, because looking directly at the statue of the demon god would easily attract the other party's attention. But this is even more unreasonable. How could the demon god protect the wolf pack? Lao Wang. While Lao Wang was puzzled, the giant wolf leader had already begun to kneel down to the demon god with his men. As soon as the kneeling ended, Lao Wang saw rays of light shooting out from the demon god, hitting the wolf pack below. After the wolves were hit by the light, they all began to transform. Soon they all grew a circle, and the leader of the wolf pack, Hui Tai, even broke through directly to the legend. Lao Wang looked at everything in front of him, and felt a little incredible. This demon god actually has such great power that Lao Wang wants to worship him, and see if he can directly add some experience or something. After seeing the subordinates of the giant wolf leader Hui Tai suddenly become much smarter, Lao Wang figured out some problems. These giant wolves on the grassland were not so smart at the beginning. At that time, they might have wisdom, but they were probably equivalent to uncivilized humans. It was not until the Heaven and Earth Change Temple appeared here that they became more intelligent, and then it has been passed down to this day. Even Lao Wang suspected that the Heaven and Earth Changes might be the work of the demon god. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the temple suddenly appeared as soon as the sun disappeared? But this cannot explain why the demon god provided wisdom to these wolves. Lao Wang decided that there must be some reason that he didn't know. Chapter 325. After the giant wolves regained wisdom, the newly awakened giant wolves began to look for their tribesmen on the grassland. For them, the temple that inherited wisdom has been taken back, and it is time to save those ignorant tribesmen from suffering. They are very anxious because they don't know when Lao Wang will leave, and whether the temple will be lost. The giant wolf leader did not go, but came to Lao Wang again, and expressed his gratitude to Lao Wang again. At the same time, the giant wolf leader handed a gem to Lao Wang and said, "My lord, this is an item left by my tribe from ancient times. Please keep it as a souvenir." "Okay, then I will." Lao Wang was about to agree, but he couldn't move his eyes away from the stone. Not for anything else, just because of the properties of this thing. Aquamarine of Higher World, perfect, remarks. Precious gems produced by higher world in a small world, some NPCs may like it. If this note did not deceive him, then the matter would be serious. Perhaps this world does not belong to the abyss at all, and it appeared in the abyss after the collapse of the world. This also explains why in the last painting, the giant wolves were so surprised to see the white clouds and lightning. Because their world originally did not have these things, so they were so shocked and recorded them in the form of murals. After Lao Wang figured out these things, he began to look for other evidence in this palace, and he really found it. Behind a statue in the palace, it was written in Chinese, "This is the 21st world. What should these worlds do after falling into the abyss? Where is our way home?" This diary-like tone made Lao Wang suspect that this might be left by the 11th demon god. However, it doesn't matter who left it. This proves that the grassland was indeed plundered from the abyss. What kind of existence were these plundered worlds before, and what kind of world was the small world? After Lao Wang saw this text, the system prompt came to his mind. System prompt, you found that it is part of the true image of the abyss, and you have obtained the title reward Abyss Explorer. Lao Wang, whose guess was confirmed by the system, didn't know what to say at this moment. If higher grassland was plundered from the abyss, then what about other regions? Is it the same? Every region of the abyss is so different, and there are so many feelings of separation. Is it because they originally belonged to different worlds? At the same time, is this the reason why there are so many races in the abyss? If not, what is the true image of the abyss? What role did the demon god play in it? Is it to promote or prevent, or is it absolutely neutral? At this moment, Lao Wang is full of interest in the abyss, and he is eager to know all this. But unfortunately, Lao Wang searched in this palace for 4 days without any results, so he had to leave. Because if he wanted to go home, he had to advance to the next round of trials. If he didn't rush back, it might be too late. Lao Wang had no choice but to fly to the floating platform. As soon as Lao Wang left, the giant wolf leader looked at the place where Lao Wang disappeared and sensed it. After confirming that Lao Wang really disappeared, it actually spoke, and after a while of chanting in the abyss language, the temple immediately disappeared on the grassland. It seems that they are not without the ability to protect this temple. It may be that the incident happened suddenly, and they did not have time to act. I just don't know if the giant wolves have hidden something special. Unfortunately, Lao Wang doesn't know all this. After 2 days of flying, Lao Wang finally came to the other side not far below the floating platform again. At this moment, many masters of other races have gathered here. Because Lao Wang deliberately hid, no one else noticed him. There is still 1 day before the end of the game. He is ready to show up again and rush to the floating platform at the last minute. Unfortunately, it is not as expected. At the same time, more and more people are gathering here. Lao Wang was discovered by stealth and was caught red-handed. It is also Lao Wang's bad luck. These people really didn't target him at the beginning. They just wanted to catch a wave of invisible LYB when they saw that the time was running out. The team that found Lao Wang was also a blind cat that met a dead mouse. A phosphorescent bullet hit Lao Wang directly. Seeing the stealth unit, they wanted to rush up to compete with him. But after seeing the appearance clearly, they passed by Lao Wang fiercely, as if the murderous aura was not released to him. Seeing these people's fake acting, Lao Wang didn't know what to say earlier. With Lao Wang's fierce record, no one on the field dared to provoke him. The legendary 9th level Lord of the Marshland has fallen. How dare these players, who are not even at the legendary 9th level, to tease his tiger whiskers? Since he was exposed, Lao Wang didn't plan to hide, because he didn't seem to sense the breath of the legendary 9th level here. The 12 demon priests did not bother him again, because of the order of the demon god, and Lao Wang spent a very peaceful day. When the 7 days were up, under the leadership of a figure, Lao Wang and others also flew to the floating platform. Because they were a step slower, Lao Wang and his team fell into the second echelon. But the first bird to come out of the gun was shot down directly by the crowd. Lao Wang and his team took advantage of the situation and came to the first echelon. This time, they became the target of concentrated fire, but Lao Wang easily defended the damage, but the people around him could not. Only one of the 12 people in his echelon blocked the attack, but he was also injured. But this was enough. It and Lao Wang flashed to the platform together, and the two advanced together. Lao Wang looked at the contestant who flew up with him with some curiosity, because the opponent was a big flame demon with wings on his back. The great flame demon is not the flame demon of the Yama realm. Flame demons are elemental creatures whose bodies are made of lava and control the magic of the abyss. This great flame demon is a demon race with wings on its back, dark red skin, and a pair of sharp horns on its head. Although they are both fire and abyss attributes, they are indeed not the same species. The Great Flame Demon is actually rare in the Abyss, because they are the mortal enemies of the Flame Demon, and the fundamental reason is because of their name. The Flame Demon Clan, which has more than 10 epic masters in the clan, how could it allow a race called the Great Flame Demon? After a long period of wrangling between the two sides, the increasingly powerful Flame Demon realm launched a war against the region where the Great Flame Demon was located, and the region where they were located was tied in one battle. The Great Flame Demon clan was almost wiped out, leaving only a few small tribes lingering on. However, this is only what everyone knows on the surface. According to Zero's understanding, there seems to be a shadow of the demon god here. The people in the audience really couldn't understand why it came to participate in the War of 10,000 Realms, because the flame demons in the Flame Demon realm would never let it go. Lao Wang didn't have so many thoughts, he just thought this great flame demon was pretty handsome. The next 100 people gathered quickly. After the 100th person stepped onto the platform announced the end of the game to the people below, and the people below immediately stopped fighting. After all, the game is over, and it's unreasonable to continue fighting. If you don't stop, it's easy to create hatred. If the two star fields are close, it will be a real regional war. These 100 players are of various races, and come from different star fields. Most of them are humanoid creatures, and there are only 3 non-humanoid creatures, namely a lion, an owl and a snake. At the same time, Lao Wang also found that most of these people had purchased the legendary Heart Core. It seems that the Heart Core has a great impact on this competition. However, what Lao Wang did not notice was that among these 100 people, the number of demons accounted for more than 2/3. For Lao Wang, demons are no different from other Abyss units, but it is different for people in the Abyss. The demon race used to be the overlord of this world, but after the awakening of the 12 demon gods, they were mostly undisciplined, so many of them were destroyed. Now real demons are very rare in the Abyss. Now that so many demons have appeared, if they say that they have not conspired, these people in the Abyss will not believe it. Even some of these demons were not the original contestants, but even so, the 12 demon gods still announced that they advanced. It seems that they are not taken seriously at all, and Lao Wang treats them one by one. Chapter 326. Sir, all of us above level 7 have advanced. What should we do next? After the game, the Great Flame Demon among the demons led the team to a tombstone and asked the tombstone, "You can play normally. If you encounter the element or the dragon domain, use your special moves. Kill them even if you have to sacrifice your life." A voice came from behind the tombstone. "Sir, why are we doing this?" A demon asked puzzledly. "Of course, it is for the reemergence of our race and to take back our Abyss," said the voice behind the tombstone. "But even if it is to take back the Abyss, what is the point of doing this? We only have these legends left?" The demon asked again. It really didn't understand. Even if it killed all these people in the game, what would it affect? The impact is huge. This is not something you should know now. Go down and work. Tombstone. But, puff, an energy sword directly pierced the demon who asked the question, interrupting its question. The high-level demon of legend was killed without any resistance. Then the voice behind the tombstone said, "You talk too much nonsense. Who else has questions?" "And your question, is this the attitude you want us to ask questions?" The demons participating in the competition immediately shook their heads to indicate that they had no problems. Very good. After the voice behind the tombstone finished speaking, another gray ray shone on the demon it killed. The demon that was killed was resurrected, except that his eyes became a little dull. There was no problem with his body. You can take it away and guide it to participate in the competition. It can still fight. After the tombstone finished speaking, the demons nodded and left with the demon that had been turned into a dead spirit. Are we too hasty this time? Many tribesmen are not ready for the sudden action. Although we can cut off the passage between the demon realm and the Abyss, the third demon is still here? After the demons disappeared, another voice came from the tombstone. I don't want to either. But the temple on the grassland has been activated, and the 11th demon god should have felt our corruption of it. If we don't take action this time, then next time we may not only have to face one of the 12 demon gods. Leave the third demon god to me. You can deal with the other demon gods, and you don't have to face all of them. There are too many people who don't obey the 12. And I sent the harpy back, and the 12 lackeys don't know the relationship between the harpy and the third demon god. If we alienate the 12 of them, many things will be easier to handle. This time, as long as we control the floating platform, we can use the soul power they collect to reverse the formation and release the master. Then it will be time for us to counterattack the demon world for revenge, and our race will dominate the Abyss again. The original voice said excitedly. Lord Qian is right. These races have almost forgotten that we demons are the natives of the abyss. They are outsiders. This time, we must make them remember. I hope there will be no accidents. No. My Lord God has responded. This plan must be foolproof. Old Wang knew nothing about the demon's plan. He had already returned to his ship in the demon city. The next promotion match will be in 10 days. He has used these days to get in touch with this cross and study it carefully. So after resting for a while, Lao Wang started to wander around the mansion of Cross. Hard work pays off, and he soon got something. The third demon god will hold a banquet in the evening, and these demon gods will attend. This is a rare opportunity. However, it did not invite Lao Wang, but only invited people from the 5 major domains. We have to find a way to get in, Lao Wang said after hearing the news. After thinking for a while, Lao Wang set off for the station of the elemental domain. Since they all think they are gold elements, let's see if they can take the car of the elemental domain. Please inform you that the mutant gold element Jin Hun is visiting everyone in the elemental domain. Lao Wang came to the door of the elemental domain mansion and said to the element guarding the door. The 2 earth elements with low intelligence guarding the door instinctively wanted Lao Wang to leave, but they found that they could not refuse this person at all. Moreover, around this person, they actually felt that their origins were getting stronger and their souls were becoming clearer and clearer. That is to say, they are getting smarter. They looked at each other and felt a little uncomfortable with this feeling. One element went in to report because they felt that they had to obey the other party and could not refuse the other party's request. The legendary elements, who were preparing to go to the second demon banquet at home, were confused after receiving the report. Why is this person here at this time? Said an earth element. No matter what he does, this is a master of my tribe with the potential to become a demon. He has crossed the most difficult life and death barrier. Please come in first, said the captain of the elemental domain, the mutant steam element. Okay. After Lao Wang followed the earth element into the yard, he found that the architectural style of the elemental clan's residence was really simple. All their houses were made of the simplest large stones. The fire element lived in the fire, and the water element lived in the water. All the elements that Lao Wang met along the way bowed their heads to Lao Wang. If people outside the elemental clan saw this scene, they would be very shocked. The elements of the elemental clan were not very intelligent before they broke through to the legend. Except for their superior elements, no one could make them submit and salute. No one could make them salute at the same time. Even the epic fire elemental demon could not make an elite water element salute. There was no way that the elemental clan was so stubborn. Lao Wang quickly entered the place where the legendary elements were. This was an empty hall full of elemental crystals. The legendary elements were waiting for Lao Wang's arrival. As soon as they saw Lao Wang, an accident happened. A sense of submission that could not be suppressed rose in their hearts. The more they couldn't suppress this feeling, the more they wanted to suppress it, so no one paid attention to Lao Wang, and they all started their own mental confrontation. What they didn't know was that the elemental submission to the elemental lord was written in their souls. Not to mention that they were legends, even if they were epics, they couldn't resist. 10 minutes later, Lao Wang blinked at these legendary elements that had been motionless since he came in, and didn't quite understand what they were doing. So Lao Wang took the lead and said, "You don't have to be so serious. I came here today to ask for something." His words shattered their 10 minutes of efforts, and they could no longer suppress the power from their souls. The legendary 9th level steam element took the lead and said, "I wonder what we can do for you." It said this, which was equivalent to giving up fighting against that power and choosing to gladly accept it. The moment it accepted it, it actually gained benefits. Like those legendary elements, after accepting this power, their elemental power was actually condensing, and their soul power was also improving. The most obvious benefit was the steam element. It was originally at the peak of the 9th level of the legend, but it actually took that step and became a half-step epic. Although this is only one step, it is a step that makes a world of difference. If you take this step, you will definitely become a true epic as time goes by. If you can't take it, you will always be a legend. I don't know how many geniuses from various races have been stuck at this step all their lives and can't take it. Now that the steam element has taken this step easily, the strength of the elemental race has become stronger. Although other legendary 9th level elements have not been able to take this step directly like it, but they could still feel that their strength, which had been stagnant for many years, had begun to grow. When this person first entered the room, they thought that this was not a genius of the elemental clan. This was clearly a disaster for the elemental clan. The elemental clan could not refuse any request from this person, so was he not the master of the elements? The elements even thought about attacking Lao Wang, but they just couldn't. But after accepting this setting, they suddenly found that it didn't seem to be a bad thing for the elements to have one more master. It is said that the elements can feel that as long as they stay with this person for a while, it is easy to break through to the epic level. So they are more enthusiastic, and even want Lao Wang to worship them. When they heard that Lao Wang wanted to go to the demon god banquet with them, they immediately agreed. But this matter still needs to be reported. After all, it is not a trivial matter. Chapter 327. Of course, only the demon gods of the elemental clan can be reported by the steam element, which is now half a step into the epic. But for some reason, the demon god who should have received the message immediately did not reply. The steam element did not care. The demon gods have been sleeping for many years, so it is normal that they did not receive the message. Now what they have to do is to stabilize the gentleman in front of him. As long as he is there, the elemental clan will have no problem unifying the abyss. While they were waiting for the demon banquet to start, 2 elements in the yard had already broken through to legend. They were all beings who had been stuck at the peak of the Lord for many years, and now with his help, they finally took that step. At the same time, the steam element felt that he was still getting stronger, which meant that his ability was also useful for epics. However, as soon as he had the idea of fighting against him, this kind of strengthening would stop immediately, which was very strange. It was as if this strengthening was given to them by him. Sir, the banquet is about to start, we need to go over. Steam element. Oh, so fast, let's go over, said Lao Wang, who was chatting happily with the elements. He found that these elements were not only very easy to talk to but also very polite. It was really fun to chat with them. Of course, if everyone around you praises you, you will definitely be very happy. But happy times are always short-lived. Lao Wang still has things to do. Today's action is related to whether he can return home smoothly. This is not a trivial matter. Soon, Lao Wang followed the elements to the demon god temple again, but this time he really came in with a legal identity. This gathering is called a banquet, but in fact the fundamental purpose is for the demon gods and the 5 major domains to discuss the ownership of the championship. That's right, in order to avoid some things, the champions of the 10,000 Realms War were all planned. It is basically impossible for ordinary races to win the championship. You should know that the champion of each conference can get a mythical item. This is one of the special conditions for each race to break through the epic. How could they watch it fall into the ordinary race? The Element Clan is here. After the Element Clan and Lao Wang entered, a voice shouted very abruptly. This voice made Lao Wang jump. He looked around and found that it was the sound made by the statue at the door. Although he felt it was magical, Lao Wang did not make a fuss. He followed the Element Clan and came to the hall quickly. At this time, all the demons and races in the hall, including the 3rd demon god, had arrived, except for the Element Clan. It seems that they are late. You Element Clan are so arrogant. You actually let the demon god wait for you. Lao Wang originally wanted to sit down with the Element Clan in a low-key manner, but someone did not want them to get away so peacefully. The leader of the Yenmo clan in the Yama realm spoke. Strictly speaking, Yenmo should also be considered a fire element creature, but they have mastered an abyss attribute. But they just don't get along with the elemental clan. This may be because the 2 clans need the same resources for promotion and often quarrel with each other. I'm sorry, Lord Demon, I suddenly felt something just now and took that step, so I arrived at the line. I'm very sorry. The steam element said sorry, but there was no guilt in his actions. He directly arranged Lao Wang and the clan members to sit down. Everyone in the room looked at it and found that it was really a half-step legend. Their expressions were different. Some people were envious and some were jealous. All kinds of emotions were written directly on their faces. Let us congratulate the Elemental Clan for having another demon god, but it's a pity that you can't participate in this competition. This competition is very lively. The demons come back again for some reason. It seems that you have no chance to fight them. The 3rd demon god said with some regret. Its current image is the same as the statue outside it, just an ordinary giant more than 10 meters tall. However, Lao Wang knew that its body was a huge white tiger. At this time, it did not take the demon seriously. That's a pity, but they are just jumping clowns in front of you, the demon god. It doesn't matter whether we take action or not. Anyway, they have been beaten and can't make any waves at all, said the steam element. The demon god nodded and announced the start of the banquet. Some food was brought up, which meant that everyone had to start discussing the ownership of the championship. It's called a banquet, but the diets of the people in the room are different. How to hold a banquet. Elements and fire demons feed on energy, so their food is various minerals. And flying dragons and ancient beasts feed on various meats, so they can't eat together. So the beginning of the banquet just means that they can start discussing. Of course, there are still some food, but no one will eat it. So they started a heated discussion, and they didn't give in to each other. No one would dislike having too many epics in their own race, and there is no reason to give up this thing. Although in the end, they basically rotated according to the rules, and this year it was basically the ancient domain that had no choice. But they still had to show their attitude. After all, even if they couldn't win the championship, they had to earn some other benefits for their region. Lao Wang looked at the noisy scene, and suddenly felt a little out of place. This was somewhat inconsistent with their cold and aloof personality. And no one asked about their identity, which also made Lao Wang feel a little different. In fact, what Lao Wang didn't know was that the moment he appeared in the elemental camp, everyone present except the third demon god had already classified him as an element. And why the third demon god didn't expose his identity, no one knew why. Lao Wang only glanced at the quarrels of these people, and stopped paying attention. He put more attention on rocks. The first impression of this Hong Kong fish man on Lao Wang was that it was ugly, really ugly. There was a big mouth full of sharp teeth on the melon-like head, but the eyes were surprisingly small, like two beans. The face was full of flesh, and the skin was covered with spots. If it wasn't for going home, Lao Wang really didn't want to look at it again after the first look. Maybe because Lao Wang looked at it frequently, rocks felt it, and looked at Lao Wang. After the two looked at each other, they immediately looked away. Lao Wang was afraid that his thoughts would be discovered. And rocks, for some reason, felt a sense of fear in his heart when he looked at each other. The next moment, after rocks came to his senses, a sense of shame and anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He was actually frightened by a legendary second-level element. The area where rocks is located is very close to the elemental domain. He once led his people to fight against the elements in the elemental domain. But at that time, he was already a legendary 9th level, but was defeated by a legendary 7th level element. The elemental clan has since become his lingering nightmare. Later, he swallowed his own people by chance, and used their power to help himself become a demon god. Then he wanted to take revenge, but he desperately discovered that the elemental clan actually had more than 10 demon gods, and even the 5th demon god was also the backer of the elemental clan. This made him extremely desperate, because he had no way to take revenge. But today, he was frightened by a legendary 2nd level element, which completely ignited his anger. He looked at Lao Wang and said directly, "What are you looking at? Don't you know that you can't look directly at God?" Lao Wang, ? What's going on? I haven't gone to trouble it yet, but it started a fight with me first? What? Afraid to look? Lao Wang said indifferently. You seem to be very arrogant. Has no one taught you, a creature that has not evolved completely manners? Rocks. It's starting a fight, and it's not just targeting Lao Wang, but all the elements. The other elements wanted to say something, but Lao Wang didn't give them a chance. How could Lao Wang miss this opportunity? Because Lao Wang said first, I only know that you can't look directly at the gods during sacrifices. The third demon god didn't say this here. Why did you jump out? Are you afraid of being seen? If you are afraid of being seen, find a box to cover yourself. Look at how ugly you are. Are you afraid that others will spit it out by not allowing people to look directly at you? As soon as Lao Wang said this, the whole tribe fell silent. They didn't expect Lao Wang to be so tough and actually scold the gods directly. Even if you are an elemental clan, it's not good to do this. Don't you want to leave the elemental domain again before you become a god in this life? But this is really not a punishment for the dead otakus of the elemental clan. Chapter 328. Good. Very good. Very good. Lox was furious at this time, and his aura began to condense, and the unique epic aura began to release on him. The atmosphere in the room became more and more tense, but Lao Wang was not afraid at all. Because he knew that this person had no chance to attack, as expected, the third demon god directly pierced the aura that he had finally condensed. This caught him off guard, and the backlash of the broken aura almost injured him. Master Demon, I need an explanation. Why did he insult me like this? Lox, the Hong Kong fishman whose aura was broken, shouted at the third demon god in a rage. Then the room was completely quiet. In fact, it regretted it after shouting this, because the person in front of it was the body of the third demon god. The consciousness brought by the fear quickly took back its wisdom that was restricted by anger, and before the demon god could speak, it said directly, I'm sorry, sir, You don't need to explain anything, go back and calm down, said the third demon god. Yes. It started to prepare to leave after saying that. Before leaving, it said to Lao Wang, I won't let you go. You'd better be careful in the game. Me too. I hope you don't crash. Lao Wang. Everyone was stunned again when they heard this. This is going to be a fight to the death in the battle of the 10,000 realms. Is this little element so tough? Does he really dare to challenge the demon? After hearing Lao Wang's words, Rock snorted coldly and walked out without looking back. In fact, it has already lost in momentum this time, because if the third demon hadn't told it to get out, it wouldn't even have the courage to leave. After Rox left, everyone fell into a fierce quarrel again, and they didn't stop until the third demon god got annoyed. Let's just settle it. Let's follow the previous rules. You don't mind quarreling all the time. Let's discuss the next thing. Eagleheart, come out and tell me about your situation, said the third demon god. After hearing its words, the expressions of the 12 demon gods changed, because Eagleheart was the young patriarch of the eagle-like people. They really didn't know the relationship between the eagle-like people and the third demon god. If they knew, they would never take them for the crime. By the way, you may not know that Eagleheart's grandfather is the last disciple of the youngest son of my unpromising ninth son. My grandson died because he failed to break the limit of his lifespan. He didn't have the face to announce this relationship, so not many people knew about it. I didn't expect that they would make such a big mistake this time when they came back, and they actually destroyed the statue of the second son. But I feel that there are some doubts here, and I need to investigate it again. After the third demon god finished speaking, the 12 demon gods began to tremble. The background of the Harpy tribe is so profound, but they have never revealed it. No wonder 2 Harpy legends have broken through to Epic in recent years, and the first one to break through is the last demon god. Now there are only 2 words in their minds. It's over, they are really finished. When Eagleheart appeared, the fate of the 12 demon god priests was doomed. Especially the third demon god priest. It turned out that it was he who killed Eagleheart's grandfather. What is waiting for them? They also know that the third demon god did not take action directly now, because he needed them to complete the war of the 10,000 domains. It's just an investigation. Can they withstand the investigation? Absolutely not. There may be another point, a punishment that makes them live in fear. The banquet ended here. After watching this performance, the people from the 5 domains left with their own thoughts. They have to go back and discuss with the people in the tribe whether they can compete for the vacant position of the demon god priest. As long as the demon god does not descend to the world, the demon god priest is the pinnacle of power in the abyss. However, when Lao Wang was about to leave, an accident occurred, and the third demon god stopped him. Although the other elements were worried, they did not dare to say much. That was the third demon god, and saying one more word would kill people. Master demon god, please let me stay. What's the matter? Lao Wang looked at the third demon god and asked, Are you not afraid of me? The white tiger demon god looked at Lao Wang and said with a smile, Of course I am afraid. Who in this abyss is not afraid of Master Demon God? I just have no expression. Lao Wang said. Of course, this was a lie. How could he be afraid of an NPC? Even though he knew that this NPC was very strong. You are wrong. There are many people in the abyss who are not afraid of me, and you are not from the abyss. The third demon. His words made Lao Wang's heart skip a beat. Was he exposed? I don't know what the demon means. Lao Wang said dyingly. About a few hundred years ago, when the abyss expanded in one direction, it encountered incomprehensible resistance and a creature like you. That creature defeated more than a dozen of my demons in a row, which left a deep impression on me. Others may not recognize you, but you can't hide from me. And I can still sense that you have no fear. But you don't have to worry, since you have already drifted into the abyss, you are a citizen of the abyss, and you can't go back anyway. The third demon god said slowly. Lao Wang was speechless after hearing this. He thought how he was exposed. It turned out that the other party had seen the Mecha. Why did the demon god stay with me? Lao Wang asked. I just want to understand your world. After all, it is a world that can hurt the first demon god. Your world must not be simple. The third demon god. Lao Wang, ? The first demon god has been to the Alliance universe, and was seriously injured? This amount of information is a bit too much. According to their strength, the first demon god is at least a high-level epic, right? Who in the entire Alliance universe can do it? Could it be Yi Wuyo? I'm basically at the bottom of our world, and I don't know about the things at the top. Lao Wang. The third demon, You're even more boastful than me. If you were all at the bottom, your world would be able to counterattack the abyss. Young man, be honest. How about you answer me a question and I answer you a question? The third demon suddenly laughed and said, Okay. Lao Wang thought for a while, and said, For fairness, you go first. The third demon. Why does the abyss swallow other worlds? Lao Wang asked the question he was most concerned about. There's a problem with your question. Strictly speaking, the abyss does not swallow other worlds. The abyss is just expanding. During its expansion, there will be vacancies. Those worlds are attracted by the extra vacancies in the abyss and fall into the abyss. It never swallows other worlds. As for why the abyss expands? Through my research over the years, I can only tell you 2 words. Instinct. In ancient times, the abyss did not have this instinct. At that time, the abyss seemed to have wisdom. After that, I don't know what happened, and the abyss only had instinct. In fact, I and other demons are also victims. We didn't originally belong to the abyss. Even. Let's not talk about this for now. The third demon said with some memories, and then he looked at Lao Wang and said, "How about my explanation? Are you satisfied? Shouldn't you answer me a question properly?" Lao Wang nodded, and then said, "Excuse me." He didn't choose to perfunctory or play word games with it, because the third demon's explanation was really detailed. Lao Wang was not an ungrateful person. As long as it didn't ask some questions that were harmful to the Alliance universe, Lao Wang would still answer it truthfully. Then I asked, "Does your world have a special organization called the King Beast Alliance? Or it's not called this name now. It's an organization composed of a lot of giant beasts." The third demon god asked, and Lao Wang could hear the expectation in its words. "Yes." Lao Wang answered truthfully. Others may not know this question, but Lao Wang knows it. But this organization seems to be a name only. Really? Are you in this organization? Can you tell me who the current leader is? The third demon god's eyes lit up after hearing Lao Wang's affirmative answer, and then continued to ask excitedly. "I will count these questions as one for you. I am not in this organization. The last time I contacted them, they did not invite me to join. It should be that I am not good enough. Because I am not in that organization, I don't know the situation of the organization and can't help you," Lao Wang said. "You are not qualified. Are the beasts so arrogant now? When I was an elder, the leader of the Alliance, the Nebula Beast King, was only a low-level epic. Are they improving so fast? Why don't they come to rescue us so soon? Damn!" Chapter 329. The words of the third demon god made Lao Wang completely confused. Did they really come from the same world? If so, it and the demon god are fellow villagers? The third demon god, what? Nothing, I should ask the question next. How can we stop the expansion of the abyss? Lao Wang asked. Good question, but I also want to know how to stop it. The 12 of us have been thinking about this problem since the day we became demons. But the only thing we can do now is to let our demons guide another world when it falls into the abyss to prevent that world from collapsing directly. Although it falls into the abyss, it can still continue to exist. The several times the abyss failed to expand were when it encountered your world, or our world. When it expands to other worlds, there is no obstacle. As long as the currency is fully charged, the world will fall into the abyss. But it is not the case when it encounters our world. It will collide with our world. It seems that neither of the two worlds can do anything to the other, and then they will waste a while until the abyss turns around. Our world is the key to stopping the expansion of the abyss, but me and other demons can't go back now, said the third demon. There was so much information in its words that Lao Wang didn't know how to continue. Ask one more question and then go back. I'm a little tired today. The third demon seemed to remember something, and his nature was not high now. Are you willing to return to your original world? Asked Lao Wang. Go home. Oh, maybe I am willing to do so. If we had just arrived at this abyss, we would certainly be willing to do so. But do you know how long we have been in this abyss? 170,000 years. We don't know if our home is still there, and whether the world has changed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Just take my answer as unwilling. After the third demon god finished speaking, he began to close his eyes and rest, and Lao Wang withdrew. After Lao Wang left, it opened its eyes again, but I don't know what it was thinking. Sir, it didn't embarrass you, did it? After Lao Wang left the demon god temple, the elements waiting outside came up and asked. No, by the way, when did the elemental world fall into the abyss? Lao Wang asked. Sir, the 5 domains are the original territories of the abyss, not the ones that fell into the abyss later, said the steam element. Are the elements the natives of the abyss? Lao Wang. No, among the 5 domains, only the flame demon is the native of the abyss, and the others are the original native demons, who were driven away and occupied their territories. It is said that the name of the region is changed from Hell. It's not accurate to say that we occupied it. In fact, we picked it up. Yes, those demons are really tough. When the 12 demon gods just established their positions as demon gods, they tried to challenge the demon gods with the power of demons. Unfortunately, someone among the fire demons stabbed them in the back for some reason. The 12 demon gods received the news in advance, and almost killed them all in the lower world. The elements explained the events of the year to Lao Wang one by one. As for why they cleared it out, most of these elements experienced the events of the year personally. Although most of them did not have much wisdom at that time, these things were recorded by them. Among the races in the abyss, there is no race that is longer lived than the elements except the flame demon, and the flame demon is just an element on par with them. According to the records of the elements themselves, there is no legend or element that lives to the end of life, because their lifespan is too long, almost infinite. So in the days of preparing for the competition, Lao Wang did not go anywhere, and kept learning all kinds of knowledge with the elements. A few days later, the night before the competition started, the 12 demon priests were gathered together in silence. In front of them, a big flame demon covered in a black robe said to them, "What do you think? If you cooperate with us, you can still have a glimmer of hope, and you may even take that step. But if you hold the competition honestly, the only outcome waiting for you is death. Can you really let us all break through to Epic? You must know that we use the legend of the 9th level hardcore breakthrough given by the demons, and can you take off this black robe? Even if you wear this clothes, others can see that you are a big flame demon." The first demon priest asked. "Sorry, I am just trying to cooperate with you." The great flame demon tore his black robe into pieces, and then said, "You may not understand my lord, he is the only true god in this world. Those 12 are just a few false gods, and my lord can definitely do what they can't do. And, okay, you go back first, we will give you an answer before the game starts tomorrow," said the second demon priest. The great flame demon, are you so polite? Didn't you see that I was talking halfway with great emotion? But it still didn't dare to attack, just said okay and left. I don't believe what he said. How strong can a sealed guy be? But how do we choose? After the great flame demon left, the first demon priest said, "It wanted to say something else, but found that it was useless." "I don't believe it either, but I don't want to die," said the third demon priest. "I don't want to die either." "Who wants to die? Then let's do it." The next day, the selection competition was held as scheduled on the floating arena. After the demon priests verified the identities of the players, they announced the start of the competition. This game is a 2-on-2 competition between the top 100 players and the 5 major domain players in the first game. The game will not stop from the beginning until the top 10 are decided. And the game is played one by one, and I don't know where this underworld competition system comes from. But Lao Wang has no right to refuse. He or she is just an ordinary player, and not his alliance leader. So he can only watch. The first match was between the big flame demon next to Lao Wang that day, and a legendary 9th level dragon from the dragon domain. Most of these dragons are usually in dragonman form, and only turn into dragon form when they encounter a truly powerful enemy. It did not change its mentality in this match, which shows that it did not take the big flame demon seriously at all. However, the information of this flame demon showed that it was a legendary 7th level dragon, which was indeed not worthy of the dragon's serious attention. But the situation was different at the beginning of the match. The big flame demon, which was originally a legendary 7th level dragon, actually broke one of the wings of the legendary 9th level dragon in one encounter. Although the dragon transformed into its original dragon form in time to repel it, its wings could not be restored. This big fire demon is not the legendary 7th level, but the legendary 9th level. It hides its strength. The dragon wanted to fight it, but before it could move, a mouthful of blood suddenly spit out from its mouth. It is really rare for a dragon to spit blood. Their physical fitness is almost at the peak of the abyss, but everyone saw it today. Golden Dragon Slayer's Sword. The sword in its hand is the Golden Dragon Slayer's Sword. A voice suddenly sounded on the field. Everyone looked at the treasure arrow in the hand of the big fire demon, and found that the outer layer of the sword in its hand fell off, revealing the golden sword body inside. Combined with the appearance of the sword, some people who know the goods can easily recognize that this sword is the legendary Golden Dragon Slayer sword that kills the Dragon Clan. This sword has a special poison that kills the Dragon Clan. As long as it is a dragon below the epic level, it will be seriously injured by this poison. It seems that the big fire demon came prepared today, but I don't know why it targets the Dragon Clan. After seeing this, the Dragon Tribe members admitted defeat to the 12 demon gods, but they ignored it. According to the rules, the contestants had to admit defeat in person, But the dragon high on the field was pierced through the chest by the opponent's sword before he could even open his mouth. The Golden Dragon Slayer sword was indeed a weapon specifically designed for dragons, and this sword directly killed the dragon's life. Ah! I kill you! This scene completely angered the dragons, and they all showed their true forms, and prepared to pounce on the man on the field. But the 12 demon gods stopped them and said, "If you don't want to compete, you can get out." The dragons took a deep look at the big flame demon and the 12 demon gods, but they still endured it. They took back the dragon's body and said nothing, obviously planning revenge. Chapter 330. After the dragon game ended, the next game started after a while, because people needed to digest the news that a legendary 9th level dragon was killed. The second game was a shadow demon against a warthog from the ancient domain. The warthog's body was a giant pig with flames burning on its body, and its level was also legendary 9th level. Maybe because of the lesson of the dragon, or maybe because it was naturally more cautious, it showed its body right away. And the image of the shadow demon opposite it was a human figure shaped by a ball of black fog. The black fog body was wrapped in a set of armor, and only a pair of scarlet eyes were exposed. The registered level of this shadow demon was legendary 6th level, but looking at his confident look, he didn't want to be legendary 6th level. Sure enough, after the game started, the black fog was released from the shadow demon's body, and soon covered the entire venue. This black fog is its domain. Judging from the mental exploration that these black fogs can block, this is another legendary 9th level. Everyone was a little dignified when they saw him. What on earth were these demons going to do? Were all the demons participating in the competition legendary 9th level? Just as they were thinking about these questions, the black fog on the field dissipated, and the giant pig had fallen to the ground with its head and body separated. The weapon in Shadow Demon's hand was also noticed by everyone at this time. It was a dramatic axe that was almost as big as it. Giant Beast Hunter. The knowledgeable people in the crowd exclaimed again. This thing was the same as the Golden Dragon Slayer spear. They were both special targeted weapons. The only difference was that the Golden Dragon Slayer spear was aimed at dragons, and the Giant Beast Hunter was aimed at giant beasts in the ancient domain. Another legendary 9th level fell, causing a commotion on the field. The demons must have some plan this time. They wanted to see how the 12 demon priests and demons would react. Could the game continue? But the 12 demon priests surprised them. They directly announced that the game would continue, without even asking the third demon. Interesting. So conscious. The third demon looked at the 12 demon priests and said, it seemed that the pressure he put on them was too great, forcing them to the opposite side of him. However, the third demon did not say anything to stop him. He just wanted to see what the demon priests and these demons wanted to do. It didn't matter if 2 more legendary 9th level died for this, and the next element should be on the field. The demons attacked a big abyss demon with 4 feet on the ground. One of the elements, a fire element, wanted to go up, but was stopped by Lao Wang. I go in this game, Lao Wang said. The elements nodded. They couldn't refuse Lao Wang at all now. Although they were a little worried about his safety, they had to follow Lao Wang's request. Legendary level 2? Are there no more elements? Didn't they say that all 5 domains of yours are legendary level 5? Or did they dislike you and let you come here to die? The big demon said arrogantly after seeing Lao Wang. It can't be blamed for being arrogant. Other demons pretend to be legendary level 6 or 7 to attack legendary level 9 by surprise. But its opponent is legendary level 2, and it is legendary level 9. It doesn't believe that the opponent has hidden the level. Does it have the 12 demon gods to help it? What a joke. Then you demon sent you, the great demon of the abyss who is not good at dealing with elements, to fight this battle. It seems that you are not well liked, Lao Wang said. The abyss demon race has basically no long-range attack means, and the summoned hellfire is also restrained by high-level ice and fire elements. Sending it to deal with the elemental family should be to show weakness to the enemy, and try to catch them by surprise. But if you want to criticize someone, of course you have to find the black spot. Haha, you sent me up to catch a stronger element, but you didn't expect to catch a. While the abyss demon was talking, the referee indicated that the game could start, so Lao Wang shot an ice cone into its mouth while he was talking. This attack did not cause much damage, but it was extremely insulting. The abyss demon was angry on the spot and rushed towards Lao Wang with heavy steps. But Lao Wang shot it back with one ice ray after another. Although the abyss demon was thick-skinned and did not suffer much damage, the attacks made it a little angry. Especially when Lao Wang was shooting, he was still saying Bayu, Bayu, Bayu in his mouth, which was obviously just to insult it. Damn it! Don't let me catch you, Hellfire! The Abyss Demon finally shouted in anger after being beaten by Lao Wang. A meteorite burning with green flames fell from the sky, and then a behemoth several dozen meters high appeared on the ring. This is the only magic that the Abyss Demon can use, summoning Hellfire. The Abyss Demon of the legendary 9th Order summoned the Hellfire of the legendary 8th Order. This creature is very terrifying. They are tireless and painless. The Hellfire on their bodies will continue to burn the enemy. They are simply the nemesis of all flesh and blood creatures. However, when this thing appeared, Lao Wang had a special feeling and his expression became a little weird. "Kill him!" The Abyss Demon shouted to the Hellfire. Then the monster, which was several tens of meters tall, rushed straight towards the two people, and then punched the Abyss Demon into the ground. "What are you doing?" The Abyss Demon was numb after getting up, and it looked at the Hellfire angrily. But what greeted it was another punch from the Hellfire's sandbag fist, and it was punched into the ground again. "You!" The demon stood up again, and before he finished speaking, Hellfire punched him again. Then one punch after another, faster and faster. The people watching the battle felt pain for it, and at the same time thought in their hearts, "This is stupid, isn't it? You dare to summon Hellfire when fighting with elemental creatures. Aren't you waiting for others to take control of you? Why doesn't it disband? Maybe it hasn't been beaten enough." But the Abyss Demon had no words to say. It wanted to bet that the other party couldn't control Hellfire, but failed. Then it wanted to disperse, but found that it couldn't even disperse it. This Hellfire was completely out of control, and the most important thing was that it still absorbed its own magic power, which was simply unreasonable. Enough. When the Hellfire wanted to hit it again, the Abyss Demon smashed one of the Hellfire's arms with a punch and shouted. Then it slowly walked out of the abyss, with green flames burning in its eyes, staring at Lao Wang. But before it could say anything, the Hellfire used its remaining arm to punch it on the back of the head. This head cover completely angered the Abyss Demon, and a strange spear appeared in its hand, which cut the regional fire in half with one blow. Then it used its 4 legs to continuously stomp on the Hellfire it summoned until it stomped the other party into pieces. Looking at the stone pieces on the ground, it let out a long breath, and the whole demon felt much more comfortable. But it did not forget that there was still an enemy that had not been dealt with. It looked at the old queen and charged at it again. "Bayu!" But the nightmare-like voice sounded in its ears again, and it was beaten back to the original place again. The Abyss Demon was a little aggrieved now. If there were not so many people, it might cry out with a wow. "Why on earth should I challenge the elements? You are playing tricks. Do you dare to face it head-on?" The old king did not know its mental journey, but increased the firepower to make it retreat further. I don't want to hide anymore. I want to kill it." The Abyss Demon suddenly said something without a beginning or an end. After that, it took a stone with colorful light from the space equipment and threw it into the sky. The elements watching the battle all stood up after seeing this thing. Wasn't it destroyed after all the power was absorbed by it? Heart of the elements. You demons are playing big this time? It seems that you really should be completely destroyed. The steam element looked in the direction of the demon and asked solemnly. It's no wonder they are making a fuss. This thing is known as the element killer. The elemental clan will have this reaction when they see it. And the heart of the elements is different from the golden dragon slayer's sword and the giant beast hunter. If you are not strong enough, those 2 equipments are useless. Even if you are strong enough, you can only kill 1 or 2 units. But the heart of the elements is different. As long as you can use it, it can cause great trouble to the elements. It can even control the elements, so the elemental clan destroyed this mythical treasure that originally belonged to them. Chapter 331. While the elements in the stands were worried about Lao Wang also looked at the gem thrown by the Abyss Demon. However, what he saw seemed to be different from what they knew, because what he saw was an opportunity for him to become stronger. Heart of the Elements, Myth, Skill Attack Power plus 20%. Skill Damage plus 20%. Release Speed plus 20%. Cooling Down Reduction plus 20%. Skill Critical Hit Rate plus 20%. Second Cast, Passive when using elemental skills, there is a 30% chance to cast twice. Elemental Gathering, Passive for each element mastered, skill damage increases by 5%. Elemental Domain, active after active use, you can control elements or elemental creatures within a certain range, depending on the user's mental strength, and arbitrarily deprive other units of the right to use elements. Equipment Requirements, control all elemental forces. Inlay Location, any location. Remarks, the heart core of the former elemental master, which has some of his former authority. This turned out to be a mythical inlay stone. The Abyss Demon was injecting magic power into it, and it seemed that he wanted to forcefully activate its active skills. Lao Wang didn't quite understand why it wanted to throw it up, but since you are like this, I won't be polite. The sky-sweeping wings ran at full power, and Lao Wang turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot, and then appeared behind the Abyss Demon. The Abyss Demon didn't see what happened clearly, but felt like he had lost something. It looked up and wondered where my huge elemental heart had gone. The audience at the scene was also dumbfounded. Can a treasure that has entered the activation stage still be robbed? Lao Wang looked at the Heart of Elements in his hand, and put it into his pocket in public. Give it back to me. The great demon of the abyss roared and rushed towards Lao Wang. This time, Lao Wang did not use skills to force it back, but rushed towards it head-on. The elemental power gathered in Lao Wang's hand, and an elemental sword gradually took shape. Facing the sudden attack of the great demon, the wings behind the Lord of Elements bloomed, and the elemental power began to run wild. The two appeared behind each other almost instantly. The Lord of Elements had the spear of the great demon of the abyss stuck in his abdomen, and the sword of the Lord of Elements was stuck in the chest of the great demon of the abyss. Just as everyone was observing who won, the Lord of Elements moved first. It pulled out the spear in its abdomen, and the wound began to heal. The great demon of the abyss remained motionless until a long time later. Its body began to crack, and colorful light began to seep out of the cracks. In the glory of this element, it slowly turned into ashes, leaving only its heart core. The great demon of the abyss fought against Lao Wang, and Lao Wang won. When the victorious Lao Wang was about to leave the ring, a feared demon from the demon side stepped forward to stop him and said, "According to the rules of the conference, you can't take the Heart of Elements away, give it back to us." Heart of Elements? What Heart of Elements? Lao Wang pretended to be stupid. "It's the stone you stole from it," said the feared demon. "Didn't it want that stone? I saw it threw it away, so I picked it up. It's not a trophy." Lao Wang's words were forced to cheat, but he had no choice but to do so. How could he give up this mythical equipment inlay stone? While Lao Wang was fighting a lawsuit with it, the elements came behind him silently, and their meaning was self-evident. If someone must master this treasure, it must be Lao Wang, and only Lao Wang. Anyway, even if there is no such thing, the elements will listen to it, and they are willing to listen to it, which is much more powerful than this thing. After seeing this scene, the demons didn't say anything. Now is not the time to take action. He will give him a surprise later. Lao Wang saw them retreating with the heart core of the abyss demon, and immediately knew that he had kept this thing. In the next few games, each game was played by the demons, and they challenged all races. Every demon they set out was a high-level legend, and each one was not in line with the strength on the surface. At the same time, these demons all held weapons that restrained their opponents, and they also passed these weapons on. So except for the elemental race, other races suffered heavy casualties. Because Lao Wang robbed the opponent's treasure, the elemental race also had some injuries, but no one was killed. Before the game started, the demon god priest verified our strength, right? Lao Wang asked the steam element beside him. Yes. Do you suspect that they are colluding with the outsiders? Steam element. I don't need to suspect, they have already made their cards clear. I just want to know what they want to do, if they have any tricks, how to deal with the demons in the stands. It's obvious that the third demon is not something they can deal with. The movements of these people are so confusing, said the old king. After the demons were almost exterminated by the demons have been acting strangely, and we are almost used to it. They often make some weird things, so you don't have to worry. The 12 demon priests were about to be liquidated by the demons because of their mistakes, so they chose to grab the demons' last straw. But they are really unreliable. This pull may lead to falling into the bottomless abyss. Steam element. Is this how you view these demons? Lao Wang. Yes, in fact, not only us, but also the people present, including the demons, have this view. You really don't have to worry. Steam element. Although he heard him say this, Lao Wang still couldn't rest assured. If these demons are really funny, where did they get these treasures? You must know that these treasures for each race are not ordinary treasures. Each of them is of legendary level, and they said so many legendary 9th level. Is it really just for fun? Even if the steam element beat Lao Wang to death, he would not believe it. It said this simply. There are two reasons. One is that it is an accomplice of the demons, but this possibility is almost non-existent. If so, it is deceiving Lao Wang. It is not simple for an element to lie to the Lord of Elements. So this reason can be basically ruled out, and the second reason is left. These demons used to do this often, which made them numb. This guess is correct. The demons did do this often in the past, and they were all wiped out in the end. Because they can't deal with the demons, everything is in vain. This time they obviously think so too. Although the loss this time is unprecedentedly serious, these demons can't deal with the demons, and the end is death. The same is true for the 12 demon priests. They are just puppets that never break through the epic. The competition lasted for 3 days. After the top 10 were decided, most of the races had more than half of their casualties. There were only 3 races with few casualties on the field. The demons who initiated the event had their elements for treasures robbed by Lao Wang, and the fire demons, who took advantage of the situation. Only some of their tribesmen were injured, and the only one who died was the great demon of the abyss. The other demons all admitted defeat immediately when they faced Lao Wang. The injured demons were also injured by the elements, but the elements were more seriously injured. Except for Lao Wang, the other 9 in the top 10 were all demons. Even if they didn't have the tools to deal with the elements, they still defeated the legendary elements. After the top 10 were decided, the next thing was the challenge, but this should be held in 7 days. After all, after 3 days of fierce fighting, the players also needed a break. But this time, there was no such thing. The demons finally showed their true colors, and blocked the floating platform. "You can tell me about your plan this time," a demon god said jokingly. "As long as they are around, these demons will always be clowns." But just as it finished speaking, a huge force came from behind, and the demon god next to it attacked it. This attack was intentional, and it was directly hit hard, and it was not the only demon god who was attacked. There were 10 demon gods, who attacked their companions, and fell to the side of the demons. Among these 10 demons, there was Lao Wang's target, this time lamp god Rox. The demon gods, who were attacked, were full of disbelief. Are these demon gods crazy? They actually surrendered to the demons. They have been cleansed to this extent. What future do they have? But before they could come to their senses, the fire demons in the crowd also broke out, and the various races that had already suffered heavy casualties were hit hard again. Chapter 332. The flame demons' rebellion caused a bigger reaction than the demon gods' rebellion. Although they were demons in the past, you are risking your entire clan by rebelling this time. Have you ever thought about what you flame demons will face after being pacified this time? 12 demon gods. 12 demon gods. There are 12 of them in total. Even if you kill one today, can you bear it if the other 11 attack together? Not to mention these ordinary races, even the 3rd demon god, who has always been very calm, and has not moved even when 10 demon gods betrayed together, was a little surprised when he saw them attack. So you closed the passage between the abyss and the demon world. Are you powerful? What are you going to do next? The 3rd demon god said to the demons. A big fire demon from the demon camp flew out. It did not answer the 3rd demon god, but said to the other demons, "I will hold it back. You kill all the others here. We need their souls for sacrifice to open the soul container." After the demon finished speaking, the other demons rushed to their races on the field, and the demon gods also attacked their companions. Of course, the other races on the field would not sit and wait for death. Some people took out the legendary hardcore and chose to activate it, summoning puppets to help them fight. Others gathered together to defend, and the battlefield suddenly became a mess. The area of the floating platform is not small, but it can't accommodate so many legends and demon gods fighting for life and death. But it is very solid and everyone can't leave, so this place suddenly became a meat grinder. Whether it is a demon or a unit below the high-level legend of each race, there are only a few left after just one round of fighting. It is said that the high-level ones are not in a good situation either. After all, there are demons taking action here. The 3rd demon sat in his seat without moving, and the big flame demon that restricted it looked at it nervously. The 3rd demon did not move, not because of its own merit, but because the opponent did not want to move, and it did not know whether its trick would work or not. The old king also did not move like the 3rd demon, but he did not move because the elements were protecting him. At the same time, he was observing the moment when his target rock showed a flaw. Although he knew how to deal with it, it was somewhat useless at this time. At this time, Rox was fighting 2 people, and he was suppressing the other 2 demons. At the same time, the old king also understood what the power of rules was. Take Rox and the 2 demons he was fighting for example, all 3 of them have the power of rules. One of the 2 demons who were fighting from behind controlled a fire rule, which made its fire unable to be extinguished. The other controlled a wind rule, and its speed would increase when there was wind. Rox has a special rule of light. If you see the light on his head within a certain range, you will be charmed and controlled by him. These are all what Lao Wang has seen through their battles. At the same time, only rules can fight against rules. If you don't have the power of rules, you will be controlled as long as you enter the range of Rox's lanterns. Several legendary units have tried this. The two demons were not controlled because they used the power of rules to resist. At the same time, the rule should be linked to the domain. In order to prevent rocks from pulling more cannon fodder, the two demons have been using their own domain to control its domain. Lao Wang felt that he should be able to see it in good condition, and the new plan to deal with rocks was ready. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to watch it for a while. Just now, you killed the Abyss Demon, right? Come and die. When Lao Wang was watching the battle, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Lao Wang, and then stabbed Lao Wang in the heart. A demon passed the protection of the elements and came behind him. What? It's just so, the owner of the voice said with some disdain. It didn't expect that the person who killed the Abyss Demon was so strong on the outside and weak on the inside, and fell so easily. But when it pulled out its spikes, Lao Wang in front of it disappeared. This was actually a projection that was so realistic. Looking for me? Lao Wang's voice came from behind the demon. The demon suddenly turned around and looked at Lao Wang, who appeared behind him at some point. Then a cold light flashed in front of it, and a crystal sword was inserted into its chest instead. The elemental power on the sword burst out, and the demon was seriously injured on the spot. You can't do it either. Lao Wang taunted the fallen demon, but the demon was powerless to refute. The seven elements, led by the sacred energy, raged in its body, and its vitality was deprived bit by bit. At this moment, it didn't even have the strength to stand up, so how could it care about Lao Wang's taunting? Lao Wang pulled it, and shook his head, and the sword transformed by Lao Neezer cut off its head with one sword. After solving it, Lao Wang didn't plan to wait like this any longer. The situation here is getting more and more chaotic. If it weren't for the elements, who have been protecting him, Lao Wang wouldn't be so safe now. Now someone has broken through the defenses of the elements. It seems that their power is constantly declining, and they will not be able to hold on for much longer. The third demon god didn't know what he was thinking, and didn't make a move. The old king knew that he had to make a move. These elements were quite nice to him, and he was willing to help if he could. Rhaenys once again turned into a longbow, extracting elemental power from element and turning it into colorful arrows. The old king shot an arrow at a fire demon that was chasing the fire element. The seven elemental powers in the arrow were actually a cover, and the real killer move was the sacred attribute power. The fire demon was obviously stunned after being shot by the arrow, as if wondering where the arrow came from. Then the next moment the sacred attribute power exploded and annihilated it directly. The fire demon's flames were extinguished, leaving only a pile of dust and its hardcore. It is said that the 9th level fire demon was killed by the old king with one blow. However, this scene was only seen by the elements protecting the old king and a few demons attacking them. The other demons fighting fiercely on the field did not notice this. The demons wanted to retreat after seeing this, and Lao Wang said to the elements, "Entangle them." The elements heard this, and began to move forward and entangled the demons tightly. Lao Wang shot them all with one arrow. No matter how they struggled, even burning their own hardcores, they could not escape the bow and arrow attack of the sacred power. After the demons besieging the elements were dealt with, Lao Wang led them to the edge of the floating island. Is there really a hope of breaking this barrier? The steam element asked Lao Wang. I don't know, it's better to try than to sit and wait for death. Lao Wang. As they talked, they soon arrived at the edge of the floating island, but their plan was shattered. They found that the power condensed on this barrier was shocking, even beyond the scope of their understanding. The old king, who had seen the sun, felt that the power condensed on this barrier was stronger than that of a star. Just when everyone was at a loss, the flame demon clan surrounded everyone. The old king wanted to use the same trick to shoot them, but the sacred attribute energy and element was insufficient, and forcible use would hurt its origin. You should withdraw first. We want to fight them head-on. The steam element suddenly said to the old king. It should have sensed the lack of sacred attribute energy on element. The old king himself actually had sacred attribute energy, but it was not enough to kill the legendary 9th level demon. You hold on for a while, I will find a way to end this battle, said the old king. After speaking, he got up and left, leaving the elements and the flame demon to fight. The flame demon did not stop him from evacuating because they sensed a sense of danger in this person. After the old king left, the elements and the fire demons immediately fought together. The old king went alone to the demon, who was collecting souls in the center of the battlefield. This demon was the key to this battle. Although I don't know why these demons are so obsessed with opening the soul collection container of the soul melting sacrifice, the enemy can just stop them from completing whatever they want. But before the old king got there, he was discovered by the 12 demon priests. They stepped forward and held back Rock's 2 opponents and said to him, My lord, This is a variable. We hold back your opponent, and you go and kill it. Only they can hold back the opponent of the demon god, because they can attack regardless of the rules, which is the ability given to them by the 12 demon gods. Okay. Rocks. Chapter 333. We meet again. After getting rid of his opponent, Rocks landed in front of Lao Wang and said. When Lao Wang saw it, he immediately covered his eyes, but it was still a little slow. A strange force attacked Lao Wang's sea of consciousness, forcing him to surrender to the man in front of him. This is the power of rules, which cannot be escaped until the epic. Just when Lao Wang was about to lose control, the shadow of a crown on the elemental temple in his starry sky's sea of consciousness emerged, expelling the rules from Lao Wang's sea of consciousness. It is the power of the elemental crown. However, Lao Wang, who got rid of the control of the opponent's rule power, stood still. Come here, let me take a good look at you. Rock seemed to be unaware that Lao Wang had gotten rid of control and ordered him. When Lao Wang heard this, he had a plan in mind and slowly lowered his head to it. He had to lower his head. Although he didn't have to be afraid of its rule power control for the time being, his eyes would turn green after being controlled by it, and Lao Wang couldn't imitate this color. He slowly walked in front of Rocks, and suddenly raised his head. Rocks looked at the golden eyes of the Lord of Elements, and his heart skipped a beat. The next second, the long sword passed by, and it subconsciously dodged and saved its life, but the lantern on its head, the foundation of its power of law, was cut off by Lao Wang. After Rocks dodged this fatal blow, he immediately distanced himself from Lao Wang, and he looked at Lao Wang with disbelief. Even if an epic unit was controlled by it, it would not be possible to break free so easily, not to mention that he was just a low-level legend. And although he was not good at defense, he was also covered with the power of law, so how could he be injured by the opponent's sword? And although the lantern on its head looks fragile, it is the core of its rule power, and the hardest part of its body. This is unreasonable. Lao Wang has no time to care about Rocks' thoughts. He just wants to kill him while he is sick. After catching up with it, he swung the Rhinocer in his hand one after another, but unfortunately, Rocks, who reacted quickly, easily dodged them and distanced himself from him again. Lao Wang had no choice but to pick up his original target lantern first. Give it back to me. Rock shouted immediately when he saw his lantern was snatched, and then rushed up to snatch it. But Lao Wang put away the lantern and left there, it only snatched and lonely. But the lantern is the core of its rule power, it is impossible to give it up. If it is not snatched back, it will definitely fall to epic. So Rocks burst out all the power of its epic second level, domain magic, and spiritual power into one, like a phantom rushing straight towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang knew that he could not avoid this attack, but when he was about to activate the Shield of Annihilation, 2 energy swords fell from the sky, and nailed it in front of Lao Wang. Although Lao Wang was stunned for a moment, how could he miss such an opportunity? He cut off its head with a sword. Rocks was annihilated on the spot, leaving only his epic heart core. Lao Wang looked around and quietly absorbed it with element. The 2 opponents who had just attacked were Rocks. They had solved the 12 demon gods and caught him off guard. These 12 pieces of trash. They are really useless, said the demon who was opening the soul container in the center of the venue. It's not their fault. Who would have thought that it would be so easy for the demon gods to take back their power, said another demon next to it. The 12 demon priests were actually killed by the 3rd demon, who took back their power to fight against the rules at the critical moment of their confrontation with the 2 epics. So the 12 were dead in an instant. Not everyone is Lao Wang, who can reverse the rules with a legendary body. Without the power given to them by the demon, they were instantly wiped out by the power of the demon. The action of Lao Wang absorbing the demon's hardcore was noticed by the 2 demons and the 3rd demon. But they didn't care. Anyway, if it was calmed down here, it would have to be spit out. If it was not calmed down, everyone would die together, and the hardcore would be useless. The 2 demons rushed to the center without stopping. Of course, they also saw that it was the key to this battle. But before they rushed there, they were intercepted by a huge figure. A huge demon with flames all over his body rose from the ground, and the warhammer in his hand swept across, and beat the 2 demons back directly. Ragnaros? Lao Wang said in disbelief after seeing this figure. It was really that the tall fire giant in front of him was a little bit like the king of fire elements. Even the weapons in their hands are the same, the only difference may be that the thing in front of them is a fire demon, belonging to the devil. And Ross is the king of the fire element, an element. Flame Demon King? Why are you here? The 2 demons who were knocked away looked at the fire giant in front of them, and said in disbelief. This is the upper demon god, the Fire Demon King, a legendary high-level existence. Even the 3rd demon god, it is not so easy to deal with it. They suddenly became less confident, and today might be dangerous. Of course, I am here to welcome my master back. Do you think that if my master is not here, those 12 guys can take away the abyss? Today will be the day when my lord returns. Offer your souls. The Flame Demon King said as he looked at the two demons. His appearance greatly reduced the momentum of the third demon. Interesting. The third demon, who had been sitting there, finally moved after seeing the Flame Demon King. The demon responsible for blocking it also became powerful. It released something similar to a domain to cover the third demon. But the third demon did not even look at it. He just waved his hand casually. After a dazzling golden light, this epic demon turned into ashes, leaving only the heart core. The third demon did not even look at the heart core. It jumped in front of the Flame Demon King and looked at the Flame Demon King calmly. After seeing this scene, Lao Wang released his wingman, the Dark Knight Dragon Eagle, and let Ling control them. Go steal the heart core, and be quiet. Lao Wang. After Ling agreed, the Dark Knight Dragon Eagle was dispatched. Thanks to the attention of the whole audience on the third demon god and the Flame Demon King, Lao Wang's little action went smoothly. After absorbing this heart core, Lao Wang looked at the situation on the field. I have heard that there was a demon god in the demon world, and it was sealed before we came. It seems to be true. What? Do you want me to help you? I think it's hard for you to open this soul container. The third demon god. Demon god? No, you don't even have the same title as the master. The master is a god. He is not a fake demon god like you. He is a real god. Flame Demon King. Real god? I am getting more and more interested. Since the breakthrough, there are few opponents that can excite me. How about this? I will help you. The third demon was about to move forward, but how could the Flame Demon King let it do so? The giant hammer burning with flames roared towards the third demon, but the third demon just stretched out a hand to block his blow that severely injured two demons. After the giant hammer was stopped, the impact did not stop. This could not do anything to the third demon, and a huge energy storm rolled up in this closed space. All the demons present, whether they were legendary high level, stopped attacking and began to deal with this destructive impact with all their strength. Lao Wang also summoned his domain to resist, and he felt that his domain was about to break at any time. This was the full-strength attack of the epic high-level Flame Demon King, and what was even more terrifying was that the second demon did not move at all after taking this attack. It grabbed the opponent's flaming giant hammer, and the Flame Demon King could not pull it away. When the impact dissipated, everyone saw that the Flame Demon King tried to pull back the giant hammer controlled by the third demon with both hands. But no matter how hard it tried, the giant hammer did not move at all. Stop messing around, let me see your master, the third demon said, and then he exerted a little force, and the giant hammer actually shattered directly. This giant hammer is at least a legendary item, and it is more likely to be epic, but it is so vulnerable in front of it. Lao Wang has no doubt that it can break his annihilation shield with one blow. Is this the 12 demons of the abyss? It is so strong that it makes people a little desperate. After crushing the giant hammer of the Flame Demon King, the Flame Demon King wanted to escape. Obviously, it didn't know that the gap between itself and the third demon was so huge. But the familiar golden light in the hands of the third demon burst out, and the Flame Demon King became the same as the demon who blocked the third demon. Only his heart core was left. It was killed with just one blow. Chapter 334. Old Wang looked at the epic heart core, and his mind moved again, but before the Night Dragon Eagle flew over, he heard the third demon god say, I can't give it to you. The epic high level and epic low level are different, and I still have a use for the heart core of the flame demon. It seems that the third demon god saw everything when Old Wang tried to steal the heart core just now, but it didn't care. Old Wang immediately asked Ling to stop after hearing this. He was not an ungrateful person. The other party had given him face, and he couldn't give it up. If he continued, what awaited him was just the other party's casual killing. After the third demon god dealt with a flame demon king, he came to the soul container. It opened the soul container directly, and then asked the demon who wanted to open it, what should I do next to release your god? Don't say anything, I'm going to do it. Guide the power of the soul, feel the seal formation under the platform, and reverse the formation. The demon said immediately after hearing this. It turns out there is another formation here, a space formation. I didn't find it before. It's interesting. The third demon god sensed it, and started to do what the demon said. A formation with no visible edge appeared out of thin air under the feet of everyone. But at the moment, when the formation was reversed, everyone present felt that their hearts seemed to stop beating. The third demon god also stopped his actions and sealed the soul back into the container. The formation disappeared again, but the feeling did not dissipate. The third demon god looked at his feet, and his eyes became serious. Originally, it really looked down on these demons, but this slap in the face came a little too fast. It can't deal with the things under the formation, even if all 12 of them come together. It felt the breath just now, and recalled a lot of things. It turned out that this thing was sealed. Why give up? I can get out if I hold on a little longer, you bunch of trash. Just as the third demon god was recalling something, everyone saw a figure holding up the formation and shouting at everyone. Although this thing can hold up the sealing formation, the power of the formation still binds it tightly. However, after it saw the situation on the field clearly, its tone calmed down. The figure looked at the third demon god in the center and said, "It's you, kid, you also fell into the abyss? This means that my plan should be successful. After so many years, the 3,000 small worlds should have fallen almost. Ha ha ha. By the way, the abyss has begun to collide with the main world. Ha ha ha." After the black shadow finished speaking, it laughed deafeningly, but it saw Lao Wang while laughing. "Gah, it's you. How could you not be dead?" "No, it's not you. You can't be so weak. Who are you?" Seeing Lao Wang, the shadow's laughter stopped abruptly and began to mutter like a lunatic. "Is the infinite expansion of the abyss your work?" The third demon god suddenly turned into a white tiger, as big as a mountain, looking down at the shadow and said, "Change back to me. It's uncomfortable to talk from this perspective." The shadow didn't answer its question, but looked at the third demon god and said. But the third demon god was indifferent, just staring at it quietly. "Wait for me. Don't let me go out," the shadow said, and then it came to Lao Wang with a big formation and said, "You should be his descendant. I was wondering why I woke up suddenly. It turned out that the descendants of several of them appeared. I remember all the things you brought me. I will love you well after I come out. Ha ha ha." The black shadow had no intention of paying attention to the white tiger demon god, just like the white tiger demon god did to the flame demon king just now. "What are you laughing at? Do you think you can still come out?" Lao Wang looked at the black shadow, who was laughing wildly. "Hee hee, you will think I came out, because without me, the world will be destroyed. Forget it, I will tell you about it, otherwise no one will know my genius operation." "Where to start?" "Forget it, just start from the beginning. A long time ago, our world was a chaos, and only some chaotic creatures lived in it. One day a chaotic creature felt that such a life was too boring, so he split the chaos with one blow and divided the chaos into two halves. This guy is also a talent, leaving all the lives except me in one world, and leaving myself in another world. But he was also exhausted because of overexertion, so I don't blame him much. The world I live in is the abyss. You should be able to guess this." It said here that Lao Wang nodded. "Isn't this the creation of the world by Pengu? Only he, who is in the same era as the great god, dares to call the great god a jerk. You still have some understanding. I was in the abyss because I was bored, so I created the devil, and the other side was lively. Because the chaos was divided, there was almost no material left for us to exist. I had no pressure because no one competed with me, but the pressure on the other side was great. There were tens of thousands of them, and there was not enough to share. If they could not adapt to the power of the new world, death would be their only end. So those who didn't want to adapt started fighting, and the combined strength of these people was almost as strong as he who separated the chaos. That world was shattered, and the 3,000 small worlds were separated at that time. Finally, a few hanged people felt that this was not going to work, and if they continued to fight, they would all die, so they joined forces to kill the others, and put their bodies in those small worlds. But only one could be put in each small world, and the others were left in the main world. After all, these bodies were creatures of the abyss, and the bodies were very useful, and the birth of various new races was just one of them. This is the reason why life was born in your worlds, that is, those hanged people are your ancestors, although you don't know this news, haha. Everyone who listened carefully, The black shadow suddenly laughed when he said this. It really looked like a lunatic. "Then what? What does this have to do with you being sealed?" Lao Wang. "Don't worry, it will be related to the next step," said the black shadow, and then he continued, "After the hanged people won, they were also seriously injured, and then they woke up after sleeping and found that there were many more lives in their world. These lives were too weak, and they didn't care, until one day the demons broke through the barriers between two worlds because they were bored. Although the number of demons I created myself was not large, it was purer than the races born after the death of other people like you. Your strength is basically equal, and then a shameless person in your world took action for some reason. I saw it. Can this work? I was watching why you took action, and I was bored, so I took action too. How could those hanged men be my opponents if they fought alone? They were beaten back step by step by me, but it might be because I was too ruthless. They actually attacked together. So I was beaten. After all, I didn't expect them to burn their lives. But at that time, I had already merged with this world, and if they killed me, the abyss would also be annihilated. After he separated the world, he separated the two attributes of chaos. The abyss and the main world are actually the yin and yang of chaos. If the abyss of yin attribute is gone, the main world of yang attribute cannot exist alone, which is why yin cannot be born alone and yang cannot grow alone. But they didn't dare to kill me, but since they had already burned their lives, they couldn't let me go so easily. So I was sealed, but I was so smart, I knew that if I didn't do something, I didn't know how long I would be sealed. So before I was sealed, I gave the abyss an order to expand infinitely. Do you know why? Old Wang, Although he was a little speechless, he still shook his head. Haha, that's because as long as the abyss expands, it will meet your world sooner or later. When yin and yang meet, they will return to chaos again, and then the whole world will be annihilated. At that time, everyone will be finished, and I am the only one who can stop the abyss, and you will definitely let me out. What do you think of my plan? Is it eye-opening? Black Shadow. To be honest, it's really not good. Old One said. Black Shadow, What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Black Shadow was furious again, and the few demons, who were still alive, at the scene knelt down directly. Chapter 335. Don't be so irritable, it's useless. Lao Wang looked at the Black Shadow calmly and said. Lao Wang was full of doubts about its words. Although it might be true that it existed at the beginning of the world, everything that came after might not be true. If there was no useful information in its words, Lao Wang would have stopped listening. Tell me what's wrong with my plan. The Black Shadow said stubbornly. It's a fake plan in itself, it's not good at all, full of bugs. I won't list the loopholes in your words one by one, the most critical point is. The basis of your plan is that someone knows that only you can stop the abyss. But now the master of the abyss, the 12 demon gods, don't know who can let you out. If you hadn't contacted the devil for some reason, you might have returned to chaos in your sleep, said Lao Wang. Actually, it was an accident. I didn't expect them to be so fragile. After sealing me, they all died. The Black Shadow was squeaked by Lao Wang, like a child who did something wrong. None of this is important, because there are still many lies in your words. The 12 demon gods obviously know you, but you don't even mention them. Are you afraid that they can't fit in the story? Lao Wang said again. I think they should be able to help me defend this. They were not important characters back then. The Black Shadow pointed at the White Tiger Demon God and explained. But before the White Tiger Demon God could speak, the formation suddenly became stronger and pushed it back little by little. If you feel that you can't stop the collision of the two worlds, you must let me out, otherwise I will die. Remember, you must. It was suppressed by the formation again while speaking, and then disappeared on the floating platform. The White Tiger Demon God, who did not say a word throughout the whole process, waved his hand to kill the demons present and those demons who surrendered to the demons. Then it still ignored Lao Wang, but began to collect the souls in the container of the floating platform. Lao Wang guessed that these souls were originally supposed to be used to maintain the formation, but later they came, and didn't know what to do with these souls. While the White Tiger Demon God was collecting souls, Lao Wang secretly got 3 more epic heart cores. When he wanted to get the 4th one, he saw the White Tiger Demon God glanced at him. Stop while you are ahead. Stop while you are ahead. Lao Wang no longer made any extra moves, and the White Tiger Demon God didn't say much. After dealing with the souls, it took the rest of the people back to the demon city and began to finish the incident. First of all, the clansmen and subordinates of the 12 demon gods were killed without leaving a single one. At the same time, it also received the news from the 11th demon god, and learned that the temple in the area they guarded was tampered with. The person who tampered was very easy to find out. It was undoubtedly the demon clan. So after solving the problem of the temple, the White Tiger Demon God issued a killing order to the demon clan and the Flame Demon clan, and he wanted to spare none of these 2 clans. As soon as this order was issued, all the races in the abyss started to move, because there were countless benefits here. It chose new ones for the 12 demon gods to sacrifice, but the ones it chose were all those who had not entered the legend or had just entered the legend. And it did not choose these 12 from the big clans, but summoned 11 from the races guarding the temple. Together with Eagle Heart, it just gathered 12. Coincidentally, Grey Tai was also among them. It gave the epic hardcore it obtained this time to the newly selected 12 priests. It seems that it wants to create the strongest 12 demon priests. After it finished all this, it returned to the demon world, where there were still a lot of traitors waiting for it to find out. The demons in the Yama realm also had to be cleansed, and the legendary souls had to be sent back. This resulted in it having no time to care about Lao Wang. In its opinion, Lao Wang could not escape as long as he was in the abyss. Demon realm. 11 black shadows had been waiting for the white tiger demon for a long time in a huge palace. I heard that your trip was very exciting this time. Is that thing sure to be the same thing as before? The second demon Red Bull demon said, after seeing the white tiger demon. The white tiger demon nodded and said, I will never forget that feeling, and the distance between us has not decreased at all. That thing is still alive, and it is still living under our noses. The fifth demon elemental holy dragon said, touching his head. These souls should be used to seal it, but we use them to maintain the demon realm. This may be the reason why it woke up, said the sixth demon abyss snake. But the demon realm cannot be maintained without maintenance. If it collapses, the abyss will expand faster, said Red Bull. Tell me about the process in detail. The first demon suddenly said. The white tiger demon nodded, and then told everyone in detail what happened. Is the Mecha from the other world still there? After everyone listened, the first demon asked. Mecha? Is that the name of their race? So weird, as long as it is in the abyss, it can't escape. Now it's gone. White tiger demon. While he was talking, the other party's breath disappeared in the abyss, and the mark on him also disappeared. Escape from the abyss, after all, it is the inheritance of the Lord of Elements, said the second demon god Red Bull demon god. The first demon god nodded. He missed an opportunity. Why did he let this brainless tiger go this time? Just now, Lao Wang used Rox's lantern to lock the ocean star, and then tore the space with all his strength to leave the abyss. Although there are still many things that have not been explored in the abyss, Lao Wang feels that if he doesn't leave, there may be problems. So he didn't hesitate, and chose to lead directly. Ocean Star. Future Guild Headquarters. Although the construction here has gone through twists and turns, and has been destroyed again and again, but under the strong strength of the Future Guild, it has finally been completed. At this time, Neptune is a perfect combination of technology and nature, and it has also become a tourist destination for players in the game. If you want to relax, there are sunshine, beaches, and waves here. If you want game content, there are copies, arenas, and various special buildings here. Although Lao Wang mysteriously disappeared, his future strength is still in the top 3 of the entire game. Although now in the Zerg finale copy, only we, Wunli and Wuming have defeated the second to last boss, but it is not time to relax. Compared to the two, we are still a little behind. I know, the competition between the Alliance and the Protoss is about to begin. How is the first group preparing now? No need to prepare anything, but it is not a good thing that the legend can participate this time. Yeah. If you force yourself to go up, once the results are not good, the NPCs in the Alliance will make trouble again. If you don't go up, you will be kicked out directly. It's so annoying. Why did you find Zhang Yi to act as the Alliance leader? Who is not better than him? The boss is also recuperating and breaking through the epic. This person is a bit like a tiger in the mountain. The people in the Future Guild originally studied and wrote down what to do for a period of time, but the research turned into a complaint meeting. Although they also know that complaining is meaningless, it is easy to get bored if they don't complain. After Lao Wang left and Yi Wuyo went to recuperate, the Alliance found Zhang Yi to act as the Alliance leader for some reason. They didn't follow Lao Wang's orders at all, which perfectly explained what it means to be ignored when people leave. Everyone also opposed it, and even pulled Li Yulong and Zhang Pin on. But the key is that Li Yulong and Zhang Pin on actually agreed. I don't know what they are thinking. General Zhang did not disappoint everyone. He started to target players as soon as he took office. Although it cannot cancel the Spacetime Legion because it is an agent, nor can it appoint the full power of the high-level officials of each star field. But the Alliance is the center of the Alliance's power after all, and even a random order from the agent can make the player sick enough. General Zhang's method of disgusting the players is very simple, that is, to stuff people into the 5th Legion endlessly, and let them interfere with the normal daily life of the players. This method is simple and efficient, and it is obvious that he wants to occupy the Magpie's nest. He lost the election for the leader of the Alliance because he had no Legion, and the 5th Legion just made up for his shortcomings. Some players even took the initiative to join him, which really proved that the players have no bottom line at all. When everyone complained, the sky of Ocean Star suddenly darkened, and then the space suddenly shattered and a meteor appeared in the sky. This meteorite should have been destroyed by the defense system of Ocean Star, but for some reason the defense system did not react at all. Chapter 336. People from the future came out to observe the meteorite, and found that it was heading straight for the lobby of the future base. Some people wanted to attack, but were stopped by Lin Qiming and others. They had noticed that the moment the meteorite appeared, Qian Wang quietly came online in their friend's system. When the meteorite reached the top of the base, it suddenly slowed down, and the flame disappeared, revealing the mecha inside. The Lord of Elements landed steadily on the square, and Lao Wang officially returned to the Alliance universe. When everyone saw this figure, they were immediately excited. The moment Lao Wang canceled the mecha, someone had already rushed over. After everyone was excited for a while, the commotion subsided. "Everyone! I'm back!" Lao Wang said excitedly to everyone. This day Lao Wang entered again. Lao Wang's legend is ready to set sail again. "This is the first time I feel so comfortable without a mecha." This was Lao Wang's first thought after he returned to the Alliance and looked at the sky. He really wore a mecha for too long. During these days in the abyss, he ate and lived in the mecha. If it wasn't for the convenience of being offline, he didn't dare to think about what he would experience. "Didn't you bring us any local specialties? After all, we are going to a new map." Lin Qiming walked out first and said, "Of course I brought them. I have put them in the guild warehouse. If you see anything you can use, just take it," Lao Wang said after giving her a hug. Everyone didn't care at first, but when they opened the warehouse and saw a warehouse full of high-level materials, they were shocked. "Wow! All high-level materials I have never seen before. I finally got all the materials for making legendary equipment. It turns out that this thing is only available in the new map. This legendary core is actually left behind after the legendary unit was killed. There are so many of them. What did the boss do?" When everyone in the future guild was shocked, a certain blog, forum, and post bar were all destroyed at the same time. The post titled "The Return of the Thousand Kings" shocked the entire network. All the player guilds sent messages at the same time, wanting to express goodwill, and Lao Wang replied to the messages one by one. Don't hit a smiling person. No matter what the relationship was before, since they released goodwill first, Lao Wang had no reason not to accept it. Anyway, they were the ones who suffered in the previous confrontation. The people of the future guild celebrated for a while, and then dispersed. There were really too many things waiting for Lao Wang to deal with. After you left, the Zerg were chased to their homeland by the Human and Protoss coalition. You know that the Zerg overlord used all his strength to build their homeland into a lair dungeon. This is a 100-player group dungeon, with a challenge level of 50 to 60. No one has been able to clear this dungeon for such a long time. There are not many guilds that can even gather 100 level 50 players. The third to last boss of this dungeon is a legend. Only 3 guilds, including ours, have defeated this boss, but we are all stuck at the second to last boss, and have not seen the Zerg overlord yet. There is also a competition between the Protoss and us, which is scheduled for a month later. Although the rules have not been determined yet, under the suggestion of that guy, legends can also participate in this competition. Many players in the Time and Space Legion have turned to NPCs, but there are no big groups, but some profit-seeking small groups. I guess they are starting to tremble now. Maybe the return of Lao Wang made everyone see the backbone. They reported all the problems of the past few days to Lao Wang. However, most of the problems can be easily solved as long as Lao Wang shows up. First of all, the real leader of the Alliance has returned, and Zhang Yi, the agent, can step down. Most of the things have been settled after he stepped down, and the only remaining problems are the Zerg Overlord Nest Dungeon and the Protoss battle. There is no rush for the dungeon, which can be passed sooner or later, but the Protoss battle is a bit troublesome. The Protoss and humans just met and directly defeated their common enemy. This made the Protoss and humans basically have no comradeship, but both sides are highly intelligent races, so they are still restrained. And the technology between them is not much different. Although the Protoss is a little ahead in technology, Yi Weo has left a deep impression on them. In addition, there is no obvious conflict in the resource needs of the two sides, so they did not fight. But all this is temporary, and no one can say what the specific situation will be in the future. So they came up with a solution, which was to establish an alliance. This alliance not only included Protoss and humans, but also Protoss's younger brothers. Since it was an alliance, it needed a leader. Protoss and his younger brothers certainly supported Protoss. But humans were not good at what they did, so how could they give up this position? And because neither side knew each other well, they decided to speak with fists, and whoever had the bigger fist would be the leader. Originally, in order to avoid hurting the relationship, Both sides wanted to let people below the legend take action, but the bad thing happened to General Zhang. I don't know where he got the confidence from. He insisted that even legend players could participate in the competition. There are more legend level 9 stars than humans, so of course they are willing. After some speculation, everyone roughly understood General Zhang's idea. He should want to kick the players out, and not let them enter the center of power in this universe. Because if players below the legend level participate in the competition, the players can't get around. Because too much experience is required to go from level 50 to level 60, there is still only Lao Wang in the entire player group who has broken through to the legend level. No one knows when Lao Wang will return at that time. If the players do not participate in this competition, they will definitely be kicked out of the center of power in this universe. But now Lao Wang has returned, his plan has been shattered. Because no matter whether they win or lose, they can't get around Lao Wang, the leader of the alliance. But the mess is still left. If General Zhang does not participate, Lao Wang will have no one to use. In addition, Lao Wang's level is a bit low for NPCs. Such an important Battlestar spirit will definitely reach the 9th level of legend. In the eyes of the players, Lao Wang is not a match for the 9th level legend at present. Forget it, don't think about it for now. Everything will wait until tomorrow's Alliance Council. I will take back the position of Alliance leader first. Lao Wang didn't have any good ideas. Although he felt that he was fine, it didn't seem to be enough to just be fine. The next day, Lao Wang went online early, and went to the Central Star with everyone to prepare for the Alliance Council. But as soon as he left the teleportation array, Lao Wang felt something was wrong, and the system prompt quickly confirmed this. System prompt: someone is trying to kill you. Once you die, you will lose your position as the leader of the Alliance. Old Wang, this position is too easy to lose. He feels that if he hadn't survived in the abyss this time, this position would have been lost long ago. Whenever he died, his status would not be missing. What happened? Lin Qiming asked Old Wang, who looked painful. Nothing, you guys move away, someone wants to kill me. Old Wang summoned the mecha and blocked a laser flying from the air. When the people in the future saw this scene, they reacted quickly and immediately summoned the mecha to surround Old Wang in the center. It's a pity that the strength is not enough. The 7 legendary mechas that assassinated Old Wang this time, 1 legendary mid-level and 6 legendary low-level. If everyone in the future fights against a legendary low-level together, there may be a chance to win, but now, after a round of volleys from the opponent, only Old Wang is left on the field. Fortunately, they didn't lose their positions after they died, and they may even have lost nothing because they were affected. Is this my welcome ceremony? You can really make me angry accurately every time. Old Wang said, as he looked at the position where his companions fell because he had not had time to protect them. But these few were obviously dead soldiers, and had no intention of communicating with Old Wang. They started another round of attacks. After all, this was the Central Star. Although someone helped them to block the reinforcements, they did not have much time. But something unexpected happened to them. After another round of attacks, the man in front of them was still unharmed. They were hurt by the counterattack. Is the fight over? Is it my turn next? Old Wang's words sounded like the whisper of a devil to these people, and they subconsciously took a step back collectively. Old Wang disappeared directly in front of them, and the crystal sword directly pierced into the chest of a mecha. The power of the elements burst out, and the mecha fell to the ground. Chapter 337. Old Wang ignored the assassin's territory and killed a legend directly, which made them all stunned for a moment. Then the next moment, they all started to flee together. This was not an enemy they could deal with at all, but how could Old Wang let them go? The Rayonicer at his hand was divided into 7, turning into 7 flying swords of different attributes. 7 swords flew out from the backs of several fleeing elements. Out of respect for the legendary mid-level, 2 swords were used to deal with him. They didn't know that Old Wang had been reborn after returning from the abyss, and none of them could withstand Old Wang's attack. After killing 7 of them, Old Wang picked up their fallen bodies, and asked Lin Qiming and others who had resurrected to take their bodies to the parliament. Because Old Wang killed too quickly, they actually arrived at the parliament first. Those NPCs who came to support Old Wang looked at these bodies, and then looked at Old Wang. Their eyes were a little solemn. This man was no longer someone they could deal with casually, he grew too fast. After a while, Xu Yunmin, Zhang Pinan and Li Yulong arrived together. These people obviously knew what happened. After they arrived, they just greeted Lao Wang and fell silent. Zhang Yi arrived late. He arrived just when the parliament was about to start. I'm back, he said when he saw the old queen. Although his tone was not very polished, Lao Wang could still hear the unwillingness in his voice. Yes. This is really a wonderful trip. Now that I'm back, you can take a break. Lao Wang looked at General Zhang and said. Okay. General Zhang did not struggle too much. If it was when Lao Wang was just elected as the leader of the alliance, he could still fight for it. But now Lao Wang has made great contributions to the human race, and his own strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He really can't fight anymore. Hello everyone. After the parliament began, Lao Wang stood directly in front of the stage. As for the handover of work, he would talk about it later. Why did he work so hard to improve his strength? Isn't it so that he can be willful like now at any time? With Lao Wang's current strength, he can be willful like this, otherwise his efforts will not be in vain. Just like Ning Jing said, I still want to introduce myself, so that all these years have not been in vain. After Lao Wang said some clichés to everyone, he entered the main topic of today, which is the issue he wanted to talk about. I was assassinated outside just now. I think everyone knows it. I will investigate this slowly, so don't worry about it, but I hope you don't send anyone to die. Now even if the legendary 9th level sneak attack can't kill me, don't waste the manpower of the human race. Lao Wang. Lao Wang's words made the whole audience burst into an uproar, but they didn't doubt Lao Wang's words, and the bodies were still there. Next, let's discuss the second issue, the match with the Protoss. Because we have to send legendary strongmen, we need everyone to work together. This position is very important, even more important than everyone thinks. Because it won't be long before we have a new common enemy. Lao Wang. What enemy? One person asked. Don't worry, this is the third issue I want to talk about, and it is also the place I went to this time abyss. Watch the video I shot first, and then discuss the rest. Lao Wang. After he finished speaking, he showed everyone some videos he shot in the abyss, including the Black Cloud of Black Cloud City, the giant supporting Demon City, the beginning of the Battle of the King of 10,000 Realms, and the Battle of the Demons. The power of the abyss is terrifying, especially the beginning of the Battle of 10,000 Realms, and the Battle of the Demons. Legends are basically cannon fodder. In the Alliance universe, legends are the pinnacle of power, and they have unparalleled pride. Now you tell me that there is a brand new world, and legends are cannon fodder. How can I bear it? After Lao Wang's video ended, these people still didn't come back to their senses, and they still didn't dare to believe it. Everyone, I show you these not to attack you, but to discuss countermeasures with you. You have also seen how powerful the power of the abyss is. Now that world is expanding disorderly, and can border our world at any time. We are not in a state of shock now, we should think of countermeasures. Lao Wang. Are all these things you put real? How did you survive, and come back? Someone reacted and began to doubt Lao Wang. This is a normal reaction. Once a person encounters something he doesn't want to face, he will subconsciously choose to escape. I don't want this to be true, but unfortunately it is true. As for how I came back, it depends on this good treasure. Lao Wang. Lao Wang said, and sent out the equipment attributes he got from rocks. Light, epic after use, it will help you lock the coordinates of the places you have been to. Note, light up the way home. This thing is the material I cut from a demon god. Of course, I attack by surprise. I am not the opponent of the demon god in a head-on battle. Lao Wang. What on earth are the demons you're talking about? I saw their battle on the screen was so weird, and the legends didn't even have the power to resist at all, another person asked. Is it an epic? General Zhang suddenly asked anxiously. Yes. It's an epic. Everyone has seen this level of epic, that is Lord Yuwuyo. Many people present our legends. I believe everyone knows legends very well. Then do you know why ordinary lords can't deal with legends? Lao Wang. Of course, it's because of the domain. Legends are gods in the domain, said one person. That's right, legends have domains, and epics control the rules. Under the rules, epics are gods, and at the same time, only the power of rules can resist the rules, just like the domain, and even more powerful than the domain's suppression of legends. Lao Wang said a little seriously. General Zhang was a little thoughtful when he heard Lao Wang talking about the rules. Fortunately, there is Lord Yuwuyo. As long as the Lord recovers, he can fight with his strength, said a neutral person. Not so good. There are more than 3,000 demons in the abyss, and there are 12 demon lords above these demons. According to my guess, they are all mythical characters. Lao Wang. You said it was a guess, and what level is myth, and these are all your one-sided words. What proof can you provide? The man who didn't want to believe Lao Wang said again. Lao Wang looked at him, and sent a screenshot of the level of his weapon Lannister. It was clearly written on it, level, mythical, and the man was silent now. This man has actually obtained mythical equipment. No wonder he has such strength. The colorful streamer is obviously not an ordinary item. I wonder if I can get a bargain. Lao Wang doesn't know that showing Raynosaur has caused some people to have bad intentions. But he wouldn't care if he knew. After all, it is no longer the same as before. The most important thing is that Raynosaur is bound, and these people can't take it away. Even if they use some special method to get it away, Raynosaur is a divine weapon that recognizes its master, and these people can't equip it. As long as the system doesn't make trouble, Lao Wang doesn't worry about Raynosaur being lost. The players on the scene looked at each other helplessly. They got this person and became stronger. However, they looked at each other. Those who can sit here today are basically future allies. They immediately said in unison, "Keep it secret." Okay. Give those idiots a surprise when the time comes. Why do I look familiar with this colorful streamer? Xu Yuanmin suddenly said when the players were communicating. Isn't this the shining light on the monument? No wonder the monument can create legends. It turns out it is a mythical equipment. Xu Yuanmin's deputy said. The monument they were talking about was the obelisk, and everyone had different expressions when they heard it. Others didn't know about the obelisk, but everyone present knew it. After all, they were already the center of the Alliance's full strength. How could they not know the shame of the Alliance? And when the White Lotus sect was wiped out, there was such a big commotion, and the White Lotus nest is still floating in the outer domain. Obelisk? You should use the method of the Abyss race, directly absorbing the energy of the mythical equipment to break through. However, this method is not suitable for humans, because our breakthrough does not rely on ourselves but on the Mecha, and our lifespan is also the feedback after the Mecha breaks through. Using the human body to absorb the energy of the obelisk is not intended to seek death. Lao Wang directly pointed out the reason. Chapter 338. It is said that people need to go out and walk around to broaden their horizons. If it was before, Lao Wang would definitely not be able to directly see the principle of the obelisk. Even now, he can understand why these people are crazy, because the powerful power of the mythical items has changed their bodies. And that equipment obviously has an owner, even like Lao Nizar, a divine weapon that recognizes the owner. That's why it is like this, creating a White Lotus cult out of thin air. Absorb the power from the item? General Zhang became interested again. His life is almost over, and he doesn't want to give up now if he has a chance. Don't think about it, this is not a method that humans can use at all, and the obelisk obviously has an owner. If you don't want to become a monster, don't try it, Lao Wang said directly. I know that if I become a monster, I will not be myself. Even if I can survive, I will not try it. Zhang Yi. No problem. After popularizing the things about the abyss to everyone, Lao Wang dismissed the meeting and brought the players to the Space-Time Legion. The first thing Lao Wang did when he came was to get rid of all the NPCs sent by General Zhang. Lao Wang didn't tolerate any of these people, whether they were captains or deputy legionaries. In fact, if possible, Lao Wang would even want to kick out Dark Knight, leaving only players in the entire Time and Space Legion at this stage. Wait until the players have completely established a foothold in the Alliance, and then cooperate with the NPCs. As for when to establish a foothold? Of course, it will be when the players break through to legends on a large scale. But it's a pity that Dark Knight was very honest during Lao Wang's absence and didn't jump out, so he didn't have a chance. But think about it, General Zhang is the acting leader of the Alliance, how dare Dark Knight jump out? If the players hadn't attracted firepower for them, they would definitely not have had an easy time. Why do you dismiss us? We were appointed by General Zhang, and we didn't make any mistakes. One person found Lao Wang very unconvinced. He was the Deputy Legion Commander appointed by General Zhang, and this position was a world of difference compared to his original position. People, when they don't have some things, they may not think about them, but when they have them and lose them, it is a kind of torment. I can endure darkness because I have never seen light. Lao Wang didn't have much feeling about this person who jumped out, but just had someone drag him down. But the next moment, this person actually summoned a mecha, and the players who entrusted him were shaken away on the spot, and their health bars were emptied, and went to the resurrection point. Seeing this, Lao Wang got angry. He could forgive the big shouting and making a fuss, who couldn't accept the gap in his heart. But he couldn't tolerate this NPC treating human life as worthless, even if the player would not die. He summoned the mecha without any hesitation, and any NPC among these people would not survive. The kind that Lao Wang couldn't save even with a holy light. After all, the holy light couldn't save the dead. So Lao Wang didn't intend to let him go, and directly announced his death sentence. However, Lao Wang didn't summon the mecha. There were too many people here, and he snapped his fingers at the mecha that was attacking him. 6 elemental shackles fell from the sky, fixing the mecha firmly on the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Then an elemental magic circle appeared under him, and an elemental impact soared into the sky, decomposing the more than 40-level mecha on the spot. That's right, it was decomposition. The mecha was directly decomposed by Lao Wang into the most basic elements. Nothing was left, including the body of the man. After doing all this, Lao Wang said to Lin Qiming, "Draft a document and send it out, saying that this man assassinated the leader of the alliance and was shot dead on the spot." "Okay. But when did you learn this trick?" Lin Qiming asked Lao Wang with shining eyes. Others around him also looked at him with the same expression, which made Lao Wang a little uncomfortable. "Don't look at me like that. When you reach the legend, you can be like me. This thing will come naturally, and you don't need to learn it," Lao Wang said. "I didn't believe someone who said this game can turn you into a Superman before, but now I've been slapped in the face. It turns out that a Superman is right next to me. Damn, I'm a warrior. If I had known that mages are so cool, I would have chosen a mage. Ha ha. I'm a mage. Ha ha ha. You can't reach legend. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Watch me, monkey stealing peaches. Ah, you actually use such a vicious move. Watch my crotch kick. Ah, I'm going to fight you." Everyone finally managed to separate the two good friends who had turned against each other. These two are true friends. Every move is merciless and goes straight to the point. The farce diluted the emotions that everyone had just brewed with great difficulty, and they can also proceed to the next thing. They have to deal with those players who defected to NPCs, and everyone has already thought about how to deal with them. We have no objection to your desire to develop and cling to thighs, but the premise is that you can't sacrifice the interests of others. You know how much effort the players have put into the spacetime, but you actually let the spacetime regress so much for your own little things. This is intolerable. You should hand over what you have obtained and leave the spacetime core." After Lao Wang gathered most of the players who had surrendered to the NPC, he said to them, "The best way to deal with greedy people is to make them lose what they care about. What do these players care about most? Of course it is money. If it weren't for money, why would they choose to cling to the NPC? So the biggest punishment for them is to find them and teach them a profound lesson. But how could these people honestly hand over their profits? They don't even care about the infamy of being a traitor, so how could they care about Lao Wang's words?" After Lao Wang finished speaking, only 3 people honestly handed over all their profits and left. After the spacetime core was formed, no one else took his words seriously. "Boss, I see no one else has paid. Why should we? Besides, why should we pay everything? He doesn't know how much money we have made." After the 3 left, a bald man asked a pale-faced young man. "Of course the boss has his own ideas, you don't have a brain, so don't ask too much," said a young man with a mohawk hairstyle. "You have a brain, explain it to me." These 3 people are a small group. The 3 of them grew up in an orphanage, and have been together since childhood. The pale-faced young man called the boss by the bald man is named Jean E. The bald young man is called Jean Air, and the young man with a mohawk is called Jean San. After they came out of the orphanage and saw the prosperous world, they vowed to make money. Even their names were changed by themselves. They were not surnamed Jean before, nor were they called such simple names. And they changed their surnames to Jean for their own goals. These are people with great perseverance. Jean E looked at the 2 brothers, who were about to quarrel, and said directly, "You are the only one who accused each other of being brainless." "Haha, it really shouldn't be, boss, you see," Jean Air said while touching his bald head. "Okay, I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. I was just thinking about how big the gap between me and that person is. The reason why I chose to pay the money honestly and leave is because I know that I really can't leave without paying the money. What do you think we did this time? That's an act of betraying more than 99% of the players in the entire game. If we don't pay the money honestly, we will only be squeezed dry later. And they must have a way to verify whether we have paid all the money. Don't forget that this game has magic," Jean said. "It turns out that you think far ahead, boss." Jean San. "You are still quick at flattering." Jean Air. "Of course. You are quite proud. Okay, stop talking nonsense, this may be our chance." The situation on the side of the spacetime core was the same as Jean guessed. Those who were unwilling to hand over their earnings were wanted on the spot. And it was wanted by the whole game, with photos posted everywhere, even photos of the present life were posted. Although Lao Wang asked people to withdraw as soon as he found out, it was too late. So these people were unlucky. They were killed wherever they went online, and they were despised wherever they went offline. It didn't take long for them to surrender, and because of the lie detector, they couldn't keep anything at all. It can be said that they lost both the wife and the army. Even because some people's earnings had been spent, they had to find a way to make up for it. This caused some people to be injured directly, and they didn't even have a chance to recover. Because although the bounty was withdrawn, it was difficult for them to come out again. Chapter 339. After everything was done, the players started to develop rapidly again, and Lao Wang also set his sights on the Nest copy. The final chapter of the Zerg Overlord Nest copy. Copy Introduction. Zerg were originally the most inconspicuous creatures on the planet Xeris. No one knows how they appeared, except that they did not evolve naturally. This insect-like creature was called Zerg by the people on this planet. At that time, they had nothing special except that they had strong vitality. Until one day an energy storm swept across Xeris, and a large number of Xeris life was directly destroyed. The Zerg survived the storm tenaciously, and scholars speculated that it was at this time that they gained that extraordinary power. Wisdom with wisdom, they began to reproduce and evolve, although their original size was very small, like insects. And they did not have the ability to control and respond to the surrounding environment, but they developed ways to adapt. In this harsh environment, the Zerg developed an ability to drill into the bodies of native creatures that died in the storm. By absorbing everything from these hosts, the Zerg slowly began to transform their bodies, making their appearance closer to these creatures. When they were able to perfectly master this power, the Zerg began to use their new bodies to interact with the surrounding environment. As the Zerg began to absorb and manipulate more and more creatures, they also began to absorb and merge these genetic chains. The chemical molecules of the Zerg began to change with the absorbed genetic chains, and their morphology began to evolve further. Then the Zerg instinctively began to devour each other to evolve, to ensure that they could leave the strongest individuals at each stage of evolution. At that time, the Zerg would directly devour other races they encountered, or immediately be completely eliminated to enrich their gene pool. After just a few generations, the Zerg would inherit the advantages of those races swallowed by the Zerg. At that time, the Zerg probably only had one form, with tentacles that could penetrate steel, limbs as sharp as razors, and super dense shells. This ability made them a greedy, but extremely united race. But everything probably changed from the day the Overlord was born, and no one knew how it appeared. The most reliable guess is that because of the unrestrained plunder of their own planet, the environment around the Zerg became increasingly harsh. In order to survive, the Zerg chose to concentrate the most special power of their race wisdom, and created the Zerg Overlord out of thin air. After the Overlord was born, all Zerg shared this brain, or it controlled all Zerg. It did not disappoint the Zerg, and successfully led the Zerg to become a cosmic race, opening their nearly invincible evolutionary path. In less than 100 years, the Zerg developed to a stage that was almost unstoppable. The Overmind also began to create various functional Zerg according to the climate and needs of various planets. In the long years that followed, the Zerg began to conquer the entire universe until they encountered the coalition of humans and Protoss. That powerful life, like a god, destroyed the power of the Zerg above the 9th level with one blow. In order to survive, the Overlord forcibly built a nest, and the final chapter of the Zerg Overlord officially began. Alliance Science Daily. Number of people in the copy, 2 to 100. Entry level, 50 to 60. Time limit for the copy, none. Number limit, 1 time/month. Must drop rewards. Rare and perfect set drawings, experience, and set materials for mechas of various attributes from level 50 to 60, current level. Probability of drop. Legendary materials, ultimate skill upgrade materials, legendary set drawings, very small, epic materials, very small, legendary gems, small, legendary equipment, small, legendary skills, very small, special drawings, very small, epic equipment crown of the Overlord, very small, equipment evolution stone, very small. The color of the name of this copy can be seen to be different from other copies. The names of normal Nest copies are all golden. Gold represents this legend, that is, they are all legendary copies, and the name of this copy is Crimson, which is the color of epic. It's CD once a month, and the ability to drop epic equipment also prove its extraordinariness. This should be the ultimate dungeon of the game. The hill in front is our current progress. This huge boss is called Zerwin. After everyone took Lao Wang into the dungeon, Lin Qiming pointed to the hill in front of him, and said to Lao Wang, "This is a huge alien insect as tall as the mountain, and it is also a field boss. It has the same huge mouth parts and claws as other alien insects, but its lower body is firmly embedded in the earth. Zerwin is a special alien insect. According to its background introduction, it is one of the few alien insects that did not hand in wisdom when creating the Overmind. That is to say, it is an ancient Zerg, and it may be older than the Overlord. If the Zerg had not been exterminated this time, it might have continued to sleep underground. It is also possible that it was simply affected, but these cannot be verified at present. The copy description given by the Alliance Science News actually has many doubts. Behind Zerwin is the place where the Zerg Overlord is located, Zerg Temple. If you want to go there, you must kill the gatekeeper. What is its domain? Lao Wang asked everyone while looking at Zerwin, who was like an ordinary mountain. We haven't seen the other party use the domain yet, but it should be an electric attribute domain. Okay. This thing is legendary level 5. I go up and try it first. After all, this is a copy. If the opponent's health is too much, I don't have any good way, Lao Wang said. At present, there are 2 legendary and unlegendary monsters in the whole game that Lao Wang can't deal with alone. One is the world boss, and the other is the dungeon boss. These 2 are very difficult for Lao Wang to fight. The main reason is that they have too much HP. Although Lao Wang is strong, it is still too difficult to rely on himself. They are not like other monsters that can be injured and killed, as if they really exist. As long as it is not free mode, they are completely data-based. Even Lao Wang can only kill them by calculating damage. After Lao Wang flew towards Zerwin, just after entering its hatred range, a laser impact as thick as a water tank came straight to Lao Wang. This is Zerwin's skill Thunder Jet. After Lao Wang avoided it, the ray fell to the ground, and a large amount of thunder energy directly destroyed the place hit. The crowd of onlookers had been prepared, and they avoided the place in advance. Lao Wang dodged the attack and continued to fly towards the huge Zerwin. The Yin shield in front of him rose up, and it seemed that he wanted to take Zerwin's attack head-on. But Zerwin's thunder power gave Lao Wang a surprise. This ray not only had the power of thunder, but also had the magic power of the alien insects and other impact forces. And the impact force among them was actually a physical attack, which means that this was a mixed attack. Lao Wang, who was hit by the ray head-on, was caught off guard and was directly shot down from the sky. However, Zerwin is also a dungeon boss, and it must also abide by the rules of the dungeon. If it was the outside world, Lao Wang might have been seriously injured by this attack, but in the dungeon, he only lost some mana. Lao Wang quickly regrouped and flew towards Zerwin again. It was not that he was stubborn and flew towards Zerwin, but the opponent's defense was too high. His attack did not cause much damage to the opponent at this distance. After Lao Wang entered the expected attack distance, Raunisur transformed into a longbow and rushed towards Zerwin with a falling meteor. This attack knocked off about 0.5% of Zerwin's health, and its health dropped by a small grid. Although it only dropped a little, Lin Qimeng and other 100-man elite group fired more than he did. However, Lao Wang was obviously not satisfied with this effect. He took a deep breath and turned on the Phoenix mode and blessed various states. Raunisur transformed into a crystal arm armor, and the 9 gems of element surrounded the wrist of the arm armor. A spear made of elemental power appeared in Lao Wang's hand equipped with arm armor, and was raised above his head by Lao Wang. Then Lao Wang burst out with all his strength, and the energy on the arm armor pushed to assist Lao Wang, and the elemental spear was projected. A colorful stream cut through the sky, and the light hit Zerwin's chest and penetrated into it. Zerwin, who was hit by the elemental spear, roared, and his health dropped by 5%. Then the elemental spear exploded, and the elemental power erupted, causing secondary damage to it. This time the damage was much higher than the spear hit, and the violent explosion set off a small mushroom cloud on Zerwin. This attack knocked off another 10% of Zerwin's health. With just one attack, Lao Wang knocked off 15% of the boss's health. Lao Wang's friends were all stunned, until Zerwin's roar pulled them back from the shock. Chapter 340. Damn it! After Zerwin roared, electricity surged on his huge body, and the lightning field spread all over the map. Lin Qimeng and others, who had not yet entered the attack range, were also affected by the force field, and began to lose blood continuously. This is its second stage, and we were all killed here. In this stage, its defense power has increased significantly, and this electric force field can reduce people's defense, which means that the more it hits, the more it hurts. We have tried various methods to deal with this thing, and we are not immune to it at all. In the first stage, it will only use energy rays to attack remotely. Although the attack is at the level of instant kill and the range is not small, as long as you fly in the air and master the rhythm, you can still pass it. In this stage, the attack method becomes lightning attack. As long as you are not too close to it, it will not use physical attack. Liao Wuhan quickly told Lao Wang about the situation, although they had said these things several times before they came in. Lao Wang looked at his teammates whose blood volume was rapidly decreasing, and then looked at his own blood volume that was not moving at all. The electric forces attacking him were all absorbed by the electric orb and the elemental orb. Even the high-frequency lightning attack of the alien insect was not spared by the electric orb. "Come to me quickly, I am immune to this damage," Lao Wang said immediately after seeing the status. Everyone began to gather around Lao Wang after hearing this, and 100 people were just the limit of Lao Wang's protection. "Damn, is this how this dungeon is played?" Lao Ma looked at the lightning in front of him that was constantly absorbed by the orb, and said in disbelief, "It should be about the same, these lightnings can obviously be absorbed. However, there should be some special props that we haven't found, but it can't be Lao Wang's treasure. This speed is obviously too strong. If it is this thing, this copy will not be challenging at all. Miracle Sword Dao. Don't talk about this for now, switch to long-range attack, and fight." Lao Wang. Because of the protection of the lightning orb, everyone began to output without pressure. Although Zolwan's defense has grown a lot in this stage, it is useless to stand there and take a beating. Until its health was hit to 70% and entered the next stage, the energy in the lightning orb was accumulated by January 10th. As soon as it ended this stage and switched to the next stage, Lao Wang looked at the giant beast in front of him and shouted, "You like playing with thunder so much, then I give it back to you." Lao Wang burst out all the electricity absorbed by the lightning orb, turning into a purple sky thunder that fell from the sky. Zerwin, who was hit by the thunder, roared again in pain. He couldn't avoid the thunder. This thunder burst knocked off 21% of Zerwin's health, reducing his health to 49%. He was forced to enter the fourth stage before he could even show his third stage. The thunder field burst out from his body, and all the attributes of the people in the future except Lao Wang plummeted. But before they started to panic, a colorful field opened up and enveloped them, and their negative status disappeared immediately. Is this its field? It looks like a thunder attribute field. Can the boss deal with it? Lo Wuhan. As long as it is an elemental field, it is not a threat to me, Lao Wang said with a smile. If he hadn't intentionally controlled it, Lao Wang would have laughed out loud. This boss was really suppressed by him. Except for the mixed attribute ray that caught him off guard at the beginning, the next few stages were basically a waste. This is only in the dungeon. If it is outside the dungeon, it will be killed in seconds. In fact, Lao Wang didn't take Zerwin seriously from the beginning. To be more arrogant, Lao Wang didn't take enemies below the high legendary level seriously. Zerwin summoned from the field still couldn't cause any trouble to Lao Wang. Its long-range attack methods are still only thunder and spikes. Using thunder is basically hurting itself, and using spikes will be blocked by everyone. Even if it bursts AoE, it can't hurt everyone in the elemental field. As its health value drops, it becomes more and more violent. No! I won't accept it. Zerwin, whose health value has dropped to 15%, roared unwillingly, but it was indeed greeted by another elemental holy spear from Lao Wang. This attack killed it directly without giving it a chance to use any fancy skills. System prompt. Congratulations to the future guild player Qian Wang for first clearing the boss Zerwin. System prompt. Congratulations. After Zerwin fell, the game announcement sounded, and the entire game was silent for a while before going back to work. That person has returned. Who can stop the future guild? It may be the first kill in a while. What's the big deal? It's just like joining their guild. Unlike ordinary players, the women players felt a little bitter when they saw the boss in front of them with 60% health. They were far ahead of others because the hidden NPC has not been exposed yet. Currently, only they have the special equipment electric field jammer to deal with the boss. But everything changed after that person returned. Another chance for the women to rise was lost. Forget it, don't think about it. Let's beat the boss in front of us first. Maybe we still have a chance to beat the last boss. I'm really afraid that after you finish saying this, the first kill notification will come. Stop talking nonsense and hide from skills. Lao Wang and his friends didn't know about these fancy things. They were attracted by something dropped by Zerwin. After Zerwin died, it was a real explosion. In its treasure chest, there were more than 30 perfect set drawings of various professions. In addition, 2 legendary set drawings and 1 legendary loose piece drawings were dropped. However, these were not the things that attracted Lao Wang and his friends. What attracted them was a special item called Zerwin's memory fragment. This thing is like a slideshow, constantly playing Zerwin's life. This planet originally had no creatures like Zerg, which everyone knows. One day a tall black shadow released a bunch of small lives to the planet, and Zerwin was among them. Then, just like the copy introduction, the Zerg survived and evolved on this planet until one day the storm came. In Zerwin's sight, everyone can clearly see the black shadow in the storm, and this storm is obviously man-made. Next, it is different from the copy introduction. The Zerg did not directly gain wisdom, and was still in a chaotic state. These primitive Zergs fought, devoured and evolved frantically, and gradually, some powerful predators evolved wisdom. Zerwin was one of them. These intelligent Zergs began to form their own tribes, and since then, the primitive Zergs have entered the primitive tribal stage. Instead of savagely plundering the resources of the planet, let alone absorbing the bodies of the dead native creatures, there have never been many resources here. This planet is originally a barren planet with a harsh climate, which is not caused by the Zerg. They are naturally adapted to this extreme environment and do not need to escape. If the primitive Zergs at this time develop normally, they may become a race like humans and Protoss. But one day, the shadow that created the Zerg took the initiative to show up and tried to rule all the primitive Zergs. But he miscalculated. These primitive Zergs that evolved through bloody fighting and devouring have already formed independent and free consciousness. They rejected each other's rule. No intelligent race is willing to be ruled, and the Zerg is no exception. The Zerg originally thought that they would be doomed, and they were ready to die for freedom. But the Shadow did not take tough measures, it chose a more special means, it created a complex creature Zerg Overlord. The Shadow used the powerful mental power of the Overlord to influence and control the primitive Zerg, and at the same time completely deprive them of their autonomous consciousness, becoming creatures that completely obeyed the Overlord. The Zerg that everyone faced was born. The story here is completely different from the introduction of the copy, but everyone knows that this is the truth. Because this is what Zerwin witnessed with his own eyes, and the introduction of the copy is the development history inferred by humans. Zerwin was actually not controlled, and its powerful strength allowed it to escape. However, for these primitive Zerg that were not controlled, what awaits them will be the slavery of the Overlord. Especially Zerwin witnessed the birth of the Overlord with his own eyes, and those primitive Zerg that were not controlled were terrified. They tried to resist, but under the powerful and efficient command of the Overmind, the new Zerg swarm quickly defeated the original Zerg. The original Zerg were slaughtered and transformed into the new Zerg swarm. Seeing that they could no longer fight against the Overmind and the Zerg swarm, the few surviving original Zerg, including Zerwin, were forced to sleep underground or escape into the stars to avoid being hunted down. Chapter 341. For some unknown reason, the Zerg Overlord spared the primitive Zerg hiding underground. Later, the Black Shadow that controlled the Overlord disappeared. The Zerg Overlord completely ruled the Zerg and began to expand into the universe. Until recently, the Zerg were defeated, and the coalition of humans and Protoss chased them to their home planet. In order to survive, the Zerg Overlord built a nest. Zerwin, who was hiding underground, was in bad luck. He was directly involved in the dungeon by the power of the law and became the boss. How miserable is this? After reading Zerwin's life, Lao Wang now has only one thought, that is, who is the Black Shadow? Is he still there? The Black Shadow is a creator-level thing at first glance. He may also be the ultimate boss of this game, of course, it may be something else. After understanding the true appearance of the birth of the Zerg, others are basically the same as Lao Wang, wondering what the Black Shadow is. This memory fragment is a must-drop item. The system wants to bring out the future plot through this item. The Zerg are already singing the last note. They are looking forward to what the new program will be. Picking up the Zerg's drops, everyone followed Lao Wang to deal with a few small monsters, and then entered the Zerg temple. As soon as they entered the temple, they saw the Overlord sitting on the throne with a huge Black Shadow statue behind him. The moment they entered the hall, the Overlord slowly opened his eyes. Everyone suddenly felt that their eyes went black, and then they appeared alone in a world full of fog. At the same time, the system prompt rang in their ears. System prompt: the Zerg Overlord has released the skill Spiritual World to you. Please find the real companions in the spirit world and break this illusion before you can get out. Note that once more than half of the players are killed, you will be killed by the spirit world. This system prompt contains a lot of information. First of all, everyone should look for real companions, which means there will be fake companions among them. Also, the number of deaths cannot be too large. If more than half of the people are killed, everyone will be wiped out, which means they must hurry up. At the same time, everyone cannot use the chat channel now, but everyone is very confident that this skill is very simple for them, the high-level players. Night Owl, as the main force in the future of course, thinks so, and then he meets the first teammate. This is a player of the elite group of the future guild. After they met each other, Night Owl asked directly, The king of heaven covers the earth tiger. The other party immediately replied, the pagoda suppresses the river monster. Hearing this, Night Owl put down his guard. Beware, NPC can't possibly know the secret code of this world, right? But the facts told Night Owl that it could. When the player approached him, he turned into a monster with a bloody mouth, which scared him so much that his soul almost left his body. If it weren't for a special consumable that saved his life, he might have been eliminated directly. Night Owl took great pains to deal with him, then blamed himself for not being cautious enough and repeatedly said that he had to be careful again, and then he began to search again. Soon he met another player, and this time he met Lao Wang. He looked at Lao Wang and asked, how do you prove that you are real? Lao Wang looked at him puzzledly and said, old ye, are you stupid? Who do you think can play me? As he said that, he summoned Lao Neezer and Elnett, and Night Owl once again let down his guard. But he guessed wrong again. This was still a monster, and he wasted the special consumable again. Maybe he had a conflict with Lao Wang, so he met 4 more Lao Wangs along the way, all of which were fake. This almost made her collapse, and when he met the 5th one, he attacked without thinking. Ding! A sound came without breaking the defense, and Lao Wang looked at him and said, don't worry, I'm real. Boss, do you know how I just got through it? These NPCs know almost everything. Night Owl grabbed Lao Wang and wailed loudly. This journey tortured him enough, and the key was that he was unlucky not to meet a real companion. Okay, let's go find other people first, Lao Wang said. Lao Wang was actually more unlucky. He met more than 20 companions, but they were all fake. However, the world in Lao Wang's eyes was different from his. Those fake people were all prototypes in his eyes. Even just now, he didn't understand why these weak monsters rushed up to him with excitement when they met him. It was not until he met Night Owl that he realized that what they saw was different. This should be the effect of fire eyes and golden pupils, which is a professional equipment for detecting illusions. After the two met, perhaps because of their luck, they quickly met several people in succession. Some of these people attacked as soon as they came up, and it seemed that they were really deceived. When the crowd continued to explore, they saw another team. As soon as the other party saw them, they immediately greeted them and prepared to join them. But those people had just taken a few steps when they were hit by the rays of the elemental Lord Lao Wang, and they were all killed. Everyone? ? They looked at Lao Wang in confusion. Is there an enemy on the other side? He started fighting before he even asked. And in their opinion, the probability of this kind of team being fake should not be high. Look at the team kill prompt. Yi Maozi looked at the doubtful eyes of the crowd and immediately said to them. Everyone immediately looked at the kill prompt after hearing it, and found that it said, Player Qian Wang killed the Phantom Ghost. Player Qian Wang killed the Phantom Ghost. Player Qian Wang. The system prompts on the screen proved that Lao Wang did not kill the wrong person, which made them a little embarrassed. Yi Maozi looked at their expressions and laughed. Can you doubt the level of the boss? Just kidding. After everyone dealt with this group of Phantom Ghosts, they met many teammates again, and their team became bigger and bigger. But at this time, there were only more than 60 people left in the future guild. The Phantom Ghosts were not difficult to deal with, but it was really hard to avoid their sudden sneak attacks after they approached you. Lao Wang and others knew that they needed to speed up. If the death toll exceeded 50, they would be wiped out. In this way, they soon met a large group of people, led by Lin Qiming. Do you think this group of people is real? Asked Yi Maozi. From their lack of enthusiasm, there should be no problem, said another person. You have to ask the boss about this. Go over first. No matter what happens later, don't take action, said Lao Wang. After everyone nodded, they followed Lao Wang to the group of people. Old Wang? Lin Qiming asked tentatively. Yes, it's me, Old Wang replied. The team was relieved to hear this, but just when Old Wang was about to join them, a spiritual energy shock came straight to Old Wang from the crowd. Old Wang easily took it, and blocked the people behind him who subconsciously wanted to attack, and came to the front of Old Horse in their crowd. Old Wang didn't waste time talking to it, and slapped the fake Old Horse mixed in the crowd to death with one blow. Then he picked out a few more, and the rest were the real players. These are actually monsters. We didn't even find them along the way. Yes. The boss is still powerful. He can actually tell whether they are real or fake. These monsters are actually playing tricks. If this fight breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Have you encountered a team of monsters that turned into our appearance just now? Old Wang Lin Qiming asked. No, I only encountered another team of more than 10 people. What do you mean? Lin Qiming. That's right, we just encountered a completely fake you, and you encountered a completely fake team, which means they may have encountered us, Lao Wang. That's not good. If they are all killed, we will be killed too. Lin Qimeng. Yes, we need to find them quickly. Boom. Before Lao Wang finished speaking, he heard an explosion not far away. It seemed that the team and the illusion had fought, and Lao Wang immediately flew in that direction. However, after he arrived, he found that the explosion here was actually two groups of illusion ghosts fighting, and there was no player at all. Not good. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. How could Lao Wang not know that he had been tricked when he saw this? After waving his hand to deal with the monster, he immediately began to fly back. At this time, Lin Qimeng and others were surrounded by countless monsters, and the situation was a bit dangerous. But they were not vegetarians, and these obviously fake ghosts could not do anything to them for a while. Chapter 342. Lao Wang clearly remembered that he had not flown far just now, but now it felt far away to fly back. Lin Qimeng and others were besieged by a large number of illusion ghosts, and were desperately resisting. These illusion ghosts were different from the ones they encountered at the beginning. Although they did not have the ability to kill at close range, they were no longer vulnerable to being killed in a few hits after being discovered. There was definitely something wrong with this illusion. They should have independent consciousness or be controlled by the alien insect master in secret. Using illusions to kill people did not work. It immediately used its power to create a group of warriors and planned to force it. Just when Lin Qimeng and others' defense line was about to be broken, several figures rushed into these ghosts from behind. They were the more than 10 people who were not found. They were attracted by the sound and helped everyone resolve a crisis. Now they just have to wait for Lao Wang to return, and they can break the illusion. Although Lao Wang was tricked, his speed was beyond the expectations of the person who tricked him. When the ghosts gathered again, he rushed to the battlefield. When everyone gathered together, the fantasy world changed, and all the resentful spirits gathered to form a huge resentful spirit. Its image was imitated from Lao Wang's elemental lord, but it was a little deformed and had an ugly mouth full of sharp teeth. Lao Wang looked at it, and suddenly had a constipated expression on his face, and then a beam of elemental rays flew towards its deformed face, and smashed its head. It looks so ugly that it affects my image. However, the body of this thing is made of a strange smoke, and it recovered quickly after being smashed by Lao Wang. Lao Wang's attack did not cause much damage to it. This thing should have some special way to deal with it, or it can only be ground to death bit by bit. After being attacked by Lao Wang, the boss punched Lao Wang with his backhand. Its special smoke body penetrated all of Lao Wang's defenses, and hit Lao Wang's mecha. Lao Wang was knocked down from the sky by this blow, and fell heavily into the ground, but the damage he suffered was not much. But before Lao Wang could get up, the giant caught up and punched him again. All output, cover the boss. When the giant was preparing for the third attack, Wu Hin shouted to the future people. The future people immediately started their very rhythmic attacks and fought with the giant. Lao Wang climbed out of the pit, and watched them fight back and forth with the giant ghost. Suddenly, he felt like an outsider. He had been fighting alone for too long, and he was not quite used to the rhythm of the team. However, with Lao Wang's current strength and attributes, it was actually quite difficult for the team to cooperate with him. Throwing these useless ideas out of his mind, Lao Wang rushed towards the smoke giant again. He has figured out the principle of this thing, and now it's time for him to take revenge. Lao Wang took out the sword transformed by Lao Neezer, and slashed at the arm of the vengeful giant, who was suppressed by everyone, and was in a defensive state. An elemental slash directly cut off the giant's arm. The elemental giant's arm, which should have healed instantly, could not recover for a long time. Seeing this, Lao Wang knew that he was right. He had seen through the essence of this world. What is the principle? Asked Lao Wang. This is a world of illusion. Although this world is constructed very realistically, illusion can even affect entities. But the main power of illusion is still spiritual attribute power. As long as the spiritual power is entangled in the attack, it can hurt its root. Lao Wang explained. Lo Wuhan, This is another strategy that only he can use. Using spiritual power to entangle an attack seems to be a simple sentence, but how many players in the whole game can do it? Anyone can use their own power skillfully. I will talk about this in detail when I go back. Now let me solve it first, said Lao Wang. Everyone said they received it, and began to slaughter the giant ghost unilaterally. Because of Lao Wang, the giant ghost was cut into pieces in a few strokes, and then ruthlessly killed by everyone. After it fell, the illusion world in front of everyone disappeared and returned to the Zerg temple again. At this time, the Zerg overlord on the throne had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his health dropped to 80%. It seems that the destruction of the illusion world has a great impact on it, which means that it is its first stage. You actually broke my mental illusion. It seems that I may not be able to escape today, but I will not sit and wait for death. Let you see the true power that my lord has given me. After the Zerg overlord finished talking to himself, he stood up from his throne and seemed to be transforming. The old king certainly would not let such a person, who owed him everything, go his way. Laolancer turned into a bow and arrow, and shot an arrow right into its head. But an energy shield blocked the old king's attack, and then the overlord transformed into a tall monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. This monster was more than twice as tall as everyone's mecha, with 3 heads, green faces and fangs, and 6 arms each holding a black diamond cone. The transformed Zerg overlord cannot be said to be completely different from those Zerg bosses outside, but it can only be said that there is no relationship at all. The style has changed. Okay, are you worthy of those Zerg brothers who worked so hard for you? Everyone agreed to live and die together until old age, but you secretly did a hair treatment. No, it was secretly changed race. The transformed Zerg overlord jumped directly in front of everyone, and Miracle Sword and Lao Ma immediately went up to take the monster. But the Zerg overlord's diamond cone hit them, and they were immediately broken, and they couldn't defend against the opponent's attack at all. The people behind saw the situation and immediately wanted to go forward to rescue, but a stream of energy spread out from the overlord's body, covering all of them. Not good, it's a domain. After Lao Wang said this, he immediately opened the elemental domain to fight against the opponent's domain, but after the 2 domains collided, there was no confrontation as he imagined. The domain of the overlord and Lao Wang's domain intertwined with each other, and they did not affect each other. This proves that the domain of the overlord is a special domain, just like the silent domain of Jinghu. Just when everyone was a little surprised and doubtful, they felt the special effect of the other party's domain. The phantom ghosts appeared in front of everyone again, and they rushed towards everyone in groups. The Rayonizer in his hand turned into a Gatling gun with blue flames, and countless elemental ammunition flew towards these ghosts. The missiles collided with the ghosts, an explosion sounded in the hall, and countless impacts burst. The people of the future guild immediately dodged. They looked at the 2 people fighting and sighed, "It's another top-level battle of gods. We can rest again." Don't just think about watching the fun, think about how to help Lao Wang. How to help? We can't even help. How can we help? Heal Miracle and Lao Ma. The reconnaissance team will observe the situation in the palace. We should save our strength and wait for the opportunity. There will be a time for us to show our ability. Sister Hua. That's right. When everyone in the future began to move away from the battlefield to look for opportunities, Lao Wang and the overlord came into close combat. Lao Wang actually didn't want to fight this monster with 3 heads and 6 arms in close combat. But there was no way. The opponent rushed over with the cover of the illusionary ghost. Rayonizer changed from Gatling to sword and shield, blocked the opponent's full-strength chisel with the shield, and forced it back with a slash of the long sword. It can be seen that it attacked Lao Wang's shield with full confidence, and the black diamond cone in its hand should have some special shield-breaking properties. However, it couldn't do anything to Lao Wang's mythical equipment, and was directly forced back by Lao Wang. As soon as the overlord retreated, these ghosts pounced on him again. These things are the extension of its domain, and they can't be killed at all. One wave after another is very annoying. Fortunately, they don't seem to have long-range attack methods. Lao Wang released Element, and led 9 elemental orbs circling around his body irregularly and quickly, and a shield blocked them all. Lao Wang and the Zerg overlord looked at each other from a distance. Lao Wang confirmed that the Zerg overlord was in free mode. Monsters in free mode have the highest combat wisdom, and the use of various skills is not limited to the attributes of the skills themselves. Of course, monsters in this mode are much more powerful than those in system mode, but it is not without advantages. That is, he does not have the abnormal attributes in system mode. It will also be injured in free mode, and even be killed instantly if it is attacked fatally. Lao Wang does not know how this attribute is triggered. In fact, if possible, he still prefers to play in system mode. Chapter 343. Old Wang looked at the Lord in the distance and began to think about how to break its domain first. Although these endless resentful spirits were not strong, Old Wang always felt that they had a backup plan, and these things also affected his vision. I don't know if it was because of his domain or because of this temple. Old Wang's spiritual perception was compressed to a very small range, and he could only judge the opponent's position by sight. Just as Old Wang was thinking, the Lord came to kill Old Wang again. This time, because of the obstruction of the resentful spirits, Old Wang's blocking was a little untimely. A black unknown diamond cone brushed along the edge of the shield, and injured the Lord of Element's shoulder. A black energy immediately spread from the wound to the Lord of Element's whole body, and Old Wang felt that his movements suddenly became very difficult. He was poisoned, and Old Wang had a buff called Poison of Living Beings. This is its skill, because Old Ma and Miracle were not poisoned just now. Poison of Living Beings, epic a poison that can deprive living beings of their vitality in an instant. Countdown, 9 seconds. This poison will kill Lao Wang in 10 seconds. He endured the stiff feeling and forced the Overlord back with a sword again. Then he used an epic holy light to remove the negative state on his body. Although the negative state was removed, the poison of the Overlord made Lao Wang a little timid. So far, the attack method of the Overlord has nothing to do with the Zerg, which made Lao Wang's preparations in vain. But Lao Wang knew that if he wanted to win, he had to start from the corresponding field. Thinking about this, Lao Wang suddenly remembered something that he had ignored directly. The other party's domain and his domain do not interfere with each other. But since the collision of the two domains, Lao Wang seemed to have forgotten his own domain. It stands to reason that although he is in the other party's domain, the other party is also in his domain. Why is his spiritual perception suppressed, and he can't perceive the other party at all? Thinking about it, Lao Wang realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have been stuck in a dead end just now. This is not his character at all. The other party's domain is not these resentful spirits at all. These are just things to deceive people. The real function of its domain is to affect his own spirit. After thinking about these, Lao Wang immediately saw a lot of different things in this domain, and also found its weaknesses. Rayonasur turned into a pair of sharp claws, and gathered his spiritual power to grab the void fiercely. Swish! After a crisp sound of something being torn apart, all the resentful spirits in front of Lao Wang disappeared. The master also stepped back a few steps, with blue blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Its domain was broken by Lao Wang, who burst out with all his strength and succeeded in breaking through the surface with a point. But Lao Wang's condition was not very good. The previous attack consumed 99% of his spiritual power. His head seemed to be hit by something, and golden light kept flashing in front of his eyes. After he used a holy light to recover his condition, Lao Wang looked at the master and said, "Next, I will attack." After Lao Wang finished speaking, various elemental light spots rose around the master, and these light spots kept flying towards him. The master knew that these things were the elements of Lao Wang's domain. If hit by these things, they would drill into his body and assimilate it. The reason why it can fight Lao Wang in this elemental domain is because there is no element in its body. Once it is assimilated by the elements, it will not be able to win against the Lord of Elements, and can only be manipulated by others. The Lord inserted the 6 diamond cones in his hands into the ground, and a black hexagonal column rose out of thin air, covering it and isolating the elements. Lao Wang knew that the opponent's way was not a long-term plan at all. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. If it can only defend, Lao Wang can declare that he is no longer capable. But just when Lao Wang was ready to go all out to solve it, a black light burst out around it, and the hall was directly destroyed. After the black light burst out, the alien worm master in front of Lao Wang disappeared. "Boss, the sky!" Lao Wang, who was looking around, suddenly heard his companion shout with shock and looked up at the sky. The alien worm master didn't know when he flew into the sky, and there were some special changes. "This is too big." Lao Wang looked up at the alien worm master in the sky that was larger than the entire planet, and couldn't help but sigh. Lao Wang was indeed shocked. It was not that Lao Wang had not seen a giant boss before. He had even killed one, the Leviathan King. But the appearance of such a monster in the dungeon was still shocking to everyone. After the shock, Lao Wang had a toothache. Even though the appearance of a boss of this size looked ordinary, it was even a little funny. But Lao Wang could not attack it standing here. He might need to fly into the sky. But looking at those huge fists that were like mountains, Lao Wang hesitated. Because it must hurt if this thing hits you, but no matter how hesitant you are, you have to go up. If you don't go up, you will never get the first kill. But just as Lao Wang took off, a huge fist over there attacked Lao Wang head-on, like a comet falling to the ground. This fist is so big and fast that there is no room to dodge. Lao Wang quickly landed, stepped on the power of the earth element, and began to run wild. Element rotated in front of him, and a colorful ray turned into a flying dragon and went towards the fist. The moment the flying dragon collided with the giant fist, the people watching the battle only felt that their eyes were white. The energy generated by the violent impact and collision actually made them temporarily blind. After everyone recovered, the flying dragon had disappeared, and the giant also lost an arm. This is too ridiculous. Everyone sighed when they saw the copy that was destroyed beyond recognition due to the impact of the two people fighting. They just remembered that there was a palace here. How come it has become a flat ground now? Such a big palace was blown away. Can you believe it? Old Wang and the huge Zerg overlord ignored everyone's sighs, because they launched another attack. This time, Old Wang took the lead. After all, the duration of the element rampage is limited. It was used when the last boss in Phoenix mode, and he must achieve certain results during the duration of the element rampage of this boss. Countless elemental energies bloomed from the Lord of Elements, and the elements of the entire planet also gathered here on the surface of the planet to form an elemental wave. The people watching the battle felt that they could no longer command the elements. It was really a fight between gods and mortals. Lao Wang rode the waves and raised the holy sword transformed from the elements, and once again attacked the master. The master who lost an arm did not use his hands to stop him. All three of its heads turned to Lao Wang, and after opening its huge mouth, the energy began to gather in its mouth. The energy in the three huge mouths gathered very quickly. The energy in Lao Wang's mouth shot out when he was halfway through his flight. Three energies gathered in the air and rushed straight to Lao Wang. Facing the opponent's attack, Lao Wang swung the elemental holy sword in his hand from bottom to top. Without any fancy moves, a 7-color slash soared into the sky and cut through the galaxy. This slash, which Lao Wang gathered almost the entire planet's elemental energy, directly split the master's mouth cannon and cut off one of its heads. After the master roared in pain, he fell backwards, but Lao Wang's attack was not over yet. Endless elements flew out and then bounced back, pouring into the huge body of the overlord from top to bottom, and began to destroy its body from the inside out. Lao Wang looked at the overlord with 7-color light flashing all over his body and cracked skin, and sent a message to everyone: take advantage of his illness to kill him, output it with all your strength, and do as much damage as you can. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he began to fall from the sky. The previous attack was a blow he had used all his strength, and now he was exhausted. At this moment, he even had difficulty moving, let alone using potions. After Lin Qiming and others caught Lao Wang, they left a few people to treat him, and the rest of them all flew into the air to attack the alien insect overlord, who was resisting Lao Wang's elemental power. In the future, everyone's output will not be low. Although they are not as perverted as Lao Wang, they are not something that the overlord in free mode can ignore. Not to mention that it was already seriously injured, and the attacks from everyone made it even more injured. Soon, it could not suppress the elemental power in its body, and was completely annihilated by the elements. Everyone looked at the boss, who turned into dust, and the treasure chest that fell from the sky, and they were all a little bit unbelievable. This is the final boss of the ultimate copy, and it was solved so easily. Why is it not as tough as Zerwin? Chapter 344. System Prompt. Congratulations to the future guild player Qian Wang for successfully killing the Zerg Overlord and clearing the Ultimate Lair Instance Zerg Overlord's final chapter for the first time, and obtaining the first pass reward random epic materials *5. System Prompt. Congratulations to the future guild player Lin Qiming for successfully killing the Zerg Overlord and clearing the Ultimate Lair Instance Zerg Overlord's final chapter for the first time, and obtaining the first pass reward random epic materials *5. System Prompt. Congratulations to the future guild player. A row of system prompts sounded, and countless players were silent again. They thought that after Lao Wang returned, the future might directly take down this instance, but when this thing really came true, they still couldn't believe it. What else can I say? Will the future guild still recruit people? It's really the first kill. This person's strength has completely opened up with others. Who else doesn't agree that he is the best in the game now? Who else? When the players were exploding, everyone in the future couldn't move at all, because they entered the plot mode. The Zerg Overlord knelt before Lao Wang, and Lao Wang pulled out his sword from its chest. These were all cut scenes, and Lao Wang and his companions didn't even leave a speck of dust for the other party. So where did this scene come from? The animation continued, and after the Zerg Overlord fell, the world began to shake violently. A space crack appeared in the sky, and a pair of eyes looked through the space crack at the battlefield situation, and wanted to take the soul of the Zerg Overlord directly away. But the soul of the Overlord had just risen to the middle of the air, and countless small souls inside wanted to break free. Humph! The owner of the eye snorted after seeing this scene, and these souls immediately began to burn. But even so, they were resisting the other party's absorption. It seemed that this was a group of souls that could not give up their lives for freedom. However, their resistance was somewhat futile, and the Black Shadow was not something they could resist at all. At this moment, Lao Wang moved. Lao Wang? Question mark. He didn't even know that there was something about him in this plot. He just picked up an elemental spear and threw it at the eyes of the Black Shadow. This ordinary attack that could not even hurt the master actually pierced the eyes of the Black Shadow. Roar! The Black Shadow roared in pain and looked at him with the only remaining eye, and then Lao Wang raised his middle finger to the other party. Then the space cracks broke, and the soul of the master completely shattered into stars in the sky, and the voice of the Black Shadow was still echoing in the sky. I remember you. Lao Wang, After the plot mode was over, Lao Wang stood there speechlessly. Is he so naughty? Why doesn't he know it? This thing is obviously the ultimate boss, and he is remembered by the other party like this. Damn! Everyone looked at Lao Wang at this moment with some sympathy, and he was forced to offend Imoho's black hand by the plot. At this moment, Lao Wang had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and all kinds of emotions gathered into one sentence. See what was dropped first. Everyone, Okay, this is also what they care about. Everyone came forward and looked at each other, and finally Lin Qiming opened the treasure chest. As worthy of being the final boss of the ultimate copy, the drops of the alien insect master are extremely rich. Not counting those low-level items, and various special items, like the secret upgrade stone, there are nearly 100 legendary treasures alone. Although most of them are materials, and some special items for brushing favor, there are more than 20 pieces of equipment alone. However, legends can no longer attract Lao Wang now, and he cares about epic items. There are 7 epic items in total, 2 of which are equipment. One is the Crown of Domination in the copy introduction, which is an energy core. Crown of the Overlord, epic, equipment binding. Energy core. Universal for mechas above LV60. HP plus 20,000. MP plus 20,000. Strength plus 800. Agility plus 800. Intelligence plus 800. HP recovery plus 400%. MP recovery plus 400%. Attack power plus 30%. Final damage plus 40%. Attack speed plus 40%. Zerg Overlord, active after activation. Summon 2 Zergs of the same level to attack the enemy. The Zergs exist for 30 seconds and have a cooldown of 24 hours. Mental Barrier, active after activation, ignores mental skill attacks below epic, lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 90 seconds. Note: the trophy on the Zerg Overlord is the proof of the hero who killed the Overlord. This equipment is quite strong, but the only pity is that it is a level 60 equipment, and no one present can equip it. Currently, the highest level player in the game is only level 55, and level 60 is still a long way off. Lao Wang actually discovered that it was much easier for normal players, who had not yet reached the legendary level to level up than for him. Every time he leveled up, it was a legendary level upgrade, so now it was very difficult for him to level up, and there was no end in sight for his experience. But Lao Wang was not in a hurry at all. He was ahead by too much. And he didn't care about this equipment at all. His source of magic power was not much worse. Because no one could equip it, so this thing could only be put in a guild warehouse to show off, to increase the bragging capital of future guild players. I can't use this thing. Whoever reaches level 60 first will get it, okay? Okay. 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 The next is the second epic equipment, which is a blueprint. This equipment is amazing, because it is an epic wingman blueprint 1000 Machine Dragon blueprint. 1000 Machine Dragon, epic wingman. Durability, Mecha durability x 100%. Attack, Mecha attack x 100%. Defense, Mecha durability x 100%. Attack speed, 2.5 per second, with Mecha attack speed bonus. 1000 Machine Change, active 1000 Machine Dragon can change its state according to the situation, and can also attach to the mecha. Dragon Power, passive 1000 Machine Dragon can use real dragon magic to attack. Dragon's Breath, active 1000 Machine Dragon launches a powerful breath to destroy the enemy, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Note: the Dragon King has come, who dares not to obey. This equipment was naturally given to Lao Wang, and Lao Wang contributed the Dark Knight Dragon Eagle. It's not that Lao Wang is arrogant. Without him, everyone would never have been able to pass this dungeon at this stage. Although everyone in this dungeon is necessary, Lao Wang is undoubtedly the one who has made the greatest contribution. So everyone has no objection to him taking this equipment, and no one except Lao Wang can take out the materials needed for this equipment. The materials required for the epic wingman blueprint can be described as terrifying. Whether it is an epic crystal or an epic star hard iron, they are things that many people have never seen. However, although Lao Wang got this thing, he couldn't make it directly. He still lacks a key material, which is a legendary dragon heart core. There are really not many people who know about the heart core, and even fewer who have seen it. Lao Wang knows that he may only get this thing by killing dragons. Fortunately, there are dragons in the Alliance universe, and they are also a kind of star beasts, so it is not completely impossible to get it. If I had known earlier, I would have grabbed a dragon hardcore at that time. Alas, Lao Wang thought in his heart. In the abyss, there were several legendary dragons killed on the last battlefield of the 10,000 Realms War, and they were all legendary 9th level dragons. If he knew that this thing could be used, he would have grabbed one at that time. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and there is no earlier knowledge. After everyone divided the things, everyone left the dungeon together, and returned to the Alliance to hand in a task. How could this ultimate dungeon not have a mission? The first mission here will reward a legendary suit blueprint, which is a guarantee for some black people. Legendary suits are destined not to be carried by all players. This dungeon will eventually be conquered, and the strength of the players will usher in another qualitative leap. By then, most high-level players should have 1 or 2 domination legendary suits, and the rest will be matched with domination perfect suits. Only a few elites may be able to collect legendary suits, and the real handful of players will be legendary with epics. It is impossible to rely on only one dungeon like Lao Wang. Maybe there will be a chance when the game has more content in the future. After everyone disbanded, the future guild members posted their first pass video on the future official Weibo and left a message. This is the clearance video you want. When everyone saw the title, they immediately clicked to enter, and the popularity of this blog reached its peak. But 10 minutes later, the first people who finished watching the video left a message. Hundreds of thousands of ellipsis marks vented the public's dissatisfaction and shock. Chapter 345. It was not until half an hour later that everyone recovered from the shock and the average began to return to normal. Dominate 99 copies are waiting for one. Come and get AC who can be like the 1,000 kings. Just say that you 99 are missing a capable leader. Brother, stop daydreaming. You can't even enter the copy without a level 50 copy. Even if there are gods, you have no chance. 666. No problem. If I had this strength. Forget it, I don't deserve it. Just want to say, please lead. The boss upstairs can actually enter the copy, awesome. This video was released after everyone discussed it in the future. Lao Wang has been gone for a long time, so many people have forgotten him. Future needs everyone to remember him, only in this way can they go further. Although there is a world announcement, it is far from shocking enough to be mixed in with hundreds of people. The purpose of this video has been achieved. On this day, Lao Wang returned to everyone's sight, and the effect was even somewhat good. He was directly deified. That's why this dungeon can only be refreshed once a month, otherwise we would have to ask you to lead the dungeon now. Lao Ma. Not necessarily. I heard from the woman that the final boss overlord has become weaker. It seems that it is because he was killed first. Lo Wuhan. The woman is willing to exchange information with us. Do they always regard us as their mortal enemy? UCIU. They are just stubborn but not stupid. Lao Wang's strength is there. If he still fights us head-on, you know who will suffer the loss? Sister Hua. Let's not discuss this for now. We have to prepare for the next expansion pack, Lao Wang said. This expansion has just ended, and now I'm thinking about the next expansion. Isn't it a bit too fast? It will take at least a year for players to graduate? Lin Chimeng. I know, but if you don't plan for the future, you will have immediate worries. I now suspect that the next expansion will be Abyss. If we really face the Abyss, we will be defeated by the Abyss with our current strength. So you should try your best to break through the legend this year, and then you will have a chance to fight, Lao Wang said with some concern. How strong the power of the Abyss is, Lao Wang has a deep understanding. The legendary combat power can be reduced to cannon fodder, and the current players are not good enough. And after returning from the Abyss, Lao Wang has always had a bad premonition, as if something is going to happen. In the depths of the starry sky, on a planet called Char, a legendary advanced brain worm is ordering the Zerg Queen in front of it to forcefully hatch Leviathan. It has sensed that the Overlord has been killed, and now it has true self-awareness. This consciousness gives it something it has never had before, that is ambition. It could sense the location of the remaining Zerg in the starry sky. As long as it had Leviathan, it could recruit them, and then it would be the new master of the Zerg. But at this moment, the sky above its head suddenly tore apart, and a gray cocoon appeared from the space crack. The Zerg looked at the cocoon above their heads and stopped their actions, because they sensed the breath of the master. The brainworm leader also sensed it, but it soon found something wrong, because he knew clearly that the master was dead. The thing in front of it, which had almost the same breath as the master, was not the master who had resurrected from the dead, but rather seemed like a new master. The Zerg leader thought about this, and a fierce light began to flash in his eyes. He didn't want to go back to the feeling before. So he attacked the cocoon, but his psychic attack hit the cocoon, but the cocoon didn't move at all. Just as he was about to attack again, the white cocoon on his head cracked first, and a terrifying breath began to spread around. "Our king is back!" The queen of the worms, who were forced by the brain worm, shouted, and then all the Zerg except the brain worm knelt down to the white cocoon. At this time, the white cocoon completely shattered, and a woman with bone wings on her back appeared in the sky. She was Yu, who had been wandering in the void for a long time, and was the granddaughter of General Huang. At this time, Yu came out of the cocoon. From the memory of the Zerg, she already knew everything that happened, but she seemed a little confused after being out of the control of the master. Suddenly a spike flew towards her, interrupting her confused mood. The one who attacked was the legendary brain worm, and Yu just looked at it with her eyes lit up. The brain worm's attack stopped immediately, and then with a bang, its brain exploded. If it had observed carefully just now, it would have found that Yu had already advanced to the half-step epic. She merged with the Zerg's treasure spirit crown, and while the Mecha evolved into the spirit master, Yuji's talent was completely awakened and directly promoted to the half-step epic. However, the improvement in strength did not make Yuji out of confusion, because she recovered her human memory. She was originally a human, but was transformed by the Overlord into this ghostly appearance now. She should have hated the Overlord, but it was dead. At this moment, she was full of confusion, because she didn't know where she should go. Confused Yuji cried, tears could not stop flowing out, and when she looked up, she met the eyes of her mother, who was close to her. Her life began to flash in her mind, and soon she remembered her grandfather, who died in the starry sky to save her. Then she remembered that she was hunted down because of her lack of strength, and even those people wanted to plunder her talent. She felt her desire for revenge and power. Since there was no target, she would take revenge first. However, although she was already a half-step epic, she did not go for revenge directly, because she recalled the strong man she saw when she followed that person in the void. Although the half-step epic was very strong, it was nothing to those real strong men. In order to become stronger, she must first rule the alien insects. Yuji released her spiritual power, and thanks to the Lord, who wanted to control her to connect her spiritual power to the insect swarm, she directly controlled the alien insects on this planet. And the alien insects on the distant planet were not received because of the resistance of the brain worms. After all, she was Yuji, not the Lord. In that case, let me deal with you first. From now on, no one can refuse my rule. This world will eventually belong to me. No one knows about Yuji's return. The NPCs and the star spirits are still immersed in the excitement of completely defeating the Overlord. And the players are leveling up in full swing. After all, most players can't enter the dungeon at present, let alone the strategy and clearance. Of course, the people in the future are also leveling up, and Lao Wang is tracking the traces of the legendary dragon clan in the starry sky. He has been looking for a few days, and his efforts have paid off. He finally got some clues from Dark Knight. However, he did not find the trace of the dragon clan, but found someone who could track the trace of the dragon clan. On a planet, Lao Wang found a gathering place of professional dragon hunting mercenaries, with the help of Dark Knight's intelligence. Although dragons are naturally powerful, and the cosmic dragon clan is even legendary when they grow up, their whole body is a treasure. From dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon horns, dragon teeth to dragon blood, dragon heart and dragon meat, the price of each item is very expensive. A dragon treasure can make a person worry-free for life, and a dragon can make an organization rich. So many people have embarked on the road of dragon hunting, and even those big families have secretly participated in it. Even though this is a high-risk profession, only 1 in 10 people can come back alive. But people are willing to go forward and gamble on a better future. Is there anything wrong with dragons? Maybe in ancient times, when dragons attack humans and even ate humans, humans hunted dragons to survive. But now dragons are almost exterminated by humans. In this era, humans hunt dragons for profit. This dragon hunting corps can be said to be a group of poachers. However, rare animals on Earth are protected by law, but dragons in this world are not. I heard that you are the dragon hunting mercenary group. I want to buy information about the traces of dragons, or the materials on dragons. Lao Wang came to a group of mercenaries with a mask, and said to the person in charge of the mercenary group, "What materials, what level?" The leader of the dragon hunting mercenary group, who was trimming his fingernails with a knife, glanced at Lao Wang and asked. From the look of him, he didn't care about Lao Wang at all. Hardcore, legendary level. Lao Wang. Ha! The mercenary leader paused after hearing this, then sneered and said, "Isn't this cheap? You have it? Money is not a problem," Lao Wang said happily. "No," said the mercenary leader. "Are you kidding me?" Lao Wang looked at the mercenary leader seriously. Feeling the pressure from the other party, the mercenary leader knew that he was in trouble. Chapter 346. From the aura of this man, they can't deal with him at all. I give you 1 minute to explain the matter clearly, otherwise. You don't want to know the consequences, Lao Wang said lightly. Sir, calm down. Calm down. Yes. Yes. It's like this, although we have killed dragons, the ones we killed were hybrid dragons and legends. We have never seen real dragons and pure-blooded dragons. Although we know what the hardcore is, there's really no legendary hardcore, but we know a piece of news that may be useful to you. The man stopped talking here and began to observe Lao Wang secretly. Lao Wang was somewhat impressed by his spirit of putting money before life, and then threw him a bag of gold crystals and said, "Tell me about it." "Okay, that's right, sir. The hardcore is the core of a dragon, and the dead dragon should also have it. But the difficulty of finding a dragon tomb is higher than that of a legendary dragon. I have other news. We found a huge dragon skeleton on a planet some time ago. The dragon was at least legendary. Although I don't know why it didn't die in the dragon tomb, I can tell from its posture that it died of natural causes. That means its hardcore is still there, which must meet your requirements for the hardcore," the mercenary leader said very servilely. "Why didn't you take the hardcore?" Lao Wang asked in confusion. With the greed of this group of people, how could they give up the remains of a legendary dragon for their little money? This? Hurry up and tell me, what this and that? Lao Wang. Well, it's like this. In addition to the remains of the giant dragon, there is also a legendary dragon puppet on the planet. It should be left by the dead giant dragon. It instinctively guards the remains of the giant dragon, and we can't get close. I believe that with your strength, sir, you can definitely do it. If you can, sir, just pay 10,000 gold crystals, and I will take you there, said the mercenary. Is that so? Lao Wang asked with narrowed eyes. He only believed 30% of the other party's words. Yes, that's it, the mercenary leader said with a guilty conscience. However, if this person wants to deceive others, he must deceive himself first. He quickly found the right state. Okay, prepare a boat to send me there. Lao Wang did not fail to see his problem, but anyway, he had nothing to do, so Lao Wang decided to go and see. What if right? What do you think of this money, sir? These 2,000 are the deposit, and the rest will be paid after the matter is completed. Lao Wang threw 2,000 gold crystals to the mercenary leader. Sir, please follow me. The mercenary leader said excitedly with Lao Wang's deposit, and then he took Lao Wang to a starship. This wild dog is open again. I don't know which unlucky guy it is this time. Don't these people have brains? How many people died on the meteorite dragon star? Legend has it that they are still going there. Wild dog blocked the news too well, and those who went there were all unaware. Still talking about wild dogs, won't you go to pick up bargains during the black tide? I just go to pick up. I didn't harm those people. Then you go to hold it. I don't want to betray my friends. You are really a double-faced person. Despicable. After Lao Wang and the mercenary captain named Wild Dog left, the mercenaries began to talk about it. They seemed to be used to Wild Dog leading people to the land of falling dragons, and even wanted to get a bargain. Lao Wang knew nothing about this, because Dark Knight's intelligence did not mention these things at all. Lao Wang, riding on the Wild Dog mercenary group ship, soon arrived at the falling dragon star he mentioned. Sir, we can only send you here. As long as you enter the atmosphere, you may be attacked by the legendary puppet. The target of the starship is too big. Wild Dog said to Lao Wang. Lao Wang looked at him after hearing this, and then smiled slightly and said, I hope you don't lie to me. You don't want to know the consequences of lying to me. I definitely won't lie, but you'd better hurry up. This planet is a bit dangerous these 2 days. It's okay, what I'm least afraid of is danger. Lao Wang. After saying this, Lao Wang summoned the Lord of Elements, and went straight to the falling dragon star. Captain, are we waiting for him? There are still several thousand balances to be settled. A subordinate asked Wild Dog. Wait for him. Are you stupid? Don't you know that the next black tide will come in these 2 days? The 4th level dragon hunter king knelt down during the black tide, let alone this stupid boy. We will wait until he dies to get the balance. We will go to the black tide to get it. If he is not dead, we will go to ask for it. Wild Dog said. He was no longer as servile as before. On the other side, Lao Wang came to the meteorite dragon star through the clouds. As soon as he came out of the clouds, Lao Wang was shocked by the scenery in front of him. Looking around, Lao Wang saw green in front of him. Various unknown birds were flying in the sky, and special animals were shuttling in the forest. The whole planet was full of vitality. Why haven't I heard of this kind of EG planet? 0. Help me check the information about this planet. Lao Wang. 0. Meteorite Dragon Star, planet codename HIJ-749, no special resources, only this much information in the entire alliance. Old Wang, This information has traces of being modified, but it has been too long to be restored, said 0 again. No wonder I have never heard of it. Who deleted this planet that is so worth developing? Old Wang said to himself. But he didn't plan to think about it now. He restrained his breath and flew to the dragon's fall in the map given to him by the wild dog. It was not far from where Old Wang was at the moment. Old Wang saw the fallen dragon not long after flying. Or rather, the planet was not far from it everywhere, because the remains of this dragon were really huge, just like what the wild dog said. This is an oriental dragon. Old Wang didn't see its skull, but only saw the mountain range formed by its body. One of its forked bones was tens of thousands of meters long. Old Wang flew along its spine for more than 10 minutes before he saw its skull. Can legends really stop such a big dragon? Old Wang said, looking at the skull in front of him that reached into the sky. Although this dragon is not the largest one Old Wang has seen so far, if it is calculated based on the size of the dragon clan, it is definitely a giant. The general legendary dragon is only a few thousand meters long, and in front of this dragon, it is only the length of a finger. This size is definitely not something that can be explained by the word legend. If this dragon is not epic, Old Wang is willing to. Forget it, I won't cheat for food and drink. Coming to the head of the dragon, Old Wang entered its skull from the dragon's mouth. This dragon has been dead for an unknown period of time, and most of its body has been covered by vegetation. Its skull is no exception. Because of the abundant energy here, the plants here are unusually lush. There are also various animals among the plants. Not only are they not afraid of Lao Wang, but they are curious and surround him, and the number is increasing. Lao Wang looked at the increasing number of animals around him, and gradually felt something was wrong, because most of the animals surrounding him were scavengers. Although Lao Wang had never seen these animals before, animals all have something in common. Do they know what will happen to me in a while? Lao Wang thought as he looked at the animals. At this moment, Lao Wang suddenly flashed, and a beam of energy ray brushed his shoulder and sank into the bottom. Those animals immediately scattered, but Lao Wang could feel that they did not go far, but went to wait in the distance. They should not have seen the Mecha, otherwise they should know that this thing is not delicious. However, these animals are not a threat to Lao Wang. He silently looked in the direction of the attack, where his opponent was floating. This is a humanoid puppet with wings on its back, and the attack just now was shot from its mouth. But although the attack of this puppet is very strong, it is not the legendary puppet that Wild Dog said, because it is not legendary. Lao Wang casually threw a lightning bolt at it. This is not a legendary puppet, so he doesn't need to take it seriously. Even if the attack of this puppet just now has exceeded the general legend, Lao Wang just subconsciously dodged it just now, and the attack could not hurt him even if it hit. But when the lightning hit the opponent, something unexpected happened to Lao Wang. This puppet actually took Lao Wang's lightning without any damage, and it didn't rely on absorbing the attack of lightning, but relied on its body to resist it. This surprised Lao Wang a little. Although it was just a casual attack by himself, it was definitely not something that creatures below the legend could withstand. Lao Wang still had this confidence. Lao Wang immediately flew to the side of the puppet, dodged its attack again, and carefully observed the opponent. This is nothing special? Why is it so resistant? Lao Wang, who was once again immune to the opponent's attack, said. Chapter 347. It's actually very special, Zero suddenly said. What did you see? Lao Wang. 0. Although the core energy level of this puppet is not high, its entire body is made of legendary fine gold. This material is extremely tough and has good magic conduction properties. The most important thing is immune to elemental attacks, Lao Wang said meaningfully. You know? How could I not know about this material that is specifically designed for me? But fine gold should not be scarce and bright gold. Oh, it's painted, Lao Wang. Yes, it's a pity that the level of the fine gold in front of the puppet is a bit low. If it is epic, it can completely replace the star heart iron and give the mechanical dragon better properties, 0. It's a bit of a pity, Lao Wang. After he finished speaking, he used space jump to come in front of the puppet. When the puppet was about to attack, Lao Wang pinched his head. Without giving the other party a chance to struggle, Lao Wang twisted off the other party's head and destroyed the formation and circuits in the puppet's body. Although this puppet is made of pure gold and is very strong, it is not a whole piece of pure gold after all. On the contrary, the joints must be made fine, otherwise it will be a lump of iron. Moreover, he has no resistance in Lao Wang's hands. For Lao Wang, as long as it is not a whole piece of pure gold, it will not take much effort to destroy it. After cleaning up this large piece of pure gold, Lao Wang continued to explore the inside of the skull. If this dragon has a heart core, then it should not be far away. Although the heart core is called the heart core, most extraordinary creatures have their heart cores in the brain. This is because the skull is the hardest part of almost all creatures with bones, and the heart is much worse. The heart core is their most important organ, so of course it should be placed in the safest place. Soon, Lao Wang entered its skull, and he saw the dragon heart core that was suspended in the air and emitted fluorescence. However, Lao Wang was not in a hurry to take it, because there were hundreds of fine gold puppets living around the heart core. Among them, there were 18 legendary ones, and the rest were the same level as the one just now. These puppets looked exactly the same. Wild Dog said that there was a legendary puppet on this planet, which should be the reason why it had never arrived here. However, although Lao Wang wanted to think of a way slowly, reality did not want to give him this opportunity. Almost the moment he entered here, all these puppets opened their eyes and looked at him. Don't say it, this scene is really a bit scary. Damn! Lao Wang cursed angrily and immediately fled from the original place, and a series of attacks flew over from his previous position. The attacks of those puppets that were not legendary were nothing to Lao Wang, but he could not bear dozens of them. Moreover, there were attacks from 18 legendary puppets. If he was hit, he would die on the spot. After Lao Wang dodged the attack, he came to the group of puppets and killed 2 ordinary puppets with his hands. At the same time, the puppets attacked again, but Lao Wang had already thought of a way to deal with it since he flew in. Because Lao Wang was in the center of the puppets, their attacks were blocked by their companions and could not hit Lao Wang at all. But it was a pity that the attacks of these puppets could not destroy the hard refined gold, and they were almost not damaged. Let's not talk about the materials on ordinary puppets. The materials on these legendary puppets are all epic level fine gold, which is simply abnormal. You should know that fine gold is very scarce and expensive. A piece of fine gold the size of a mecha's fist can catch up with the annual fiscal revenue of an ordinary city. This is only the legendary level. The epic level is priceless. Yes, it is so exaggerated. Others mix a little fine gold with other materials to increase elemental resistance, but these puppets are good. They are made of pure fine gold. This is not a puppet, but a moving mountain of gold. Whether these puppets are ordinary or legendary, Lao Wang's elemental magic can't hurt them at all. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, but this method seems to be only used once, because Lao Wang saw them take out knives. These things can also fight in close combat? Lao Wang said, who used space jump to get away from the puppets. If he was a step slower just now, he might have been stabbed by the opponent with a fine gold mache. Although this kind of death under the Golden Mountain is worthy of his status, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. When Lao Wang was thinking about these things, the puppets caught up with him again. Moreover, these legendary fine gold puppets all have the acceleration field. Lao Wang is really annoyed now. After he was cut on the arm by an ordinary puppet, when he attacked 2 ordinary puppets, Lao Wang couldn't help it. He originally wanted to practice his skills with them, but it was not Lao Wang's character to keep getting beaten like this. Practice your skills. Look at my abyss ray. After Lao Wang roared, he stretched out his 10 fingers, and 10 black rays shot out from Lao Wang's hands, directly piercing the puppet that injured the elemental lord in front of him. Then Lao Wang tore the puppet into pieces with his hands. Then he rushed into the group of puppets, shooting out black rays and pure white rays from his hands, using the 2 attributes of abyss and sacredness alternately. Lao Wang was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and these ordinary puppets were no match for Lao Wang. Soon 18 legendary puppets appeared on the field, and all the other ordinary puppets had fallen. Epic materials are epic materials. Even if they are sacred and abyss attributes, it is not easy to break through the defense of these puppets. Although Lao Wang can break the defense, he can only grind them to death little by little. Why didn't Lao Wang just grab the heart core and run away? Of course, he coveted the body of the other person. This is 18 gold mountains. Who wouldn't be greedy? After a fierce fight between the 2 sides for a whole day, Lao Wang finally grinded them to death and harvested 18 epic level fine gold puppet remains. Not counting other things, just these fine golds can make Lao Wang one of the top 100 richest people in the universe, and even rank among the top. After Lao Wang packed up all the puppets without missing any parts, He was about to collect the dragon's heart core when the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. The ground where the puppet stood at the beginning cracked, and a black gas rose into the sky. In the outside world that Lao Wang could not see, the entire sky of the meteorite dragon star was wrapped in black fog. The animals were hiding in the forest and trembling. Obviously, this black tide was not a good thing. It was indeed not a good thing. No one knew where this black tide came from. Originally, when the black tide appeared, it was the pure gold puppets that guided the power of the dragon's heart core to suppress it. This time, the dark tide became particularly terrifying because of the death of the pure gold puppets. Although the dragon's heart core was working at full capacity to suppress the black energy, without the help of the gold puppet, its power was too dispersed. Ha ha! Who killed those abominable things? Great! Ha ha ha! Is it you, little brother? I will repay you when I come out. Otherwise, you can help me collect this heart core. This is something that can make people become gods. In the black column in front of Lao Wang, a black shadow said to Lao Wang, while fighting against the dragon's heart core. Lao Wang looked at it strangely, and then actually picked up the dragon's heart core according to its request. Without the suppression of this heart core, the black shadow rushed out of the ground and came to Lao Wang. Very good, thank you for saving me. I decided to give you death as a reward. If you give me the heart, I will give you a whole body. How about it? Am I very kind? This energy creature with colorful light shining in its gray-black body, and surrounded by galaxies looked at Lao Wang with bloodshot eyes and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's collect the black fog first." Lao Wang suddenly said, "Oh, good." The creature actually agreed to it, and when it gathered the black fog that enveloped the world into a gem in its hand, it finally reacted. "What's going on? Why should I listen to you? What did you do to me?" The energy creature was about to attack Lao Wang, saying that it couldn't do it no matter what. "What's wrong with me? Am I stupid because of being imprisoned by that old dragon? No, what's wrong with that feeling in my heart?" It looked at its hands with some doubt about life and said it didn't know why its heart refused to attack the person in front of it. "You're fine. You are a chaos element, right? Have you heard of the Lord of Elements?" Lao Wang looked at the chaos element, who was doubting life, and asked. Chapter 348. What element master? I am the master of elements. The chaos element shouted to Lao Wang. Kneel down. Lao Wang. You are thinking. Alas. Alas. The chaos element wanted to taunt him, but he knelt on the ground before he finished speaking. Wow. That's not the case. I sacrificed everything to become the legendary chaos element, a miraculous life. When I was about to show off my skills, I was smashed into the ground by the old dragon that fell from the sky and was imprisoned for who knows how many years. Today, I finally broke the seal. Why did I meet this element master again? God, you are so unfair to me. The chaos element kneeling on the ground cried directly, but Lao Wang didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he took the bead condensed by the black mist in its hand and looked at it. That's mine, give it back to me. Chaos element. Lao Wang, kneel down. Okay. After dealing with the chaos element kneeling on the ground, Lao Wang checked the properties of the bead. Contaminated cloud orb, epic, introduction. It was originally the treasure of Cloud Star, and it could summon clouds to cover the sky. For some reason, it was contaminated by the power of the abyss. Note, it is basically useless. Power of the abyss. After saying this, Lao Wang looked at the chaos element on the ground. No wonder its state was so abnormal. It turned out that it was eroded by the magic of the abyss. Although Lao Wang can use the power of the abyss whenever he wants, this attribute is like a poison to most races in the Alliance universe. Why are those races in the abyss getting bigger and bigger, and even more violent? It's because they have absorbed the attributes of the abyss. However, the abyss attribute in the abyss world is still calm due to the influence of the world power, far less violent than the abyss attribute in the Alliance universe. In the Alliance, if a creature is infected with the abyss attribute, the end result is that it will become a demonized state that is neither human nor ghost. Of course, Lao Wang was surprised. After all, he has the special ability to control the abyss attribute. Lao Wang looked at the chaos element kneeling on the ground, stroking his chin and thinking about how to deal with it. The level of this thing is half a step epic, and it must not be released. The harm is too great. Since you are already crazy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lao Wang said, as he reached into its body, grasped the heart core, and cut off the connection between its heart core and body. Without the heart core, the body of the chaos element collapsed immediately. Element flew out and absorbed all its power that had not yet begun to spread, and did not let go of the heart core. The power of the chaos element is the same as that of the elemental master, so it is more appropriate for element to recover. The original, April 8th, repair progress became June 8th, after absorbing the chaos element. This chaos element, which was less than epic, was actually equivalent to 2 epic hardcores. After doing all this, Lao Wang planned to leave, and send people to develop this planet. Those dragon hunters knew about this place. Now that there is no threat here, it must be well protected. After all, he accepted the gift from the dragon, and protecting this planet is a way to repay his kindness. This time, the harvest was a little beyond Lao Wang's imagination. Not to mention those adamantine puppets, just the repair progress of element and the epic hardcore of the dragon were far beyond imagination. It seems that I should go to this mysterious place more often in the future. Maybe I will become rich overnight. Lao Wang. Just as Lao Wang was about to leave, many starships suddenly appeared in the sky above the dragon's skull. These were the starships of the dragon hunters. The black fog suddenly disappeared, and they knew that something had happened on this planet, so they came to explore it boldly. I didn't expect you to be able to solve the troubles on this planet. You are really too strong. Look at my final payment. Wild Dog said after seeing the old queen on the dragon skull. To be able to solve the troubles on this planet, the man in front of him is at least stronger than the fierce dragon king on this planet. Even if he is not strong, he is also a legendary strongman, an existence he cannot afford to offend. Lao Wang didn't say anything. After giving him the remaining gold crystal, he was ready to leave. He couldn't wait to make 1,000 machine dragon, but he didn't have time to delay with these people. But when Lao Wang just flew up, a huge net in the sky enveloped him. Lao Wang split the net with a sword and looked at these dragon hunters in confusion. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Lao Wang's doubts. Some dragon hunters surrounded Lao Wang, and it seemed that they didn't want him to leave. Go! This dragon's hardcore is at least a high-level legendary one. He shouldn't be immune to attacks like the puppet. As long as we take him down, we will have hope. We don't even have to be this damn dragon hunter anymore, and we don't have to worry about the damn alliance. A legendary dragon hunter in the crowd shouted. He should have seen Lao Wang's legendary second level, which gave him confidence. But what made Lao Wang a little relieved was that the wild dogs did not participate in the siege of Lao Wang, which made him feel that his 10,000 gold crystals were not given in vain. He smiled at the people surrounding him, and then said, I'm in a good mood today. I give you a chance to admit your mistakes, you know. Old Wang originally planned to show off, but these people didn't give him this opportunity. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a sudden sharp blade. He held the alloy knife that attacked him in his hand, looked at the mecha that interrupted him and said, I haven't finished speaking yet, are you so polite? At this time, Old Wang was angry. These people didn't even let him show off. It was really unreasonable. Without waiting for the man to reply, Old Wang crushed the alloy blade in his hand, and then used a stream of water to entangle him tightly. This legendary first-level mecha found that he couldn't break free from this bondage no matter what. There were only 2 legendary dragon hunters besieging Old Wang. They should also be worshippers of some family, but I don't know why they became dragon hunters. The alliance is different from the abyss. Legends here are very rare. However, the legend who had been shouting all the time was scared after seeing Lao Wang take down his companion so easily. He wanted to run, but how could Lao Wang let him do that? Another stream of water flew out, and he was also bound there. After the 2 of them were dealt with, Lao Wang did not let go of their men either. Countless streams of water flew out and bound them all. I really don't know who gave you the courage to attack me, Liang Jingru? Lao Wang said, as he looked at the mechas that he bound. These people really want money but not their lives. However, Lao Wang was a little troubled about how to deal with them. In fact, Lao Wang did not want to kill the legends on the human side. Because there were not many of them, he was afraid that if he killed them all, it would be difficult to deal with the invasion of the abyss without manpower. Come here! Lao Wang pointed at the wild dog and said. The wild dog who was watching the fun was stunned for a moment, then tremblingly came to Lao Wang and said, Master, what do you want? Help me watch them, I send a message, Lao Wang said. Although these people may not be of any help to Lao Wang if they are alive, Lao Wang still decided not to kill them. It would be good to let them be cannon fodder at that time. He contacted Lin Qiming and asked her to bring the law enforcement team to detain these people. The people behind them should come to rescue them, and it would be worth asking for some benefits at that time. After dealing with the matter of Meteorite Star, Lao Wang returned to the future guild's residence and found an empty room to start making 1,000 machine dragon. At Zero's suggestion, Lao Wang used refined gold instead of star heart iron and started making this 1,000 machine dragon. But after the production started, something went wrong. The hardcore Lao Wang obtained was not a legendary one, but an epic dragon heart core. Although this epic dragon heart and power have lost a lot, it is not comparable to the legendary level. Don't forget, this thing is called Godhead in the Abyss. Although Lao Wang has replaced materials to make drawings before, this wingman drawing is obviously different. Because of the explosive increase in the power of the heart core, the originally stable structure has problems, and the production is about to fail. If it fails, the materials will not be lost, but the drawings will definitely be gone, which means that once it fails, the equipment will be gone. At fine gold can balance the magic power of the constant heart core, so you can only gamble. Ling reminded Lao Wang. Lao Wang could only do as he said, and began to add fine gold. After adding a piece of epic fine gold, the energy was indeed more stable. It works, Lao Wang said after seeing the scene, and then he began to slowly add fine gold. Chapter 349. What is Lao Wang doing? The light has been flashing for a long time. In the future guild headquarters, Lao Ma looked at the golden light in Lao Wang's room and said in confusion. He should be making the wingman blueprint, said Sister Hua. Are all epic equipment so noisy? Sword of Miracles. I don't know, we haven't made epic equipment, said Wen. While everyone was talking, the golden light in Lao Wang's room began to converge, and it seemed to be coming to an end. Just as everyone was about to go forward to see what Lao Wang had made, a golden light column rose into the sky. A five-clawed golden dragon in the light column circled and rose into the sky, and a loud dragon cry resounded through the sky. Thousand Machine Dragon production is complete. It's just different from what expected. The refined gold caused the Thousand Machine Dragon to mutate a little. Thousand Machine Dragon myth, wingman. Durability. Mecha durability x 120%. Attack. Mecha attack x 120%. Defense. Mecha durability x 120%. Attack speed. 3 per second. Benefited by Mecha attack speed. Thousand Machine Dragon. Active Thousand Machine Dragon can change its state according to the situation, and can also attach to the mecha. Dragon power. Passive Thousand Machine Dragon can use the magic of the real dragon to attack. Dragon breath. Active Thousand Machine Dragon launches a powerful breath to destroy the enemy, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Adamantine body. Passive. The body condensed by adamantine crystals is indestructible. Mythical power. Active. It will not be affected by the law after it is turned on, and has the power to break the law, lasting for 2 seconds, and a cooldown of 48 hours. Note: the mutant Thousand Machine Dragon made of a mountain of gold. The mythical level shows its strength. The attributes of the Thousand Machine Dragon have been greatly improved compared to what the system introduced, and its level has also reached the mythical level, but to be honest, it is not worth so much gold. Lao Wang is now very regretful, because he basically renewed all the gold he got from the meteorite star, and only had the amount of a legendary puppet left. With so much gold, Lao Wang could have exchanged for a set of epic equipment, so why did he put it all in? But now that things have happened, there is no point in saying these things. Lao Wang now only hopes that its strength can be worthy of his investment, otherwise he will cry to death. After equipping the Thousand Machine Dragon, Lao Wang summoned it. A golden light lit up, and a bright golden mechanical dragon swirled out. This dragon is about 10 meters long, because even if it is fully extended, it is still a long section behind the Elemental Lord. Lao Wang has so much gold, but he only piled up such a small thing, and now he is very suspicious that the system has swallowed his gold. Forget it, I hope that the concentrated ones are all essences. The whole body of the Thousand Machine Dragon is composed of very fine parts, which is very technological. Although it is a wingman, there is only one of them. No wonder the starting attack speed is 3. If it is based on the level of a normal wingman, the average attack speed is only 1.5, which is not even as good as the better legendary wingman. Fortunately, it does not rely on ordinary attacks. Lao Wang looked at the Qianlong in front of him and suddenly said, "Zero? How do you know it's me?" Qianlong in front of him said, "A normal wingman will always follow me. If you stare at me without my order, you can only be the one in control." Lao Wang: "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that I still have such a flaw. It seems that I haven't learned enough." Ling said with great news. Lao Wang: You have been thinking about this for a long time. I was wondering why you asked me to send gold into the room desperately." Lao Wang: "How are you?" Just when Lao Wang wanted to test the strength of the Thousand Machine Dragon, Lin Qimeng's voice came from outside. It turned out that after everyone arrived at the Golden Dragon and disappeared, Lao Wang still didn't move, thinking that he had an accident. "I'm fine, everyone can go away, no need to gather around." Lao Wang walked out of the room and looked at the people surrounding him with some relief. He didn't expect that his friends were so concerned about him, because he had no news after being teleported away last time. Since you have nothing to do, please send me the attributes of your equipment. Yes. We haven't seen many legendary attributes yet. Wingmen are still rare now, and rare wingmen are hard to come by. Lao Wang, give me back my feelings. Bastard. Jokes aside, everyone still cares about Lao Wang, and the last incident did have some impact on him. A few days later, Lao Wang was leveling up on a monster planet, a planet with a huge space crack. In the space crack, a creature that looks like a black slime will crawl out. No one knows where they come from, but they are almost endless. This black slime is a level 55 monster. It has no special attack methods, but high defense and thick blood, so it is not easy to deal with. In addition, this planet was sealed by the Alliance, and the density of them on this planet is so high that there is almost no place for mechas to set foot, so few people come here to level up. But these shortcomings are all advantages for Lao Wang. Lao Wang never cared about defense. The Elemental Lord's current defense ignoring is not given for nothing. So Lao Wang is very happy to level up here, and even promoted to the 3rd level of legend in the past 2 days. On the first day of Lao Wang's arrival, he found that the slime had the breath of the abyss, but the crack Lao Wang saw was not the way to the abyss. There is no breath of the abyss in the crack. If it is the way to the abyss, it cannot be like this. These have nothing to do with Lao Wang at present, and he does not plan to explore the crack. What if he is locked up in another world again, and cannot come back after the expiration? Isn't it good to level up happily? Do you have to make trouble and die? When Lao Wang was leveling up, his communicator suddenly rang. He opened it, and found that it was Lin Qimeng. What? Okay. After saying a few words, Lao Wang hung up the phone and left the planet. Lin Qimeng asked for help, saying that there was a mission that she couldn't complete. Just as Lao Wang left here, a black head popped out of the cracks on the planet. It looked silently in the direction Lao Wang left for a while, and soon sank back. And Lin Qimeng? The reason she looked for Lao Wang was because she couldn't complete the mission of her exclusive weapon. That's right, Lin Qimeng also received the mission of the exclusive weapon of the Dragon Princess Mecha in the world where Lao Wang went to the abyss. The reward for this mission is to replace the Dragon Flame sword behind her with a real Dragon Flame sword. Of course, Lao Wang knows how powerful exclusive weapons are, and he is the beneficiary. If Long Ji gets an exclusive weapon, the strength of the future guild will be further enhanced. And even if this is not the case, Lin Qimeng is still his girlfriend, so he has no reason not to help. Unlike Lao Wang's exclusive weapon, Element, there is only one Elemental Lord, and no one competes with Lao Wang. And when Lao Wang developed the exclusive weapon, other players had never heard of it. The Dragon Flame Blade is different. Long Ji is a popular rare mecha. Although the conditions for job transfer are not easy, there are still many of them. The number of real Dragon Flame Blades is limited, and there are many people competing. Even Lin Qimeng, who is leading the entire game, is not sure of winning. What's the situation? Lao Wang asked Lin Qimeng after returning to the future base. My mission has reached the last few rounds, but this round requires me to obtain a bucket of legendary dragon blood. I must help you with this, Lin Qimeng said to Lao Wang. Why is it a dragon again? Are the dragons so unlucky? Old Wang said after listening to Lin Qimeng's words. What? Nothing? Find a dragon, and then I take blood, Old Wang said. The dragon location task has been provided, and the Knife Master provided us with the coordinates of a legendary red dragon. Lin Qimeng. So happy, no. He wouldn't want to borrow a knife to kill someone. A dragon? Old Wang. I don't know about this. I contacted you directly after receiving this task. The main reason is that I don't want to work hard anymore and want to hug thighs, Lin Qimeng said with a smile. Okay. Call the people in the guild. If you really want to kill the dragon, you can share a lot of experience. And the huge body of the dragon needs everyone to collect together, Old Wang said after thinking for a while, and then he said, by the way, are you sure this dragon can be killed? Do you want to ask the Knife Master again? Ask again. Lin Qimeng thought for a while, and then she also had some doubts. The main reason was that she was too impatient at the time, and her competitors were always very tight on progress. Chapter 350. Lin Qimeng, under Lao Wang's suggestion, came to the Sword Master again and asked him whether he wanted to kill the dragon or just take its blood. The Sword Master who could forge the real Dragon Flame sword was a white-haired old man named Jiu Shiyu. You could tell at once that he was someone who lived a good life, and I didn't know what his eyes looked like. This old man looked plain, but he was now nominally the first forger of the Zero Alliance. This, Can you still kill it? It's a legendary high-level red dragon. Master Jioshiyu asked in disbelief. Yes. Lao Wang replied affirmatively. Lao Wang's words made Jioshiyu entangled, but it was not that he didn't believe what he said. Jioshiyu believed his words. After all, he knew him as a famous alliance leader of the alliance. But he didn't want anyone to kill the red dragon. Although the dragon was very destructive and dangerous, he could track it. Over the years, he has sent people to fleece the dragon. It is easy to send people to fight. He just needs to get equipment for the people who fight. The red dragon doesn't know that its lifelong enemy is this old man. Once Lao Wang kills the other party, it will be meaningless to kill the goose to get the eggs. It will be difficult for him to find this mobile treasure house in the future. But it is not possible to not let Lao Wang kill it. The problem lies in Lao Wang's identity. This is the leader of the alliance, the pinnacle of the alliance's power. He knows how many things this red dragon has done over the years. It has slaughtered several cities alone, and it was suppressed by himself. If Lao Wang is not allowed to kill it this time, he will go to check its situation out of curiosity, and he will definitely be in trouble. Moreover, he himself is not clean and cannot withstand investigation. Although he is a little reluctant, he would rather die than die. For the sake of his own life, this dragon must be killed. After thinking through all this, Jioshiyu said to Lao Wang, "It would be the best if you could kill it. The crimes committed by this dragon over the years are too numerous to list. If I were not afraid of its legendary high-level, I would have wanted to kill it myself." "Is that so?" Lao Wang did not say much after hearing this, and left with Lin Qimeng. "Go and call people. Follow me to slay the dragon." "Okay." Lava Star. As the name suggests, this is a planet full of lava. When the future guild players gather, people from Xinghe, Wanli, Daqin and other guilds have already arrived. They came after receiving the mission, because they did not plan to kill the dragon, just to get some blood. "How do you arrange it? Who will go first?" Wang Xinghe said to the presidents of the guilds. It was obvious that this dragon was not something they could deal with right now, so they could only outwit it, and who went first was particularly important. "Let's roll, just hurry up, otherwise when the future comes, we won't be able to play anymore," Yang Wanli said. Everyone agreed after hearing this, although they didn't know why the future hadn't come yet, but they had to seize this opportunity. Wang Xinghe was lucky this time, and got the first place, and the right to make a move. The method they chose was very simple, that is, to trade with this red dragon. A legendary red dragon must be an intelligent creature, and it shouldn't be difficult to exchange some blood with the dragon's greed. Although the bucket given by the old man was as big as a large water tank, this blood was nothing to an adult dragon. Wang Xinghe and his party came to a lava pit, and a huge head suddenly floated up from the lava. This dragon head was bigger than the mecha of Wang Xinghe and his party, and the dark golden eyes made everyone shudder. Just when it was about to attack, Wang Xinghe said with dragon power, "Please don't attack, we are here to trade with you." "Trade? Tell me." "Tell me," the red dragon said in human language. Everyone saw that it was indeed intelligent, which made it much easier. "We want to exchange gold for some of your dragon blood," Wang Xinghe said. "How much do you want to exchange?" the red dragon asked after a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Do you agree?" Wang Xinghe was a little excited. "I guess so." Red dragon. "Of course the more the better, Wang Xinghe. So you brought a lot of gold, take it out, and let me see it first," the red dragon said. Its words were almost revealing. How could Wang Xinghe's people not hear it? "We don't have this with us, we go back and get it," Wang Xinghe said as he was about to go back. But how could the red dragon let them do what they wanted? In fact, it had noticed these people since they arrived on the planet. In recent years, there have always been people harassing it, trying to get all kinds of materials from it, which annoyed it. These people today are the weakest it has ever seen, and it wants to know from these people what is going on, so it can't let them run away. A huge red dragon jumped out of the lava lake, and the magma covered the sky and the earth and attacked Wang Xinghe and others. After they narrowly escaped, they said to the people who were observing them from a distance, "Don't hide, use your tricks, we have been discovered." Everyone knew that the red dragon must have discovered them, otherwise the dragon's might would not have locked onto them so tightly. Everyone immediately began to use their prepared trump cards with all their strength, as they had expected this situation. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with various lights, and then some attacks that looked strong flew towards the red dragon. But everyone seemed to not know that the red dragon in front of them was a high-level legendary dragon. The high-level legendary dragon was different from the low-level legendary dragon, and this level was the limit level that ordinary creatures could reach. So the high-level legendary dragon was a qualitative change, and it would be difficult to hurt the high-level legendary dragon by any means unless it reached the legendary level. A red energy field burst out from the red dragon, and everyone's attack methods began to burn. Before everyone's attacks reached the red dragon, they were burned completely before they touched the legendary dragon scales with unparalleled defense. Wang Xinghe and others were silent after seeing the scene. They knew that they had underestimated the red dragon and had no hope of completing the mission today. This thing is really too much. What kind of defense is this? How do you think it will kill us? Eat us? The crowd has stopped resisting and even started chatting on the battlefield. Red dragon, ? Hey, you are going to die. Can you show some fear and respect me appropriately? The red dragon looked at the indifferent crowd, who were a little bit confused by them, but it still bound them with lava and asked, "Who sent you?" The red dragon's words made everyone stunned for a moment. It seemed that it didn't know the swordsmith master, but it was right, the other party was just a swordsmith. You may not know this even if we tell you. The person who sent us here is called Jioshiyu, Yang Wanli said. If they were in real life, they might be more reserved. After all, betraying their employer is not a good thing to hear. Even if they tell it, the other party may not let them go, and they may even be killed for telling it. But in a game, players will not miss this opportunity to test the hidden plot. It's him, that despicable villain. My position was also provided to you by him. It seems that he must have tampered with that contact. This rubbish not only hired me to kill people, but also dared to tamper with me. I will announce to the world that he killed his master. The dragon angrily said the hidden plot that the players were most interested in, and then it looked at Wang Xinghe and others. Seeing its eyes, Wang Xinghe said helplessly, "I knew I had to die again." Sure enough, as soon as Wang Xinghe finished speaking, the red dragon said, "You are useless now, all of you go to hell." Wang Xinghe and others closed their eyes and waited for death, but they did not wait for the red dragon to make a move. When they opened their eyes again, they found that the red dragon was looking at the sky at this time, not knowing what it was guarding against. What's wrong with it? It seems to be guarding against something. There should be some powerful enemy coming. It's the people from the future who have arrived. He is still strong. Everyone looked at the team flying towards them in the distant sky and was a little dazed. They have always known that Lao Wang is very strong, but they don't really know how strong he is. Today, seeing this red dragon who can easily kill them is fully guarding against the opponent, everyone's hearts are mixed. To be honest, they never thought that the gap between them is so big. But this is also good, because they don't have to chase him, they just need to compete with others who are similar to themselves. Isn't this a good thing? Maybe. Chapter 351. When the red dragon saw Lao Wang, it immediately sensed the danger of this man. In its long life, the only powerful enemies it encountered in its childhood could give it this feeling. This was a deep sense of powerlessness that made it turn around and run. But the Dragon Clan has its own pride. It is now a high-level legend. How could it be afraid of a low-level legend? The other party must have used some kind of illusion or other skills. It must be like this. Roar, come and tell me your name. The red dragon who had hypnotized himself shouted at Lao Wang. A real man does not change his name when he walks or sits. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Lao Wang. Everyone, You still have to be naughty at this time. And the people behind him were all looking around, as if they wanted to distance themselves from the embarrassing guy in front of them. Zhao Zilong? Okay, I remember you. Remember my name is Bandabetabudabiru. If I kill you, I erect a monument for you. After the red dragon finished speaking, it flew straight into the sky and swooped down towards Lao Wang. Its whole body was burning with red flames, and the temperature of the entire planet was rising. It opened its mouth and exhaled a hot breath, rushing towards Lao Wang first. But Lao Wang did not dodge. The phoenix wings behind him spread out, and the phoenix mode was turned on. Rayonasur turned into a giant laser cannon in his hand, and a 7-color impact went towards the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath collided with the attack, and neither of them could do anything to the other. A violent explosion set off in the air, and then dissipated each other. However, because of the fire produced by the explosion, everyone could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. At this time, another impact came, tearing the fire that was in the way directly. It turned out that Lao Wang and the red dragon collided directly, and the red dragon's flaming claws collided with the giant sword that appeared in Lao Wang's hand. The airflow generated by the collision between the two directly toward the explosion just now. At this time, neither of them could do anything to the other, and was deadlocked in the sky. Just as everyone was about to help Lao Wang, a golden dragon appeared behind Lao Wang. It was Lao Wang's wingman Qianzhilong. It opened its golden mouth and began to accumulate power. The red dragon felt the dangerous breath and wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The dragon's breath burst out, and an impact breath that was completely disproportionate to Qianzhulong's body enveloped the red dragon. Although he had raised his own domain to resist it at the first time, his domain was directly shattered under the attack of the mythical Qianzhulong. The red dragon was hit head-on. The huge impact force of the breath directly smashed the red dragon into the ground, and Lao Wang took the opportunity to pursue it. In his left hand, Rayonasur turned into a 7-star crystal sword, and in his right hand, the 1,000-machine dragon turned into a shining golden sword. 9 element orbs surrounded him, and his iron wings overlapped with the wings of the phoenix. He rushed towards the injured red dragon like a meteor. With one sword, the red dragon's wings were cut off, and with one sword, the magma was frozen by ice. The red dragon still wanted to struggle, but the sword transformed by Rayonasur dropped from the sky by the old king pierced through its long snout and nailed it to the ground. The 1,000-machine dragon turned into a rope to trap it tightly, and by the way, cut its tendons and restrained its magic ability. This legendary high-level dragon was captured alive by the old king, but it obviously did not accept its fate and wanted to struggle again. It still had a domain, but it was useless. But unfortunately, it was a domain of fire attribute, and before its domain could take effect, it was broken by Lao Wang's elemental domain. "Come and take blood," Lao Wang said to Lin Qiming and others. It was a bit cruel to take blood and materials from a living dragon, and there was no great need. But the first moment Lao Wang saw this dragon, he asked Ling to search his past, so Lao Wang was angry. It would have been fine if he hadn't searched, but after searching, Lao Wang looked at the innumerable crimes committed by this dragon and really couldn't help it. Most people may not imagine that the biggest hobby of this red dragon is to torture people and then eat them. Maybe you can say that this is its instinct. People can eat animals, and animals can eat people. But it doesn't eat people for survival or tonic, it's just for its pleasure of destruction. It once destroyed a planetary city with a population of millions overnight, and the entire city was turned into a sea of fire by it, just to see the desperate expressions of humans. This is what it said in front of the people who were chasing it. If it hadn't admitted it in person, no one would dare to believe these things. Evil people need to be treated badly. Don't you like being abused? Then let you have a taste of being abused. After Lin Qiming took the blood, Lao Wang came to the dragon. He looked at the giant dragon on the ground and asked, "Do you feel good? If you have the ability, just kill me directly. See if the 10,000 Beasts Alliance will let you go." The red dragon said very stubbornly. Although its mouth was nailed shut, it did not affect its speech. 10,000 Beasts Alliance? What kind of organization is that? Lao Wang asked, pretending to be very confused. The red dragon panicked when he heard this. He was not afraid of your strength, but afraid that you didn't know. After all, the ignorant are fearless. Now it was a little scared. It was afraid that Lao Wang would come up and chop it with a knife without caring about anything. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance is an alliance of giant star beasts in the entire universe. It is said that there are thousands of high-level star beasts in it. The red dragon was very panicked and explained the 10,000 Beasts Alliance to Lao Wang, but the more he spoke, the lower his voice became, because he saw the token of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance in Lao Wang's hand. You are also a member of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance? This news scared Lao Wang more than he didn't know about the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Because the reason why it specifically picked the human race to slaughter was because there were no human race in the 10,000 Beasts Alliance now. In this way, if it was liquidated by the human race one day, it could also seek shelter from the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. But what it didn't expect was that there were actually people from the human race in the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, and its behavior became slaughtering allied races. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance would not shelter such behavior, because the significance of the establishment of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance was that those high-level star beasts protected their weaker tribesmen. Tell me, what is the crime of killing allied races? Lao Wang looked at the red dragon and said, "Don't kill me, I know a lot of information, including that Jioshiyu, who is simply a scum. His master found him when he was nothing, but he hired me to kill his master for his master's position and inheritance. There are others, the elders of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance." The red dragon was really scared, and it told all the information it knew, like a bamboo tube pouring beans. But Lao Wang didn't care at all. The 1,000-machine dragon in his hand turned into a metal battle axe, and the Lord of Elements raised it high. The dragon was still begging for mercy, but Lao Wang had no intention of being soft-hearted. After the axe fell, the dragon's body was separated from its head. "Come and collect it. I will go with the president to complete the task first." After killing the dragon, Lao Wang picked up its hardcore and said. In addition to completing the task this time, he also had to deal with Jioshi's problem. This person has a big problem, and it's not just killing his master. Logically speaking, this dragon is so rampant that it should have been wanted by humans long ago, and then captured by a being like Iwuyo. But Jioshiyu helped it suppress the problem many times for the little profit from the dragon. It's not wrong to say that he is an accomplice of the dragon. At the same time, Lao Wang also found that he didn't seem to have any real material. He can achieve what he has today, thanks to his brother. But he seems to have imprisoned his brother, and threatened him with his family. These are all what Ling casually investigated. After returning from the abyss, Zero's power has become much stronger. After Lao Wang learned about these things, he and Lin Qimin quickly returned to Jioshiyu. He first secretly rescued his imprisoned brother and his family, and then came to him with the materials. When will my thing be ready? Lao Wang asked Jioshiyu, who didn't know that his tool man had been rescued. It will take about 3 days, but it will cost some money to make it. About 100,000 gold crystals, Jioshiyu said. Wow, it's really a lot. What if I can't make it? Lao Wang asked. 100 times compensation. Jioshiyu said very confidently. Anyway, it had already asked the tool man, as long as there was this fresh dragon blood, there would be almost no difficulty. Lao Wang smiled and nodded. This is really a road to heaven that you don't take. Since you like to be greedy so much, I will fulfill your wish. Okay, this is the 100,000 gold crystals you want. We will come back in 3 days. Okay. Chapter 352. Help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him run away, Lao Wang said to his teammates after leaving Jioshiyu. Everyone nodded. 100 times 100,000 is 10 million. With Lao Wang's generosity, they might be able to share some of it. This money is nothing to Lao Wang, but it is a huge sum for them. Now this is no longer an ordinary NPC, it is their gold mine, so they have to keep an eye on it. The people who watched Jioshiyu that day heard a miserable wail, and everyone knew that he had finally discovered his brother's disappearance. After the wail subsided, he went out, and went straight to the place where he imprisoned his brother's family. Everyone did not stop him, but just followed from a distance. As long as he didn't run away, and nothing happened, he could do whatever he wanted. Lao Wang had already made a call to the top leaders of the alliance, and no one would help him. And they already knew that this man was a fake master. How could everyone offend a real master, and the leader of the alliance for him? 3 days passed quickly, and Lao Wang brought people to his mansion again. Master, where is our knife? Lao Wang looked at the haggard Jioshiyu in front of him. The knife. The knife will be 2 days later, Jioshiyu said a little haggardly. If you don't consider what he has done, this man in front of you is really distressing. After all, he is already old, and he is sitting here so haggard. But everyone who knows what he has done just feels that it is not enough. His master who was killed by the red dragon, his brothers, who have been tortured by him for so many years, and those who were killed by the red dragon because of him, are much more miserable than him. We don't want to wait any longer, and we also know that you can't make it. Return the materials and compensate the money, Lao Wang said directly. It's you? Why? Jioshiyu also understood after hearing what Lao Wang said. He looked at Lao Wang viciously and said, Why? Don't you look at what you have done? Stop talking nonsense and pay the money. Lao Wang. Pay the money? You wish, I won't accompany you, what can you do? Jioshiyu lost his voice while talking. He suddenly remembered that the man in front of him was the leader of the alliance. Although he bribed many people on weekdays, the gap between those people and the man in front of him was as big as heaven and earth, and it was useless. Jioshiyu thought that from now on, he could only pay the money obediently, and didn't make a scene anymore. But the money was paid, but his problem was not over. Lao Wang handed the problem of his bribery to the NPCs to investigate. This problem was enough to keep him from getting out for the rest of his life, and even after he went in, his brothers would arrange someone to take care of it. After distributing the money to everyone, Lao Wang disbanded the team. Lin Qiming's exclusive weapon had been entrusted to them to rescue that person, so he didn't need to worry about it anymore. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lao Wang returned to the planet to level up. This time, he wanted to level up here until the match with the Protoss began. But Lao Wang had just returned and hadn't been leveling for long when he felt someone was watching him. Who? Lao Wang looked in one direction and shouted. But no one answered him. He saw nothing but the slimes on the ground, and the feeling disappeared. If it wasn't for the very clear feeling just now, Lao Wang would have suspected that he was hallucinating. While thinking about this question, Lao Wang turned around and started pretending to level up. But before he had leveled up for long, the feeling appeared again. This time, Lao Wang didn't alarm the snake, but slowly approached that direction. When he felt that he could catch the other party, Lao Wang turned around suddenly, but there was still nothing in front of him. However, Lao Wang did not gain nothing this time. He met eyes with a slime. This slime gave Lao Wang a completely different feeling from other slimes. Its bean-sized eyes actually shone with the light of wisdom. Lao Wang immediately stepped forward and grabbed it, but at this moment the light in its eyes disappeared. This was not pretending, but the thing that was living on it ran away. Lao Wang froze it to death in one go, and then began to look for that thing. This thing was invisible, and moved very fast on these slimes. Lao Wang tried for a long time, but got no results. The unwilling Lao Wang was angry. He looked at the slimes all over the mountains and plains. 21 photons appeared in the sky and bombed them wildly. The slimes on the entire battlefield were almost cleared by Lao Wang, but that feeling did not disappear. Lao Wang looked at the huge crack. The feeling now came from there. What is it? Get out! Lao Wang shouted while looking at the crack in the abyss. If the other party didn't come out, Lao Wang decided to nuke it and give it a surprise. But this time the other party responded. After Lao Wang finished speaking, a huge slime slowly crawled out of the crack, with a humanoid creature on its head. Element, you have become weaker. What? Killed too many companions like me, and got retribution? The humanoid creature looked at Lao Wang and said motionlessly. Lao Wang didn't answer him, but looked at the other party's attributes, his eyes full of solemnity. Chaos Ancient Night Demon. Race, Chaos Demon God. Level, Mythology. LV? This is actually a mythical creature, and it looks like it was killed by the Lord of Elements. I just don't know why it didn't die. I'm not an element, said Lao Wang. Don't pretend. I can't forget your breath even in my dreams. Today is the day I wake up, I let you go. When I break free from the seal, it will be your death, ha ha ha. The laughter of the ancient night demon was very arrogant, and he didn't take Lao Wang seriously at all. Please kill me now. Lao Wang. Ha ha ha, you are sick. The ancient night demon couldn't do Lao Wang's request. It never thought that someone would have such a request. Don't worry about whether I'm sick or not, come and kill me, Lao Wang. How did you see it? Asked the ancient night demon. With your arrogant personality and the mythical level you deliberately showed, how could you let me go if you could move? Lao Wang. Yes, my acting was a little fake. Oh, wait until I go back and calm down, and think about the mistakes I made today. After saying this, the ancient night demon was ready to return to the crack, but Lao Wang had already seen that it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, so how could he let it go back? Ling Chao controlled the 1,000 machine dragon to transform into huge needles, and actually sewed up the crack. Although it was only temporarily sealed, it was enough. The ancient night demon looked at Lao Wang speechlessly, and now it knew it was in trouble. Shui, go and kill him, the ancient night demon said to the slime under it. After receiving the order, the giant slime threw it to the ground, unable to move, and went towards Lao Wang with bearing fangs and claws. Ancient night devil, After so many years of cultivation, this slime has become pretty good, but its IQ is really worrying. It faked its death, and was sealed in a small world by the former Lord of Elements. Because it was not dead, nothing could be born in that world. Fortunately, it used its own magic to create slimes, which made it available. However, the special energy it needed in the small world was too little, so it had to switch to the power of the Abyss. It was also lucky that the Abyss did not discover its world first, but this world was absorbed by the world of the Alliance universe. Give it a few more years, it might really be able to recover to its full victory period. When all the magic power is converted into Abyss magic, it can move freely. Old Wang doesn't understand these things, he is really in a stalemate with this giant slime. This thing actually has an epic level. If it weren't for its really worrying IQ, Old Wang might have been defeated. The power of the rules of this huge slime made Lao Wang unable to hurt it at all. But Lao Wang was not without a solution. He still had the 1,000 machine dragon. But that was the last thing in the box. Lao Wang could not use it easily. If he didn't kill it with one strike, it would be embarrassing. Lao Wang was analyzing what rules the other party mastered, and the result was about to come. Because with the intelligence of this slime, it must not be able to master complex rules, and can only passively operate the rules. Considering the opponent's ability to reproduce almost infinitely, this should be its rule. Fortunately, it is not a combat type. Lao Wang said after figuring it out. Now, he just needs to find the core of the opponent, and he can prepare to kill it with one strike. The heart core of this slime is not difficult to find. It doesn't have the intelligence to hide. But Lao Wang still confirmed it again and again, because if he failed, he could only escape. After a few dozen hours of skill cult group, What will happen here is uncertain. Chapter 353. Zero. Activate the power of mythology, Lao Wang said to Zero after he had mastered the 9th level. Activate the power of mythology. 3, 2, 1, transform. After Zero's voice broadcast, the 1000-machine dragon turned into parts, and combined them into a sniper rifle. When the sniper rifle came out, the terrifying power it emanated shocked the ancient night demon. Run! It shouted at the slime, but it was a bit late. A golden ray hit the slime's hardcore, and smashed it to pieces. After the slime paused for a while, it slowly disappeared from the spot, and the slimes on the entire planet disappeared with it. Lao Wang lost a precious place to level up. You will regret it. After I recover, I will definitely crush you to ashes. The ancient night demon said to Lao Wang viciously after seeing the slime king disappear. That slime was its hard work for tens of thousands of years, and it was the key to its recovery, and it was destroyed by Lao Wang just like that. Lao Wang smiled at it, then said, "Don't worry, it's your turn next." After that, Lao Wang raised the sniper rifle transformed by the 1000-machine dragon, and pointed it at the ancient night demon. Heh, it's not that I look down on you. Why do you think I survived that battle? Let me tell you, you can't kill me. The elements back then couldn't kill me, let alone you. Before it finished speaking, Lao Wang stepped on its chest, recalling Raynosaur and turning it into a giant axe, element embedded on it, and the 1000-machine dragon also turned back into a dragon body and wrapped around it. The combination of his 3 equipment made Lao Wang feel a brand new power, which seemed to be natural. Lao Wang had never learned it, but could master it directly. He raised the axe high with a new strength, and the sacred power on the axe burst out with all his strength, chopping off the head of the ancient night demon. Lao Wang could feel the abyss magic power gathered on him from a distance, and of course, he had to use the sacred magic power to kill him. The eyes on the severed head of the ancient night demon were full of disbelief. When would the elements be able to master the power of the sacred attribute? The ancient night demon died very aggrievedly. As one of the few ancient demon gods who lived to this era, the ancient night demon must be very strong. Even if it is not as good as the guy imprisoned in the abyss, it will not be much worse. Maybe it was because of bad luck that he never recovered. As an ancient demon god, it couldn't even move. In fact, if it weren't for Lao Wang today, the others might have been defeated. Because as long as it is not epic, it can't deal with slimes. If it weren't for the inheritance of the Lord of Elements, the demon god's spiritual power would be able to control them. I don't know how to describe the luck of the ancient night demon. It must be lucky to survive that ancient war. But he met Lao Wang right after he was born. It seems that he was not lucky to survive. He even endured so many years of torture in vain. After Lao Wang killed it, he picked up the drops and started to look at them. The slime didn't drop anything. Because its heart core was shattered, Lao Wang didn't even get its epic heart core. However, the ancient night demon dropped 2 things. One is a mecha transfer item called the Night Demon Eye, and the other is an equipment evolution stone, but it is a mythical level. The Night Demon Eye should be something similar to the elemental crown, which should be another unique level item. However, this thing will not be used by the elite members of the guild in the future. Their levels have all passed level 50, and they can only use it at level 60. But at level 60, you have to break through the legend. How can you still switch to Mecha? Unless it is used to raise new members of the guild. But what kind of new members are worthy of such a thing? His son or daughter? Don't mention it. You can leave it to your son or daughter, Lao Wang said while looking at the Eye of Night Demon. Anyway, as long as this game can bring Mecha into reality for one day, there is no need to worry about it being cold. Look, he cares so much about the next generation. As for the other item, the mythical equipment upgrade stone, there is no need to introduce it. This is a level 60 mythical equipment. Lock it up. Lock it up. This will be his lifeblood from now on. After putting away the lifeblood, Lao Wang checked the planet again, and found that there was indeed no fish that slipped through the net, and then Lao Wang left here. He is going to find another place to level up, as this place has been completely destroyed by him. When Lao Wang went to the new leveling point, the original outer starry sky was now a land to be developed. General Lin was leading the fleet to a planet in a place where there were basically no traces of human beings. Have you confirmed the source of the news? General Zhang asked his subordinates. No, General, the other party concealed it very well, and we don't even know how they found out about our obelisk plan. But from the fact that the other party did not directly expose the news, but invited us to this place, it can be seen that the other party is either General Huang's old subordinates or Mrs. Huang's old subordinates. General Zhang's subordinates replied. I originally thought so too, thinking that the leakage of our plan this time was too weird. The other party even knows the details of how we harmed General Huang. I suspect there is a traitor among my men. You should check it carefully. General Zhang said. Yes. Just the day before yesterday, General Zhang received an anonymous letter. The other party did not know what means to send a handwritten anonymous letter to his residence. General Huang was frightened when he opened the letter. The letter actually wrote how he killed General Huang. And the most bizarre thing is that the other party knows the details here clearly. But the other party did not make it public, but asked him to come to this uninhabited star field. It seems that the probability of revenge for General Huang and his wife is high. Yes, Mrs. Huang was also killed by him. But General Zhang felt that he could not be blamed for this. It was that woman who did not know what was good for her, and found out about him. At that time, he was just arguing. He failed to seize the position of leader of the alliance, and was in a rage when that woman jumped out to accuse him. She also said that she was not worthy of being Xiao Huang's master and leader of the alliance, so he took action. He did not expect that the other party was so fragile, and died with a light pinch. Thinking about these messy things, Zhang Yi came to the planet where he had agreed with that person. But until everyone landed, he did not see the other party. Are we not fooled? The other party tricked us here, and actually wanted to use this method to make us feel guilty, said Zhang Yi's men. If the other party has this method, why not just capture me directly? Zhang Yi. That's right. Just as they were discussing, 5 huge space cracks appeared in the sky of the planet, and several familiar figures appeared from the space cracks. Leviathan King. How can the Zerg still have such a unit? When everyone on General Zhang's side saw these shadows, they were all shocked. The sudden appearance of Leviathan King in the starry sky shocked them in words. The Zerg Overlord has been killed, but this high-level unit of the Zerg is still there. What does this mean? The Zerg are coming back. They wanted to send a message to the Alliance, but found that the signal here was blocked. Unlike his men, General Zhang was thinking at this time, could it be that the Zerg asked him to come here? Soon he got the answer, because he saw the familiar figure flying down from Leviathan King. It's you, you're not dead yet? Zhang Yi said to Yu Ji in front of him. You're not dead yet, how can I die? Today is the day you pay your debt, are you ready? Yu Ji. Sure enough, you asked me to come here, how did you know the details of that matter? Zhang Yi. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it yourself. You killed your own apprentice and his wife for those illusory things. You even hurt your apprentice's granddaughter. Don't you have nightmares? Yu Ji said lightly. After she finished speaking, Zhang Yi immediately had a picture of his apprentice and his wife seeking revenge on him. They had become zombies, and crawled out of the cemetery to seek revenge on him. He fought desperately, and then accidentally hurt the people next to him. Maybe he felt something wrong with his hand, or maybe the 6-armed Ming Wang's natural illusion-breaking attribute activated him to break free from the illusion. You tricked me, Zhang Yi said in horror, looking at Yu Ji in the sky, not even knowing how he was hit. He looked at the mess around him, and said to his men, the other party's ability is illusion, you guys will. Before he finished speaking, he saw his men around him swinging their weapons at him. Chapter 354. What's wrong with you? General Zhang said, as he looked at his subordinates, who kept attacking him. These were his confidants, and would never betray him. Even if he killed his apprentice, and was suspected of colluding with the Zerg and the Abyss, these subordinates would never leave him. What happened to them today? They actually attacked him. What Zhang Yi couldn't understand was the power of the Spirit Lord. But Zhang Yi was never a soft-hearted person. He took action after his subordinates attacked his mecha several times. The thunder in the hands of the 6-armed Ming Wang exploded, destroying all the mechas that attacked him. Whether they were his subordinates, who had worked hard for him, or followed him regardless of everything, he didn't let them go. It's not my fault. He controlled you, and you attacked me first, Zhang Yi muttered as he looked at his subordinates, who were almost killed by him. At this moment, he only heard a click, and the world around him shattered. He appeared motionless at the same place just now, surrounded by his subordinates, who looked unsure. They were still alive, so who did he kill just now? You are really cruel. These people followed you and worked hard, right? You just killed them mercilessly. Yu Ji looked at Zhang Yi and said. Zhang Yi's eyes were focused, looking at the accusing eyes of his subordinates around him. He thought of Madame Huang. This made him a little angry, and he said viciously, this must also be an illusion, you are all fake. After saying that, the energy in the hands of the 6-armed Ming Wang bloomed again, tearing all the subordinates around him into pieces. Then the world in front of him was shattered again, and it seemed that it was really right this time. However, after the world collapsed, his men in front of him were still lying on the ground. You really hurt them by mistake, Yu Ji said to Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi didn't believe it at all at this time. He once stretched out his butcher knife to his companions. After these people were killed, he seemed to have a new world of broken scenes in front of him, but it didn't seem to appear. He was now killing his companions endlessly. At this time, he seemed to have entered a multi-layered dream, breaking through layer by layer, but in the end it was all illusions, until he sat on the ground exhausted. At this moment, the barrier in front of him seemed to disappear. He was surrounded by the devastated land destroyed by him, and his men who were killed by him at some unknown time. Yuji walked towards him step by step. At this moment, he was really scared. If he wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have done so many things that angered the heavens and the people. Please spare me for the sake of holding you when I was a child. Zhang Yi knelt on the ground and said he had abandoned his last bottom line. The illusion just now shattered his pride, but also gave him hope. The man in front of him could break through to this level in such a short time. If he could get the method, he could also take that step. You know, you make me feel sick now, Yuji said, looking at Zhang Yi who was crawling on the ground in front of her. Don't talk yet, listen to me. But since you are so sincere, let me give you a chance. Do you see the people around you? Kill them, Yuji said. After she finished speaking, she waved to Zhang Yi again. There was no more devastation around him, only his subordinates, who were controlled by the alien insects with a net. What happened just now was actually an illusion, and as for the current one, he really couldn't tell. Zhang Yi looked at these men who were looking at him in horror, and without any hesitation, he smashed his adjutant's head with one punch. Then he rushed into these former men like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and he actually laughed. Ha ha! Zhang Yi laughed more and more rampantly, and his men's movements became faster and faster, and soon all his men were slaughtered by him. After killing all his men, Zhang Yi knelt down in front of Yuji again, and Yuji was a little disgusted by him. Very good, you did a great job, but are you really not afraid of retribution for doing this? Yuji said. Retribution? What is that? Can it help me live forever? Zhang Yi said disdainfully, but he didn't know that his retribution was coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuji disappeared, leaving only a voice in the air saying, Look around you. Zhang Yi heard that the teammates he had just killed stood up again, but their movements were a little abnormal, and they were staggering like zombies. Aren't you all dead? Why are you still looking for me? Haven't you heard that people and ghosts have different paths? After he finished speaking, he killed them again. But this time his former teammates were not easily solved by him. These teammates who became zombies were stronger than he imagined. They were extremely powerful, and not afraid of attacks. They quickly surrounded Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi was a legendary 9th level after all. The domain and the phantom of the 6-armed Ming Wang exploded at the same time, and these zombie-like things were directly beaten into ashes. No one can stop me from immortality. But before he could make any new moves, he was suddenly attracted by a figure in the distance, because it was the same mecha as his, the 6-armed Ming Wang. He was very familiar with this mecha. Wasn't it his apprentice's mecha? Just when he wanted to confirm it clearly, the zombie-like mecha of General Huang rushed towards him and knocked him to the ground with a punch. The mechas that he had just killed appeared again and bit him. Zhang Yi was pressed to the ground and wailed in pain, but this also aroused his ferocity. The projection of the Ming Wang, as big as a star, appeared and analyzed the mechas that were pressing him again. Then he looked at General Huang and shouted, Xiao Huang, since you are already dead, why don't you just be honest? Why do you come out to embarrass me? After that, the stone as big as a comet fell from the sky, but his confident attack was easily blocked by the opponent. The shadow of the Ming Wang behind General Huang, who took his attack, also began to express, and even soon surpassed him. In front of the opponent's huge phantom, the phantom behind him was like a child. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you be stronger than me? How is it possible? The frustrated Zhang Yi began to attack randomly, but the phantom behind General Huang broke his phantom with just one punch. Outside the illusion, the alien insects looked at Zhang Yi, who was kneeling there, and kept saying impossible, and seemed a little bored. They didn't know what happened. They just saw the man in front of them kill all his teammates, and then he knelt there like a fool and said impossible. They didn't have a chance to attack. Boring. Yuji watched all this and walked forward slowly. She gently touched Zhang Yi's forehead with her hand, and a transparent shadow identical to Zhang Yi flew out of his body. This is his soul. Yuji caught him in her hand. She did not kill him directly. She wanted to make him suffer from the torture of soul forever. Take this man away and train him into a puppet, Yuji said to her alien insects. She was very confused at this time. Yuji, who easily solved her enemy, fell into confusion again. She has completely lost her direction now. She seems to have nothing to pursue except power. Then let me unify this universe first. Central Star. Alliance Headquarters. Lao Wang hurried here. As soon as he entered the door, he asked everyone, "Is the news accurate? Are you sure that General Zhang and his fleet have been killed?" It has been confirmed. The signal of General Zhang's fleet has disappeared. It seems that it is more dangerous than good. One person replied. Where did it disappear? Have you sent someone to check? Lao Wang. Not yet, we are planning to send someone there. I go with you too, said Old Wang. He still didn't quite believe that Zhang Yi would have any problems. It was obvious that there was still a plot that had not ended for this man. How could he suddenly disappear? Old Wang, who didn't believe in evil, followed everyone to the place where Zhang Yi's troop signals disappeared last, which was near the planet where Yuji took action. There's something wrong with that planet. Fly over and take a look. Old Wang saw at a glance that something was wrong with the planet where he had the problem. There were also experts among the crowd who saw that the energy reaction there was too high. But what surprised everyone was that after they arrived at this planet, they basically found no traces of fighting. This kind of energy reaction should have at least had a legendary battle here. A legendary level battle should have destroyed this planet beyond recognition, but it doesn't look like that now. Sir, there's something going on ahead. We found General Zhang. Go and take a look. Old Wang. Chapter 355. After the group drove the starship to a plain, they saw General Zhang sitting on a mountain of corpses of their subordinates. Don't get too close, he's not in a good condition, said one person on the spaceship. You wait here, I go over and take a look. Lao Wang. Let's go with you, said one of General Zhang's subordinates. Of course, Zhang Yi couldn't take all his subordinates with him every time he went out, so these people were the kind who escaped. They followed Lao Wang because they were afraid that Lao Wang would use this opportunity to eliminate dissidents. They didn't know if Lao Wang would, but if it was them, they would not miss this opportunity. Lao Wang looked at it and nodded in agreement. If he wanted to follow, he could follow. He just wanted to see what happened there. Lao Wang took a few people to where Zhang Yi was, and he felt something was wrong from a distance. Psionic energy? How can there be alien insects here? Stop first, Lao Wang said, sensing the energy around him. But although he stopped, Zhang Yi's subordinates did not stop. But just as they approached Zhang Yi's position, foot thorns shot out from under the corpse and pierced them all. This change scared everyone on the boat, and they quickly moved away from there. Then a strange-looking alien insect emerged from the corpse, and Zhang Yi hung on its head. This was a legendary high-level alien insect, and Lao Wang could vaguely see some shadows of Zhang Yi's six-armed Ming Wan on his body. It seemed that he was really dead, and was killed by the alien insect. After the huge alien insect emerged, it roared in the direction of Lao Wang and rushed towards Lao Wang quickly. It should not have much wisdom, otherwise it would not be so reckless. Lao Wang took out Rayonizer and fought with all his strength, and they soon fought together. This alien insect obviously inherited the power of the six-armed Ming Wang, and Lao Wang could not gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation with him. You know, Lao Wang can even fight against the legendary 9th level head-on, which shows how strong the opponent is. Their battle was dark and chaotic, and the entire planet's plates were changing because of their battle. This is the scene that the legendary strong should have when fighting. The people on the spacecraft suspected that this was not the first scene of General Zhang's murder. The battle between Lao Wang and the alien insect lasted for half a day. Although the alien insect was not Lao Wang's opponent, its vitality was really strong. Lao Wang cut off his head, and it was not affected at all, but in the end Lao Wang still wore him to death. After all, the opponent could not hurt Lao Wang in any way, whether it was the lightning field or the power. Send a message back to the Alliance. General Zhang Yi died at the hands of the Zerg. A bounty is being issued to find the Zerg remnants. Don't let them make a comeback, Lao Wang said to everyone after returning to the spaceship. Everyone immediately followed his instructions. They knew how powerful the Zerg were, and now General Huang was dead. After the message was sent back to the Alliance also sent a copy to the Protoss, but the Protoss didn't take it too seriously. The Protoss knew the Zerg better than humans, and they knew clearly what the Overmind meant to the Zerg. Now that the Overmind had been killed, it was a pipe dream for the Zerg to make a comeback. After they received the message from Lao Wang, they said they took it seriously, but in fact they didn't take it seriously at all. Until one of their large legions encountered Yuji's troops in the starry sky and was completely wiped out. This time, the Protoss lost 6 Dreadnought-class starships, millions of combat units, and 17 legendary strongmen, including 2 high-level legendary ones. After they sent out a distress signal, there was no news. When the Protoss rescue team arrived, only a mess was left at the scene. The disappearance of these people made the Protoss regret it, but there is no such thing as regret medicine in the world. After receiving the news from the Protoss, Lao Wang and others said comforting words, and didn't say anything more. They were shocked by the power displayed by the Zerg this time. When the Overmind was still alive, the Zerg didn't have such strength, right? At that time, the Zerg won by relying on powerful numbers, but now it seems to have changed. When the Protoss support troops arrived at the battlefield, there was not much Zerg blood left at the scene, but more Protoss blood. Zerg generally do not leave corpses, which is energy for them, but it is incredible that there is not much blood. But when both humans and Protoss paid attention to the Zerg seemed to disappear out of thin air, and they could no longer find any trace of each other. If it weren't for Lao Wang taking a video when he killed General Zhang's puppet, they would have doubted each other by now. 10 days later. The time agreed by humans and Protoss for the game has come. The Zerg has not made any progress, but the game still has to be held. Although Zhang Yi, who discussed this game with the Protoss, is gone, Lao Wang is back. The result of the discussion between the two sides for this game is to send the strongest legend, and whoever wins will become the leader of the alliance. This competition system was proposed by Lao Wang. When he said it, the humans thought he was mentally retarded. In their opinion, this idea was even more stupid than Zhang Yi's original proposal for legends to participate. It's not that the 9th level legends on the human side are weaker than the star spirits, but it involves the question of who will go up to compete. As the current leader of the alliance, Lao Wang has no 9th level legends under his command. But if you want to send someone else's 9th level legend to compete, first of all, let's not talk about whether they can go up, who will take the position after they get up, let others fight to the death, and then you go up to pick Peaches. What can they do? However, the people on the human side couldn't convince Lao Wang, and the star spirits agreed, and finally this rule was set. Today, let's see who he sends up. One of Zhang Pingan's men muttered on the road. Shut up, you're the only one who can talk? Zhang Pinon glared at him, and then he said to one of the team members, Uncle, if he calls you later, I trouble you. You kid really want me to go? She may not appreciate it when the time comes. Zhang Pingan's uncle said. Everything is for the human race. Now is not the time for internal strife. Zhang Pinon said. Haha, good, they really didn't misjudge you. Such conversations also took place in Li Yulong and Xuanmin's teams. Although humans have many problems, they have more shining qualities. But this time, they may have thought too much. The reason why Lao Wang proposed this rule was for himself. After the people on both sides arrived at the planet where they defeated the Zerg Master, they greeted each other and began to build the Starry Sky Arena and broadcasting function. The one who took action this time was a legendary 9th level, and that meant fighting in space. If it was on this planet, it would easily cause irreversible damage to the planet, or even destroy it. The Starry Sky Arena built by both sides, this time was directly pulled in a piece of meteorite, and the location was the place where the final battle with the Zerg took place. It was spacious enough, and both sides could show their fists and feet. At the same time, since they had to fight in space, broadcasting methods were necessary, otherwise it would be boring to just wait. Although fighting in space is basically silent, it is better than nothing. The venue has been prepared. Please enter the venue for both sides, said the referee of this competition. After the referee finished speaking, a Protoss who looked old came out. Although this Protoss looked like a human in his 50s, his body was very strong. His name was Dunichian, a legendary 9th level, and he was currently the strongest Protoss, so strong that he led an era of Protoss. After Dunichian came to the center of the stage, he began to wait for the humans to send someone to the stage, and the humans also looked at Lao Wang. Then Lao Wang smiled at everyone, stood up and slowly walked towards the ring. Everyone? ? What do you mean? You want to go on your own? Zhang Pinon couldn't help asking. You are so smart. Lao Wang. Don't joke, do you know what you are doing? You are joking with the future of the entire human race. Li Yulong. Even Lao Wang's master Lao Luo stood up and said, I know you are anxious, but now is not the time for you to go on stage. When have you ever seen me make such a joke? Don't worry, have some confidence in me, and this is also the order of the leader of the alliance. I don't want you to disobey and embarrass yourself in front of outsiders, Lao Wang said with a smile. Everyone, who is embarrassing himself? Chapter 356. After finally persuading everyone to leave, Lao Wang came to the ring. Sorry, there were some unexpected things just now, Lao Wang said to Dunichian. You don't respect us? Dunichian said without thinking after seeing Lao Wang. What do you mean? Lao Wang asked with interest. We are fully prepared for this game, and you actually sent out low-level legends. Isn't that disrespectful? Donichian. You may not know that I am the leader of the Human Alliance, the most powerful person in the entire human race, Lao Wang said to Donichian in front of him. His words made Donichian frown, and then he said, since you insist on going, then come on, I hope you won't say that we are bullying the weak. After Donichian finished speaking, he drove the mecha to the starry sky ring. Lao Wang also smiled, and then drove the Lord of Elements to tear open the space in front of him and arrived on the ring first. Taking advantage. Donichian said directly after seeing Lao Wang arrive first. Lao Wang smiled and ignored him, only saying to the referee, can we start? After seeing the referee nod, Lao Wang disappeared in front of everyone, and Donichian was almost hit by Lao Wang's punch. If the opponent hadn't summoned defense very quickly, this would have definitely made the opponent look bad. You actually sneak attacked? But your game is over now. Donichian roared and attacked Lao Wang. He was very fast. Although the people watching the game didn't know what they said, they were all worried about Lao Wang. But Lao Wang on the ring seemed to be scared, and didn't even avoid the opponent's fast punch. Just when some people had closed their eyes in despair, Lao Wang easily blocked Donichian's attack. It's powerful, but that's all you can do. I win this game, Lao Wang said with a smile, holding the opponent's fist. Donichian finally got serious at this moment. He turned the mecha power to the maximum, and opened the domain. He was ready to attack, and take down Lao Wang directly. Unfortunately, his domain was the thunder domain. As soon as the colorful light of the elemental domain appeared, he felt that the thunder element had betrayed him, and the domain was directly destroyed. Although he used all his strength to break free from Lao Wang's hands and hit Lao Wang, he was unable to cause any damage to Lao Wang because his domain was suppressed. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Let me show you my full strength so that you can lose with a sense of conviction, Lao Wang said. After that, the sky-sweeping wings behind the Lord of Elements burned with hot flames, and the Phoenix wings and Steel wings merged into one. Phoenix mode on. Leoncer once again turned into the sword in the hands of the Elemental Lord, and the Thousand Machine Dragon turned into another sword. Element floated behind the Elemental Lord holding two swords, and the elements around him began to riot. Donichian now felt that he had not only lost control of his lightning ability, but also lost immunity to lightning elements. He looked at the godlike figure in front of him, and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was just a clown in the eyes of the other party, and the energy he exuded made people unable to resist. But Donichian did not give up. He was still ready to fight to the death with the other party. Just when he was about to burn everything, the other party moved. This move made Shield-Ichian unable to track the opponent, and Lao Wang came directly in front of him. Rayonasur and Qianzhulong turned into ropes to completely block him, leaving him no chance to fight to the death. I lost. Shield-Ichian, who tried various methods, but couldn't break free from the restraints, admitted defeat very calmly. Lao Wang untied the restraints on him, and pulled him up from the ground. Thank you, said Shield-Ichian. You're welcome, you are really strong, but my domain is a little restrained to you, Lao Wang said politely. The people on the Protoss side are still good. Although they are a bit old-fashioned, they are indeed better than humans in terms of character. Lao Wang's victory was so clean and neat that the high-level NPCs on the human side were stunned. They thought that Lao Wang might have some secret weapons. After all, he had fought 7 people with one neat. But they really didn't think that this person was really so strong, especially Lao Luo. He vaguely remembered that not long ago, this person was still a weak chicken with only a few levels. Back then, Lao Wang gave him money to become his disciple, but it has been so long, and he is no longer his opponent. He couldn't help but sigh that time flies, and things are no longer the same, but it's good to win. After Lao Wang won, the Star Spirits had no objection to him becoming the highest commander of the coalition. After Lao Wang took office, he said directly to everyone, "Everyone leave later, I have something to say here." He kept everyone, of course not to show off or brag. He kept everyone. One reason was to talk to the people on the Star Spirit side about the situation of the Abyss, and wanted to find out from them whether they knew the situation of the Abyss. Another thing is to discuss how to deal with the returning Zerg. We have already informed you of the situation in the Abyss, and now I still want to emphasize to you that you should not underestimate the Abyss. The fighting power above the legend is called the Demon God in the Abyss, and there are as many as 3,000 demon gods with names in the Abyss. Their power is definitely not comparable to that of the Zerg, and their world may really border us at any time, said the old king. We also know about this. The documents that the Abyss harms us have been recorded. According to the documents left by our ancestors, a huge Abyss crack appeared on the Protoss side a long time ago. Many races we have never seen rushed out of the crack. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked people crazily. The Protoss suffered great losses, and almost exterminated the race. However, although they were very strong, their equipment was poor, and they were killed by our ancestors. And the ancestor also led the team to counterattack the Abyss, and it was in this way that he saw a scene that he would never forget. According to his memories, after entering the crack, he saw countless monsters. There are many legends among them, and he also saw a giant python that covered the sky and the sun. According to the description of the ancestor, the giant python's breath alone made him unable to move. Although I don't know why the other party didn't kill him, but just beat him back, I don't think the ancestor is lying. The leader of the Protoss side, the space master driver of this generation, Saint Dal, said, although he has not yet broken through to the legend, the Protoss is not ruled by strength. Giant python? The 6th demon god Abyss python? Lao Wang said lightly. This strength ranks 6th? What else did your ancestor say after he returned? Li Yulong asked. No more. After the ancestor said these things, he went crazy. His eyes turned blood red, and then he started to attack madly, and finally. Saint Dao. Sorry. Li Yulong. He should be affected by the breath of the Abyss. Is it the same for the others who came back with him? Lao Wang. Yes. How do you know? Saint Dao. Although the power of the Abyss is called the power of the Abyss, in fact, our world also has this power, but only in special places. This power has strong destructive power and infectious power. Generally, creatures affected by it will become violent and aggressive. Unlike our world, the power of the Abyss is almost everywhere in the Abyss. However, the power of the Abyss in the Abyss is much calmer than in our world, and will not directly affect the minds of creatures in the Abyss world. But as long as you are in the Abyss, you will still be infected by this power. Once you leave the Abyss, it will explode, and those who carry this power will become violent and stronger. This is the case with your ancestors, and so are those creatures that left the Abyss. Otherwise, the creatures in the Abyss are actually intelligent, and they also have their own unique civilization. Old Wang shared what he had learned during this period with everyone. It was obviously abnormal for the creatures in the Abyss to kill endlessly as soon as they appeared. Even if it is some evil races, you will not kill endlessly. Isn't it better to capture prisoners and sell them for money than to kill them? After Lao Wang finished speaking, everyone was thinking, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Didn't you also go to the Abyss? Why are you not affected? One person asked. That's because I have the Abyss attribute and can control the power of the Abyss. Lao Wang said, and condensed an Abyss ball. As soon as the ball came out, everyone immediately felt the cold and evil breath contained in it. Who wants to try what it feels like to be infected by the power of the Abyss? Don't worry, I can save you. Lao Wang said. Let me try, said a star spirit. They wanted to confirm whether what Lao Wang said was true. Chapter 357. After the star spirit stood up, Lao Wang sent the Abyss energy ball over. What should I do? The star spirit asked. Just touch it with your hand. Lao Wang. The star spirit heard this, and slowly stretched his hand over the Abyss energy ball. The black ball instantly entered his body, and then a cold feeling spread throughout his body. But apart from this feeling, he had no other feeling. How does it feel? Saint Del asked. A little cold, and then nothing else. Before he finished speaking, his eyes began to turn blood red, and the emotions of killing and destruction filled his heart. But his consciousness was extremely clear, but he just couldn't control his desire to kill. The people who noticed his abnormality immediately controlled him, but his huge strength almost broke free. Luckily, Lao Wang took action, and after restraining him, he extracted the Abyss magic, and he regained consciousness. Why did it mutate so quickly? It's different from the information, said one of the star spirits. Lao Wang can answer this question. It should be the purity of the Abyss magic. Lao Wang's magic is the purest Abyss magic, which is the pure version of the Abyss magic that is everywhere in the Abyss world. This also means that his magic is more contagious, and the effect it brings appears faster. In fact, his divine power also has special characteristics, which is why Lao Wang rarely uses the two powers of the Abyss and the divine to fight against the enemy. He is afraid that if one is not controlled well, the power will remain. Now is not the time to talk about these details. Let's discuss how we should deal with the problem of the Abyss first, right? Said one person. I can provide you with samples of Abyss magic. You can use them for research, and try to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. But you must be careful when researching. You have seen the consequences of being infected. If I am not around, it is really dangerous, and I can't save it for a long time. Also, If you have information about the Abyss, I hope you can share it, said Lao Wang. It is definitely not possible to fight the Abyss by himself, and it is necessary to gather the power of humans and various races. It is best to set up a special team. Agree Lao Wang. Agrees Saint Dao. The Protoss agreed, and their subordinates certainly would not refuse, so this proposal was passed directly. After discussing the Abyss, the next thing is the Zerg. Everyone was silent when they said this. Zerg. This is the pain of humans and Protoss. If the Abyss is the thunder suspended above everyone's head, then the Zerg is the horse bandit in front of everyone. Although the thunder is terrifying, it is uncertain when it will fall, and it is not even certain whether it can fall. But the bandits are different. They are the real mortal enemy of everyone at present, and they are the kind of enemies that will kill each other. The Zerg that have returned this time are different from the Zerg in the Overlord era. They are more ferocious, and their individual strength is stronger. It seems that there are new changes in the whole, Sundar said in a low voice. The Protoss has already experienced the power of the new Zerg, and the Protoss has been seriously injured. I killed the Overlord myself. Does the Zerg have any backup plan? Lao Wang said with a headache. According to his understanding of the Zerg, after the death of the Overlord, it was the Blade Queen who took over its position and led the Zerg to rise directly. But Yuji, who had the potential to be the Queen of Blades, was exiled by him, and Lao Wang couldn't understand the development trend of the Zerg. Did she return from the void? But why did she disappear after destroying the Protoss fleet? Did she encounter trouble? Lao Wang thought with a headache. Lao Wang's guess was actually almost right, and it was not even her own will that Yuji destroyed the Protoss fleet. After taking revenge that day, Yuji was empty-hearted, and was taken advantage of by the Phantom that created the Zerg from nowhere. It used Yuji's empty heart to control Yuji and the Zerg, and it very purposefully let Yuji attack the Protoss fleet. But this battle awakened Yuji's own consciousness, and at the same time, because Yuji's inheritance was the Lord of the Spirit. If it weren't for this inheritance, it would have no chance of waking up. Now Yuji is hiding in an unknown place in the starry sky, fighting with the shadow for control of her body. No matter what the Zerg have, we must do our best to find them. If the Zerg really recovers, it will be another disaster for us, said Sundar. The old king nodded and agreed with him. He still had to find them. After the meeting, the exchanges between humans and the Protoss became more frequent. Because of the old king, the players will gain a lot from everything that comes next. The arrangement for the Abyss also started smoothly. The only thing that has not progressed is the location of the Zerg. It's as if they have never appeared, and there is no news about them. After this meeting, the affairs of the Alliance and the players began to get on track, and the players ushered in a period of rapid development. Because of the opening of the Star Spirit map, players have many more places to explore. At the same time, there are many more copies, enriching the choices of players. The infrastructure of the spacetime has been completely completed, and now it has entered the original outer space, and the whole game is thriving. 3 years later. 3 years have passed in a flash, and the whole game has entered a stable period, and most players have reached level 60. Those who have not reached it are either young people who are late to the game or pure casual players. In recent years, the impact of the game on the present world has been very huge. Because of learning the technology of the Alliance and the Star Spirit, the whole society has made rapid progress. This game has basically achieved complete integration between the game and the ordinary world. After the first echelon of players reached the maximum level 2 years ago, players began to challenge the legend. This challenge took another year, and Lung Feng became the second player to become a legend after Lao Wang. In fact, it is not that Lao Wang does not help them, but that Lao Wang, and they are not on the same path, and he really can't help. Lao Wang used his powerful attributes to break through the shackles of legend when he reached level 50. Others reached level 60 normally, and then completed the promotion task to reach legend. Whether this task is difficult or not can be seen from the fact that Lung Feng spent a year on it. In Lung Feng's words, it is simply not a task for humans. The difficulty of this promotion task also prevented Lao Wang from thinking of using the human wave tactics that players are good at to overthrow the Abyss Demon God. Players may have such a day, but it will definitely take a long time for this day. After Lung Feng entered the legend, other guild masters also entered the legend one after another. However, when the number reached nearly 1,000, it slowly stopped. It will take a long time for others, and this can only come slowly. At this stage, players have become the absolute main force in the game world, and players from all walks of life can already compete with NPCs. However, there has been no conflict between the two, because players have completely integrated into this world. Lao Wang felt that it was time for him to step down as the leader of the Alliance. So he sent a message to the top leaders of the entire alliance, asking them to sign up and prepare to elect the next leader of the alliance. As soon as Lao Wang's message came out, the entire game, which had been quiet for a long time, boiled again. Because according to the alliance law, Lao Wang's term as the leader of the alliance is still very long, and many people don't want him to step down. And most of them are NPCs, especially ordinary NPCs. Because although Lao Wang has been sitting in that position for these years, the development of the entire alliance is managed by the big guys in the world. After these years of hard work, the entire alliance is basically the same as the world. This makes ordinary people feel all the changes firsthand. Equality, peace, stability, and prosperity, in their opinion, are all brought by Lao Wang. They are not unaware of the team behind Lao Wang, but they still stubbornly attribute all this to Lao Wang. As their lives have improved, they certainly do not want Lao Wang to step down, because they are afraid that their lives will return to the bad state they were in before. In addition to these ordinary people, some players do not want Lao Wang to step down. Because Lao Wang has helped them solve problems in recent years, whether it is killing bosses or leading them to level up, Lao Wang's efficiency is simply unmatched by others. These two groups of people do not want Lao Wang to step down, which also affects the top management. Because they see it very clearly, if Lao Wang steps down at this time, then they will lose public opinion if they go up. The current alliance NPC is no longer what they were more than 3 years ago. They have begun to understand the importance of public opinion and various routines. NPCs can see the general trend of public opinion, so how can the big guys among the players not see it? Although they have always been doing things in the past, things cannot be explained clearly in a few words. So they began to persuade Lao Wang together to let him not step down. Chapter 358. For this situation, Lao Wang was also helpless, so he held a live video conference for the whole world. Hello everyone, I am Qian Wang. Everyone has heard the rumors that I will step down these 2 days. Today I want to clarify with everyone here that this news is true. But please don't get excited, listen to my explanation first. I have never been suitable for this position, because I am a person who acts on impulse. The reason why I participated in the election for this position was to discuss General Zhang at that time. I never thought that I would be elected, but I know my strength very well. I can't do this position well. So I hired my think tank today, and the things everyone wants are actually pushed by them. My biggest role in this position is actually useless. The second point is to share a good news with everyone. I have reached the 9th level of legend. This abdication is also to impact a higher world with peace of mind. Lao Wang explained to everyone in the live broadcast that it is impossible for him to stop stepping down this time, just because his NPCs and some players don't let him. He has made the reasons very clear. First, he really doesn't want to be the boss. Second, he is at the 9th level of legend and wants to focus on finding a way to break through to the epic level. Although it's okay to continue to be a puppet in a position, while finding a way to break through, Lao Wang obviously doesn't want to do that. After Lao Wang's live video broadcast, many people understood him, so he can finally abdicate normally. Now the senior executives have no time to care about him, and they start to prepare for this position. The number of people competing for this position this time has broken the record again. There are 12 players and NPCs competing for this position. Among them, there are only 3 NPCs, Zhang Pendon, Li Yulong and Xuanmin, and the remaining 9 are all players. In recent years, too many players have been stuffed into the top of the alliance. When the players were down and out and Lao Wang was in power, they could still work together, but now it is definitely not possible. After all, there are different forces behind them. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. How should we compete with them this time? How else can we compete? Of course, we can use normal methods. With our current sphere of influence, being upright is the best method. I agree, but I still suggest trying to win the support of Qian Wang. His support should be very useful. It's difficult. He even gave up this position. What else can we do to impress him? That's right. Let's prepare normally first. If we can win him over, we can win him over. If we can't win him over, don't offend him. This time, the competitors all had similar conversations, and everyone wanted to win over Lao Wang. The old Wang is different now. If someone can really pull him in, the whole election can be said to be a sure thing. However, they all know that it is unlikely. If the old Wang really cares about this thing, he will not retire from this position. In fact, it is also true. At this time, the old Wang has upgraded all the equipment and is preparing the materials for the last evolution of the Lord of Elements. All the auxiliary materials have been prepared by the old Wang. He is now only missing something that can be used as a core material. He wants a suitable mythical item. In fact, Lao Wang has several mythical materials in his hand, but he is not satisfied with their properties. For this thing, Lao Wang has been searching in this vast universe for more than a month, but still has not found what he likes. In Lao Wang's imagination, this time he would better find a mythical element crystal. Any property is fine, all properties are perfect. But Lao Wang also knows that this is almost impossible, so he has to settle for a mythical element crystal. Recently, Lao Wang received information that there is a mysterious relic in the Alliance, and there may be something he wants in the relic. This information was given to him by Yi Wuyo, and the boss has recovered to the epic level. After he knew that Lao Wang had reached the 9th level of legend, he recommended this relic to Lao Wang. He told Lao Wang that he did not successfully attack this relic that year, and when he wanted to go there again after he became epic, he could not enter. Later, he also asked several 9th level legends of the Alliance to go there, but if he couldn't pass it, these people would be even more impossible. After Lao Wang got the news, he immediately became interested. Although he didn't know whether the things in the ruins were what he wanted, it would be good to go and take a look. Moreover, the ruins mentioned by Yi Wuyo were located on the only satellite of the mother planet, that is, on the moon. The Alliance hid this news very well. I didn't even receive any news before, Lao Wang said after arriving on the moon, looking at the pyramid-like entrance to the ruins in front of him. There are people coming and going here. For several years, no one has discovered that this pyramid-like decoration is actually the entrance to a ruin. It is unknown who built this thing. Lao Wang and Ling don't recognize any of the words on it. After opening the entrance to the ruins using the method given by Yi Wuyo, Lao Wang stepped in. Because the people of the Alliance blocked this place before he entered, no player saw Lao Wang's actions. When Lao Wang stepped into the ruins, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he appeared in a mechanical hall surrounded by cyberpunk-style buildings. There was also an LED light board with 00 written on it right above the hall. Is this the inside of the ruins? It's pretty cool, Lao Wang said as he looked around. Yi Wuyo had already told him about the situation inside the ruins. This was a challenge dungeon similar to climbing a tower. The recovery potion brought in could not be used here, and he didn't know how many levels of the challenge there were. Yi Wuyo had passed the 45th floor, and he was sure that there were still related levels behind. He didn't know how many there were, because he was seriously injured at that time, and had no choice but to withdraw. When Lao Wang observed the surrounding environment, he felt a sense of weightlessness under his feet. This thing turned out to be something similar to an elevator. Just looking at this huge space, Lao Wang felt that the cost of this elevator must be very expensive. After the 00 on the signboard changed to 01, 5 doors appeared on the wall in front of Lao Wang. After the doors opened, several humanoid monsters walked out of the doors. These monsters were humanoid, made of some kind of metal, and were actually robots. The energy level of these robots was at the legendary level 1, and there were 20 of them, holding alloy swords in their hands. When they saw Lao Wang, they surrounded Lao Wang directly. The attack had no rules and no domain, and was easily solved by Lao Wang. The magic resistance is average. There are no powerful skills and wisdom. Generally speaking, it's average, Lao Wang said after dealing with several robots. However, this is only the first level. He didn't take it lightly, and was still on full alert. Soon the second level arrived, and the appearance of these robots did not change much, but the level became legendary level 2. But for high-level legends, as long as they don't have a domain, there is basically no big difference between legendary level 2 and legendary level 6. Not only Lao Wang, any high-level legend can be easily dealt with. The third level of the third level and the fourth level of the fourth level are the same, which is not a problem at all. These robots will disappear after being killed by Lao Wang, and nothing will be left. However, the opponent of the 5th level has changed. There is only one door in this level, and the opponent is also different. The opponent of the 5th level has jumped from the 4th level of legend to the 9th level of legend, and although its appearance is still the same as those low-level robots, the weapon in its hand has become an energy pulse sword. At the same time, it also has combat wisdom and domain. Lao Wang knew that the opponent's domain is the acceleration domain before he started. This was of course told to him by Yi Wuyo and other people climbing the tower, especially Yi Wuyo, who shared all the information about the first 45 floors with Lao Wang. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Lao Wang took the initiative this time, just waving his hand and sending 2 thunder whips flying at the robot. The robot wanted to cut off the long whip with the sword in his hand, but the pulse sword, which should be invincible, was tightly entangled by the thunder whip. When it wanted to break free, a huge electric current swept it, and the robot immediately knelt on the ground. The robot will not be paralyzed, but the strong electric current can destroy its body structure and cause it to be paralyzed. After controlling the opponent, Lao Wang swung out a colorful slash, and the robot kneeling on the ground was immediately split into two. To deal with this kind of enemy in the acceleration field, you have to fight quickly. Chapter 359. After the legendary 9th level robot was solved, it finally dropped something. A legendary material was left where it disappeared. This is also the characteristic of this tower. An item will be dropped every 5 floors. After solving this small boss robot, Lao Wang ascended to the next floor, and the monsters on the 6th floor also changed. There are no longer only the most basic robots here, but also robots wearing armor and robots holding hot weapons. These robots also have no domains, and their levels range from legendary 3rd level to legendary 5th level. In fact, they are still stronger. If they are ordinary high-level legends, they can still cause some trouble to the opponent. But facing an opponent like Lao Wang, they can't break the defense. At present, because he has been promoted to level 60, Lao Wang's equipment has made a qualitative leap. First of all, he upgraded his fire eyes to the epic level, removing the last shortcoming of this body. Fire eyes and golden pupils, epic bound. Reconnaissance device. Universal for mechas above LV1. Critical hit rate plus 30%. Critical damage plus 30%. Hits plus 100%. Vision distance plus 300%. Ignore, passive ignore normal armor defense. Fire eyes, passive ignore darkness and fog. Eagle eyes, active gain the vision of an eagle after activation. Insight, active can detect basic information of any enemy at any level below epic, no cooldown. Golden pupils, passive can directly detect illusion skills. Weak point attack, after use, the next 3 attacks will definitely be critical hits, cooldown 30 seconds. Note, legendary equipment designed based on myths and legends, paying tribute to the great sage. The epic level fire eyes and golden pupils can be said to have made a qualitative leap, with all kinds of attributes growing explosively. At the same time, the most important thing is that the cooling time of the weakness attack skill has been reduced from 300 seconds to 30 seconds, although Lao Wang does not rely on this skill much now. The evolution of fire eyes and golden pupils is still a small scene. Because it has reached the maximum level, Lao Wang's Black Phoenix engine has evolved again, and this time it has been directly promoted to the mythical level. Phoenix engine, mythical, LV60. Bound. Core engine. Available for mechas above level LV60. Strength plus 900. Agility plus 900. Intelligence plus 900. Attack power plus 50%. Attack speed plus 50%. Skill level plus 5. Damage reduction plus 40%. Cooling down plus 40%. Skill damage plus 40%. Final damage plus 30%. Phoenix dances for the 9th heaven, mythical active. After opening the Phoenix dances for the 9th heaven, all attributes of the mecha increase by 900%, lasting for 60 minutes, with a cooling time of 24 hours. Reborn from the ashes, passive when killed in Phoenix mode, the player will enter the reborn from the ashes state, revive after 5 seconds, and reset the duration of Phoenix dance for 9 days. Note, the Phoenix spreads its wings, and the Phoenix dances for 9 days. The evolved Phoenix engine has become abnormal, and the powerful effect of the mythical equipment is fully reflected by it. As long as this effect is still on him, no one can be the opponent of the Lord of Elements. In addition to this equipment entering the mythical level, Lao Wang also used the mythical stone to upgrade the source of magic to the mythical level. Source of magic, mythical, LV60 attributes. Bound. Energy core. Universal for mechas above level LV60. Strength plus 1100. Agility plus 1100. Intelligence plus 1500. All skill levels LV plus 7. Source of magic. Passive the mecha gains 150,000 life and health bonus. True damage. Passive 20% of the damage during attack is converted to true damage, and the skill attack power is increased by 50%, and the skill damage is increased by 40%. Extreme recovery. Passive recover 1.5% of the maximum health and mana per second. Mana burst. Active/passive recover 30% HP and 30% MP per second after activation, lasting for 60 seconds, and passively activated when the health is less than 5%. Note, where light and darkness intertwine, when the stars are dark, the world will tremble for me. With the equipment that Lao Wang currently has, it is difficult for anyone to kill him even if he stands still. Players can't do it, and these legendary puppets can't do it either. They may even kill themselves because of the anti-injury effect of the Annihilation Escape armor. Myth equipment is obviously the ultimate equipment, But Lao Wang has 3 pieces of it, which is something that others dare not even think about. One of his pieces of equipment may be better than most players' equipment. After easily dealing with the guards on this floor, Lao Wang went to the next floor. The guards on the 7th floor were stronger, but they were all cannon fodder, and the same was true for the 8th and 9th. Even the boss on the 10th floor, a robot with 4 arms, failed to interest Lao Wang. But its drop was not bad. It turned out to be a legendary wingman blueprint. Lao Wang could not use this thing, but considering the rarity of wingmen, this thing was priceless. After the 10th floor, the difficulty of the small levels increased significantly, and the monsters in each level reached the lowest level of Legendary 5, and the 30 robots in the 14th level reached the abnormal Legendary level 7. This is already the category of high-level legends. 30 high-level legends without domains are already a very strong force, even if they have no domains. Lao Wang was a little more serious. He summoned the 1000 Machine Dragon, and let it use the Dragon Magic Lightning and Thunder to destroy them directly. After killing these guys, Lao Wang came to the 15th level, which was called Absolute Defense by everyone except Yiwuyo. Because except Yiwuyo, everyone fell at this level. They tried all kinds of ways, but they couldn't pass this level. There are 2 bosses in this level of Absolute Defense, one of which is a dodge robot. The heavy armor makes it basically unable to move. But this robot can summon a barrier for defense and place many bombs around its body. Its barrier can counter-injure, and the bomb damage is also very high. The general 9th level legend is absolutely unbearable. At the same time, its domain is a solid domain, which is a passive domain. The understanding is added to the shield in his armor, making the equipment that ignores defense ineffective while making the defense stronger. The other boss is a smart howitzer. It has only one attack method, that is, firing. Its attack speed is relatively fast, but its power is not as strong as the mines of the first boss. But it has a very disgusting special field shock field. This field and its attack can forcibly shock people back and stiffen them. Once hit, it is difficult to dodge the subsequent attacks. But this is not the most disgusting thing about it. The disgusting thing is that its field can bless teammates. Then the first boss barrier robot's counterattack brought a repulse effect, and you would be repulsed as long as you attacked. As long as you retreat, you will be beaten into a muddle by its non-stop attack. Lao Wang recalled the information of these 2 very difficult bosses while reaching this level. Soon the level was reached, and 2 bosses fell from the sky. This is also one of the difficulties of this level. If the 2 of them came out of the door, the people before would not have no chance to kill them with one blow. But unfortunately, starting from the 15th level, monsters all fell from the sky. This also made everyone lose the last chance. The 2 legendary 9th level bosses would use all their means the moment they appeared. Lao Wang looked at the howitzer in front of him that was about to hit him, and dodged it with a slight flash. Then he looked at the other party with a contemptuous smile, stretched out his hand to summon the 1000 Machine Dragon back, let it change into a ring, and threw the ring fiercely. The whole venue flashed with cold light, and a ring appeared behind the Duinjia robot. The next moment, its shield was broken, and its body slowly fell down. It turned out that it was cut in half by the ring transformed by Qianzhilong. After Qianzhilong killed the shield robot, it turned back to dragon form, and destroyed the howitzer with a breath of Dragon God. Absolute defense? But the drop is good. Lao Wang looked at the drop in front of him, and smiled lightly. He proved that the absolute defense of this level is for others, and for Lao Wang, it is not a threat at all. Absolute defense dropped an equipment for Lao Wang, which is a legendary upgradable armor coating. Unlike the 10th level, this level drops finished equipment, and the price is higher than the Wingman blueprint. After all, this is a full-level equipment, and more people need it. After solving the absolute defense, Lao Wang didn't make much move until the 29th floor, and it was all solved by the zero-control Qianzhilong. The bosses of these levels are all legendary 9th level, but they are no match for Lao Wang's Wingman, although Qianzhilong's attack power is higher than Lao Wang's. But this also shows that Lao Wang is now obviously stronger than the standard, and people of the same level are not at the same level as him. Chapter 360. The 20th and 25th levels all drop rare epic materials. Although they are not as expensive as Wingmen, they are all good stuff. Ling Chao was very happy to control Qianzhilong, and even threatened that it could pass the level without Lao Wang's help. The first 29 levels were indeed okay, but the 30th level was not good enough if Qianzhilong was left alone. Because this level is really disgusting. The boss of this level is a legendary 9th level samurai robot, holding a sword that looks ominous. The first time it appeared, it summoned 6 zombie-like things with the sword. These zombies are legendary 8th level. Although they are zombies, they are very fast and rushed towards Qian Jilong as soon as they appeared. Because Qian Jilong has a unique body, superior defense ability, and is basically immune to magic, so it doesn't hide. So it was tragic. The domain of these zombies turned out to be a special confinement domain. The things they hold will be unable to move, and of course they themselves can't move either. Although the Thousand Machine Dragon is a mythical wingman, it is not completely immune to this control. If there are only 1 or 2, it can still struggle, but with 6 of them, it can only be tightly controlled there. Then the samurai boss took his ominous sword and slashed at the Thousand Machine Dragon. According to Zero's analysis, this filthy blade can hurt the body of the Thousand Machine Dragon, but Zero is not worried at all. Because the Thousand Machine Dragon is just a wingman after all, it has a master. Sure enough, the next second a colorful light hit the warrior's chest, and the warrior saw it clearly and found that it was a colorful spear. The spear directly broke its defense and pierced into its body. The elemental power has already destroyed its body. It paused for less than a second before being decomposed by the elemental force and disappeared along with several of its zombies. How is it? Lao Wang asked, smiling at Qian Jilong. Qian Jilong has no wisdom, but Ling who possesses it has. I underestimated this tower. The various domains in the legend can sometimes really turn decay into magic, Ling said after thinking for a while. Now Zero is no different from humans, and it can even be said that it is a human consciousness. If you know what's wrong, just continue. Lao Wang. Okay. Although Ling became serious, Lao Wang still had to take action after the 30th level. Although he wanted to be lazy and only let Qian Jilong take action, the monsters after the 30th level forced him to be serious. Because from the 31st level, the legendary 9th level has appeared among the monsters, and there will even be small bosses using domains or monsters with special functions from time to time. The monsters in the boss levels are even more abnormal. The 4 bosses in the 35th level pinned people down and beat them, and the 4 people's control never stopped. If Lao Wang hadn't activated the Tai Chi Yin Yang shield to be immune to their physical attacks, he might have been defeated. The boss in the 40th level is even more abnormal than the 35th level. The boss in this level can kill you instantly, as long as he hits you 3 times in the same position. At the same time, his bullets cannot be defended, and any defensive means will be penetrated by him. This is equivalent to a kind of rule power. If it is not a mechanical boss in the copy, it will definitely be an epic outside, or at least a half-step epic. The information about this boss was not given to him by Yi Wuyo, because Yi Wuyo didn't have much information after the 15th level. The way he passed the level back then was to kill the boss as soon as he appeared, which was related to the characteristics of his mecha. So after the 15th level, he couldn't provide much information, otherwise Zero, who was driving the Thousand Machine Dragon, wouldn't have suffered a loss in the 30th level. This boss gave Lao Wang a big surprise right from the start, and fired 3 shots at Lao Wang as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, Lao Wang subconsciously dodged, so the 3 shots didn't hit the same place. But this scared Lao Wang enough, and he even used his ultimate move in response. Element hovered in front of his hand, and a 7-color impact turned the boss in front of him into ashes. Don't look at this move as simple and clear, but it is one of Lao Wang's most powerful moves at present. Because Lao Wang gathered all his understanding of the elements in this move, and also condensed his own domain and the power of element. After the gunman fell, he left Lao Wang with an epic hardcore. Now there is only 1 hardcore left to repair element. But Lao Wang sometimes wonders whether to repair element. After all, this is a thoughtful equipment. Although Lao Wang wanted to stop for a while, the rising platform did not give Lao Wang a chance, and he arrived at the 41st floor very quickly. Although at this point, the small levels are all small monsters in the field. But their fields are some acceleration, defense and other fields, which are not difficult to deal with. Lao Wang's current attributes are definitely better than Yi Wuyo's back then. If he can reach the 45th floor, there is no reason why Lao Wang can't reach it. Even after clearing the 44th floor, Lao Wang was still full of health, full of skills, and his ultimate move was still in place. In this way, he came to the 45th floor and met the boss that seriously injured Yi Wuyo and forced him to leave the tower. But Lao Wang was a little disappointed after seeing it. He originally thought that this boss would have some special fields or very strong attributes like him, but the first time he saw him, Lao Wang knew that it had none of these things. The boss that appeared on the 45th floor was a mechanical Tyrannosaurus, more than 30 meters tall, and its level was a half-step epic. From the level, it can be seen that it relied on the power of the rules that it had initially comprehended in the half-step epic to seriously injure Yi Wuyo. However, although Lao Wang was disappointed, he did not relax. After all, this was a half-step epic, and he still had to respect it. After the mechanical Tyrannosaurus fell from the sky and saw Lao Wang, it opened its mouth and a laser shock similar to a breath. Lao Wang, who had suffered a loss, did not take it head-on and dodged its attack. The powerful force of this attack pierced the wall behind Lao Wang. According to Yiwuyo, the dragon's attack and defense are actually okay. But the energy he uses to attack the opponent will always be absorbed by the opponent, and then it will be turned into the opponent's attack energy and hit back. This is its rule power, which should be similar to the power of swallowing. Lao Wang also tried it, and indeed all energy attack methods including his sacred attribute and abyss attribute energy will be absorbed by the opponent. Yiwuyo passed this level by using his powerful magic to directly blow up the opponent, because he was no match for this dragon in close combat. But Lao Wang is different. Although his Elemental Lord and Yiwuyo's Destruction Lord are both long-range mage mechas, Lao Wang's close combat is also very strong. Thanks to the foundation of Unit 00, Lao Wang has practiced melee means and has melee skills. Rhinoceros and Qianzhulong turned into two swords, and Lao Wang rushed towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus with the sword. Rhinoceros turned into the 7-star sword and stabbed straight, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus blocked with its claws. The airflow generated by the collision between the two cut the ground with traces everywhere. The strength of the two was equal. However, after Lao Wang's double swords were blocked, the Qianzhulong sword followed. But the speed of this huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus surprised Lao Wang. It actually kept up with Lao Wang's speed and blocked the Qianzhulong sword with another mechanical claw. Then Lao Wang kept stabbing like a storm, except for 1 or 2 occasional attacks. All others were blocked by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The occasional 1 or 2 attacks could not break through the defense of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Although it could not perfectly defend its entire body with the power of rules, as a half-step epic, it could still deal with it. If the attack is not successful for a long time, the city will be lost. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus seized the opportunity to attack Lao Wang, who had no effect. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus swung its tail and hit Lao Wang in the chest. Although Lao Wang defended against this attack, he was still pushed back far away. Then the mechanical Tyrannosaurus opened its huge mouth and several energy shocks shot towards Lao Wang again. Lao Wang did not use space jump to dodge, but turned the 1,000 machine dragon in his hand into a shield. This was a helpless move, because Lao Wang just discovered that the domain of this mechanical dragon is the space domain. Although Lao Wang's proficiency in space jump is not low, he cannot compete with the domain. Fortunately, the mythical 1,000 machine dragon's fine gold body is strong enough. Although Lao Wang was pushed far away, he still successfully blocked the opponent's attack. When the opponent's laser breath attacked again, Lao Wang had already avoided it far away. He did not rush forward again, but observed the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. He guessed correctly that the opponent was obviously a melee method that could not be swallowed. But his close combat skills are also not weak. Lao Wang must think of a way. Chapter 361. It's not that Lao Wang can't use Yiwuyo's method. His mana is definitely more than Yiwuyo's back then. At the same time, Yiwuyo was injured by the opponent's explosion, but Lao Wang has super recovery that Yiwuyo doesn't have, so this is nothing to him. But Lao Wang has never used this method, not because he wants to prove that he is stronger than Yiwuyo. But his premonition tells him that if he does that, he may not end well. Lao Wang has always believed in his intuition the most, so he is thinking of other ways. Because the laser breath has not been effective, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus has stopped attacking and confronted Lao Wang. It is obviously intelligent. They observe each other and try to find each other's weaknesses. Zero, help me analyze it, Lao Wang said to Zero. The model has been built and is being analyzed. From the performance just now, this intelligent mechanical life has no obvious shortcomings. However, its head is still strong, and its neck and tail should be its strong points. These places are not covered with the law energy. Ling said a lot, and in summary, he wanted Lao Wang to do the opposite and try to attack the opponent's hard parts. Although the claws of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus are not hard enough, Lao Wang can't break the defense because of the coverage of the law power. It's better to attack the opponent's confident part to see if there is any effect. Lao Wang thought about it after hearing it, and felt that it was still reliable, but the weapon needed to be changed. Against this kind of large monster, the sword with stabbing as the killing move is obviously not suitable. Lao Wang just chose the double swords, just because he is best at double swords. Thinking of this, the Rhinoceros in his hand transformed into a long sword, and the 1,000 machine dragon decomposed and reorganized into a long chain hammer. Fixing the other end of the chain on the long sword that Rhinoceros had transformed into, Lao Wang grinned and rushed towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus again. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus saw Lao Wang coming up again, and it spit out several laser breaths again, but Lao Wang dodged them one by one. Lao Wang quickly came in front of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, dodged its claws, and the 1,000-machine chain hammer flew out and entangled its legs. When the mechanical Tyrannosaurus wanted to break free, Lao Wang pulled the other end of the chain to its head. The 1,000-machine dragon felt that the situation was not good, and its eyes glowed and wanted to burst out magic power to bounce the person on its back. But it was a step slower, and Lao Wang pulled it hard and made its lower body unstable. It fell directly to the ground, interrupting its magic power. It is normal for a monster of the level of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to fly, but it seems that it really can't. Lao Wang didn't expect such a surprise, and he certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The 7-star sword transformed by Rhinoceros in his hand slashed down fiercely, but only cut a wound on the neck of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Although it was a pity that he couldn't kill the mechanical Tyrannosaurus with one blow, Lao Wang chose to stop while he was ahead. He took back the chain hammer and the sword, and avoided the mechanical Tyrannosaurus that was about to counterattack. "It's a bit troublesome," Lao Wang said, as he looked at the completely furious mechanical Tyrannosaurus. "It's okay, just drag the opponent, after all, it can't fly," Ling Hui said. "That's right, but it's safer to lick a few more wounds for him, anyway, it can't fly." Lao Wang. Although the previous blow severely injured the opponent, it was not fatal, and it also made the opponent no longer confident in his strongest positions. If Lao Wang wants to have such an opportunity again, it will be hard to find one. However, Lao Wang is not without advantages. The wound cut by Rhinoceros will continue to consume the opponent's physical strength, unless the opponent uses the power of law to support it, but the power of law is equivalent to a high-level magic power, which is not infinite. The injured mechanical Tyrannosaurus must use a large amount of power of law to maintain the wound, otherwise Rhinoceros' energy will make its wound worse and worse. Although the opponent's power of law is devouring, it is a pity that it is a half-step epic, and can only release its devouring rules with its mouth. Rhinoceros and Qianzhulong transformed into double swords, and Lao Wang burst out with the amazing speed of the sky-sweeping wings. It doesn't need to be much faster than the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, just a little faster. In this way, as long as the opponent's power of law is not used in time, there will be another wound on the body. 2 hours later, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus finally fell to the ground due to lack of physical strength. Lao Wang gave it the last blow, and cut off its head with a knife. This dragon died very agreeably. It was because it couldn't fly, and was worn down by Lao Wang bit by bit. After the mechanical Tyrannosaurus died, it left behind a mythical material swallowing crystal. Swallowing crystal. The Mecha evolved with this material can master the swallowing rule. This thing seems to be the core material for the evolution of the level 60 Mecha, and after using it, it can master the swallowing rule. Whether the swallowing rule is strong or not, Lao Wang can clearly say that it is very strong in the epic stage, and even basically invincible. But Lao Wang refused to give up the elemental characteristics of the elemental lord, and switch to the swallowing attribute. Because the swallowing rule is only strong in the epic stage, but it has no end. The end of the elements, whether you turn yourself into an element, or completely control the elements, or whatever, there is an end. But there is no end to devouring. Devouring can devour everything, the starry sky, and even the universe. Devouring everything that can be devoured, there is no end at all. Although this also means infinitely stronger, if Lao Wang has not seen the 12 Abyss Demons, he might choose to devour the rules. But now Lao Wang knows that there is a myth level above the epic level. How can he advance to the myth level if there is no end to devouring? Although it is not necessary to practice the rules to the end to advance to the myth level, it would be a disaster if it is needed. Lao Wang dare not gamble on this thing, so this myth material is basically useless to him. After Lao Wang put away the material, the elevator also came to the 46th floor. Lao Wang originally thought that this would be another group of strong and perverted monsters, but he found that it was not the case after he arrived. The environment of this floor has changed. It is no longer a cyberpunk-style hall, but a dim cell. After the elevator arrived, a cage in front of Lao Wang lit up, and a skinny figure appeared in Lao Wang's field of vision. This figure was not a robot, but a modified human with many machine modifications on his body. Lao Wang could vaguely identify his original race, which should be an ogre. But Lao Wang had never seen such a skinny ogre, so he was a little uncertain. "Haha, someone is here," the modified ogre looked at Lao Wang and said. He spoke in the Abyss language. Lao Wang could understand. The cage in front of it had been opened, but it did not come out, but sat there. "Can you talk? Are you an ogre?" asked Lao Wang. What's so strange about being able to talk? That's right, in this mechanical city full of machines, there are indeed not many people who can talk. Yes, I was originally an ogre, but later I was turned into this ghost appearance, said the ogre. Can you tell me about this place? Lao Wang said. Did you bring food? Meet his best transformed ogre. Here you go. Lao Wang threw a roast chicken that was bigger than a human to the other party. Haha, good. Ask whatever you want to ask. I will answer you if I know. After so many years, I finally see meat again, said the transformed ogre. He took the roast chicken and licked it with a face full of enjoyment. Where is this place? Lao Wang. This tower is called the Mechanical Trial Tower. It was once the trial site for the mechanical world machines. They should be destroyed now. Originally, there was a trial every few years, but now no one has come for many years. Today, someone finally came, and it was an outsider. They probably can't make it, said the ogre. Is the mechanical world a small world? Lao Wang. It depends on who you compare it with. If you compare it with the abyss, then everyone is a small world, but compared with our ogre world, it's not small at all, said the ogre. It is undoubtedly a small world. It seems that the other party does not know that except for the Alliance universe and the abyss, other worlds are small worlds. Why are you here? Lao Wang. Alas, I was captured. How can an epic be captured? I was captured because I am an epic. If I were not an epic, I would be killed. Back then, the mechanical world launched an invasion war against several worlds at the same time, and we fought desperately. Although we temporarily repelled them, I was unlucky to be captured. If I were not an epic, I would have been wiped out of my mind. They experimented on me again, and finally I became a legend, and then they threw me into this tower to train their people. Chapter 362. If what the ogre said is true, then it is really miserable. But Lao Wang has been deceived so many times that he has become accustomed to listening to people, and believing half of what they say, and keeping his opinion on the other half. What the ogre said is true, and Zero should be able to investigate his information, Lao Wang thought. In order to come back, Zero controlled the legends and some basic information of the various tribes in the abyss, so Lao Wang immediately asked Zero to check. By the way, I recognize me at a glance. How come there is still a race of ogres outside? The modified ogre asked Lao Wang again. Yes. They are living well now, and there are many of them, but there are no strong people like you. Lao Wang smiled, and said that there was a result on Zero's side. But what Lao Wang said was true. Ogres are a race everywhere in the abyss. Although they don't have epic strongmen, there are many legendary strongmen. If the ogres in the abyss are taken out, the previous humans are really not their opponents. So they still chose the abyss. The modified ogre suddenly felt a little depressed. Why? Disappointed or unwilling? Old One said. What did you say? Modified ogre. I said you were disappointed or unwilling. Actually, you don't have to be disappointed or unwilling. Your plan is half successful. The whole ogre tribe has indeed fallen into the abyss, but they live well in the abyss. Old One. Are you really a mechanical tribe? The modified ogre's tone suddenly became a little low. No, but I went to the abyss some time ago and learned some things. Do you want to know how the ogres in the abyss record you? Old One said with a smile. Tell me about it, it said with a somewhat indifferent expression after taking a bite of the chicken handed over by Lao Wang. According to the records of the ogres, there is a bastard in their tribe who is disloyal and stabbed them in the back when the whole tribe was fighting against the erosion of the abyss. This action not only harmed many allies, but also caused the whole tribe to fall into the abyss. Although life in the abyss is not as hard as imagined, they still think that man is a bastard. Lao Wang. What Lao Wang said is indeed the historical records of the ogre tribe, without any exaggeration. These things were brought back by Zero from the abyss. He told Lao Wang after listening to the story of the modified ogre. They are talking nonsense. What's wrong with joining the abyss? They can live to this day without joining the abyss. They also called me a bastard. If it weren't for them, I would have been imprisoned by this damn mechanical tribe for so long. Why didn't they exterminate the tribe? The modified ogre said very excitedly. Lao Wang couldn't understand its excitement. He looked at the calm modified ogre and said, Tell me about the mechanical tribe? Mechanical tribe? Okay, I come closer and tell you. The modified ogre took the chicken out of his mouth and walked towards Lao Wang. It took only 2 steps, and suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang subconsciously dodged and felt a gust of wind passing by him. He didn't even see the other party's movements clearly. This modified ogre is indeed only a legendary 9th level, but his speed is the fastest among the legendary enemies Lao Wang has ever seen. Even several epic enemies are not as fast as it. It seems that there is a reason why it is thin. After dodging the attack of the ogre, Lao Wang used all his spiritual power to try to catch the opponent's trace. But the ogre's next attack had already arrived, and Lao Wang had no choice but to activate the Annihilation Shield. With a sound of duong, the modified ogre hit the immunity shield of the Annihilation Shield and was directly bounced out. He fell to the ground in just one move, which was the result of high attack and thin blood encountering counter injury. However, Lao Wang was not very happy, because the Annihilation Shield skill could not be used. He had long discovered that the active skills of the equipment in this tower could not be used after being used, because he used the shield skill of the Tai Chi Yin Yang shield in the previous level and suffered a loss. Compared with the shield skill, the annihilation skill of the Annihilation Escape armor is obviously more critical, and the most important thing is that there should be more than one enemy behind him. Why don't you tell me about the mechanical race, otherwise I will really lose out, Lao Wang said, as he looked at the modified ogre lying on the ground, his whole body deformed and twitching constantly. The ogre just looked at Lao Wang fiercely, then kicked his legs and died. Lao Wang, This is actually normal, not to mention that this modified ogre has been imprisoned for so long that its state is not full. Even if it is full, it not only suffered a huge impact force just now, but also suffered all the counterattack damage of its own attack just now. This kind of damage is too much for Lao Wang, let alone it. After the ogre died, it dropped a mythical material stomach of speed for Lao Wang. If the mecha uses it to evolve, it can exchange energy for speed, which is quite reliable and can be kept as a spare tire. After picking up the fallen items, Lao Wang came to the 47th floor. Like the 46th floor, there was also a prison cell on this floor. After Lao Wang arrived, he saw a pile of bones in the prison. Is this level an opponent like the White Bone Demon or the Undead? But why doesn't it move? Is it for me to go over and trigger it? Lao Wang looked at the pile of bones in front of him, stroking his chin and thinking. He didn't move because he was afraid it was a trap. The ogre just now made him understand that the legendary 9th level should not be underestimated. But after Lao Wang waited for a while, the elevator moved again, and he set out on the road to the 48th floor. Lao Wang, So that thing is a pile of real bones? It didn't starve to death there, did it? Lao Wang. It's definitely not starving to death, because at this level, it's enough to just absorb energy without eating anything. But the guard on this level may have committed suicide. Imprisoned in a small dark room for almost endless years, not everyone can survive. It is said that humans are social animals. They will be abnormal and difficult to survive after leaving the group. In fact, these highly intelligent creatures are the same. Another possibility is that they died of old age. Epic creatures also have a life limit. The ogre can survive because it has been transformed by machinery. Zero analyzed. Old Wang nodded after hearing this, but these are not important. It's just a pity that there is no drop on this level. A mythical material is missing in vain. With this feeling, Old Wang came to the 48th floor. The boss of this level is a real dragon. But the condition of this dragon is not very good. It is so old that even its teeth have fallen out. Only the last breath is left. It seems that this tower has been abandoned for a long time. Even a long-lived species, like the dragon, has become like this. This dragon can no longer think. It just blinked when it saw Lao Wang. This should be the so-called Alzheimer's disease. Lao Wang came to it silently, and solved it with a light blow without pain. No matter whether this dragon was right or wrong, kind or evil, it has been in this state. Giving it a quick death is the only thing Lao Wang can do. Picking up the mythical dragon horn crystal dropped by the dragon, Lao Wang went to the 49th floor. I don't have any dragon-related attributes. This is another thing that I can't use. Let's see what this level can have. Lao Wang. Lao Wang was a little anxious when he didn't find what he wanted here. With this mood, Lao Wang came to the 49th floor. The environment of this tower has changed again. The prison-style lobby has returned to the technological style. A robot with countless intubations all over its body sits on a pedestal waiting for Lao Wang. The appearance of this robot is basically the same as the robot on the first floor at the bottom. The only difference is that it is larger. Elevator, but this is the limit. But this is not the last floor, because Lao Wang also saw a staircase, and the door above the staircase said 50. After Lao Wang arrived at the 49th floor, the robot looked at Lao Wang with its glowing eyes, and said to Lao Wang, "You are finally here. How do you know me?" Lao Wang looked at him and asked, "I am the monitor of this tower, and I can check the situation from 1 to 49 floors at will, the robot explained. Are you a mechanical tribe? Lao Wang. Yes, but now there is no such race as the mechanical clan. After the mechanical world fell into the abyss, all the members of the clan have been eroded by the power of the abyss and lost their minds. The mechanical clan is different from other races. We cannot leave the mechanical world. I took the last few sparks and hid in the mechanical tower, hoping to survive. Unfortunately, it still failed. Even if ordinary members of the clan left the mechanical world and stayed in this tower, they could not obtain the energy to sustain our survival. They also died one after another, leaving me alone to survive here. Old Wang nodded when he heard this. He had already thought about the mechanical world falling into the abyss. He did not see the mechanical clan in the abyss, and Ling did not find any records of the mechanical clan. What the other party said should be true. Why are you waiting for me? Old Wang asked. After the mechanical clan was exterminated, this tower fell into the hands of many races. But no one could come here before. Your race is the only race here. I have a favor to ask you. Robot. Chapter 363. What's the matter? Lao Wang asked. Did you see the 50th floor? There is a super monster imprisoned there. Our tribe has been watching over it since its birth. It's as if we were born to watch over it. I'm almost dying. I hope you can help me kill it and end our tribe's mission. I have a mechanical heart in my body. It will be your reward after I die. Please, may the god of machinery bless you. After the mechanical tribe member finished speaking, the light in his eyes gradually extinguished and his head drooped. Lao Wang stepped forward and took out the mechanical heart in his chest. This is still a mythical material. Energy exhausted mechanical heart, myth, consumables, unusable state, function. This is an artifact item that can give real life to the machine. Note, although the energy has been exhausted, it can be used normally after replenishing special mechanical energy. Although it is difficult to use, this thing is indeed a good thing. It seems that Lao Wang will face a lot of trouble in a while. After collecting the mechanical heart, Lao Wang also collected the body of the mechanical man. He planned to find a place to bury him, which was Lao Wang's respect for the mechanical man. Then Lao Wang stepped onto the stairs and came to the door of the last floor of the tower, the 50th floor. Without hesitation, Lao Wang opened the door directly. The space behind the door was wider than Lao Wang had imagined. He stepped directly in and saw what was guarded by the mechanical man. This turned out to be a mechanical sphere with a radius of hundreds of meters, and everything on it was made of machinery. The sphere was wrapped with chains, and it seemed that this guy was indeed a criminal. After Lao Wang entered the room, the mechanical sphere slowly began to light up with blue light, and slowly floated towards Lao Wang. But before it floated to the direction, it was pulled by the chain on its body. Element? How did you become so weak? Is it the retribution for killing your companions? Ha ha ha. The sphere spoke, but it was not important. What was important was that his words were exactly the same as the one who drove the slime. It seems that this thing is also a chaos demon god, but the attributes cannot be seen. The mechanical sphere in front of Lao Wang is different from the one who drove the slime at the beginning. Lao Wang can't see its attributes at all. In fact, if the thing driving the slime was not to scare Lao Wang would not be able to see its attributes. I'm not an element, you've made a mistake, Lao Wang. I will recognize you even if you turn into ash. I will recognize you even if you turn into ash. The mechanical sphere said with Lao Wang, and it was obvious that Lao Wang had predicted what the other party wanted to say. You are quite naughty, element. How come someone said the same thing to me? The mechanical sphere. A man who controls slimes, but he has completely left, said Lao Wang. It is him. What a pity, he fell before dawn. I will be out soon. If he persists, I might be able to swallow him. Ha ha ha. Die. The mechanical sphere said, as it pounced on Lao Wang again and said fiercely. But a ball without a face doing this kind of action is really not threatening. You still want to go out? I feel that if I don't come, you won't even have a chance to wake up. Lao Wang. It seems that you are really not an element, and an element can't say such a thing. Mechanical sphere. It wasn't originally. By the way, what's your name? Lao Wang asked again. Listen carefully, my name is Chaos Mechanical Demon God, said the ball. You said you are called Mechanical Demon God? Then you created the mechanical race, Lao Wang. That's right. Then why didn't they save you and take care of you? Lao Wang was a little confused. This thing said that he was a mechanical demon god. Lao Wang believed it a little. After all, it is really impossible for a mechanical creature to be a chaos demon god. But the mechanical demon god was imprisoned by the mechanical race. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Don't talk about this. I get angry when I talk about this. I was seriously injured by those people, and fell into a deep sleep to recuperate. I created the mechanical race, and wanted them to take care of me, and wait for me to wake up. But I don't know how they became guards, and they also extracted my power to build this tower. If the abyss hadn't expanded and destroyed them all, I might not have woken up. Don't let me know who is plotting against me, or I will bite him to death, mechanical demon god. Lao Wang, is that what you're doing? Aren't your orders a bit lax? Now I'm awake, no one can stop me, even if you are the reincarnation of an element or the descendant of an element. But as long as you don't interfere with me, I can let you go after I get out, okay? Said the mechanical demon. Lao Wang smiled, and the Rayonicer in his hand turned into a bow and arrow, and shot an arrow in response. This mechanical demon is simply a living tragedy, but it's still necessary to take action. This demon of the old era cannot be allowed to go out. Don't forget that Lao Wang is now on the moon. It is not far from the mother planet. With the destructive power of the Chaos Demon, it would be too dangerous to let it go to the mother planet and the mother planet base. And how could this thing let it go? Even if it forgot the past, wouldn't it be afraid that Lao Wang, the Lord of Elements, would rise again and kill him? They are natural enemies, inevitable. Humph! You don't accept my toast, so why should I be afraid of you now that you are so weak? The mechanical demon roared for a lifetime, and blocked Lao Wang's arrow with a mechanical flying claw. Then more than 10 mechanical flying claws stretched out from its spherical body, and stabbed Lao Wang continuously. It was very fast, and had a high attack. Lao Wang dodged left and right, dodged its attack, and shot a full-strength arrow at it again. He had something to verify. This arrow determined his next fighting style, and his attitude towards these chaos demons in the future. The mechanical demon used several arms to defend and blocked Lao Wang's arrow. Lao Wang had a bottom line in his heart when he saw this. When the abyss demon god who controlled the slime was killed, the opponent did not even have the power of rules. Lao Wang actually had some guesses. He wondered if these chaos demon gods could not use the power of rules. What are rules? Rules are things that are stipulated and must be followed by everyone. And who stipulates the rules used by the epic level? Is it the epic strongman himself? Lao Wang thinks not. This should be stipulated by the world. If you said it yourself, why should others follow it? These chaos demon gods are obviously not things of this world. They existed before the birth of the world. Probably because of this, they cannot survive, let alone use the rules. The man and this guy who controlled the slime should have been trying to integrate into the rules, but unfortunately they were stopped by some accidents. And because of the cheating behavior of the mechanical family, its original power was seriously lost, and now it only has the power of the epic middle level. And it is an epic middle level without rules. Although the epic middle level is already very strong, it is not strong enough for Lao Wang. In other words, at this moment, it is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as there is no power of rules, Lao Wang has nothing to fear. The new Phoenix mode Fingwu Jiutian is turned on, the flames bloom behind Lao Wang, and a pair of phoenix wings open from behind Lao Wang. The elemental power becomes excited around Lao Wang, the 1,000 machine dragon turns into armor, and attaches to the longbow transformed by Lao Nizer. An helmet is wrapped around Lao Wang's wrist. The bow and arrow in Lao Wang's hand slowly pull open, and a colorful element crystal arrow appears out of thin air. The mechanical demon sensed the destructive energy contained in the arrow, and all the flying claws shot towards Lao Wang. Looking at the flying claw in front of him, Lao Wang smiled and released the bowstring. The colorful crystal arrow flew out like a rainbow light, and cut through the sky. The tentacles of the mechanical demon god that blocked the arrow were all decomposed into ashes. Then the crystal arrow continued to fly towards the mechanical demon god without slowing down. The mechanical demon god burst out with all his strength to defend the opponent, but it couldn't defend it all. The colorful crystal arrow destroyed its body, and sank into its body, and then the elemental power burst out, and the body of the mechanical demon god was torn apart. This ancient demon god, because of the years of power being absorbed, and the power of his own rules may not be used because of the suppression of the world, he fell down without even taking Lao Wang's blow. After it was blown to pieces and disappeared, a crystal-emitting blue light was left behind. This is its drop, and it is also what Lao Wang is looking for. Energy crystal, empty, with a pure crystal that can store any energy. The original energy inside has been consumed for some reason. This thing is absolutely prepared for Lao Wang. It couldn't be more perfect. Even this empty is perfect for him. If there is no empty, it may not be so suitable. Chapter 364. If energy crystal didn't have the word empty, it might be a bit troublesome for Lao Wang to use it, because the original energy must not be suitable for Lao Wang. Now it's empty, and Lao Wang has the final say on what energy to pour into it. This thing is the most suitable for Lao Wang, even more suitable than a set of mythical crystals of 7 elements. A set of mythical element crystals is good, but it would be fatal if it was used to evolve Mecha. What does 7 mythical crystals mean? It's probably 7 superstars. Lao Wang can't stand 2 of this thing, let alone 7. The gap between myth and epic is the gap between heaven and earth, even greater than the gap between epic and rare. So this thing is perfect for Lao Wang, because Lao Wang can pour 7 elements of energy into it, and even add 2 energies of sacred and abyss. After picking up the energy crystal, the tower under Lao Wang's feet changed again, and Lao Wang could feel that he could control the tower at will. After he returned to the moon's surface, Lao Wang placed his hand on the pyramid-like stone tablet, and the whole earth began to tremble. The pyramid in front of him began to shrink visibly, and soon a mechanical metal tower the size of the elemental lord's palm appeared in Lao Wang's hand. The tablet in front of Lao Wang had disappeared, leaving only a bottomless pit. Mechanical tower, mythology, consumables. Function: after placing it, it can generate a trial copy of the mechanical tower. Each person can challenge it once a week. Challenging the mechanical tower will receive rich rewards. Note: the relic of the Chaos Demon. This is really a pleasant surprise, Lao Wang said as he looked at the thing in his hand. With this thing, the strength of the guild will be greatly enhanced in the future. It seems that you have passed. How did you get what you need? Yi Wuyo drove the mecha to Lao Wang and asked. I got it. Thank you very much this time. Lao Wang. It's good that you got it. Can you tell me what the last thing here is? Yi Wuyo. A chaos demon god is imprisoned. The monsters in this tower are all maintained by extracting energy from it, but it has been drained. Lao Wang. Chaos demon god? It's not surprising that it's such a thing. Yi Wuyo. Have you seen it too? I killed 2. The energy level is very strong, but there is no rule power. Yi Wuyo. Lao Wang. What else can he say? He can only say that the boss is awesome. If someone else said this, Lao Wang would still say that he was bragging, but Yi Wuyo is obviously not such a person. Okay, since you're out, I'm leaving too. By the way, when you break through, call me and I protect you. Yi Wuyo. Goodbye, boss. Lao Wang. Haha, goodbye. After saying goodbye to Yi Wuyo, Lao Wang returned to the future guild's headquarters. He was not in a hurry to break through now. If he wanted to break through, he had to at least fill up the energy crystal. After Lao Wang returned to the headquarters, he gathered everyone in the future and discussed with them where to put the tower. Throw it on the original platform. Finally, everyone discussed and placed the tower on the original platform. The tower fits the platform perfectly. After Lao Wang put it on top, a towering spire rose from the ground. System prompt: Future Guild, the guild building mechanical tower has been opened. Challenge the mechanical tower to get a lot of rewards. After the completion of the mechanical tower, all the players in the guild and the allies of the future guild received the news. After they were stunned for a moment, they immediately started to refresh the screen. Future is awesome. When they saw the properties of this tower, they couldn't stop refreshing the screen. After the mechanical tower became a challenge dungeon, it became a 5-person team dungeon. At the same time, the original 50 floors became 45 floors, but the monster level did not change, and the final boss was a half-step epic mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The level that can enter the dungeon is the full level 60, and some of the rules inside have not changed, but the drops have changed. Now there are rewards for each floor of this dungeon, but except for the last floor, the rewards of other floors have been slightly reduced. This is a dungeon for legend training. Don't you always complain that there is no new dungeon to refresh? The new dungeon is here, you can start your performance. Lao Wang said to everyone. This dungeon is shared with the number of times he has cleared the mechanical tower, which means that Lao Wang cannot enter this week. So he can only stand here and shout, but the crowd has no time to pay attention to his shouting. They have already started to form teams to enter the dungeon. But unfortunately, they are generally only low-level legends, and basically they all fell to the hands of the 9th-level legends on the 5th floor. Only the first team led by Lin Qimeng and the second team led by Miracle Sword passed the 5th floor, and they went all the way to the 15th floor of Absolute Defense. They are no longer good here, after all. So many 9th-level legends have fallen here, they are still a little short. You guys take your time, I retreat first, said Lao Wang, looking at the people who were discussing fiercely how to pass the level. He was going to prepare for the epic breakthrough. This was another big project. Just filling up this energy crystal would take Lao Wang a long time. Okay, leave. Lin Qimeng. Your Highness, I'm leaving. Ha ha. After teasing his wife for a while, Lao Wang left happily. While Lao Wang was busy breaking through the epic, a special spaceship in the starry sky that smuggled some special things from humans to the Protoss flew into an unfamiliar star field under the pursuit of the Alliance officials. Finally got rid of those damn black dogs. They were chasing too closely. One person on the ship said, after seeing the pursuers completely disappear. We are political achievements to others, especially when Mr. Qian Wang retires and others compete. Catching us may win a lot of votes, said another person. That's true. Let's not talk about the Alliance's troubles. The Alliance has nothing to do with us. Do you know where we are now? Asked a one-eyed man. His nickname is One-Eyed Dragon, and he is an elite on the ship. I don't know. This place is very unfamiliar. It's a route I've never taken before. This is a wild star field that has not been opened up yet. It will probably take a long time to fly to our destination. It's okay. Fortunately, the Zerg have been destroyed. There shouldn't be any danger, said the captain. Report. There is a life signal from the planet ahead. It's not very strong. Should we go and take a look? Just as everyone was discussing how to leave here, the person on the ship, who was observing the radar signal, said. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, because for these space smugglers, a planet that has never been developed and still has life is simply a gold mine. Of course we have to go. Everyone said immediately. Leaving the star field or something, of course, will be discussed after making a fortune. The people on the spaceship soon arrived at a planet that had been destroyed beyond recognition. The climate on this planet is very bad, and the wind and sand in the sky cover everything. Are you sure you are not mistaken? The signal is really coming from here? Asked the one-eyed dragon. Sure. Look, the signal is coming again. One person pointed at the radar. Let's go there and take a look, said the one-eyed dragon, pointing to the location where the life signal came from on the radar. Everyone nodded after hearing this, of course. Giving up just like that would not work. They soon came to a sand dune, and the signal came from under the sand dune. They summoned the Mecha, and after clearing the sand in a few seconds, they revealed a part of the body of a creature with a chitinous shell. Why does this thing look familiar? Why do I seem to have seen it somewhere? One-Eyed Dragon said, touching his chin. What have you seen before? Such a strange creature must be valuable. Dig it out and get it on board first. Another person said anxiously. Everyone nodded when they heard it. The creatures that can live in such an extreme environment are very valuable for research, and of course very valuable. But when they wanted to dig it out completely, the thing in front of them moved. It moved. Be careful, try to catch it alive. It's valuable alive, said the captain. But as soon as he finished speaking, the thing drilled out of the sand, and appeared in front of everyone. The people in the smuggling group were stunned when they saw this thing, because they knew it. Run, this is the Hydralisk of the Zerg. Why do I say it looks familiar? One-Eyed Dragon. Chapter 365. The smugglers were already dumbfounded. They never expected that there would be Zerg on this planet. However, although this Hydralisk was a new elite Zerg after Yuji ruled the Zerg, its strength was not as good as the legend. After it shot and killed several poachers, the other poachers returned to the starship. As soon as these poachers boarded the starship, they immediately forced the space jump and left here. Because they knew that once the Zerg appeared, there would not be only one or two. In fact, this was also the case. The moment these people left, the sand sea under their feet boiled. Countless Zerg were tumbling inside, and slowly a throne was pushed out. Yuji slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the power of rules that had been implemented throughout her body, and moved her fists and smiled. I didn't expect that after expelling it, there would be such an unexpected gain. Yuji. She finally defeated the shadow, and successfully advanced to the epic. After this period of recuperation, she can finally come out and move normally. Although it has not fully recovered, there is no need to hide here anymore. Wake up the shrunken Leviathan King. We should leave. At Yuji's command, 5 Leviathan Kings gradually appeared in the starry sky, and all the alien insects entered their bodies. And this planet did disappear, because this planet was originally formed by countless alien insects. Soon after the alien insects disappeared, the smuggling team returned again, this time with a whole human army behind them. Where is that? Star. Planet? Said the one-eyed dragon, looking at the starry sky in front of him. Sir, we swear that what we said is true. Although we are engaged in smuggling letters, but... No need to say, I know you are not lying, but the situation here is more complicated than you think. Wang Daolong said, feeling the psionic remnants in front of him that he had never seen before. These alien insects should know that their position has been exposed and run away. Notify the headquarters that the alien insects have been found and are very strong. Ask them to send a large force and experts to track them. Wang Dalong. He did not go up by himself because he knew that it was a suicidal act. Back then, a legion of the Protoss was destroyed by the alien insects. He did not think that the strength of his legion was much stronger than that of the Protoss. Even because he did not bring all the people with him, he was much weaker than the Protoss back then. The Protoss of that strength were all destroyed. Wouldn't it be a death sentence for him to take people up? After receiving the news from Wang Dalong, the Alliance immediately contacted the Protoss, and the coalition forces on both sides began to hunt down the alien insects again. But what puzzled them was that the alien insects disappeared again, and the Alliance and the Protoss could not find them no matter what. Although they didn't find the Zerg, they found something else. On a planet near the Dark Domain, a small fleet of the Alliance that was investigating the location of the Zerg disappeared. This attracted the attention of Wang Dalong, the leader of the fleet. He personally led people to investigate, but only a few legends escaped and Qinglong suffered heavy losses. Then he issued a task to thoroughly investigate this nameless planet, and the task reward was an epic equipment. This task made the players crazy. A large number of players wanted to fill this star field, but almost all of them were killed. Among them, there were not only ordinary players, but also many legendary players. When Lao Wang, who had broken through to the epic level, received the news, he rushed over immediately. What is the specific situation now? Lao Wang came to the battleship of the future guild in the starry sky and asked. He received the news that the future main force and most of the players' main forces were destroyed, and everyone was dumbfounded. After working hard for several years, you are preparing to deal with the abyss. Now you tell me that any force can destroy you. Isn't this a waste of effort? Can you not make me so desperate? I really can't rely on myself. Hey! We don't know the specific situation. As soon as we entered the planet system, we were prompted that we were eroded by the magic of the abyss. Then there was a countdown of about the same time on everyone's head. We tried various methods, but couldn't purify this buff. When the time was up, we appeared at the resurrection point. Lin Qimeng and Lao Wang said that they didn't have any clues now. Abyss energy, are they finally coming? How is our research on abyss energy? Lao Wang still stopped at the last step. The principle of the power of abyss energy has been basically studied, but we still can't synthesize the special energy to purify it. We don't know why the two energies of sacred and abyss in our universe are missing, as if they were drained by someone. Sister Hua. Lao Wang had a headache after hearing this. He could provide sacred energy to everyone for research. But he could use sacred energy, but it would be too difficult for him to study the principle of energy. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. I go in and see the situation first, Lao Wang said. The abyss energy would not have any effect on Lao Wang. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he slowly disappeared in front of everyone. People in the future didn't understand how he disappeared. He didn't summon a mecha, did he? Indeed, he didn't. It turns out that you can use space energy without summoning a mecha? It should be possible. I can also use fire energy. What's wrong with him using space energy? Your little flame that can barely light a cigarette is also called fire energy? Get lost. Do you believe I give you a haircut? Hey, my diamond star fist will be afraid of you. Shut up. Okay. When everyone in the future was playing around, Lao Wang had already arrived at this nameless planet, and the Elemental Lord, who had already been epic but had not changed much, fell from the sky. After landing, Lao Wang looked up and found that this planet was actually covered in a transparent shield. The abyss magic here is extremely rich. Although it is not as good as the abyss world, it is not much different. However, unlike the abyss magic here is very manic, even more manic than other places in the Alliance universe. This kind of manic abyss magic made Lao Wang a little uncomfortable, not to mention other players and NPCs. The reason for the group's annihilation was found. Lao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. There was still hope, if it was not due to war. The next step was to see what kind of beasts were here. However, he only walked a few steps forward and stopped, because enemies appeared in front of him. These enemies were the NPCs, and players who died on this planet. Their mechas had mutated, and their eyes were bloodshot. They crawled or walked towards Lao Wang after drilling out from the ground. Although their speed was very slow, they were actually stronger because of the influence of the abyss magic. But for Lao Wang, this kind of change is basically the same as no change. He stepped on the old horse that was drilling out from the ground in front of him, and flames began to burn on Lao Wang's body, and the flames began to spread rapidly. The flames that spread out at first were just a circle of fire walls, but in almost an instant they turned into a sea of fire covering the entire battlefield. These mutated NPCs and players would turn into ashes in a few seconds after being stained by the flames. After all the enemies were destroyed, the flames went out instantly, leaving only thousands of miles of red land. It's not easy to find an opponent like Lao Wang who can kill and cremate. After solving the problems left by others, Lao Wang continued to fly forward. Soon Lao Wang saw a tall stone building. The abyss magic of this planet was emitted from this building. After Lao Wang came to the entrance of the building, a mecha flew out from it. Just when Lao Wang wanted to take action, the mecha spoke. "Sir, please don't do anything. The envoy of God is waiting for you in the hall." After hearing his words, Lao Wang dispersed the energy in his hand and said, "Lead the way." He carefully observed the other party, and found that although the mecha in front of him also had mutations, only one of his eyes turned red. This man is a legendary mecha, but Lao Wang has never seen him before. As Lao Wang observed the other party, the man exhaled deeply. He felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. If he had spoken a little slower just now, he might be dead now. This feeling is something he has never had before. Are those so-called abyss demons really his opponents? This man took Lao Wang into the building with a very uneasy mood. There was almost no light in the building, and the abyss energy turned into black rainbow light everywhere. However, because Lao Wang has abyss energy and night vision, the environment here cannot affect him. Lao Wang observed everything around him, and the architectural style here made him somewhat familiar. Chapter 366. Isn't this the architectural style of the Abyss Demon City? How could it appear here? Lao Wang thought as he looked at the surrounding buildings. He had already recognized this place, but he was a little surprised why the architectural style of the Abyss appeared here. There were many legends like this in the building that came out to greet him, but they all stood very quietly. It was a bit unbelievable that Lao Wang didn't recognize any of these legends. Lao Wang had been the leader of the Alliance for several years. Other players might not know the various secrets in the Alliance, but he definitely knew them. There was no way that Lao Wang didn't know how many legends there were in the Alliance, who they were, and who might be the hidden legend. But there were so many legendary mechas at the scene, but Lao Wang didn't know any of them, which was a bit weird. Unless they had a special method to quickly break through to the legendary level. Why do I suddenly feel that legends are no longer valuable? Lao Wang followed the man to an empty hall, and said, when he saw tens of thousands of legends standing in the hall, "You are joking, sir. If there is no Lord God's envoy, the legend is a level that we dare not even think about in this life," said the mecha leading the way. Lao Wang, "That's right. The man, I just can't beat you, otherwise I will have to bend my legs down and put them in your mouth." The man thought speechlessly that he was broken by Lao Wang. He originally thought that this man would persuade him or tell him some great truths, but he never expected that he would directly agree with his words. "Are you really a good person? By the way, do you know me?" Lao Wang asked again. "No, it was Lord God's envoy who asked me to come out to greet you." The man told the truth. It seems that he also wanted to stab Lao Wang. Unfortunately, he missed the target and exposed the time they had been isolated from the world. Judging from the fact that they didn't know Lao Wang, these people were here before Lao Wang became the leader of the Alliance. It's easier to deal with a legend after a few years than to have a bunch of legends suddenly appear. Crossing the hall from the crowd, Lao Wang finally saw the mecha of the God's messenger who led him. This is another mecha that Lao Wang has never seen before. The main body of the mecha is red, blue and white, which is very normal. The mecha is a bit slender and looks like an agile mecha. Its shape is familiar, a bit like the mecha in EVA. There is no mutation on his body, but he holds a very strange scepter in his hand. The scepter is made of a metal that emits purple light, and a moving eye is embedded on the top, giving people a very evil feeling. This God's messenger has his back to Lao Wang, and there is a huge space crack above his head. The abyss energy is emitted from the crack. Lao Wang can confirm that the abyss demon world is behind this crack. However, Lao Wang had already walked behind this person, but he still didn't turn around. It seemed that he wanted to give Lao Wang a warning. Lao Wang smiled and said, "First, after not seeing each other for 20 years, you still like to turn your back on everyone." After hearing this, the figure obviously trembled. It seemed that Lao Wang's words successfully embarrassed him. "Ahem, Mr. Qin Wang, you are joking. How can it be 20 years? I don't know where you were 20 years ago, and we saw you a few years ago. Forget it?" The so-called messenger of God turned around and said to Lao Wang. His eyes were normal blue, and everything was so normal. Now it was Lao Wang's turn to be stunned. How could he not remember meeting this person? Besides, this mecha should have left a deep impression on him, right? "Have we really met?" Lao Wang asked directly in confusion. "I was a nobody back then, so it's normal that you don't remember." I was also a nobody back then. I wasn't even a lieutenant a few years ago. How could I not remember someone else? I see. It must be that you didn't summon the mecha in front of me back then, right? Lao Wang. God's messenger, eh? Huh, that's right. Do you still remember the driving school back then? The one that compensated you with a Santana? The God's messenger, who was interrupted by Lao Wang, asked with a long breath. He seemed to be trying to calm down, but when he talked about this, Lao Wang remembered that there was indeed such a thing. The driving school colluded with the Black Shark pirates and was destroyed. The owner of the driving school is still refreshing in Fairy City and is being killed by countless newcomers. It seems that Lao Wang reported it there, but I didn't expect there would be a follow-up plot. Could this plot be related to the Black Shark pirates? But their base camp has been pushed. I remember something. I remember that a second-rate guy drove a mecha and crushed my car into a discus. Is it that driving school? Are you related to them? Lao Wang. I am that second-rate guy. My name is Paul, Paul said. Lao Wang, This is so embarrassing, but as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Lao Wang decided to change the subject. Do you know why your family was destroyed that year? Lao Wang said again. I know, you reported it. Paul. Lao Wang, How do you know everything? Lao Wang was very confused now. Is the Alliance's confidentiality so poor? After all, I have never stopped investigating these years. I am really unwilling to accept it. Before my mecha had not evolved, I liked artificial mecha very much, so you could see me that day. At that time, my father always scolded me for being useless, until one day, he suddenly asked me to go to the front battlefield. I originally thought he wanted me to die, and I was in great pain at that time. Until one day I received news that my family was destroyed because of collusion with the Black Shark pirates, and those people wanted to catch me. I finally understood his painstaking efforts. But it was too late. At that time, after I escaped from the front battlefield, I just wanted revenge. So I tried my best to investigate, but I didn't expect to find you. But you were already the leader of the Alliance at that time. I thought I had no hope of revenge in this life, but I actually awakened a rare mecha. Then I discovered this Feng Shui treasure land, and I started my plan. Paul slowly told Lao Wang about his life experience. What is your plan? Lao Wang. Paul, do you think I'm stupid? I know even if you don't tell me. From your name, the God's Envoy, I know you want to collude with the Abyss demons to invade the main world. But I tell you, don't even think about it. Those Abyss demons can't come out at all. Even if they come out, they will only end up crazy, unless they have the attributes of the Abyss. But such people are rare, and there are not many of them in the entire Abyss. Lao Wang said. My plan is not that simple, but then again, you seem to be very familiar with the Abyss. Paul. If you watch the news often, you will know that I have been to the Abyss for a while. Lao Wang. I can prove that this gentleman has not only been to the Abyss, but also participated in the Abyss's 10,000 Realms War. If it weren't for some special reasons, he would be the king of 10,000 realms in the Abyss this term. A figure flew out of the space crack and said to Paul. The owner of this figure, Lao Wang, has seen him before. He is one of the new demon priests selected by the third demon god after the 10,000 Realms War. A long-eared rabbit demon is a priest of the fourth demon god. Long-eared rabbit demons are a kind of very large and fat rabbit people, but although they are rabbit people, they eat meat. Don't dare, the Abyss is full of talents. How could I, who was a legend in the early days, be a match for those legendary 9th-level masters? Lao Wang said modestly. Rabbit demon, This? Is it time for you to be modest now? Shouldn't you be curious about why I can come here, and what's going on here? Sir, aren't you curious about why I appear here? Rabbit demon asked. There is a space crack. Isn't it normal for you to appear? Why are you curious? But won't this violent abyss magic affect your mind? Lao Wang. No, I also have abyss attributes, and can control abyss magic. No. Sir, aren't you afraid that the abyss will swallow up your world? Others don't know the characteristics of the abyss, don't you know? Rabbit demon asked, very puzzled. You were not there when we fought that day. If you were there, you should know that the abyss can't swallow up my world. Because this world is not a small world, the collision between the abyss and this world will only hurt both sides. Did the third demon tell you? Lao Wang looked at Rabbit Demon and asked. Rabbit Demon, so you know, I said why you are not worried, but you may not know that the demons have already found a way to deal with the friction between the two worlds. Chapter 367. What method? Lao Wang still couldn't suppress his curiosity. Although he knew that the other party wanted to show off, Lao Wang didn't want him to do so, but he couldn't control his curiosity, and the desire to find out information. Since you know that the abyss and this world are at the same level, you must also know that they will consume each other when they come into contact, and then return to chaos again. I know, Lao Wang said. So in order to prevent the world from returning to chaos, the demon gods thought of a way. They found that the two worlds would consume each other because their origins were different. As long as the origins of the two worlds were the same, the worlds would return to one. Then the abyss and this world will both exist. What do you think? Rabbit Demon said. Do you know their plan? Lao Wang looked at Paul and asked. I know. This space crack and this planet with a strong abyss atmosphere are my masterpieces. How is it? Paul. Somewhat unexpected. I didn't expect you to have such an IQ. I really feel that it's not worth it for your father to send you out so hard. Lao Wang. Don't mention him. Don't. Paul suddenly became like a child who had not grown up. He was broken by Lao Wang's words. This is not normal. It seems that he is not as normal as he looks. The blue space energy in his hand gathered into a ray and threw it towards Lao Wang. After Lao Wang raised his hand to catch it, he squeezed it hard and his attack was broken into starlight. Space system? Not bad. Then is it my turn next? Lao Wang said with a smile. After Lao Wang finished speaking, black magic balls appeared behind him. These magic balls contained the energy of the abyss. This is what he suddenly thought of. He wanted to see if this person would be affected. The rabbit demon was shocked when he saw Lao Wang using the abyss energy to this extent. This level of abyss energy would not be a problem for it and Paul, but the unmovable semi-finished legends in the hall would probably be in trouble. They would not die, but they would definitely go crazy. The reason why they still maintained their sanity was entirely because Paul and the people sent from the abyss adjusted the energy balance in their bodies from time to time. Such a high-density abyss energy would directly break the energy balance in their bodies. Sir, wait a minute, I have something to say. We can compensate him for his unprovoked attack. You may be able to deal with us, but you have ruined the plan to protect the two worlds. Rabbit Demon said anxiously. If your plan is to make the two worlds merge into one, then there is no need to say it, Lao Wang. If you don't merge into one, will you watch your world be destroyed? Have you asked other people for their opinions? Why are you so selfish? Rabbit Demon. After hearing his words, Lao Wang paused for a moment, and was actually broken. But it was only a pause, and the abyss energy ball behind him still fell down. The dark abyss energy exploded here, and Rabbit Demon and Paul used the power of rules to defend with all their strength. Facing Lao Wang's attack, they did not dare to be careless at all. As they guessed, the semi-finished products in the Palace of the Abyss magic explosion could not bear it, and they all fell into madness under the influence of the Abyss magic. Go to hell, Qian Wang. Just as Lao Wang was looking at these semi-finished products, Paul took a long energy sword composed of 3 attributes, and suddenly cut through the Abyss energy and stabbed Lao Wang with a sword. The sword was very powerful, but Lao Wang did not dodge. Instead, he watched the other party stab him without changing his expression or heartbeat. Paul pierced Lao Wang's body with his sword, and Lao Wang was not hurt at all. How did you see through my illusion? Paul appeared from another place and asked. My eyes are called fire eyes and golden pupils, which are specially used to restrain some demons and fancy things, Lao Wang said, pointing to his eyes. Inexplicable, Paul muttered, and disappeared in front of Lao Wang. The thick abyss energy around Lao Wang, like fog, gathered but did not disperse. This was the trick of the rabbit demon and Paul. They wanted to use the abyss energy to cover Lao Wang's vision and perception. In their opinion, although Lao Wang could use the abyss energy, he was definitely not as proficient as them. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong. The abyss energy around Lao Wang suddenly began to roll, and figures, like vengeful spirits, took shape and rushed towards the rabbit demon and Paul, trying to entangle them. The two used the power of rules again to break free from these evil spirits and avoid Lao Wang far away. Lao Wang looked at the two of them and smiled. The vengeful spirits composed of the magic power of the abyss began to gather behind Lao Wang, and a huge abyss element giant took shape behind Lao Wang. Isn't this too much? Did I grow up in the abyss or did you grow up in the abyss? After seeing the abyss attribute giant, the whole mentality of the rabbit demon collapsed. However, it did not have much time to sigh, because the abyss giant had already killed them. This abyss giant that appeared out of thin air made the two of them serious. A strange wave spread from the rabbit demon, and at the same time Paul's figure began to grow larger. After the wave touched the abyss giant, the giant stopped, and Paul, who became bigger than the giant, smashed the giant to pieces with one punch. Just when they wanted to deal with Lao Wang in one go, they saw Lao Wang flying in the air and coming towards them. One is the imprisonment rule, and the other is the rule of turning the virtual into the real. Both are very powerful rules, Lao Wang said to the two while applauding. After seeing Lao Wang's performance, their eyes condensed. This man is still so confident in this situation. This man must have some trump cards. Lao Wang did not disappoint them, and soon used his own means. The familiar colorful halo burst out from his body, covering everything around including the two people. Those mechas that were fighting each other in the hall, and went crazy were not spared. When the two were fully alert to Lao Wang, they only heard Lao Wang say lightly, "Fire. Are you smoking? Still need a fire? I don't know if I send him a fire now, will he give me a chance?" When the rabbit demon was thinking about these messes, he suddenly smelled a very fragrant barbecue smell. After it found the place by smelling the smell, it found that it was its tail that was burning. Is this possible? He immediately started to put out the fire, but he couldn't put out the fire, so he could only temporarily suppress it with the power of rules. But its power of rules is limited, and he has a premonition that once his power of rules is exhausted, he will still die. But when she asked Paul for help, she found that he was also troubled by the flames, and the semi-finished products in the hall had become ashes. Facing this level of flames, they couldn't even last a second. How do you feel? If it's not enough, let's add another one, fire. Lao Wang. With another order from him, the flames on the two people became stronger. Their rule power was about to collapse. It won't work if it goes on like this. If it goes on like this, both of us will die, said the magic rabbit. Then what should we do? I have no way to deal with this fire. Paul replied. They never thought that the other party would make them have no way to go to heaven or enter the earth with just one blow. I send you away, said the rabbit demon. Paul is the key to the abyss plan, and he can't have any problems. Before Paul could react, the magic rabbit pushed him away, and a space vortex swallowed Paul and the fire together, and Lao Wang didn't have time to stop it. Haha, you will regret it. The magic rabbit looked at Lao Wang and said, giving up resistance and letting the flames burn it. Lao Wang looked at the other party's appearance and retracted the flames, but the rabbit demon was no longer in good condition at this time. Answer me a few questions, and I give you a quick death, Lao Wang. The rabbit demon said nothing after hearing this, but just wanted to open a portal to escape. But Lao Wang just said lightly, freeze. The rabbit demon was frozen into an ice stick by the cold magic power, and then it broke and left the heart core, and the space channel disappeared. The rabbit demon should have evolved by absorbing the epic heart core, so how could there be a heart core left, which made Lao Wang a little confused. But since the other party exploded, there was no reason to not want it. Lao Wang picked up the heart core and fed it to Elmet. Elmet finally absorbed enough 0 heart cores and entered the final stage of repair. Lao Wang ignored him. He looked at the entire planet. The monsters on the planet have been solved by him, but the problems of this planet are far from over. Whether it is the space channel or the abyss magic, it is a dangerous source that may explode at any time. Lao Wang can't just leave it alone. Chapter 368. You ask people to leave this planet as far as possible. Lao Wang sent a message to Lin Qiming. Okay, Lin Qiming said. Letting everyone disperse was to prevent accidents from affecting them. When Lao Wang received the news that everyone had evacuated, he began his own actions. He slowly flew over the planet, and the abyss magic that permeated the entire planet began to gather towards Lao Wang. This was the method he thought of. He wanted to concentrate all the magic together, which was simple and crude. However, this was also a big challenge for Lao Wang. Although he was already an epic, he had never done such a thing before. At the beginning, everything was under Lao Wang's control, but the more he controlled and withdrew, the more difficult it became. Even Lao Wang had to concentrate on controlling it. Once it exploded, Lao Wang would not be affected, but it would be difficult to collect it. Fortunately, no enemies appeared in the abyss cracks, otherwise Lao Wang would be in danger. After Lao Wang successfully gathered the abyss magic power of the planet, he threw it into the abyss crack. Then Lao Wang used his own rule power to seal the space crack, but this was considered a preliminary solution to the trouble on the planet. Although there are still some scattered abyss energy on the planet, these are easy to deal with. He just needs to fly around and collect these energies. Moreover, these energies can be used for research, which is not a problem. What is giving Lao Wang a headache now is Paul, who escaped. He deliberately didn't deal with the two people at once just now because he wanted to see what was going on in the abyss, but he didn't expect to play too hard. Judging from the fact that the rabbit demon sacrificed himself to protect Paul's escape, what Paul said was true, that he opened the space crack and established this planet. As long as Paul is still alive, he can still build such a place. The Alliance universe is too big to defend. Now Lao Wang can only hope that the flame with his own rule power will burn him to death. But he also knows that this is too unrealistic. Just when Lao Wang was thinking about the mess, the space crack sealed by Lao Wang disappeared by itself. The moment the space crack disappeared, the shield in the sky also disappeared, leaving only this planet with nothing left. Because of its sudden disappearance, Lao Wang must quickly clean up the remaining abyss magic power, which is not a problem at all when it spreads out. Fortunately, Lao Wang acted quickly and solved this problem quickly. After completely calming down the trouble on this planet, Lao Wang's element also evolved. Element exclusive, the only myth. All attribute skill level plus LV5. All attribute skill effect plus 40%. All attribute skill release distance plus 400. All attribute single skill damage plus 40%. All attribute group skill range plus 300%. All attribute group skill power plus 40%. All attribute skill cooldown reduction plus 40%. Exclusive skill, Elemental Rampage. Elemental Rampage. After active activation, Element's attributes double, and the Elemental Lord enters the Rampage state. When the Elemental Lord is in the Rampage state, releasing skills does not consume mana, skills below 60 seconds do not enter the cooldown, skill damage increases by 50%, duration 20 seconds, cooldown time 12 hours. Note: after countless years of ups and downs, Element returns again. After Element evolved to the myth, the attributes leaped again, and now this equipment is invincible. Although its attributes are not as good as those of general mythical equipment, it can work with weapons. The restored element did not cause the problem that Lao Wang was worried about. It has a certain amount of wisdom, but will not take over the main role. Like Lao Neezer, this is probably just a weapon with a spirit. The explosive element finally made Lao Wang a little happy. After putting it away, Lin Qiming and the others also landed on this planet. This is the remnant of the abyss energy on this planet. Let the big guys figure out a way to solve this thing as soon as possible. The invasion of the abyss is coming. If you have any difficulties, you can find me. As long as it is not a theoretical problem, I can find a way. Lao Wang handed the last energy he collected to Lin Qiming and others. Lao Wang had a hunch that because of what happened today, the invasion of the abyss is really not far away. The big guys actually came here. They want to study this planet eroded by the abyss energy to see if they can find anything. Lin Qiming. Okay. Wait for me. I still have some things to deal with. Lao Wang said and flew into the sky, and soon arrived in the starry sky. In the starry sky, several huge black shadows were coming towards the planet. These black shadows were the starry sky beasts floating outside the dark domain. One of the black dragons opened its mouth without saying anything, condensing terrifying energy, and spit out a breath of star-destroying breath towards the planet where everyone was currently. There were many starships parked outside the planet, but he turned a blind eye to them. After Lao Wang summoned the newly evolved element to his front, element spun at high speed, and the power of elements burst out, and a ray of destruction flew towards the dragon's breath. Although the elemental rays were not even 1/10 as thick as the dragon's breath, the elemental rays crushed the dragon's breath after the two collided. The seemingly powerful dragon's breath retreated step by step under the attack of the elemental rays, and the black dragon was in despair. The dragon gave up resistance, and several giant beasts immediately avoided it. They watched the rays that could easily destroy them fly by, and they were already panicking. Lao Wang took this opportunity to jump in front of the giant beasts with space and look down at them. Although the Lord of Elements was not as big as the claws of these giant beasts, they dared not move at all when being watched by Lao Wang. Because the giant beast's induction was the most sensitive, they could clearly sense that the person in front of them was not at the same level as them. Explain to me, why did you appear here when you were supposed to be floating around the dark area on duty? Why did you attack my people for no reason? Lao Wang. My lord misunderstood. This was the most common opening remarks Lao Wang had heard. These powerful races never use their brains when doing things. They may be used to being tyrannical. Even if they kill you by mistake, it is your bad luck. What does it have to do with them? These behemoths are indeed behemoths on duty around the dark area, but they acted according to the orders from the elders in the behemoth cemetery. One of the elders sensed the breath of the abyss emanating from this planet after the shield disappeared. The starry sky behemoths and the abyss are mortal enemies, so the elders sent them to annihilate this planet. They did see the human starships, and they also knew that the relationship between humans and the starry sky behemoths had eased. Even some humans have joined the giant beast alliance, but they understand the energy of the abyss, so they think those humans have been infected, so they want to destroy them together. But of course they won't say that, they just say that they feel a very strong breath of the abyss, and are responsible for annihilating this place. Does your elder have a grudge against you? Send you guys here to die? If I wasn't here today, you would be dead today. Do you know? Don't think you are great just because you are a high-level legend. There are 2 epic enemies on this planet. Do you think you are here to die? Lao Wang said seriously. Hearing that the other party came because of what he did, Lao Wang immediately passed the buck. His words were not wrong, but the cause and effect were wrong. These giant beasts came because he sealed the space crack, causing the barrier to disappear and the abyss energy to leak. In other words, they can't fight against the 2 epic enemies. If it weren't for Lao Wang, they wouldn't be able to sense this place. Several giant beasts were stunned when they heard this. There were actually 2 abyss demons in such a low concentration of abyss. But Lao Wang provided them with evidence, which was the breath of Paul and the rabbit demon's rule power. Seeing this thing, they had to believe it even if they didn't believe it, and immediately began to admit their mistakes and thank Lao Wang. By the way, you simply bombed the planet. What if the abyss energy spreads? Lao Wang. We have this purification stone, which can purify the abyss dream energy emitted into the universe. And we really don't destroy the planet that much. This time it was really an accident. A giant beast said. Did you bring the things? Lao Wang said after hearing this. I brought it. Take one and let me see it, Lao Wang said. Hearing this, the black dragon threw a stone that purifies the abyss energy to Lao Wang, and Lao Wang found that the stone in the black dragon's mouth was actually about the same size as him. He was about to experiment with the abyss energy, but he stopped his action after looking at several giant beasts. You go back first. I have solved the problem of this planet. Help me notify the elder of the giant beast. I will visit in 3 days to discuss a plan to deal with the abyss invasion together. This is my token in the giant beast alliance, Lao Wang said. After looking at Lao Wang's token, several giant beasts nodded and left quickly. Chapter 369. Is our alliance so awesome now? Are epic masters given ordinary tokens? When several giant beasts rushed back, the black dragon said awkwardly. If they had issued special epic tokens, there would not be today's problem, because they could feel the unique aura of the tokens when they got close. This is not what we should discuss. The emergence of epic masters in human beings and today's abyss events should be reported quickly. A huge star said, and after thinking for a while, it said, Octopus, wrap us up and use space to move directly. I'm so tired, remember to treat me to a meal, said a huge octopus tentacle monster that was bigger than the other giant beasts combined. Okay, hurry up. The giant octopus wrapped the beasts after hearing this, and then they disappeared into the void. On the other side, Lao Wang took the purification stone back to the planet and experimented with it. This purification stone can indeed absorb the magic power of the abyss, and even decompose it into ordinary magic power. But this stone is a consumable, and Lao Wang can only give it to the big guys for research and cracking. After the matter on this planet was resolved, Lao Wang and others notified Chu Zhihua, who had already secured the position of alliance leader. This worldly big shot was really strong. With so many people competing, he won the election with an absolute advantage. Moreover, he only used simple election means, and did not use any illegal means to defeat those competitors who used all means. For this, Lao Wang could only say awesome. Okay. I got it. I notify the Star Spirit. After receiving the news, Chu Zhihua immediately notified the Star Spirit and began to prepare. They have now taken control of the alliance. The more stable this universe is, the greater the benefits they will get. The abyss is a natural enemy of them. The appearance of the abyss made everyone ignore the Zerg, and now they can no longer estimate them. Everything that happened on this planet made everyone realize that the threat of the abyss is obviously greater. 3 days later. Behemoth Cemetery. Lao Wang and the Dark Knight King came here again. The Dark Knight King didn't want to come, but he couldn't beat Lao Wang now. He is at the peak of the 9th level of the legend. The gap between him and the epic Lao Wang is not as big as the sky and the earth, but it is not much. After they arrived, they saw the behemoths waiting to die and some other behemoths from a distance. In the center guarded by the behemoths is a huge unicorn. Lao Wang can sense that its level is epic, but its aura is not very strong and Iwio can't compare with him at all. Thank you for waiting for me, Lao Wang said after he came to the crowd. However, his body was too small, and it took several seconds for these giant beasts to hear his words. Qilin shook his head, and golden light flashed in his eyes. The bodies of these giant beasts began to shrink, and soon became about the same size as Lao Wang. This move shocked Lao Wang a little. This move was not a domain or a rule, but magic. Can I learn this move? Lao Wang asked with some expectation. If I can, it will be easier for Lao Wang to deal with large enemies in the future. It's not impossible, let's talk about this later. Can you tell us about the problem of the abyss first? Qilin said very politely. The King of Dark Night on the side was stunned. It's not that he hasn't seen Qilin before. After all, Dark Night and the giant beasts are so deeply involved. However, it was the first time that the Starry Sky Kirin, the king of the giant beasts, took the initiative to become smaller and spoke to a person so politely. The predecessors of the Dark Knight said that the Kirin could see through the soul. Could it be that it saw something extraordinary? When the king of the Dark Knight was shocked, Lao Wang thought for a while and began to explain to Kirin and others the whole process of how he knew the abyss. It all started a few years ago when I accidentally drifted into the abyss. You said you drifted into the abyss? How did you get rid of the erosion of the abyss magic? A flying dragon interrupted Lao Wang and asked anxiously. Sorry, one of their tribesmen was seriously injured by the abyss magic, said Kirin, and then he roughly explained it to Lao Wang. It turned out that the infected one was the nine-headed flying dragon, one of the 3 epics of the Giant Beast Alliance, and it was also the key to the rise of the Flying Dragon clan. This also started with the relationship between the Flying Dragon and the Giant Dragon. Although the Flying Dragon and the Giant Dragon look very similar, there are still obvious differences. The Giant Dragon has 2 wings and 4 legs, while the Flying Dragon has 2 wings and 2 legs. The Giant Dragon is more like a flying lizard, while the Flying Dragon is more like a bat except for its appearance, and has hooks on its claws to assist it. A long time ago, there was no such creature as a flying dragon, and there were only giant dragons in the starry sky. But what is a giant dragon? Everyone knows that a flying dragon was born by accident. Among this new subspecies of dragon, some elite individuals have inherited everything of the giant dragon almost perfectly. Except for being a little smaller, and having 2 fewer legs, their strength is actually not much inferior to that of the giant dragon. And because of their maternal bloodline, they grow faster and have stronger reproductive ability. Although most of the ordinary individuals are beasts with little wisdom, there are also many elite individuals that can give birth to them, and some of them even surpass the giant dragons very quickly. At the same time, because the elite individuals can command the ordinary individuals, the Flying Dragon clan grows very fast. However, even so, the giant dragons never look down on the flying dragons, and some even think that they are the shame of the dragon clan and wantonly kill the flying dragons. At the beginning, because the flying dragons were born recently, they had not yet grown into real strong ones. Under the bullying of the giant dragons, the flying dragons were really miserable. But all this changed after the birth of that flying dragon. The mutated individual of the flying dragon born in the action of the giant dragon destroying a flying dragon station had 9 heads. It was born with knowledge and extremely talented. Its 9 heads were particularly special. If a few of them fell off, they would grow again immediately. However, this 9-headed flying dragon is weird, but it is a genius that neither the flying dragons nor the giant dragons have ever seen. In less than 100 years, he grew into a legendary 9th level, and on his 100th birthday, he successfully took that step. Then the dragons were embarrassed. They had been bullying the flying dragons without restraint, because they had the most legendary 9th level dragons among all the giant beasts. Now that the flying dragon has an epic, their fate is basically predictable. In order to celebrate its breakthrough to the epic level, the 9-headed flying dragon killed 15 legendary dragons in a row, including 7 legendary 9th level dragons. All this reminded the dragon that it had not forgotten the hatred of the past. If it were not for the protection of the original giant beast king, the dragons might really have been killed by him. However, although the giant beast king protected the dragons, the epic road of the dragon family was cut off because of the 9-headed flying dragon. At the same time, the flying dragons became increasingly powerful under its protection. Although they were eventually affected by the hybrids and still had some gaps with the giant dragons could not raise their heads because of the 9-headed flying dragon. Unfortunately, the weather was unpredictable. During another operation, the 9-headed flying dragon was infected by the abyss magic. If it had not been for the fact that it used the power of rules to suppress it desperately, it might have gone crazy. Of course, the giant dragons also knew about this situation, so they showed up again. If they were not afraid that the 9-headed flying dragon was not dead or crazy, the giant dragons would have started slaughtering the flying dragons long ago. Knowing the cause and effect, Lao Wang thought for a while and said, "Don't you have a purification stone? That thing is quite useful. The purification stone can only purify the abyss energy in the environment, and it is of no help to the body. This lord, the 9-headed flying dragon of our clan, was contaminated by the abyss energy in order to seal the space crack. This should not be its end," said the flying dragon. Now is the time to discuss how to deal with the Abyss Demon Realm, not to hold a medical consultation for your nine-headed flying dragon. What is your intention in wasting everyone's time? Said a golden dragon. The flying dragon was about to say something, but Lao Wang spoke first. I can come back from the abyss because I have the attributes of the abyss. It is no problem to absorb the abyss energy from people. I will go with you later. As long as it has not been completely possessed by the devil, I am sure to save it. Now let's talk about the abyss first. You really should understand it. Lao Wang's words made the flying dragon look excited, while the golden dragon looked gloomy. Lao Wang could only say that it deserved it. If they had not been so tolerant and left offspring everywhere, would they have ended up like this? Chapter 370. I just said that I came back from the abyss, and then I learned some things. The process was roughly like this. Do you know these 12 demon gods? They seem to know the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Lao Wang described his experience in detail, and then asked, We don't know this, because our inheritance has actually been interrupted several times, and all the ancient 10,000 Beasts data has been lost, said Qilin. Lao Wang did not doubt Qilin's words, but it was a pity that he missed an opportunity to understand the so-called 12 demon gods. You just said that the abyss magic power is not so active in the abyss. Is it true that the monsters in the abyss are intelligent? The golden dragon suddenly asked. Did I say that? Did you remember it wrong? Lao Wang. This idiot asked such a question at this time. Can his intention be more obvious? The golden dragon did not speak after hearing this. He also knew that he had spoken out of his mind, because he saw the hope of the dragon standing up. If what this person said was true, then the voices that came from nowhere to contact them were true. The dragon clan is the absolute overlord in the abyss, with many epic warriors, and even among the 12 demons there are dragons. But the dragon didn't say these things, and even the dragon clan had records about those things, it didn't say. Because from that moment on, it has determined its position, that is, to surrender to the abyss. They are really tired of being ridden on their heads by these bastards, and the dragon will rise. Of course, everyone doesn't know its thoughts. After Lao Wang and Qilin Lake communicated with each other about cooperation against the abyss, he followed the Flying Dragon King and left. Qilin also gave Lao Wang the means to shrink that he promised. As expected, Qilin is worthy of being called Qilin. This pattern is different. After leaving the cemetery star, Falong took Lao Wang through the special teleportation array in the dark domain and came to a planet that he had never seen before. There were lightning everywhere on this planet, and the earth was full of magma. A 9-headed flying dragon lay weakly in the magma. There were special chains everywhere on its neck, feet, and wings. It seems that it has made the worst plan. These things should prevent it from going crazy. Shujiao, I'd bring someone to treat you. Falong Wang said to the weak 9-headed flying dragon in front of him after he arrived. The 9-headed flying dragon just opened his eyes and moved his head slightly, showing weakness. However, others may not understand this action, but Lao Wang understands it very well. Because Lao Wang can clearly sense that all the energy and rule power in the other party's body are dealing with the abyss magic that is eroding it. Without further ado, Lao Wang stepped forward and stretched out his hand to directly extract the abyss magic power from the opponent's body. The condition of the 9-headed flying dragon was visibly getting better. Not long after, Lao Wang extracted all the abyss magic power from the 9-headed flying dragon's body. It stood up with difficulty after recovering from a serious illness, and said to Lao Wang excitedly, "Thank you." The voice of the 9-headed flying dragon turned out to be a female voice, which surprised Lao Wang. According to the description of the beasts and the flying dragon, it is a cruel and ruthless existence. Such an existence is a female dragon. It seems quite reasonable. You're welcome. I just hope to have an ally in the near future to deal with the abyss, Lao Wang said. I will do my best to help you. After 2 sentences, the flying dragon had recovered some strength and stood up completely. The flying dragon king was already in tears. God will not kill the flying dragon. God will kill my dragon. The people of the dragon clan soon received the news that the flying dragon lord had woken up. Unlike the excitement of the flying dragons, some dragons have already started to prepare for their funeral. Stop howling, do you look like a dragon? Said the patriarch of the dragon clan, the golden dragon. That's right, you have disgraced the dragons. We are dragons, not insects. Even if we die, we will die standing. Said the elder of the dragon clan, the blue-eyed dragon. But, elder, I don't want to die. I don't want to either. We all don't want to. Shut up, who made you die? Haven't we found a solution? Golden dragon. But is it really reliable to surrender to the abyss? The dragons present all had reservations about this idea. They also knew the power of the abyss. The Golden Dragon and other dragon elders were not so confident, because the news they knew was only one-sided from Lao Wang. But if they didn't take this road, where else could they go? I try it first. If it works, we talk about it. If it doesn't work, it won't be a big loss, said the dragon elder Qin Yan. The dragons looked at Qin Yan. Some of them wanted to say something but stopped, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Only the Golden Dragon said, "Everything is for the future of dragons." Lao Wang, who left the Flying Dragon, gained the goodwill of the Flying Dragon clan, the promise of the 9-headed Flying Dragon, and a mess of rewards. It can be said that he had a great harvest. After the giant beast was notified, Lao Wang united almost all the forces he could. He had done his best to deal with the invasion of the abyss, and the next step was to leave it to fate. In the depths of the starry sky, on a planet that originally belonged to the outer domain, and whose shape was not even stable, Paul appeared from a space crack with a monster with a cow's head and a monster with a horse's head. "Is it safe here?" asked the bull demon, the demon god of the bull's head. "It's safe, normal people won't come here," said Paul. At this moment, Paul had changed his appearance. One of his arms was burned away by Lao Wang's rule fire, and the abyss demon god gave him another one to facilitate its movement. Paul could clearly sense that the power contained in this arm was much greater than his entire mecha. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and became much stronger. "It looks safe in this harsh environment, but our people can't get through," said the horse demon with a horse's head. "Don't worry, let me isolate the breath of this planet first, and then deal with the others." After saying that, Paul summoned a barrier to cover the entire planet, and then threw a gem into the ground, and the entire planet immediately changed its appearance. With Paul's operation, the originally irregularly shaped aggregate planets actually appeared on the ground. Although the environment is still very harsh, at least there is a place to stand. "You too, I will stabilize the cracks. You prepared to get off the altar. This time you must open a crack that the demon god can come out of, Paul." "Yes." Paul and the other two didn't know that when they were working hard to build the planet under their feet, a spacecraft in the starry sky received news that a planet had disappeared. The news was immediately transmitted by the Intelligent Central Control to the nearest Legion, and then to the Alliance Council. After receiving the news, the eyes of the Alliance members lit up. It seems that the new monitoring method has worked. It turned out that when the Alliance members reviewed the events of that day, they found some non-standard key things. The planet covered by Paul's special shield cannot be sensed by the radar of the detector, which is why they have been hiding here for so many years. Although this planet was not valued originally, there were some records in the past. It did not have this feature before. So this ability must have been brought by Paul. Now they only need to know which planet suddenly disappeared, so they can determine their location, and maybe their plan will be strangled in the cradle. This was originally just one of the many means prepared by everyone, but they didn't expect it to work today. They immediately notified Lao Wang without delay, and Lao Wang tore through the space and rushed to the outside of the planet soon. Looking at this familiar shield, Lao Wang smiled coldly, and then flew in. Paul, who was stabilizing the space crack, suddenly felt a chill on his back. It seemed that this shield could not only help him isolate the breath, but also enhance his perception. After notifying the cow and horse brothers outside, Paul took the lead in drilling into the space crack. When the cow and horse brothers wanted to enter, a figure appeared in front of the crack and sealed the crack with special means. This temporary crack could not withstand this kind of seal at all, and quickly disappeared there. They were fine when they came, but they can't go back. "Don't leave in a hurry, let me entertain you well," Lao Wang said to the cow demon and horse demon in front of him. But they didn't speak. The faint abyss breath around the space crack set off the tense atmosphere on the field. Chapter 371. Abyss. Demon Realm, Demon Palace. Paul returned here in a state of embarrassment again. The 12 demons were all there and looked at him together. "Didn't you just leave? Why are you back? Were you killed so quickly?" They felt that they might need to choose another spokesperson. "This is too unreliable. What's going on with you?" The second demon Red Bull King asked. "My lord, the barrier covering the breath of the abyss has failed. We were discovered as soon as we arrived there. I didn't even have time to stabilize the space crack. I sensed the breath of that person and fled back directly. The two generals Nilma were intercepted. I guess it's not good for them." Paul knelt on the ground and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the barrier I designed go wrong?" After the 12 demons heard his words, the fourth demon Rabbit Demon King said loudly, "It is the master of formations and barriers among the demons. How could the barrier it designed with divine power go wrong? The rabbit demon god could never think that the reason why the barrier failed was because the effect was too good. The abyss doesn't have a method called big data screening. It just suffers from lack of culture. Other demons also think it's impossible, but they can also be sure that this person is not lying. It's troublesome. This outpost has not been established. When can we find a way to coordinate the original power of the two worlds? Said the white tiger demon. Yes. The abyss is likely to border that world. If we can't find a way, when they collide with each other, it's hard to say what the consequences will be, said the abyss demon snake. There is a way, the elemental holy dragon suddenly said. Speak, don't keep us in suspense. Red Bull King. The dragons of that world contacted me, we can give this task to them. Elemental holy dragon. Good. They finally figured it out. Our fellows are really hard to deal with, just like us back then. They are very hostile to the abyss. Red Bull King's voice became smaller and smaller, obviously remembering something unhappy. Then let them, Old Seven, you are responsible for connecting with them? There can't be any accidents this time. The first demon god in the center suddenly said. Why? They are my men? The elemental holy dragon was a little dissatisfied. These people have always had prejudices against it, and have always thought it was stupid, but in fact, most of the time it is very smart, okay? You have more important things to do. The elemental volcano that was extinguished by you last time has signs of extinguishing again after it was ignited. Go and help it, said the first demon god. Okay, I go now. The elemental holy dragon disappeared into the hall after saying that. Boss, the elemental volcano is the sacred place of the elements. If it goes out, it will affect the rise and fall of the elements, right? We finally ignited it. Is it really okay to let it go? Asked the white tiger demon. Why is your IQ also close to that of the fifth one? Why don't we find something for it to do so that it won't destroy our plans? Abyss demon serpent. White tiger demon. So that's how it is. Other demons, It seems that we have to be careful of it in the future. The third one is not stable in normal state. Seventh brother, this matter is serious. It concerns our life and death. I know, leave it to me. Mom Mosehen. Okay, as for you. The first Mosehen looked at Paul below and hesitated. This person is also unstable. Forced infusion of abyss attributes sometimes has such disadvantages. Lao Wu is one of the victims. If it weren't for his special talent, the first would not want to use this failed product. But if he didn't use it, he would have to use Lao Air, but it was too active and easy to find problems. He didn't want to use it but had to use it, and the first was full of helplessness. Other abyss units need its help to enter and exit that world, but it's a bit difficult to arrange. The first Mosehen thought. Why don't you leave him to me? He is still too weak now. I will train him so that he can face that person head-on next time, said the Red Bull King. The first Mosehen looked at it, paused for a long time and said, Okay, it happens that you have similar talents, but if Lao Chi needs to open the door, you can't delay it. Don't open it. It's too dangerous for you to leave the abyss. Just let it go. Okay, I take people away. Red Bull King. If we hand this person over to the second brother, we will definitely face the situation where the passage between the two worlds is controlled by it. But now, if we want to get this person into the state, we can only rely on it. Everyone disperse, pay more attention to the stability of the barrier. If the fluctuation is too strong, you can also let it go appropriately. There is still a diffusion distance from that world, said the first demon. Everyone disappeared immediately after hearing this, leaving only the first demon. How long has it been since I fell into such a difficult situation? But it's good that this injury made me see who is the real ambitious person. The second brother, the sixth brother, the eighth brother, the ninth brother, and the most honest old 12th brother. You really gave me a big surprise. I will give you a surprise if I have a chance, let you know why I was injured, and let you know my real plan. Since we have embraced the abyss, let's use the abyss's methods to resolve our disputes. The first demon god thought silently while looking at the empty hall. Starry sky. On the planet. At this time, the planet has been destroyed by the battle. The bull demon and the horse demon are much stronger than the rabbit demon before. The rule fire that killed the rabbit demon in seconds was easily resisted by them. And then they got close to the old king together. The reason why they are so strong is that the bull demon and the horse demon are the combat units in the 12 demon gods sacrifice, while the rabbit demon belongs to the technical type. Different positioning, naturally different strength. However, their strength is relative to the rabbit demon, and they are still much worse than the old king. They originally thought that the old king was a long-range mage, so they tried their best to get close to him. But after getting close, They found a very embarrassing thing, that is, they still couldn't beat Lao Wang. They were almost beaten by Lao Wang. If they were not thick-skinned, and had not used the power of rules well, they might have returned to the arms of their demon god. Don't hide, use that trick. The bull demon, who was thrown to a mountain by Lao Wang again, said to the horse demon on another mountain. The horse demon nodded when he heard it. If they continued to hide, they would be gone. Then the horse demon and the bull demon both transformed. One turned into a huge black bull without any characteristics. The other one was more powerful. It transformed into a skeleton horse with flames burning all over its body. After they transformed, they rushed towards each other and collided with each other, and a space black hole appeared where they collided. After the black hole disappeared, the bull demon and the horse demon merged into a humanoid creature wearing a white bone armor burning with green flames, a horse-face mask and bull horns. This creature was about the same height as the elemental lord, and held a special long-handled weapon with a hook in his hand. After it emerged from the space black hole, it immediately swooped down at the elemental lord holding the sword of Rhaenys. The opponent chose to fight hard, and Lao Wang did not intend to dodge. He stabbed the long sword straight at the opponent's long weapon. The moment the long sword and the long weapon collided, the entire battlefield was affected by the energy of the collision between the two. The earth collapsed and black lightning flashed in the sky. Lao Wang sensed the power of the monster in front of him and found that it was bigger than the bull demon and the horse demon combined. But this was not enough. Lao Wang shouted, "Break it for me." It was obviously a slender long sword, but it pushed the long weapon back step by step. After they smashed several mountains in succession, the monster finally had no way to retreat. The green flames in its hollow eyes flickered slightly, and Lao Wang felt that the surrounding environment had changed immediately, and the figure in front of him disappeared. The original battlefield turned into a court, and he was surrounded by 4 demons with green faces and fangs or hideous faces. "Bold Qian Wang, you still don't kneel down in the underworld." A 4-armed giant with a bloody mouth shouted at Lao Wang. "Qian Wang, your life is over, why don't you surrender?" said the giant with green face and fangs. "Qian Wang, you have repeatedly destroyed the plan of world unity. I sentence you to be thrown into the 18 levels of hell forever, and you will suffer forever in hell," said another giant. When these 4 giants talked to each other, there was a voice in Lao Wang's heart that kept telling him that this was true, and his fiery eyes did not react. But Lao Wang knew that this was an illusion, but it was an illusion of rules. But Lao Wang did not intend to use the power of rules to fight against it. The underworld? Do you know who my idol is? It's the Monkey King. Chapter 372. Lei Lancer in his hand turned into the Rui Jin Gubang, and the Qianzhilong, who had been playing a supporting role, disintegrated and possessed him. The chainmail golden armor, the phoenix wing purple gold crown, the lotus silk cloud walking shoes, and the equipment of the Monkey King were materialized one by the Qianzhilong according to Lao Wang's own ideas. The sky-sweeping wings had also been put away, and 4 golden triangular battle flags appeared behind Lao Wang, with 4 big characters the Monkey King written on them. After Lao Wang completed the transformation, he looked at the 4 gods with the Rui Jin Gubang on his back, twisted his neck, and then swung the stick at the green-faced fangs among them. This stick directly broke his left shoulder, and the 4 gods certainly would not sit and wait for death and rush to Lao Wang one after another. But Lao Wang is now the Monkey King, and the golden light on the Rui Jin Gubang immediately became longer. Lao Wang controlled it and swung it hard, and a golden energy shock spread out, and all 4 gods were knocked away by one blow. "Ha ha ha! How's it? This is the Monkey King form I developed. How strong is it?" Lao Wang looked down at the 4 gods and asked. But unfortunately, no one supported it. The gods stood up bravely, and came to bite Lao Wang. Their bodies were not like gods at all, but more like hungry ghosts in hell. Lao Wang also lost interest when he saw this. What's the point of pretending with a group of fools? After the Lord of Elements turned into a golden stream of light, and smashed the 4 gods, the hell in front of him disappeared, and was replaced by the combination of the bull demon and the horse demon lying on the ground and dying. Lao Wang tilted his head to look at it, and then crushed its head with 1 foot. After this combined unit disappeared, 2 epic hardcores with very serious energy consumption were left at the scene. It seems that the demon god really has a way to make his subordinates absorb the hardcore and continue to generate hardcores, and even the domain will not be affected. Lao Wang guessed while looking at the 2 hardcores. But now is not the time for him to think about this. Because of the delay of these 2 guys, the abyss energy on this planet has begun to spread into the universe after the shield was broken. Fortunately, this place was discovered early, and there is basically not much abyss energy. Lao Wang can still recover these scattered energies. After quelling another abyss invasion, Lao Wang fell into thinking. It may be because of the influence of the illusion just now, or it may be due to other reasons. Lao Wang knew that after the collision of the two worlds, they would be mutually consumed and may return to chaos. But the abyss is thinking of solutions, while he is only guarding against the abyss. If the disappearance of this world is true, what can he do even if he guards against the abyss? Thinking of this, Lao Wang didn't know what to do for a while. You are really sick, Lao Wang. Are these questions what you should think about? If the sky falls, there will be... Lao Wang originally wanted to comfort himself by saying if the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it, but he suddenly thought that he was the tall person, wasn't he? There is no one in this world who can support him. This is really an interesting story. Lao Wang only understood the meaning of the saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It made him feel a little suffocated. Lao Wang felt that there was a force behind him pushing him, making him in a dilemma. This force was the perseverance in his heart. First confirm the truth of the words in the black shadow's mouth, and then think about other things. Lao Wang thought silently, while looking at the starry sky above his head. He doesn't need to be like this, it's just a game world, but he just can't let go of that feeling in his heart. Lao Wang feels that if he lets go, he may live a relaxed life, but he probably won't make any more progress. Come back? Looks like it's solved. Lin Qiming asked after Lao Wang returned to the base. Lao Wang smiled at her and said, of course. I'm doing this myself, so it's easy to do. Narcissist Lin Qiming said with a smile, and then said, by the way, the bosses have made progress, and it's huge. What are the details? Lao Wang. To be specific, we have developed a potion for players to use, which can resist the invasion of the abyss elements for 60 minutes. In addition, we have figured out the principle of the stone, and have begun to imitate it, and use it on a large scale for players. Lin Qiming. It's indeed a great progress, Lao Wang. The finished product is out, how can it not be big? Thank you so much, big guys, maybe we will have to use this thing in the future. By the way, I have to leave for a few days, if there is anything, you can discuss and solve it together, Lao Wang said again. Although he tried to calm his tone, Lin Qiming still heard his suppressed emotions. But she didn't ask much, just said yes to Lao Wang seriously. Lao Wang smiled and nodded at her. 2 days later. Lao Wang, who had rested for 2 days, went to a planet with a harsh environment to find Yiwuyo. Lao Wang didn't understand why he liked this environment. Is this his little hobby? Do you know how to find that kind of abyss crack? I want the kind that is formed naturally. Seeing Yiwuyo, Lao Wang directly explained his purpose. Yiwuyo thought for a moment and said, I don't know how to find it, but you can go to 309, 206, 417, 358 to see. There is a crack that I sealed. The crack appeared very early, and I once met a terrifying opponent there. I almost used all my trump cards to drive it back to the abyss. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have burned my core last time. If I meet it, I will help you get revenge, Lao Wang said with a smile. Okay, thank you. By the way, why do you want to stay in such a place? Lao Wang asked the doubts in his heart. With his status, there is no place that the Alliance can't stay. Even more extreme, even if it doesn't like a lot of people, the Alliance can give it a habitable planet. Of course I practiced the power of destruction. This place is suitable for me. Yiwuyo. So that's it. Lao Wang. Then he thought again, I don't know if there is any place suitable for practicing elemental power. After chatting with Yiwuyo for a while, Lao Wang went to the crack that Yiwuyo sealed. This time, the seal is no longer on the planet, but in the universe. This seal is guarded by 2 intelligent starships, and no one is left. The reason for not leaving is that they are afraid that the seal will break and the breath of the abyss will spread, and people here have basically no resistance. Of course, there are no intelligent starships, but all they need is to spread the news before they are destroyed. This crack is different from the 2 cracks opened by Paul. Even if it is sealed, it has not disappeared. Instead, it is still accumulating strength. If Yiwuyo had not come to reinforce the seal regularly, this place might have shattered long ago. After passing the verification of the intelligent starship, Lao Wang finally saw the abyss crack. This crack is not comparable to the crack opened by Paul. Lao Wang looked a little small standing in front of this scarlet crack. The color of the abyss crack should be black. This scarlet energy is the seal of Yiwuyo. This power can protect others, but it can't protect Lao Wang. The sky-sweeping wings are running at full power, and Lao Wang flew straight into the crack against the seal. After dispelling the scarlet energy on his body, he found himself in a familiar place. It was the void where he drifted for a long time when he was exiled by the alien insects. This void crack was not wide, but it was a good combination of the collision of the two worlds. The abyss and the starry sky are not like what the Black Shadow said, constantly rubbing and then returning to chaos. The void between the abyss and the starry sky seems not wide, but it is basically impossible to cross. The only place to cross is the two cracks, where the abyss and the starry sky collided, resulting in two space cracks. But according to Yiwuyo, this is the only abyss space crack that has appeared in the Alliance for countless years, which can prove how low the probability of this event is. As long as there is no problem in the void, there will be no problem in the starry sky and the abyss. Damn! I was cheated, Lao Wang said after he figured it out. Although he was cheated, Lao Wang inexplicably relaxed a lot. He confirmed in this void for a long time, and after confirming that there would be no problem in the void, Lao Wang left the crack. However, Lao Wang did not return to the starry sky, but came to the abyss. He wanted to see what the abyss demon god, who had fought with Yiwuyo, was. At the same time, he also had to confirm what the state of the abyss was. However, after Lao Wang crossed the crack, he found that he had thought too much. The crack in the starry sky was in space, and the crack in the abyss was in a mountain range. There was no one around, and even this crack was left here without anyone caring. Yiwuyo said that he had encountered a demon god attacking from the crack, and King Gu had encountered it. This is interesting. There is a traitor inside this abyss demon. Chapter 373. The demon god who fought with Yiwuyo couldn't have been unaware of the situation in the abyss, but he didn't tell everyone after the Black Shadow said that. At the same time, the abyss seemed to be trying to make the two worlds merge. If we investigate who is pushing this plan, we should be able to catch that person. After Lao Wang figured this out, he changed his body shape and headed straight for the demon city. Starry Sky. Damara Star. This is the planet closest to the Dragon Island Star, the base camp of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Elder Qingyan has already built an altar. The altar connects heaven and earth, and a figure opens a crack and walks out of it. Are you the representative of the Dragon Clan? Paul asked after he appeared from the crack. Why isn't it my Dragon Clan senior who came? Qingyan asked. Don't worry, I'm here to open the door. No one in your Dragon Clan has the power to open the door between the two worlds, Paul said. Although Qingyan didn't quite believe the human race in front of him, he still stepped aside and waited. Paul was a little surprised to see them so easy to talk to. He had not been in vain in the past few years. He had learned about the universe and the Abyss clan. He knew the power and arrogance of the Dragon clan. He originally planned to scare them with the breath of the epic dragon, but he didn't expect them to be so easy to talk to. Although Paul was very surprised, he still didn't forget the main business. After he opened the space crack again, an abyss dragon flew out of the crack. It was the sacrifice of the fifth demon god, an epic dragon with abyss attributes. Hello, I am the sacrifice of the fifth demon master, my name is the demon dragon, the abyss dragon said to Qingyan after flying out of the crack. At this moment, it and Paul are both gathering the energy of the abyss, because the giant dragons in front of them cannot be eroded, and they still need these giant dragons to help them gain a foothold. Hello, are you at the epic level? Qingyan said excitedly. Don't get too close, you can't accept the energy of the abyss yet, there is nothing shocking about the epic level, and when we find a way, you can all break through to the epic level after accepting the energy of the abyss, said the magic dragon. Really? Qingyan was excited, the living future road was right in front of him. How could it control it? You guys talk slowly, I have given you the method to control and reinforce this place. I will go back to the abyss to continue practicing, said Paul. After Lao Wang's 2 raids, he now feels that there is no safety anywhere in this world. Before he is absolutely sure to deal with that person, Paul does not intend to leave the abyss. The magic dragon looked at this frightened man and nodded with some disdain. It despises cowards the most. Paul did not care about its undisguised contempt. Only when he is alive can there be hope, and he will not joke about his own life. However, although the dragon despised Paul, it still temporarily closed the crack after Paul left. Now is not the time to be afraid of the spread of the abyss. Its mission this time is to find the key to the fusion of the two worlds. When Qingyan and others saw the crack closed, they immediately used the purification stone to clean up the surrounding abyss. This action was noticed by the dragon. In order not to expose it, it originally wanted to absorb these abyss energies, but it didn't expect that the other party had a way. Can you give me a piece of this strange stone? Although the dragon's words were polite, his tone was indeed unacceptable. However, although the purification stone is rare, it is not very precious. It is okay to give it. The magic dragon looked at the purification stone in front of it, and input some abyss energy into it. It was neutralized. And it was not the neutralization of the holy energy that hurt both sides, but it was converted into attributeless magic. The magic dragon immediately felt that this thing was not simple. It had never seen such a miracle in the abyss. It had a hunch that this was the key to the fusion of the two worlds. After sealing the stone, the magic dragon threw it into the abyss crack. It will have to experiment with the combination of abyss magic and people in this world for a while. It is too energy consuming to go back and forth in the abyss. It seems simple to go back and forth, but the price paid by the abyss each time is enough to make any small tribe heartbroken. With the wisdom of the seventh demon god, it should not be a problem to understand what he means. As the recognized wisdom of the 12 demon gods, the seventh demon god certainly understands it. It just didn't expect the progress of the magic dragon to be so fast, and was a little shocked. The dragon conducted experiments on biological and abyssal energy in the starry sky, and the seventh demon god and others studied the unity of the abyss and the starry sky. The abyss was on the right track, because they were in the dragon star field and did not summon the shielding formation, so the alliance did not find it this time. Abyss. Castlevania. Lao Wang came here again, but this time he entered the city as a Cyclops. The prop Lao Wang used was called Miracle Transformation Gun, which can change the player's appearance after using it. This is an epic special prop, a collection in the Alliance treasury, which Lao Wang applied for with special permissions. This item is not available when summoning mechas, and can only be used by players. However, with Lao Wang's current strength, even if he does not summon the Lord of Elements, it is almost the same as the general legend. In fact, he has the attribute of the Abyss, and has no problem surviving in the Abyss. The Abyss is different from the starry sky. If it were not for the Abyss energy, there would be a habitable environment everywhere. After Lao Wang came to the Castlevania this time, he did not directly investigate what he wanted to investigate, but came to the port to retrieve his ship here with the token. Castlevania cannot find any information, and it is too dangerous here. Zero, give me a plan. What should I prepare for the elemental domain, and how to fly? Lao Wang asked Zero in his heart. I have already specified an action plan for you. Zero. Okay, thank you. It is really convenient to have Zero in many things. Lao Wang can basically do many things just by saying it. By the way, where is the floating battlefield in the Castlevania usually placed? Why didn't I see it this time? Lao Wang. According to the records, it is in the black cloud. Zero. Lao Wang looked up at the black clouds in the sky, then sighed and said, It's good in the black clouds. I hope it will always be there. After Lao Wang said that, he entered the demon city again. The road to the elemental domain is a bit far, and he must prepare a lot of things. Lao Wang has ordinary things on him, but he must go to the city to purchase some special products of the Abyss. My lord, someone is following us. Zero suddenly said to Lao Wang when he was buying things. I sensed it, Lao Wang said to Zero while buying things normally. Could it be that this transformation device has a loophole and was exposed so quickly? But this Abyss demon god looked down on him too much, and the person he sent was not even a legend. Lao Wang thought with some doubts, but it did not show any abnormality. Normal preparations, normal bargaining, Lao Wang tried his best to act like a Cyclops merchant going to the elemental domain. But those people just followed him. Although they felt a little impatient, they still just followed him. This behavior continued until Lao Wang came to a remote alley, and these people stopped in front of Lao Wang. The moment he saw their true bodies, Lao Wang knew that he had misunderstood them. These people are not the subordinates of the demon god, no. It should be said that they are not the subordinates of the demon god who know the situation. Because the few people who stopped in front of Lao Wang were all from the Blackwing clan, and the one who came to Lao Wang from afar was a legend of the Blackwing clan. They came from Black Cloud City, because Lao Wang had seen that legend in Black Cloud City. After Lao Wang left Black Cloud City, and blew up the mother body of the Black Cloud Bat, it fell into decline. But they did not dare to retaliate against the Element clan, so they could only vent their anger on his only clan, the Cyclops. But the Cyclops knew the mountain too well, and the Black Wings had no help from the Cyclops Bat, so they could only stare blankly. Recently, due to the decline of Black Cloud City, the Cyclops have recuperated and risen a little, causing them to be almost driven out of the Black Cloud domain. The Black Wings came to the Demon City this time to find reinforcements. How could they let go of Lao Wang, the lone Cyclops? So these ordinary Black Wings followed, and they were still afraid of instability, and they also informed the legend of the tribe. Lao Wang looked at the ferocious Black Wings in front of him, and didn't give them a chance to speak. The ice spread under his feet, and these black wings lost their vitality before they knew what happened. After breaking the ice in front of him and destroying the corpses, Lao Wang returned to the spaceship and set off on the road to the elemental domain. The Cyclops didn't know that Lao Wang had solved a big problem for them. Chapter 374. Element Domain. After several days of flying, Lao Wang arrived at the edge of the living place of the elemental clan. The elemental domain is the most central area of the abyss. Although the demon city is very core in terms of function, its location is not the most central. The most central location of the abyss is actually the 5 domains. As for why the black shadow was sealed in the demon city, perhaps only the person who sealed it knows. However, few people know that although the 5 domains and the demon city are not close, many things are closely related. Lao Wang drove the spaceship and used an element crystal to attract away the terrifying elemental mayflies hovering around the elemental domain, and finally entered the elemental domain. The shape of the elemental domain is a very regular circle, and the center of the circle is the elemental volcano, the root of the elemental domain. The circle around the elemental volcano is the holy city of the elemental clan Luna. Outside are 7 fan-shaped areas, each area represents an element, and the 7 elements guard the central holy city and the elemental volcano. After Lao Wang entered the elemental domain, he turned into a fire element, because unfortunately he entered the fire elemental domain. Entering here, Lao Wang only felt hot, very hot. Now he couldn't summon a mecha, so he could only use magic to resist, which made him want to fly to another area. But the elemental domain was too big. If he changed to another elemental domain at this time, the distance Lao Wang had to fly would almost catch up with the distance of flying directly to the holy city. So Lao Wang still endured it, and chose to fly towards the holy city honestly. What Lao Wang saw and heard along the way gave him a new understanding of the elemental race. The element domain is the most backward of all the star domains that Lao Wang has passed by. The entire element domain is in a state of wilderness, with various elements fighting on the earth and in the sky. The few buildings are also the residences of legendary elements, but they are also built very wildly. This is because before the elemental race evolved to the legendary level, there were almost no elements with complete advanced intelligence. Even the elemental creatures below the Lord level may have the intelligence of a pet dog. In fact, the Lord level is not much higher, and they still cannot execute some complex instructions. Elemental creatures that are not legendary are ants after all. But after evolving to legend, they have no demand for materials. However, the elemental race is not without advantages. Their life is long, and if they grow steadily, they can basically become lords. This is already very difficult, and there are not many races that can grow steadily to the lord level. Moreover, the birth of elements is not difficult, and it is even a little simple. Every time the magic power of the elemental volcano fluctuates, new elements will appear in the elemental domain. Elements fight each other, and excellent strong men are raised like raising poison. Old Wang, who resisted the high temperature, finally saw the holy land of the elemental clan, the holy city of Luna. It is called a city, but it is actually a very primitive tribe. There are irregular buildings made of stones everywhere in the tribe. This wild style is obviously not suitable for business, so there are only a few ships in the entire port. Old Wang did not notice this problem at first, and when he noticed it, the ship had already entered the port. This was a complete social death for Lao Wang. He got off the boat under the attention of many people. Then something even more embarrassing happened. The element he transformed into was a Lord-level fire element. He also forgot that the legendary fire element was not so intelligent, and there was no brain for sailing a ship for business. After Lao Wang got off the boat, all the elements looked at him curiously, which made him even more embarrassed. But Lao Wang was embarrassed, but the elements were not embarrassed. They thought more about why this little fire element had such high intelligence. And after we looked at each other, we actually had a strange feeling of submission. But because Lao Wang did not summon the Lord of Elements, this feeling in their hearts was not very strong. Where did you come from, the fire element? A huge fire element that was several times taller than Lao Wang came to Lao Wang and asked. Lao Wang confirmed that they were looking for him, and he had realized what was wrong with him. Although there were not many elements in front of him, they were all legendary without exception. He hid his incompetence too deeply, and ended up making things worse. But this did not bother Lao Wang. He slightly released a little bit of his aura, and promoted himself to the legendary level. I am just a normal fire element. Whatever is there, it comes from there. It doesn't look like a legend. It's the effect of the treasure in my hand, Lao Wang explained forcefully. A group of elements, ? Do you think we are stupid? Who told you that elements have no hometown? Just when the huge fire element wanted to ask something, the elemental holy city Luna under their feet began to shake violently. The colorful smoke emitted by the central elemental volcano was visibly decreasing. A voice in the center of the holy city rang out. Everyone quickly go down the mountain and prepare to provide energy for the holy mountain, and help the demon god to completely ignite the holy mountain. The elements stopped questioning Lao Wang after hearing this, and all of them used their methods to fly towards the holy mountain. Lao Wang was among them, but he was dragged away by these elements. After all, he behaved too suspiciously. Perhaps because of the compensation for not having wisdom for so long, most elements will become very intelligent after breaking through the legend. Lao Wang's skills were obviously not enough, and he was directly seen through by the other party. Lao Wang followed the large army, and quickly came to the foot of the holy mountain, which was already densely packed with elemental creatures. There were hundreds of thousands of various elements in total, and more than 1/10 of them were above the legendary level. The dozen or so figures in the center exuded almost physical elemental manifestations, and were obviously epic creatures. This is the strength of the elemental domain, one of the 5 major domains. With this strength, even the human star spirits and giant beasts tied together may not be the opponent. Of course, the fact that they can fight now is completely due to the abnormal Lao Wang, but all this is based on the premise that the 5th demon god elemental holy dragon does not take action. There are 5 domains like the abyss. Oh! Now there are only 4 left. The Yama domain was flattened by the demon god because of the problem last time. Now there are a bunch of strong races fighting there, preparing to compete to become the next big race. But whether it is 5 or 4, the starry sky will not be a match unless humans use unconventional weapons. But with the current technology of the Alliance, the conditions for using such unconventional weapons are too harsh, and it is difficult to be effective against the demon god except for large-scale weapons. But once used, it will be a mutual destruction, which is very difficult to deal with. Everyone, the holy dragon has descended into the volcano. This time, it will solve the problem of the volcano's extinction forever. Although I don't really believe it, let's give it a try. In the center of the elements, a humanoid element that is half fire and half ice said. The normal element that is a mixture of ice and fire is usually a steam element, because a half ice, half fire body is too unstable. But the element in front of him did the opposite, and used an ice and fire body. The advantage of this is that it can use the power of ice, fire and steam at the same time, instead of just using the power of steam like the steam element. This element is also the lord of the elemental domain, the king of ice and fire, Enash, and the 15th demon god of the abyss. Yanash's words made Lao Wang a little confused. From the other party's words, it seems that it looks down on the elemental holy dragon, but isn't that the strongest among the elements? What Lao Wang didn't know was that since the elemental holy dragon commanded the elements, it was just messing around. The most serious time was that it wanted to see what was under the elemental volcano, and it actually made the elemental volcano go out directly. If other demon gods had not discovered it earlier and worked together to ignite it again, the elemental clan might have been destroyed now. And even if it was ignited again, the elemental volcano would be deeply affected. In the past, elements could be seen everywhere in the abyss, but now, except for the elemental domain, the abyss will no longer produce elements. After that, the various epics and legends in the elemental domain have always obeyed its orders, but not its announcements, and the one who can really make the decision for the elemental clan is actually this Enash. These things are really too ugly. So except for some ancient high-level elements, the entire abyss doesn't know much. Let it try. What if it is destroyed again? Said an ancient legendary element. Speak with respect. Don't let me hear you disrespect the Lord Elemental Holy Dragon again, said Enash. The elemental immediately shut up after hearing this. Chapter 375. Yinashi was saving the element that was talking. Was the demon a legend that he could discuss? The demon was always moody, and could even implicate all the elements like him because of his words. Although it also said that it was because it was strong enough, and the other party could not do without it. And with its strength, the entire holy city could not escape its inspection. What we are going to do this time is very simple, that is, to provide elemental magic power. There shouldn't be any big problems with so many of us. If there is a problem, I will hold you back, and you can just run away first, Yinashi said, and he was not confident as he spoke, because he knew the other party too well. Hey! What are you talking about? As Yinashi's voice became lower and lower, a voice came from the sky. Then the sky was covered with colorful light, and a giant dragon composed of colorful energy fell from the sky. This is the 5th demon elemental holy dragon of the abyss, but it is not in its complete state at this time. The elemental holy dragon is actually a simple elemental creature. As for the dragon's appearance, it is actually innate. When the elemental race was born, not all of them were in human form, and human form was only a small part of him. Most elements have the appearance of beasts, and the elemental holy dragon was in the appearance of a dragon on the day it was born. Later, because of its appearance and strong strength, it was regarded as one of its own by the dragons. This is actually just the dragons flattering themselves. After all, apart from the elemental holy dragon, they can't find any other dragons that are too strong. At least the elements have a different Nash ranked 15th, and the current strongest dragon is the 72nd Darkwing. Although the dragon clan has the most epics, many small clans are ahead of them, which makes them feel embarrassed. So they lied to themselves and said that the elemental holy dragon is also a dragon. And they believed it themselves, and many people in the abyss followed suit. So today, the elemental holy dragon really has an additional label of the dragon clan, but in fact it can't even speak dragon language magic. The dragons are so face conscious, but the elemental holy dragon didn't care, and the other demons didn't say much. The moment the elemental holy dragon arrived, the scene was quiet. Nothing? Where will our energy gather in a while? Inash asked. There, I will fly to the crater in a while, and then your energy will be transferred to me. The elemental holy dragon pointed to the crater and said. Then what? What do you want to do? Inash had a bad feeling in his heart. Then? What then? Of course, use everyone's power to hit the crater of the elemental volcano. I suspect that it has been half dead because it is blocked. I want to give it a clear view. Elemental holy dragon. Lao Wang? ? All the elements, eh? Are you crazy? What kind of hell plan is this? You are a big idiot for gathering the power of all the elements above the 9th level, and hitting the holy land where the elemental family was born. No, I don't agree with this plan, Inash said directly. Now we can't follow it anymore. It wants to exterminate the elemental family. I don't need your consent, I just need you to execute it, said the elemental holy dragon. As he spoke, a colorful halo spread throughout the venue, and all the elements except Lao Wang knelt down in unison. Lao Wang? ? What's going on? Is it too late for me to kneel down now? Lao Wang thought, looking at the eyes of the audience. But this is just a joke. Lao Wang is not used to kneeling. He can only keep smiling and look at the elemental holy dragon and say, Hello, I'm just passing by. Before Lao Wang finished speaking, the elemental holy dragon had already swooped down. Lao Wang immediately summoned the Lord of Elements to resist. He didn't dare to resist the attack of the elemental holy dragon by himself. His half-baked strength was not enough for the other party to kill instantly. But after the Lord of Elements appeared, the attack of the elemental holy dragon that Lao Wang imagined did not appear. After the other party flew in front of it, it just stared at him. And its state at the moment is not quite right. The elemental power in its colorful body is constantly flowing rapidly. A little black air keeps overflowing from its body. The expression of the elemental holy dragon is painful and a little enjoyable. The situation in front of him made Lao Wang look confused. Is this an enemy or a friend? Should we fight or not? The surrounding elements knelt down, and the elemental holy dragon did not move. Lao Wang did not know what to do for a while. Sir, can you summon the elemental domain? I need your help. The elemental holy dragon discovered Lao Wang's confusion, and it said to Lao Wang while enduring the pain. Lao Wang was puzzled for a moment, but thinking that it was just opening the domain and there was no loss, Lao Wang met its request. The elemental domain was opened and enveloped the elemental holy dragon. The elemental holy dragon screamed in pain, and the sky of the holy city of Luna was immediately covered with dark clouds, and black breath continued to overflow from the body of the elemental holy dragon. This black breath exudes terrifying energy, which is the most terrifying abyss energy that Lao Wang has ever seen. Lao Wang has always felt that his abyss energy is much higher than that in the abyss, and he even thought that what he has is the pure abyss energy. Today he realized that his is far from the peak. After the elemental holy dragon expelled this black energy, its body began to become clear, but it did not seem to give up this energy. The essence of the 7 elemental forces flew out of the body one by one, wrapped these abyss energies to form a closed loop, and then the energy returned to the heart core in its body. At the same time, its expression was no longer painful, and even its breath changed a little. Okay? Lao Wang looked at the elemental holy dragon and asked. Okay, thank you. Elemental holy dragon. Okay. Then I will take back the domain, Lao Wang. The elemental holy dragon should have borrowed my power to sort out the originally chaotic elemental power in his body. Now his power has returned to peace. I wonder how he will treat me next. Lao Wang thought after taking back the domain. In fact, the elemental holy dragon was also struggling. When they were stranded in the abyss, they forcibly merged with the abyss attributes in order to survive. But there was a problem with its fusion, causing the originally peaceful elemental energy in its body to become very violent. This change actually had no effect on it at the beginning, but as time went on, its personality became more and more violent, and it even went crazy for no reason. It felt this change, so it asked other demons to help it calm down its energy. Although it was effective, it affected its wisdom. This treatment turned him from a madman who could get angry at any time into a crazy, playful fool. This is the reason why it made those mistakes later, otherwise why would it be so desperate to create the elemental volcano? Although this is not the place where it was born, the elemental volcano has helped it a lot. Now with the help of the Lord of Elements, the elemental holy dragon has finally recovered. Although it has only calmed down the most core elemental energy, its wisdom has been restored. Now it just needs to sort out the energy in its body step by step, and it can even be considered to have truly mastered the abyss energy after this sorting. It is different from its other brothers. After mastering the abyss energy, he will go further. This is actually the reason why only it failed to merge. It was indeed too anxious back then. Of course, there may be other reasons. For example, others can't stand seeing it doing well. However, the elemental holy dragon now doesn't know how to face Lao Wang. The breath emanating from the other party actually makes it feel like progress, and the soul energy constantly wants to sublimate. But to get this benefit, it must surrender, but it doesn't want to surrender. Not to mention that it has been standing at the highest position for too long. Even if it is an ordinary person, it can't accept that there is suddenly another master above it. But it can't bear to kill the other party. Although the elemental holy dragon is not a dragon, it is more proud than a dragon. From the day it broke through the legend and gained wisdom, it has been a proud and righteous existence. Lao Wang really saved its life, and it really couldn't bring itself to kill him. In fact, if it wants to kill, it can do it. At its level, there are really not many things that can limit it. Even if it really surrenders to Lao Wang, it only recognizes his status, and Lao Wang can't command it. The myth level is already another level, and people who haven't reached this level will never understand it. Chapter 376. Sir, why did you come to the abyss this time? The elemental holy dragon finally did not choose to take action, but it did not choose to surrender either. Instead, it put Lao Wang on an equal footing and started a conversation. Are you the fifth demon god of the abyss? Chenlong. No, is it the elemental holy dragon? Lao Wang did not answer its question and asked instead. Chenlong, I haven't heard this name for many years, and it doesn't seem to be very long. After all, I became like that not long after I came here, but I still miss it a little. Elemental holy dragon said. Sir, you really recovered. Inash, who was kneeling beside him, suddenly asked excitedly. Yes, I have troubled you all these years, elemental holy dragon. No trouble, it's good that you have recovered, Inash said with a little sob. As he said that, a tear fell from the corner of his eye, and Lao Wang quickly caught it with something. Elemental holy dragon and Inash, They looked at Lao Wang in confusion. What are you doing? You made me lose my composure? Where were we just now? This thing is called elemental tears. It is a very useful material. I am afraid of wasting it, Lao Wang said. Lao Wang looked at the elemental tears shining with colorful fluorescence in his hand, and did not expect that this Inash was also mythical. It seems that he needs to reevaluate the strength of the abyss. There are definitely more than 12 mythical demons in the abyss. The elemental holy dragon and Inash, whose emotions were interrupted by Lao Wang, were no longer sentimental, and they asked Lao Wang again about his purpose. Lao Wang thought about it, and asked the other elements to retreat, and told them about his discovery. If the elemental holy dragon was not acting just now, then it would be the only one of the 12 demons that Lao Wang could trust. This is like killing a werewolf. Its identity is already clear. With its IQ just now, it should not be able to think of such a complicated problem. Inash and the elemental holy dragon did not feel any surprise that Lao Wang could command the elements. This man even wanted to command them, let alone other elements. What they care about is Lao Wang's words. Someone in the abyss actually has an impure purpose this time. This is a shocking event. Although I was confused before, I remember some things in the meeting. It was Lao Si and Lao Lu who proposed this plan, said the elemental holy dragon. The fourth demon is the master of the formation of the abyss, and the sixth demon is a separate owner of the abyss attribute. If it is them, it is indeed not easy to be discovered, Inash. If what you said is true, there are people behind them. Lao Si and Lao Lu have always been at odds. Not many people know this. Elemental holy dragon. As for why they are not at odds, of course, it is because they are natural enemies. The abyss snake used to feed on the lost spirit rabbit, but after the rise of the fourth demon god, he almost wiped out the entire abyss snake clan, so it would be strange if they could be together. Could it be the second demon god? It is the only one who can freely enter and exit the two realms. It is impossible for it not to know about the void, right? Inesh asked. I don't know. Although the second demon god is a sinister villain, he is actually not a bad person. Elemental Holy Dragon. Do you trust me so much? Lao Wang looked at the two and said, just like you can feel our voices, we can also sense yours. Although it is not very useful, we can still distinguish the truth from the false. Elemental Holy Dragon. Is that so? Actually, I have a way to investigate. The subordinates of the man behind the scenes should have used space cracks to go to our world. And there was a battle with one of our feelings, and our master defeated it. It was also injured. It may have recovered now, but the breath left by our master is very difficult to dispel. If we find this person, we should be able to determine who is behind the scenes. Lao Wang. After Lao Wang finished speaking, the Elemental Holy Dragon and Nash looked at each other, and then the Elemental Holy Dragon said, I will pay attention. But now I have to solve the trouble of the elemental volcano. Do you want to go with me to see it? Sure, Lao Wang nodded. Lao Wang is also full of interest in this elemental volcano. According to records, it is the birthplace of the abyss element. At present, elemental creatures in the starry sky are almost extinct, and only a few places still have some elemental creatures. Lao Wang wants to see if it is because there is also a problematic elemental volcano in the starry sky. The three of them did not hesitate, and Lao Wang agreed, and went straight to the elemental volcano. This volcano is very high, so high that Lao Wang and the others flew for a long time before reaching the top of the mountain. The crater pierces the sky, and is above the clouds. Not far above is the demon realm. However, the crater is not big, only a few hundred meters in size, and colorful smoke keeps coming out of it. These smokes are pure elemental power, which cannot block the vision of the three people. Inside the crater, there is a solid fluid elemental power that keeps rolling. This is the manifestation of the elemental power being concentrated to a certain degree. When this state cools down, it is the element crystallization, and it seems that the grade is quite high. If it weren't for the three of them, if an ordinary elemental epic stood here, it might be assimilated and disappeared in a short time. Of course, if it is not an elemental race, it will be even worse. The huge elemental energy radiation can make it die in great pain. This extremely concentrated energy is a deadly poison for most people. But not for Lao Wang. Lao Wang can clearly feel that he is making progress here, and can also hear the cry for help looming under the crater. Did you hear the cry for help? Lao Wang asked the Elemental Holy Dragon and Nash. They looked at each other again, and then shook their heads together. Forget it, let's go down and take a look together. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he jumped directly into the crater. Isn't this our home? Why is he so natural? The Elemental Holy Dragon turned to ask Nash. Nash, how do I know? Because of you, I haven't been here, but I feel we should keep up. That's right, let's go. Under the elemental volcano, Lao Wang and the other three struggled to swim in the elements, and slowly came to the bottom of the volcano. Before long, everyone saw a huge elemental energy ball. The huge elemental dragon looked small in front of it. Gurgle, cough cough, this is the core of the elemental volcano. All the elemental energy is emitted from here. When I was sick before, I wanted to take it out to sea, but failed. It seems to have hurt it. It doesn't work much anymore. The Elemental Holy Dragon said awkwardly. Old Wang looked at the energy ball in front of him, and felt something was wrong. Before he felt anything was wrong, Nash said first, something is wrong. The energy contained in this so-called core is too little. Yes. That's the feeling. Old Wang figured it out immediately after hearing it. Since this is the core of the elemental volcano, how could the energy contained here be only slightly higher than the same volume of elemental lava? The Elemental Holy Dragon also found something unusual after hearing it. Although it used to come here often, how could it have found such an abnormality with its intelligence at that time? After the three realized that something was wrong, they observed the so-called core in front of them together. Soon Old Wang found something unusual. He reached out, and touched the core, and drew out a stream of black energy from it, and then the core actually dispersed. This is not the core of the elemental volcano at all, but the elemental lava gathered by the energy of the abyss. You have been tricked. I now even suspect that someone has tampered with your failure to fuse the abyss attributes, Old Wang said. After hearing what Old Wang said, the Elemental Holy Dragon looked a little gloomy. Sir, who proposed that you want to explore this place back then? Inesh asked. It was Old Six, the Elemental Holy Dragon. Is it really the person behind the scenes? Inesh. Whether it is it or not, it can't get rid of suspicion. Elemental Holy Dragon. Having been deceived and acted like a fool for so many years, Elemental Holy Dragon's heart is now filled with anger. But both the 6th demon god and the 4th demon god have problems, which forced it to control them, and also made it a little decadent. If the 6th demon god had problems, it could tear the other party apart, but there were 2 of them, and there might be more than 2 problems now. It can only endure and look for opportunities. But after the opportunity, can it really do it? I will continue to play dumb after I get out of here, and the elemental domain will be handed over to you. Elemental Holy Dragon said to Enash. Don't worry, leave it to me. Enash. We can talk about these after we get out. Let's find the real core first. Lao Wang said. The 2 elements who were in love with each other nodded, and then the 3 of them started looking again. Chapter 377. In fact, there is no need to look for it. The 3 of them felt the density of the elements and looked down at their feet. They felt a shocking elemental energy under their feet. The core of the elemental volcano was right under their feet, but the energy here was not sure why it was penetrating out very slowly. Elements of this intensity should normally erupt, and this elemental volcano did have this function before. Lao Wang and the other 2 went down, and soon came to a piece of land. The land under their feet was composed of colorful energy, which were the purest elemental crystals, and at least epic. However, although the Elemental Holy Dragon and Enash were sure that they were the core of the elemental volcano, they did not find anything wrong with them. Lao Wang found it, and it was a big problem. The 2 of them did not find it, because they did not know the abyss elements well enough. In Lao Wang's eyes, there was a huge abyss energy ceiling array on the land under his feet. This large array isolated the spread of underground elemental energy, and Lao Wang followed the array pattern to the center of the array. Here he clearly heard the cry for help, which actually came from the ground under his feet. A nail made of unknown material was inserted in the center of the formation, which was the core of the formation. Elemental Holy Dragon and Enash seemed to have heard the cry for help when they arrived here. They wanted to pull out the nail, but after a burst of black lightning, they were all bounced away. 2 myths were bounced away with one strike. The level of this seal must be sky high. Then Lao Wang felt that he was the chosen one, so he also stepped forward to try it. He was even more miserable, and one of his arms was broken. If he didn't have too many medicines, this would be enough to make him drink a pot. The 3 of them looked at this thing, and began to feel melancholy. It was very uncomfortable to find a problem, but not solve it. What should we do? Elemental Holy Dragon asked the 2. Enash, I was going to ask you what to do. What can I do? Lao Wang complained. Enash probably meant the same thing, but Lao Wang spoke first. However, Lao Wang and the other 3 were still actively trying to find a solution. Although this is a game, everything should be reasonable. The thing in front of them is obviously not reasonable. Lao Wang is not counted. Elemental Holy Dragon and Enash are truly at the peak of power. Is there anyone stronger than them? Yes, but that thing is still sealed under the floating battlefield, and there is no chance to set it up. So this thing must have been set up by someone who is similar to them, or even worse than them. If it is not as reasonable as them, there is only one thing, that is, the rules that have been cultivated to the extreme. The seal here was set by someone using the rules of the Abyss world, and the only way to break it is to use this rule. Does anyone in our tribe master the Abyss domain, and comprehend the rules of the Abyss attributes? Elemental Holy Dragon asked Enash. No, Enash said very confidently. It knows all the legends and epics of the Elemental clan, and no one has comprehended the Abyss rules and the Abyss domain. You mean to try using the Abyss rules? Lao Wang asked. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, only the Abyss attributes alone can pull this out, Elemental Holy Dragon. You doubt it, said Enash. The Elemental Holy Dragon nodded. But if he said he didn't doubt it, he would be lying to himself. Help me clear a vacuum zone here, and I try again, said Lao Wang. The Elemental Holy Dragon and Enash looked at Lao Wang with surprise, and then without asking anything, they helped Lao Wang to clear the elemental lava near the seal, leaving Lao Wang with a vacuum zone. The reason for this was that Lao Wang planned to change the attribute temporarily. If he didn't disperse the elemental lava, he was afraid that he would be eroded and squeezed to death by the elemental power at the moment of changing the attribute. After Lao Wang entered the vacuum zone, he summoned Elmet, and 9 gems kept circling above Lao Wang's head. The Elemental Holy Dragon and Enash looked at each other again, and they obviously knew Elmet. But before they could communicate, the gray-black abyss gem in Elmet hovering above Lao Wang's head sank into the chest of the Lord of Elements. The Lord of Elements immediately changed. His whole body turned black and red, and his eyes glowed blood red. His originally slender body became even more slender, and his hands began to grow longer, even reaching his knees. His originally straight body began to become somewhat hunchbacked, and the feathers of the wings on his back fell off, leaving only a pair of skeletons. His hands and feet all turned into claws, and the other 8 elemental gems hovered obediently around his extremely thin waist. A circle of black light began to spread outward from under Lao Wang's feet, and the elemental energy in the ground under his feet was forced back far away. This is the Abyss Energy runaway state of the Lord of Elements. Although the runaway after the epic level lasts a little longer, it is not very long. So Lao Wang did not dare to delay. He reached out and held the nail again. This time he really did not bounce off. Lao Wang was delighted when he saw this, and immediately began to pull it out with all his strength, and he really felt that the nail was being pulled out little by little. Elemental Holy Dragon and Nash also saw this scene. Nash was a little excited. After all, the problem that had been going on for so long was about to be solved. But the Elemental Holy Dragon was not happy at all, because it guessed right. I hope you have some difficulties. 6 brother, the Elemental Holy Dragon thought silently. Now it doesn't even want to hide itself anymore, and doesn't want to ask Lao Wang where this element came from. It wants to directly question the 6th demon god Abyss Demon Snake and ask why. Time is really a terrible enemy. No matter what happens in front of time, it seems not worth mentioning at all. But it's still held back. In order to investigate clearly, it still needs to hide. While the Elemental Holy Dragon was thinking about this, Lao Wang had already pulled out the nail, and a black abyssal breath gushed out from the hole under the nail. If it weren't for the abyssal energy runaway state of the Elemental Lord, even the Elemental Holy Dragon and Nash would not be able to bear it. Lao Wang gathered all this abyssal breath, sealed it together with the nail into a ball, and then immediately exited the abyss state. It was not that he could not maintain it, but after the nail was pulled out, the sealing formation began to shake. As soon as Lao Wang exited the abyss state, the formation was broken, and a burst of elemental energy that Lao Wang had never felt before burst out from under his feet. A light column composed of elemental power shot up into the sky, and Lao Wang and the other 2 were pushed out of the elemental volcano by this energy. After they stabilized, they saw the light column piercing the sky and sinking into the demon world. The elemental energy around the elemental volcano began to become visibly dense, and a colorful elemental energy belt hovered around the crater. This is the normal state of the elemental volcano. The rays that went straight to the sky are called the elemental pillars, which are the faith of all elements. The Elemental Holy Dragon and Nash looked at the beautiful elemental pillars with some emotion. Nash said to Lao Wang, "Thank you for this time, sir. If you have any instructions in the future, just let me know, element." "Sir." Nash was talking and realized that Lao Wang was not around at all. He looked over and found that he was flying in the sky and constantly collecting scattered elemental crystals and elemental lava. Its emotions were interrupted again. "Give me back my feelings, bastard." Lao Wang didn't want to be so anxious, but he found that these things would disappear after falling to the ground. So he couldn't be impatient. These things are all money. Each epic elemental crystal is valuable. There are so many in the sky now. How can I not pick them up? Soon, the Elemental Holy Dragon and Nash also joined the team. Although they were not short of money, this kind of top-level material was hard to come by, so they could not ignore it. The carnival of the 3 people lasted for a short time, but the 3 of them made a lot of money. Even Lao Wang knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would not have to worry about funds in his life. After the carnival of the 3 people ended, it was the carnival of the elements. The elemental volcano restored the world's elements immediately. They felt that they were making progress. Lao Wang, the Elemental Holy Dragon, and Nash were no exception. Outside the elemental domain, some elements are also taking shape. If nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time for the elemental clan to rise. Chapter 378. Demon City. In the floating battlefield seal array in the black clouds above the city, the Black Shadow, who was originally somewhat comfortable, suddenly staggered. The seal on it became heavier, and returned to the level before it sent people to destroy the elemental volcano. "What's going on? Is there a problem with the elemental volcano?" the Black Shadow said with the heavy power of the seal. "No, I have to check it out," the Black Shadow said again, and then immediately used the mental connection to cross the seal, and connect with the people outside to investigate. But there is no need to check at all. The recovery of the elemental volcano was sensed by the strong men in the entire abyss. "What's going on? How did it restore the elemental volcano with its IQ? It didn't recover, did it?" The elemental volcano was restored, and the power of the seal became stronger again. "What should I do?" That person will definitely ask, who will give an explanation later. In a castle, several men in black gathered together to discuss this matter. We can ask it later. In fact, whether the elemental volcano is restored or not is not a big problem. The elemental volcano is not the spiritual pillar. If it is restored there, it may be disconnected from the network. The elemental volcano will only make the person in the seal a little sad. As long as there is no problem with the plan over there, it will be fine if it does not return to normal, said the black shadow in the center. Okay, I will call everyone to a meeting. It should be normal for the elemental volcano to have a meeting after it is restored. Then try it, said a snake-headed man. This snake-headed man is the human form of the sixth demon god, the abyss demon serpent. The elemental holy dragon really did not suspect it wrongly. It really has a problem. The other figures in the hall are on an equal footing with him. It seems that they are also the abyss demon gods. It is unknown when or why these 5 abyss demons gathered together. But they gathered for only one purpose, that is, to release the sealed black shadow. After the abyss demon snake left the hall, the central black shadow received the message from the black shadow. Waste. It's fine if there is no progress in the world integration. Why is the seal of the elemental volcano also broken? The black shadow questioned the central figure. There is an accident, don't worry, we will solve it soon, and the world integration has made progress, said the central phantom. You'd better hurry up, otherwise you know the consequences, said the black shadow. Okay. The black shadow came and went quickly. After it left, the few people didn't discuss anything, and silently waited for others to arrive. The elemental holy dragon, who was discussing what might happen in the abyss with Enash and Lao Wang, paused after receiving the message, and then snorted and said, "It seems that some people can't sit still. This elemental volcano should not only affect the elemental race," said the elemental holy dragon. "Did they contact you?" Enash said. "Well, you entertain the gentleman, I go take a look." After saying this, the elemental holy dragon disappeared in front of Enash and Lao Wang without waiting for their answers. It seems that it can't wait. After the elemental holy dragon left, Enash took Lao Wang, who had transformed into a fire element again, to visit the holy city of Luna. Lao Wang was also very interested in this elemental holy city. On the other side of the demon palace, the figure of the elemental holy dragon appeared outside the palace, turning from virtual to real. Then it laughed and entered the palace. Before it saw a few people, it shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha, am I awesome? Am I awesome? Everyone, eh? It seems that this idiot should not have recovered. So how did it solve the problem of the elemental volcano? How did you do it?" The second demon king Red Bull, who was already in the hall at this moment, asked directly. "I feel that this volcano has been half dead and must be blocked, so I want to clear it. So I gathered all the legends and epics of the elemental family and wanted to gather their power to give it a blow." "You succeeded like this?" the abyss demon snake said in disbelief. Others, this can work? The elemental volcano is probably not recovered, but it was blown up by it, right? But that's not right. This peaceful elemental power, it doesn't want it to explode. Don't interrupt me, I haven't finished yet. The elemental holy dragon said to the abyss demon snake very dissatisfiedly. Everyone has become accustomed to its moody behavior, and all of them quieted down to listen to it continue. They didn't agree to my plan, so I wanted to use my power to force them to agree. But after my energy burst, there was an element that was not affected by me. I observed it carefully, and found that it was an abyss element. Abyss element? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There can't be an abyss element. The abyss demon snake interrupted it and said, "How do you know it's impossible? How can I see it with my own eyes?" Elemental holy dragon. "Where is it now?" the abyss demon snake asked. Elemental holy dragon, this. Look, you can't say it. Abyss demon snake. Who said I can't say it? If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have finished it now. Elemental holy dragon. Keep talking. The first demon god suddenly said, and the abyss demon snake also quieted down as soon as it spoke. Elemental holy dragon, actually that. I don't think it respects me very much. It didn't even kneel down, so I threw it into the elemental volcano. Then the elemental volcano was actually open like this. Do you think I'm awesome? I solved it just like that. Abyss demon snake, you're lying. How can ordinary legends be in the elemental volcano? I said don't interrupt me talking. The elemental holy dragon suddenly turned into a giant dragon that covered the sky and destroyed the demon god temple and roared at the abyss demon snake. Its voice cracked the earth around the demon god temple, and lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, its eyes were bloodshot, and there was terrifying energy in its mouth, and it was about to attack. Seeing this, The abyss demon snake also transformed into a giant python that reached the sky and the earth, spitting out its snake tongue and looking at the elemental holy dragon coldly. The collision of the two people's momentum made a harsh sound, and a shocking battle was about to break out. What are you doing? Change back. The first demon god did not transform, and his figure was almost invisible to the two. But they could not ignore each other's voice, and his voice seemed to have magic power to trap both of them. Humph. The abyss demon snake snorted unwillingly, and its body began to shrink. But the elemental holy dragon was unmoved and continued to stare at the other party. Old 5. Said the first demon god. Apologize to me. The elemental holy dragon ignored the first demon god, and continued to say to the abyss demon snake. Abyss demon snake, It seems that it is still that idiot. Why should I provoke him for no reason? I'm sorry. The abyss demon serpent apologized, because if he didn't apologize, the elemental holy dragon would really take action. If they fought with it here, the entire abyss would be affected. Now is the critical moment of their plan, and they must not let such a thing happen. If it had apologized before? Don't joke. After the abyss demon serpent apologized, the elemental holy dragon slowly shrank, and the storm subsided, but the original palace had become a ruin. For this situation, the 12 demons were no longer surprised. They all turned into human bodies, and found a stone to sit down casually. Go on, I won't interrupt you, abyss demon serpent. You let me say it. I won't say it, elemental holy dragon. Everyone, What a sin. The elemental holy dragon did what he said, and he really didn't say a word next, and the other demons were speechless. The most important thing is that they can't confirm whether what the elemental holy dragon said is true or false. If it were another race, they could find other units to confirm. But the elemental tribe can't do that. The upper-level elemental tribe suppresses the lower-level too severely. As long as the elemental holy dragon issues a gag order, they can't ask anything. If the elemental holy dragon stops talking, this meeting will become meaningless, so they just sit for a while, and then disperse. After everyone left, the abyss demon snake came back not long after. How is it? Has it recovered? One person asked the abyss demon snake. The abyss demon snake shook his head. It didn't think that the elemental holy dragon had recovered. If it had recovered, it would not ignore the first demon god's words. The elements are like this. They will never ignore the orders of the upper level. This is something engraved in their souls, unless they are mentally ill. As the only one among them who is half a level higher, the first demon god will not ignore it as long as it recovers. So it must not have recovered. Chapter 379. The abyss demon serpent was very confident, and the other demon gods believed it. He had no idea that he had been tricked. The reason why the elemental holy dragon could ignore the first one was actually because of the addition of Lao Wang, the elemental lord. Since it has not recovered, it is easy to say, don't worry about the elemental volcano. Just focus on conquering the world fusion. There has been progress, but can we really get back what we lost by merging the two worlds? I don't think he is reliable. I don't think so either, but this is the last hope. While the behind-the-scenes masterminds were discussing, the elemental holy dragon had already returned to Luna. It didn't look for Lao Wang, but called back Enash. My lord Enash came to the outside of the elemental holy dragon's residence, and signaled that he was there. Come in. The elemental holy dragon looked a little tired. It has completely integrated the attributes of the abyss, and is making progress all the time. It shouldn't be so tired, but it is tired. Are you sure that there is something wrong with the abyss demon serpent? Enash asked. Yes. You don't know, it actually surrendered to me today. I wish it would fight me happily, but it surrendered, and it's not just it that has problems, many of them are abnormal. The elemental holy dragon muttered. It looked particularly decadent at this time. The 12 of them have been friends for tens of thousands of years. That's tens of thousands of years. With the character of the abyss demon serpent, it is indeed abnormal to surrender to you, but this may be because it has grown up. Yanez wanted to comfort the elemental holy dragon, but its voice became smaller and smaller. If its character can change, it will not be the abyss demon serpent. I plan to give them a chance. From tomorrow, I will go to the elemental volcano for retreat. As long as they don't disturb me, I won't care what they do. The elemental clan is handed over to you. As long as it doesn't mean the extinction of the clan, don't disturb me, the elemental holy dragon said without hesitation. It has made up its mind to be a coward who escapes when it doesn't want to face it. Yinishi nodded when he heard it, and then tried to retreat. It knew it too well, and it must have made a great decision this time. By the way, send that person out of the elemental domain tomorrow, give him some compensation and tell him that the elemental domain does not welcome him. He has too much trouble We won't get involved. This time we will just consider it as something we owe him, the elemental holy dragon said. Yanishi nodded again when he heard it, and then really left, leaving the elemental holy dragon alone, not knowing what to think. The next day. Let me go! Lao Wang suddenly had some differences in his request to Enash. Wasn't it fine before? What happened suddenly? I'm really sorry, but we, the elemental clan, really can't afford to get involved in the trouble that the adults have, so we can only wrong you. This is a thank you gift from our elemental clan for solving the elemental volcano problem, and it is also our compensation. Enash handed Lao Wang a belt inlaid with 7 mythical elemental crystals. Although it is only an elemental crystal, and not an elemental crystal, this thing is also a special item with an epic grade. The function of this thing is to resist 7 fatal injuries, which is a rare treasure. Lao Wang accepted it, and he was not unwilling to accept it. Anyway, the purpose of his coming to the elemental domain this time has been achieved. He confirmed that the merging of the 2 realms was indeed promoted by someone, and he also roughly knew who was the mastermind behind it. This harvest has exceeded expectations. However, Lao Wang is not yet a match for those people. The gap between the mythical level and the epic level is too large, and it is not something that can be compensated by equipment. Or in other words, his current equipment is not enough to make up for it. Thinking of this, Lao Wang left the elemental domain and came to the dragon domain under the watchful eyes of Enash. As soon as he arrived here, Lao Wang felt that the unscrupulous sense of surveillance on him disappeared. This Enash really did not show Lao Wang any mercy. Although it is human nature, Lao Wang still remembered this account. This is definitely not because he was inexplicably driven out of the elemental domain. Absolutely not. The environment of the dragon domain is much more normal than the elemental domain. Basically, there are all kinds of areas here, and they are evenly distributed. The only abnormality in the entire dragon domain is that there is also a mountain that pierces the sky in the center. The height of this mountain can be clearly seen from all positions in the dragon domain, but this mountain is a normal mountain, not a volcano, like the elemental domain. There is no natural security system around the dragon domain like the elemental mayfly in the elemental domain, so it is very convenient to enter and exit here. And because of the characteristics of the dragons, this place is very popular with merchants from all regions. In order to encourage merchants to come here, the dragon domain even opened up trade routes for them. As long as you are willing to pay a little money, the dragons will ensure that you have a worry-free journey. However, Lao Wang is not interested in these. At present, the investigation of the mastermind behind the abyss has basically come to an end. Before the power of the 12 abyss demons is defeated, Lao Wang is no longer qualified to investigate. Now the only thing he wanted was to dock his flying boat somewhere safely, and then use the lantern to return to the starry sky. It was not difficult to find a place to dock the flying boat, because this was the dragon domain, and there were many large commercial cities. The reason why the dragons could stay in the abyss for so many years was not only because they were shameless and forced to recognize the 5th demon god elemental holy dragon as the leader of their race, but also because of their business talent. Business made the dragon clan very rich, and through wealth, they had the largest number of legendary combat units in the entire abyss. Not long after Lao Wang drove the flying boat, he arrived at a big city on the outskirts of the dragon domain. At this moment, Lao Wang had turned back into a cyclops, and after paying the dragon a lot of parking fees, he quietly returned to the starry sky. The moment Lao Wang left the abyss, the elemental holy dragon and Enash felt it. Only travel between the 2 worlds? Is it the second man's man? Unlikely, the second man is not as fast as it. It seems that they have other tricks left on Lao Wang, but this method can only be used in the abyss. After Lao Wang left, their methods became ineffective, but this method also monitored when and where Lao Wang left the abyss. Lao Wang still didn't feel anything. They are really powerful. After returning to the starry sky, Lao Wang sorted out his gains this time, and went to level up hard. The abyss demons were like a sword on his neck, urging him to work hard all the time. A month later, in the newly established Alliance headquarters on the space-time, Lao Wang drove the Zero class and landed here. He received news that there was new progress in the abyss, and the area where the abyss and the starry sky merged had been found by them. This news came from the 9-headed flying dragon of the Flying Dragon clan. At this moment, it is receiving treatment on the space-time. After Lao Wang arrived here, he fed the seriously injured 9-headed flying dragon an epic sacred light, and it immediately became lively. What's the situation? The dragons really surrendered to the enemy, and they also seriously injured you? Lao Wang asked in surprise. Hee, they not only severely injured me, but also killed the Flying Dragon King and several other legends of the Flying Dragon clan, as well as many Flying Dragon clan members. The nine-headed Flying Dragon said with a sad look, and then it took out 2 dragon heads and threw them on the ground and continued, "These are the 2 epic dragons leading their action this time. I was severely injured by them, but at the same time, I twisted off their heads." One of the 2 dragon heads was recognized by Lao Wang. This was the head of Qingyan, the elder of the dragon clan. At this time, it was completely cold, but it was originally supposed to have wind attributes. I don't know when it actually gained abyss attributes, and its level also reached epic. Although Lao Wang didn't recognize the other head, the familiar abyss attribute and the familiar face made Lao Wang think of the bull demon, horse demon and rabbit demon. This is the dragon demon, and its appearance confirmed the saying that the giant dragon colluded with the abyss. Time went back to a few days ago. Because of the successful fusion of the abyss attribute, Qingyan broke through to the epic level. Then it expanded, and it brought the magic dragon to Filong Star to try its hand with Filong. The Filong King and many legends of Filong Star were almost killed by them instantly, and then they encountered the furious 9-headed flying dragon. The strength of the 9-headed flying dragon exceeded their imagination. Although they were all at the legendary level, the gap in strength was so huge. The 2 of them fought hard to seriously injure the 9-headed flying controller, but the price they paid was a bit heavy. They lost their own lives. Although the 9-headed flying dragon won, it was also seriously injured. So it came to humans for help, because he knew Lao Wang was a member of the human race. Chapter 380. After confirming that the giant dragon was colluding with the abyss, Lao Wang followed the 9-headed flying dragon back to its flying dragon planet. Because of the 3 epic battles, this place has been destroyed beyond recognition. The flying dragon clan was seriously injured, and it would take thousands of years to recover. Lao Wang came here to help the 9-headed flying dragon purify the abyss breath left by their battle. As for the giant dragon, they will visit it after they are done. This time, I have to thank the adults for sending consumables, otherwise I might have been eroded by their abyss energy at the first time, said the 9-headed flying dragon when cleaning the abyss energy. This is what our human bosses have researched. You should thank them, Lao Wang. I will if I have a chance. The energy here has been cleaned up. Let's go to the dragon clan. I can't wait to take revenge, said the 9-headed flying dragon fiercely. Lao Wang didn't persuade them, but just nodded. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. If Lao Wang had so many friends and elders killed for no reason, he would probably destroy the world. There is no problem for the 9-headed flying dragon to seek revenge, and the giant dragon really has no way to clear the suspicion. The 2 of them quickly killed their way to Dragon Island Star, but at this moment, there was no dragon on the planet. The 9-headed flying dragon's anger could no longer be suppressed, and the energy in the 9 dragon heads began to gather, and the 9 breaths gathered into one, hitting the entire Dragon Island Star. The defense formation on Dragon Island was aroused, but it had no effect. Facing the hateful attack of the 9-headed flying dragon, the defense formation was broken in an instant, and Dragon Island Star fell apart under the anger of the 9-headed flying dragon. Not far from Dragon Island, all the giant dragons gathered on Damara Star, and they were also furious when they saw the destroyed Dragon Island. Dragon Island is the base camp of the Dragon Clan, which symbolizes the power and pride of the dragons. Now that their pride has been destroyed, how can they not be angry? They are a race that values pride more than life. Chief, we don't want to endure it anymore. Now there are 7 people in our clan who have successfully broken through the epic level, and 20 people who failed to break through and became magic dragons. Why should we hide? No matter how strong the 9-headed monster is, can it be stronger than so many of our dragons? Even if the magic dragon and the blue-eyed dragon fail, they are just trash. Why should we endure it? An epic dragon roared at the golden dragon. It is a red dragon, but its body is wrapped with black magic patterns, which should be the key to its breakthrough. When we embarked on this road, we should have lost our pride as dragons. Now we are in such a ghostly state, what kind of pride can we talk about? Don't wantonly bloom your breath. If you destroy the plans of the adults in the abyss, I will not let you go, said the golden dragon, who was also covered with magic patterns and had bloodshot eyes. If it was a giant dragon from the past, it would definitely be able to see that it was not in the right state at the moment, and it no longer had the pride it once had. But now the giant dragons were collectively in a wrong state, and no one noticed its abnormality. You are not worthy of being the king of dragons, the red dragon continued to roar. Haha, I am not worthy. Let you come, the golden dragon said contemptuously. After that, the momentum of the 2 of them began to rise, and it seemed that they were about to fight. Paul on the side wanted to stop it, but it was obviously too late, and he plunged into the cracked channel between the 2 worlds again. The moment it left, 2 figures fell from the sky, suspended in the air, looking down at these giant dragons covered with magic patterns all over their bodies. That's right, the blue eyes were like that day too. After taking a bottle of potion, the nine-headed flying dragon looked at the dragons below and said with undisguised hatred, "This is really a good show. Can you tell me why you defected to the abyss?" Lao Wang looked at the dragons and asked. "Why?" asked the nine-headed monster beside you. The golden dragon did not confront the red dragon, but said to Lao Wang very arrogantly, "Ask me? Are you sure you want to ask me? If my parents had not hidden in the mountain stream, I would have been killed by your people and them." The Flying Dragon clan used to be proud of the dragon blood in their bodies, but what did they get in return? Your endless killing and enslavement. If it weren't for the Chilan guy who stopped and begged for mercy, I would have killed all of you long ago. Ask yourself, did I kill you after it begged for mercy? I really regret not killing all of you now. The nine-headed flying dragon roared. The golden dragon was speechless. They had come to this point in 4 words. They had brought it upon themselves. Go to hell, bastard. The pride of the golden dragon was completely shattered, and he was angry. In other words, he was anxious. He was anxious. He brought 6 half-step epics, whose auras were not very stable, to give up their heads. There was no need for Lao Wang to take action. The nine-headed flying dragon, which was not affected by the abyss aura, was firmly in the upper hand with 1 against 7. Lao Wang observed the Damara star. The environment here no longer looked like the starry sky. The rich and peaceful abyss energy made it more like the abyss. The abyss aura gathered but did not disperse. The entire Damara star was wrapped in a special aura. This should be the chaos that the black shadow in the abyss said, but Lao Wang is very familiar with this breath. Isn't this the void between the 2 worlds? It seems that the collision between the abyss and the starry sky will indeed return to chaos, but chaos will be separated between them to prevent the fusion of the 2 worlds. That bastard really lied to me. I hope you will never show your health bar in the seal, otherwise I will push you 100 times, Lao Wang thought. While he was thinking about this, the nine-headed flying dragon had killed 2 giant dragons, and the other 5 were struggling to resist under its 9 ordinary machine gun-like dragon heads. Although the half-step epic is basically equivalent to the epic, it is still half a step away, and the difference in strength is still a bit disparate. Not to mention that the nine-headed flying dragon is the best among the epics. It is just not as perverted as Lao Wang and Yiwuyo. But an epic-level magic dragon and an epic-level blue-eyed were killed by it, let alone dealing with these 7 half-step epics. The nine-headed flying dragon was surrounded by lightning elements, and the yellow light and thunder-synthesized breath kept flying out of its mouth. The dragons could not defend themselves at all, and the nine-headed flying dragon's rule power was regeneration, which was also the key to its 1-on-2 fight, and only being seriously injured. It did not defend against the attacks of the dragons at all, but just exchanged injuries with you. The golden dragon approached it desperately, and bit one of its necks, but don't forget that it has 9 necks. Each head gave the golden dragon a bite, and it soon became a bloody mess. But even if the golden dragon became mentally retarded, its body's instinct would clearly know these things. It didn't bite the other party to seriously injure it. The golden dragon's body was shining with golden light, and the nine-headed flying dragon felt as if it was being pressed down by the sky. Falling from high altitude to the ground at high speed, the golden dragon used its immature gravity rules. Seeing this, the other 4 dragons also used their immature rule power, and focused their fire on the nine-headed flying dragon. If the nine-headed flying dragon was the only one on the battlefield, it might be hit hard again. But don't forget that there is also an old man on the battlefield. The elemental power turned into a barrier, blocking all the attacks of the 4 dragons, and 4 elemental magic circles appeared in the sky. 4 long elemental meteorites fell from the sky, and headed straight for the 4 dragons. The properties of these meteorites are all restraining the properties of these dragons. They instinctively want to escape, but find that they can't escape at all. Under the elemental meteorites, they are generally imprisoned all over their bodies, and can only watch the meteorites crush them. After the elemental meteorite landed, the meteorite exploded, and all 4 dragons were assimilated into dust by the elemental power. The nine-headed flying dragon on the side also threw the golden dragon that had lost its breath aside. After the wounds on its body recovered quickly, it looked at the dragons that had not reached the epic level. These dragons also looked at them viciously. The dragons seemed to have made up their minds and crushed a crystal in their hands. A formation on the mountain far away from the 2 of them was broken at the same time, and 20 completely blackened dragons roared and broke the mountain. These are 20 real epics. These are the dragons that failed to merge in the mouths of those dragons. They are indeed failures. Although they have crossed the half-step epic level and become epic level in 1 step, the powerful abyss energy has made their souls dilapidated. Chapter 381. The wisdom of these fantasy creatures is closely related to the soul. The broken soul makes them incomplete memory and lose wisdom. But in a sense, they are very successful, because they have crossed to the epic in one step. This kind of cross-domain is something that very few people can do, such as Lao Wang and Iwuyo. What kind of existence are they? They are the existence of 1 against 100 at the same level. Of course, these magic dragons can't do it, but it is still possible to fight 1 against 2 against 3. In other words, these magic dragons in front of them are basically epics at the level of the 9-headed flying dragon. The 9-headed flying dragon obviously felt their terror. It had already flown in front of Lao Wang and wanted to sacrifice itself to let Lao Wang escape. Stand back, Lao Wang said to the 9-headed flying dragon. He was going to start showing off. Although these magic dragons are very strong, the loopholes in their souls are their fatal weaknesses. The elemental domain burst out from Lao Wang, and then the element transformed the colorful elemental domain into the dark abyss elemental domain. The dragons howled in pain and fell one after another. The most powerful part of the abyss energy is the damage to the soul. This is what the bosses told Lao Wang after he came back from the abyss. With Lao Wang's support, the bosses have basically thoroughly studied this energy. So Lao Wang's application of the abyss energy has undergone a qualitative change, but the holy energy is a bit lame. The holy energy and the abyss energy are of the same level. Both are very high-end energies. But the difference is that the holy energy can only be used to neutralize the abyss energy except for the silencing effect when dealing with players and some low-level monsters. It doesn't have much effect on the soul or other things. But Lao Wang is not greedy. With the abyss energy as a killing weapon, he is satisfied. Probably, Lao Wang's abyss energy burst completely destroyed the remaining souls of the demon dragons, whose souls were already broken. They still have life, but they don't move at all. The remaining legends and ordinary dragons of the dragon clan are numb, and they are desperately waiting to be slaughtered. But when the 9-headed flying dragon was about to take action, the starry sky unicorn and an epic turtle came here. After they also took the potion, they stopped the 9-headed flying dragon from killing the dragon clan. This turtle is one of the 3 epics of the giant beast, and it is also the oldest existence of the giant beast clan, the black-backed black turtle. The 2 of them just arrived, and did not catch up with the battle just now, nor did they see Lao Wang's performance. I don't know who sent the message to them. These 2 guys actually knew that the 9-headed flying dragon killed the demon dragon and the blue-eyed, as well as the 7 half-step epics. You still want to stop me? They have already surrendered to the abyss. The 9-headed flying dragon said angrily to the 2. Girl, the dragon clan is one of the few in the 10,000 Beast Alliance that has not broken its inheritance. After they are destroyed, the 10,000 Beast Alliance will never rise again. I know they are sorry for you this time, but I still hope you will give them another chance. The evil leader has been killed, and your hatred has nothing to do with them, so let them go. As long as you let them go, I promise you that I will imprison them forever this time, just for reproduction. The black-backed black tortoise tried hard to persuade the 9-headed flying dragon, not noticing the anger in its eyes that could no longer be suppressed. Otherwise, why did Lao Wang say that you should not advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering? Look, how annoying. Last time, you also promised me that the giant dragons would not trouble the flying dragons again, but after I was injured, they came back again. Even this time, the flying dragon king and his men were killed. Is this your promise? The 9-headed flying dragon suppressed his anger, and said, as calmly as possible. When the flying dragons were slaughtered by the giant dragons, they never stopped them. What they valued was the blood of the giant dragons, that is, their excellent genes. You flying dragons don't have such excellent genes, so you deserve to be killed, even if you have joined the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Why don't you listen to advice, kid? Do you know what you did? This time you killed 2 epic giant dragons and 7 half-step epic giant dragons, which are the hope for the resurgence of the 10,000 beasts. Huang Jin once came to me, and we were originally discussing. Black-backed turtle. Wait a minute, you said that these giant dragons who have surrendered to the abyss are the hope for the rise of your 10,000 beasts. Are you going to surrender to the abyss even if you kill them? Lao Wang interrupted the black-backed turtle. Although Lao Wang was very curious about what it said next, he still couldn't control himself. Who are you? The black-backed turtle didn't know Lao Wang. It only knew that there was a little guy named Iwuyo who had broken through to the epic level. Don't worry about who I am. Are you responsible for what you said just now? Lao Wang asked. Sorry, sir, it can't represent the 10,000 beasts. I am the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. I just came here to confirm the situation here. The giant dragon betrayed the 10,000 Beasts Alliance and joined the abyss. This is absolutely unacceptable to me, Qilin said immediately. It didn't expect the old turtle to say what he said just now. If it had known, it wouldn't have come with it. The Qilin clan has a very strong innate magical power perception. This magical power is not just as simple as perceiving the good and evil in people's hearts, but can also perceive people's strength, danger and blessings, and other things. As the only epic in their clan, the Starry Sky Qilin has this ability to perfection. It sensed that the old turtle had become much stronger, but if they were enemies, it could still escape. But according to its perception, if they were to be enemies with the person in front of it, then death would be its only result. There would be no other possibility. Escape? There is no such thing. So when it saw that Lao Wang thought it was in the same group as the old turtle, it immediately came out to draw a clear line. Their encounter was indeed just a coincidence. Qilin came here just to see the situation, or to support them. But it didn't expect the other party to end so quickly, and didn't give it a chance to support them at all. The black-backed black turtle was confused by the words of the Qilin. It really didn't expect that the Qilin would directly draw a line with it. But it doesn't matter. With its current strength strengthened by that person, the Qilin and the nine-headed flying dragon are not its opponents. As long as it saves the dragons, that person will definitely reward it. It seems that it is necessary to take action. I originally thought that I would not take action since I am old, but you really don't want to drink the toast. The black-backed black turtle said very confidently. I like to drink the penalty. Let me see what it feels like to drink the penalty. Lao Wang sneered. Very good, I hope you can laugh later. After dealing with you, I will go to deal with Yi Wuyo. You humans were the food of giant beasts in ancient times, and I should still be a good food now. Black-backed black turtle. As soon as it said this, Qilin immediately covered his eyes, because he couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. The next scene was indeed very bloody. The black-backed black turtle had just summoned its own dark domain and blessed the defense rules. The wings behind it were burning with flames, and the elemental master with infinite elements running wild around him came in front of it. At this moment, the black turtle felt that the dark elements that had been cultivated for countless years had betrayed him for some reason. It wanted to use elements for defense, but it couldn't mobilize them at all. Then the defense rules that he had always been proud of were easily torn apart by the opponent's pair of shining gloves. If it weren't for the dark armor that the person gave him, he would have had his back armor broken by the opponent at this moment. But the dark armor only resisted it for a while, and then it was no longer able to do anything, and its back armor was also opened by the opponent. The black-backed black turtle, who was enduring unimaginable pain, was pinched by the neck by Lao Wang and pressed to the ground. The black-backed black turtle should be proud. This was the first time that Lao Wang used the elemental rules to merge into Lao Neezer to deal with the enemy. Black-backed black turtle, Thank you so much. I give you a chance. Tell me how the people from the Abyss contacted you, and what they promised you. Are there any other people who have been contacted by the Abyss? Unfortunately, I can give you a way out after you tell me clearly. Think about it, and then ask again. You only have one chance. Old Wang said while looking at the black-backed black turtle in his hand. After returning from the Abyss, it might be because he absorbed too much elemental power from the elemental volcano. Old Wang has reached the epic middle level all the way. He can easily beat enemies, like the black-backed black turtle. Chapter 382. After hearing what Lao Wang said, the black-backed black turtle immediately said, I tell you, I was originally training in the extreme Black Star region, but a person wrapped in black fog found me. It told me that as long as I follow it, I can go one step further, and the dark armor behind me is the deposit it gave me. I have lived too long. Even if it is an epic long life, I can't hold on for much longer. If I can't go any further, I will be dying soon, so I compromised. I know it is a person in the Abyss, but I just want to live. What's wrong with me? The more the black-backed black turtle spoke, the more he felt that he made sense. Although he made it clear what Lao Wang asked for, he slowly began to persuade Lao Wang to join the ranks of the Abyss. Lao Wang, It was hopeless, but Lao Wang promised not to kill it, so he looked at the nine-headed flying dragon. Just now it said that it knew the plan of the giant dragon, and the giant dragon clan had discussed it with it before they wanted to take action. It was more appropriate to let the nine-headed flying dragon understand it. Although it lived a long time and knew a lot, Lao Wang still didn't want to keep it. The nine-headed flying dragon also understood very well. It sent away the turtle whose defense had been broken by Lao Wang with a breath of thunder. When Lao Wang dug out its heart core, the nine-headed flying dragon had already killed all the dragons that had taken refuge in the Abyss. But at this moment, the golden dragon, which had already lost its breath, suddenly opened its eyes. He had been pretending to be dead since he came in, and it seemed that he was also waiting for the turtle's rescue. Unfortunately, its reinforcements were not strong enough and failed to successfully rescue it. So it had to take the last road, a road of no return, to forcibly extend its life. System prompt. The Nest copy dragon of the fallen abyss is open. Each member of the guild that passes the copy for the first time will receive the blueprint of the perfect wingman dragon roar. The golden dragon used its last strength to build a Nest copy on this Dhalmera star. It and the remaining legendary dragons and ordinary dragons became copy monsters. The bodies of the black-backed black turtle and 20 dragons were also ingested, and Lao Wang was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. The heart cores of the dragons haven't been dug yet. 20 epic heart cores are not difficult to buy a star field. In addition to these, the abyss cracks and this space were also affected by the Nest copy, and they were completely stabilized. This two-world tunnel became a tunnel that people on both sides can enter and exit freely, and Dhalmera Star has become a place where the two worlds coexist. The coexistence of the two worlds means that a similar Dhalmera Star has appeared in the abyss, and the passage to the abyss is also on this abrupt planet. The people of the abyss can no longer expand here. Although the abyss energy here has not disappeared, it can no longer infect people. Only the system has this power. Qilin and the nine-headed flying dragon were not affected at all. Seeing that things had developed to this extent, Qilin said sorry to Lao Wang and left. Kyoto Phylon got his revenge, and also said goodbye and left. After all, Feilangsing still needed him to appease and preside over the overall situation. After they all left, Lao Wang looked at the dungeon gate in front of him and checked the detailed information of the dungeon. The Dragon of the Fallen Abyss Nest Dungeon. Dungeon Introduction. Dragons generally refer to six-limbed dragons with 4 legs and wings. They can breathe and have magic power. They are advanced intelligent creatures like humans. Because of their lifespan, they even have wisdom beyond that of humans. They use a magical language, dragon language, and special magic, dragon language magic. Their powerful talents make them extremely proud and look down on any weak races. This pride is turned into arrogance as time goes by. The attitude towards the flying dragons may be the most serious mistake made by the dragons in their long history. The golden dragon, who slaughtered a planet's flying dragons because of dissatisfaction, was nailed to the pillar of sinners by the dragons. But they may not blame it because it killed a planet's flying dragons, but because it missed their nightmare nine-headed flying dragon. The nine-headed flying dragon, a flying dragon genius that grew up, took a step that the dragons had never taken anyway. If it weren't for the 10,000 Beasts Alliance's hard protection, they might have been exterminated, and even if they survived, they would have lived under the shadow of the nine-headed flying dragon. How could the proud dragons be willing to accept this? So after the abyss contacted them, they immediately threw themselves into the arms of the abyss. I thought it was an opportunity to rise, but I didn't expect that man to come first. The flames burning behind him were like the power of gods. The power of Element Lord made them tremble, and completely shattered the hopes of the dragons. The golden dragon who pretended to be dead was forced to activate the Nest contract in order to prevent the extinction of the dragon race. This place has now become a place to prove strength, and it also has the treasures of the dragons. However, due to the influence of the abyss, special potions are needed to enter. Whether you will reap a lot or die on the spot depends on your performance. Number of players in the dungeon, 2 to 100. Entry requirements, Abyssal Energy Resistance Potion *1. Entry level, level 60. Dungeon time limit, none. Number limit, 3 times/month. Must drop rewards. Level 60 perfect suit blueprints of various attribute mechas, experience, suit materials, dragon crystals. Probability of drop, legendary materials, ultimate skill upgrade materials, legendary suit blueprints, very small, epic materials, very small, legendary gems, small, legendary equipment, small, legendary skills, very small, special blueprints, very small, epic equipment dragon wings, very small, epic equipment dragon heart engine, epic universal weapon golden holy dragon sword. Equipment evolution stone, very small. After a few years, a new Nest dungeon finally appeared. But no one complained, because the Zerg dungeon is still a relatively difficult dungeon to pass. Even if the legend leads the team, it will fail. There are many people who have not graduated from the dungeon, and not many people can challenge this new dungeon. The dungeon was opened by the Golden Dragon, and the final boss must be it. The Golden Dragon's level is half-step epic, and according to the nature of the dungeon, it will definitely be strengthened to the epic level. If it is a system mode, the epic boss may not be dealt with by Lao Wang alone. From the number of times you can enter the dragon dungeon each month, it is actually not as good as the Alien Zerg dungeon. But this is normal. The Dragon Dungeon is the beginning of the Abyss plot, and the Alien Zerg dungeon is the final dungeon of the Zerg expansion pack. But the drops of this dungeon are extremely rich, and there is even a guaranteed material of Dragon Crystal. This can be used to exchange for a legendary dragon suit, and is a guaranteed material for some black guys. Are you there? Are you there? If you are here, come to Damala and follow me to the dungeon, Lao Wang shouted in the future guild group. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, please take me. Go, 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 this time the first kill is a scarce wingman blueprint, please, big brother. A team of 100 people was quickly pulled together, and the players in the main group were not as important as the first kill in the dungeon. At the level of the future guild, although the first kill can no longer increase their momentum, it will be different if they lose the first kill. At that time, all kinds of remarks will definitely come. These things will not have a big impact on the future. The current size of the future cannot be easily shaken, but it is still disgusting. Are all the people here? Lao Wang asked his teammates. Everyone is here. Do you want to report the number? Lin Qimeng. That's fine, Lao Wang said. Get out, are you serious? Lin Qimeng. Look, Xinghe next door is about to enter, said Sister Hua, looking at the Xinghe guild that was about to enter. Come on, let's applaud Xinghe and wish them a successful start. By the way, President Xinghe, do you have the Abyss Energy Resistance Potion? This dungeon requires a ticket. Lao Wang asked. The Abyss Energy Resistance Potion is a potion that the big guys have studied to resist the Abyss attributes. The output of this thing is still quite low. Lao Wang has asked his teammates to receive all these potions. The next batch of output will have to wait a few days. Or go to the system to complete the task, and you can get it in about half a day. Xinghe brought a ghost potion. All the potions are on the future side, and they stared at Lao Wang and others fiercely. Although the future is already unique in strength, he really doesn't hesitate to use this little trick. After all, who would want to go to the difficult mode if they can go to the simple mode? There is no special reward. Chapter 383. Under the glare of the people in Xinghe, Lao Wang and others swaggered into the dungeon. They all brought potions, but they soon paid the price for their arrogance, because they encountered the first boss as soon as they entered. This is a legendary blue dragon. Its strength is okay, but it has 2 bone dragons. Lao Wang is very familiar with these 2 dragons. Aren't these the dragons that he didn't have time to dig out the core of? But I don't know why only the dragon bones are left. These dragons were epic in life. Although they fell to legend after becoming bone dragons, and their means are single, their defense is unparalleled. In the future, no one except Lao Wang can break their defense, even because of their original domain and rule power. Everyone will not only be slowed down, but also silenced when they are around them. These are the boss skills under the system rules, and Lao Wang has no way to be exempted. These 2 bone dragon puppets are much stronger than the blue dragon boss, and the difficulty of this boss also lies in them. Because everyone was not prepared enough, the boss opened the door to kill them. As soon as they entered the dungeon, 2 bone dragons fell in the middle of the crowd. Everyone was silent. This battle in the future was particularly difficult. Lao Wang fought hard to contain the 2 bone dragons, and then the others focused their fire to instantly kill the boss. In the future, there are more than 10 legends besides Lao Wang. It is quite easy to kill a legendary boss. It is just a forced quick kill, and the sacrifice is a bit big. After all, everyone has given up defense. I am so tired. Is this the retribution for pretending to be cool? After the blue dragon was killed, Lao Wang, who relied on the magic immunity skill to contain the 2 ancient dragons, collapsed on the ground and said, "How long has it been since he had such a difficult battle? We are all in this state. Can others really get through the door?" Lao Ma said with lingering fear. In the previous battle, more than 40 of them died, and this was the result of Lao Wang's desperate efforts to hold back the 2 difficult levels. Although it is normal for the instant kill, which is almost defenseless, to have a higher cost, this cost is too high. You have to know that this is just the boss at the entrance. In the previous copies, it was a lot for them to die 1 or 2 bosses at the entrance. Although the boss at the entrance is a bit difficult, it is basically higher than the last one, which means that it can't be ranked. They now have a bad premonition that this copy may not be so beautiful. And the road behind is indeed, as they expected, very difficult to walk. The second and third bosses are given for free, and the monsters in the middle are all groups of dragons led by legendary dragons. These giant dragons responded to the call and also lurked and attacked, so that there would always be some casualties in the future. It's over. This dungeon has a total limit on the number of resurrections. More than half of the people who fell this time can't get up. After defeating the third boss, Lin Qiming looked at the message in the group and said, "How many times?" "Lao Wang." 200, Lo Wuhan replied directly. Lao Wang looked at him in surprise, and could only say that he was worthy of being Lo Wuhan. There were statistics on such things. Don't get up if you can't get up. You should be able to get up after the dungeon is cleared, so it won't affect the drop. Don't force the experience or anything like that, Lao Wang said. Okay, let's continue. Because they knew that the dead could not be resurrected, everyone was much more careful on the road ahead. No one died until the next boss. When Lao Wang saw this situation, he looked back at everyone. It turned out that the people in the future were inflated. In fact, they didn't have to die so many times. Of course, Lao Wang was partly responsible for this. Although he knew that this dungeon was not easy, he didn't seem to take it too seriously. After all, even if he didn't have teammates, he could pass the things in front of him, but he was just a little tired. So his attention was not very focused, which gave the monsters in front a chance to sneak attack. Although he couldn't be blamed for these things, Lao Wang also reflected on himself, and found that he was indeed inflated. Thinking about these, Lao Wang led the team to kill 2 waves of dragon raids, and came to the number 4 boss. This boss is a difficult hurdle at first glance, said Lao Ma. You don't need to tell me, who can't see such a big scene, said Sister Hua. The 4th boss is a thunder dragon, but unlike ordinary thunder dragons, it is now in an energy shield. This shield shows that it is in an invincible state. The shield extends 4 thunder chains, and pulls a thunder element in the shape of a thunder dragon with wings. There is a health bar on their heads, which means they can attack. So the situation is very clear, that is, you must kill these 4 thunder elements before you can attack this thunder dragon. You may even need to kill them at the same time, but elemental creatures are still easy for Lao Wang to deal with. Right, but the moment Lao Wang and his team started to attack the monster, the lightning elements immediately fled in 4 directions, and they did not give Lao Wang a chance to control them. Lao Wang was so angry that he chased one and killed it quickly, but when he wanted to chase the next one, he found that the resurrection time of this one was only 5 seconds. Lao Wang kept it alive, and sent it away again with the magic cone, but it had no effect. The thunder dragon in the shield spit a breath at Lao Wang. After Lao Wang narrowly avoided it, he knew that this boss and his team were in trouble. Lao Wang could indeed kill a thunder element quickly, but he had no better way to deal with the other 3 in 5 seconds. As for the other people in the future guild, although they could deal with these thunder elements, but they could not catch up, and even if they did, it would be difficult to quickly kill the thunder element that was immune to most magic damage and all physical damage. In the process, they also had to avoid the breath of the thunder dragon in the shield. Lao Wang did not dare to take the breath head-on, and for them, it was a one-shot kill. After everyone tried for a while, more than 30 people fell down, and now there are basically only a few legends left. These thunder elements, which had no power to fight back in Lao Wang's hands, actually had high damage. No more fighting, disband, don't want this progress. Wait until you go back to upgrade your equipment, or think of other ways, and we will try again, Lao Wang said. The problem here is not something he can solve alone. His teammates must be fast enough, or temporarily fast enough. Everyone nodded when they heard this. In fact, if they wanted to kill these elements by force, and then kill the dragon in the shield, they might not be unable to do it. But the consequence is that only a few legends may survive in the end. In this way, although they are still very strong, the boss behind them will definitely have something to disgust them. After the future group decided to disband, they left the dungeon and happened to meet the people of the Xinghe Guild who had returned with the potion. Hey! President Xinghe. Have you completed the mission? Lao Wang said with a smile after seeing Wang Xinghe. Don't come over, I'm not familiar with you, Wang Xinghe said to Lao Wang. Haha, don't say that, we were wrong just now, here is a whole set of tickets and potions, take them. We are tired of fighting, and we'll go back to reorganize, you guys come on, I'm counting on you, Lao Wang. Xinghe people, They just felt that the man in front of them showed off their balls, and those who didn't have balls also felt pain. Why does this person deserve a beating? They finally know why his strength is so strong. If he didn't have this strength, he wouldn't have survived until today. After Lao Wang and Wang Xinghe played some jokes again, they led the team away. Wang Xinghe and the others looked at Lao Wang's departing back in silence, and then the commander said, they should have given up. It seems that the difficulty of this dungeon is beyond imagination. Although I don't want to admit it, if they can't pass it, we can't pass it either. Why do we still fight? Said another person. Go in and try it out to see what kind of dungeon it is. Wang Xinghe. People are like this, they will never give up until they reach the Yellow River. The Galaxy Guild, which was tortured to death by 2 bone dragons at the door, gave up the second boss. Because after they fought here, only a few people were left in the team of 100, and there was no possibility of follow-up. Damn, this limit on the number of resurrections is so uncomfortable. It seems that we can't use many methods. Once all the people die, the number of dungeons will be gone. This is another long-term project. I wonder why the future left so decisively. They left decisively, probably not because of the first boss. There must be more difficult ones later. Wang Xinghe. Why not? Asked one person. These 2 bone dragons are indeed difficult for us to deal with, but Qian Wen can still hold them off by himself. You actually know the strength of the other members of the future union. Without the protection of the bone dragons, the boss is nothing. In this case, they can't be like us, dying more than 100 times against the first boss. Wang Xinghe. Chapter 384. After the team was disbanded, Lao Wang did not act alone anymore, but started to help his teammates improve their equipment and strength. With his current strength, there are actually not many items that are useful to him in the entire game. What he lacks now is elemental energy and experience. Of course, there are also equipment evolution stones, which everyone lacks. Lao Wang knows that he needs to grow up as soon as possible to the point where he can wrestle with the demon god. But this is not an easy thing, so it can't be rushed. Helping teammates improve their strength, they can pass the dungeon as soon as possible. Then in the real battle with the Abyss, players can play a greater role. Everything is for the future, he really doesn't want to go up alone. When the starry sky was attacking the dungeon in full swing, intelligence suddenly came from the Abyss that various races had gathered under the Damera star on the Abyss side with their teams. Some people investigated in depth, and found that they seemed to be waiting for news from a person. As soon as the news from this person arrived, they immediately set out in force, and headed straight for the starry sky. This person is actually the 7th demon god of the Abyss. It is not in the Abyss at the moment, but in the starry sky. It is the real body that left the Abyss. The black shadow that bewitched the black-backed turtle is it. Lao Wang also received the news that the troops were gathering in the Abyss. After the Abyss and the starry sky communicated, the players never stopped exploring the Abyss. With the players' fearless spirit, how could they not join in the fun? However, although the players are not afraid of death, no one has yet been able to rush out of Damera. The news that countless Abyss races have gathered under Damera can still be detected by players through intelligent machinery, and Lao Wang went to confirm it. Lao Wang only took the time to take a look. After returning, he told everyone that although the army on the Abyss side was large, the big tribes had hardly arrived. But the players still pulled all the fleets over. As long as they dared to come here, they would definitely give them a surprise. As for the news about the 7th demon god, it should have been leaked to the players deliberately. It seemed that someone didn't want it to return to the Abyss. When the news came back, it was still in the Abyss language, and it was finally translated by Lao Wang. Lao Wang was also shocked after receiving this news. He had a deep understanding of the power of the demon god. An Abyss demon god sneaking into the starry sky, the harm is almost unimaginable. Notify them, and do their best to find the other party's figure. Notify me as soon as you find him. Lao Wang. In the starry sky. On an asteroid flying fast in the starry sky, the 7th demon god was resting with his eyes closed. It had lost contact with the Abyss, and at the same time, it had guessed that someone in the Abyss was going to mess with it. Unlike the confused elemental holy dragon, it probably guessed who it was, but it didn't expect that the other party would not care about the brotherhood they once had. The 7th demon god thought about this, and suddenly opened his eyes while flying. Because it felt that there were many units in front of it, and the breath of one unit was stronger than the black-backed turtle it bewitched. The 7th demon god thought about it, and moved towards it. After crossing a layer of space barrier, several huge monsters appeared in front of it. There were many monsters coming in and out of these huge monsters. They were the alien insects that Lao Wang and others were looking for. The moment the 7th demon god entered the shield, Yuji found it. It brought its men, and surrounded this terrifying person. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yuji asked condescendingly. Hello, my name is Ma Wu, and I come from the Abyss. You are the Zerg, right? I heard that you are very unwelcome here. Do you want to join us in the Abyss? Ma Wu said. The 7th demon Ma Wu has not been wandering in the starry sky for nothing these days. He has learned some things about the starry sky. But he forgot that he can't speak the language of the starry sky. He can understand the language of the starry sky because his powerful divine power allows him to understand the meaning of any language and text. Although it is only an epic now, some things brought by divine power are still there. Yuji and the Zerg obviously don't have this ability, so they are now full of question marks. Yuji, what is this person mumbling? But if the language is not communicated, Yuji actually has other ways. As the Lord of the Spirit, as long as the two are connected by spiritual power, they can communicate normally. So Yuji sent out the spiritual chain of spiritual connection, but Ma Wu obviously didn't know what it was. He judged from the powerful spiritual energy contained in it that the other party wanted to control it. So it interrupted the spiritual connection, and Yuji was also affected. What are you doing? Yuji asked angrily. What are you doing? Why do you want to control me? Ma Wu also said angrily. But its words seemed to Yuji to be constantly screaming, which made people particularly irritated. The abyss is not without the skill of spiritual connection, but it is only a very small skill. The spiritual power of the spiritual master is too strong, which made Ma Wu misunderstand. The two sides disliked each other more and more. Finally, when Ma Wu extended a spiritual invitation, the alien insects under Yuji couldn't help it first and attacked Ma Wu. Ma Wu's spiritual invitation was a bit special. It really had the power of bewitching. Yuji and her subordinates saw through it at a glance. Although the attack of this legendary alien insect was not strong, Ma Wu had been in a high position for a long time and had never dared to do this to it, so it exploded. A transparent field enveloped all the alien insects surrounding it, including Yuji, and the environment around them changed immediately. Since you don't want to surrender, then die. Originally, they confronted each other in the starry sky, but for some reason, they appeared on a white cloud, surrounded by a blue sky and white clouds, and there were dozens of white clouds above them surrounding them. Above the white clouds were gods and Buddhas, and heavenly soldiers and generals, holding weapons, and surrounding the alien insects with serious expressions. Ma Wu stood on a white cloud and silently looked at Yuji below. The alien insects sensed the horror of the breath of these figures, and began to panic. But after a look from Yuji, they calmed down, but Ma Wu obviously didn't want them to calm down. With a wave of his hand, a huge figure, holding a pair of pumpkin hammers that were larger than Yuji's spiritual main armor, and wearing heavy silver armor, rode the clouds towards Yuji. Bold monster, the pioneer of the monster hunting will hit the giant spirit again, and you still don't kneel. Yuji, ? Maybe because of Ma Wu's influence, the giant spirit spoke in the abyss language, and Yuji still couldn't understand it. This is no sense of substitution, and the language is not understandable. Yuji smiled, and snapped her fingers at the giant spirit. After a transparent ripple penetrated the opponent, the giant spirit covered his chest and dissipated on the spot. Then it absorbed the energy when the giant spirit dissipated, and sensed the miraculous illusion created by the opponent. It was only today that Yuji knew that there were really people who could use the power of illusion to this extent. From magic power to domain to the power of rules, everything complements each other to form this miraculous illusion in front of her. Yes, this illusion in front of her is a miracle in Yuji's eyes. Every illusion life here actually has its own wisdom, joy, anger, sorrow, and personality. Yuji sighed at the power of the illusion in front of her. Ma Wu panicked when he saw the giant spirit being killed so easily. Because he saw a stronger spiritual attribute power than himself from the opponent's attack just now, and the opponent's spiritual cultivation was even higher than it, the seventh demon god of the abyss. Now Ma Wu regretted taking action. After leaving the abyss, Ma Wu's power was suppressed to epic by this world. That's why it has been so low-key during this period, which is also the reason why the demon gods of the abyss do not leave the abyss. If they could still possess mythical power after crossing the starry sky gate, the abyss would have invaded and killed them long ago. Although ordinary abyss units would go crazy, as long as there were 12 of them, it would be enough to pacify this world. Originally, it thought that even if it was at the epic level, it should not be difficult to deal with the epic primary in front of it. It chose to act recklessly, but the opponent gave it a surprise. This intensity of mental attack was something it had never had in any case. Even after becoming a myth, its mental power level could not reach this level. This intensity does not refer to the amount of mental energy, but the level of mental strength. If this energy is materialized, his mental strength is like glass, while the opponent's is like diamond. Diamonds are mostly used to cut glass, so Ma Wu panicked. He did not expect that he would be so unlucky. He would meet an enemy who could restrain him. The panicked Ma Wu asked his gods and Buddhas in the sky to attack with all his strength immediately, and the endless attack instantly submerged Yuji. Chapter 385. Some ordinary insects drowned in endless attacks turned into ashes in an instant. But Yuji's breath was still there. She summoned a spiritual energy wall, easily blocking the attacks of the gods and Buddhas, and protected herself and several legendary insects. Then she smiled coldly, and a scene that shocked Ma Wu appeared. Behind Yuji, a figure that covered the sky and the sun slowly rose up. The eyes on the head of this figure were closed, but it had 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, and each palm had a pair of eyes that could see through everything. 1,000-handed and 1,000-eyed Guanyin Bodhisattva. The moment Guanyin Bodhisattva's figure was fully materialized, endless light bloomed from the eyes in his hands, and the gods and Buddhas covered by the light disappeared in an instant. Ma Wu's fantasy kingdom of God, which was embodied by the domain and rules, was directly broken, and it was broken in the way it was best at. The kingdom of God without the blessing of divine power is ultimately rootless duckweed. At this moment, Ma Wu was directly hit hard, and a mouthful of golden blood spurted out, and the whole person became weak. After the fantasy kingdom disappeared, the figure behind Yu Ji did not disappear, but slowly spoke. In view of the fact that you let me comprehend new skills, I can transform you into a Zerg, so that you can speak normally. Ma Wu looked at Yu Ji and the 1,000-handed Guanyin behind him, and seriously considered it. Just when Yu Ji thought it was ready to agree, Ma Wu turned into a ray of light, and dissipated in front of Yu Ji. Yu Ji, However, she did not chase, but dispersed the Guanyin phantom behind her, and let out a long breath. This move is very strong, but the consumption is a bit huge, and it seems to be missing something. Collect the blood it left, and analyze it to see what it is. Yu Ji. It's not that she doesn't want to chase, it's just that she doesn't have much physical strength. If Ma Wu, who is escaping on the other side, knew about this situation, he might vomit 3 liters of blood again. Because although its kingdom of God was broken, it is a myth after all, not an epic. It is a serious injury to an epic, but it is just like that. Otherwise, it wouldn't run so fast, it actually still has the strength to fight. If it doesn't run, Yu Ji will definitely be exhausted to death. There is still a qualitative difference between myth and epic. But it doesn't know this, it has been scared. Sir, the Starry Sky Monitor detected a huge energy fluctuation in a star field. It may be alien insects. An NPC said to the old. Wang reported. Alien insects? Why are they out again? Forget it, I go. This time, we must settle this rear defense trouble. After saying this, Lao Wang drove the Lord of Elements to fly to the target star field. In order to deal with the aggressive Abyss race wholeheartedly, Lao Wang decided to go all out to eliminate the alien insects this time. If they really fight against the Abyss and both sides suffer, wouldn't it be bad if the alien insects take advantage of the opportunity to enter? Although Lao Wang didn't care about the alien insects, Yu Ji was still quite troublesome. When Lao Wang flew to the destination with all his strength, a figure flew past him. Lao Wang? ? This familiar breath and feeling, why is it so much like the Abyss demon god? This seems to be it, but why does the breath feel a little weak? It seems to be only epic level? Then what are you waiting for? Chase him. After being stunned for a moment, Lao Wang immediately started to fly at full speed and chased after the figure. However, the 7th demon Ma Wu has always been known for his speed. Although Lao Wang was very fast, he was still slowly left behind by the opponent. Because he was not in the attack range, Lao Wang's attack could not hit Ma Wu, so he had to think of another way. The wings of the Phoenix mode spread out, and the whole body of the Lord of Elements turned into an elemental form. The stream of light flashed by, and Lao Wang's speed was twice as fast. The full-powered Lao Wang quickly caught up with his attack range, and 9 elemental barriers appeared in front of Ma Wu, and Ma Wu had to stop. Ma Wu, who stopped, was greeted by the full-powered Lord of Elements. The wings of the Lord of Elements swept across, like a divine phoenix, and one of Ma Wu's arms was directly cut off. It wanted to intercept Lao Wang, but Lao Wang's speed and strength made it miscalculate. Ma Wu endured the pain, and it looked in the direction of Lao Wang, and tried its best to stimulate its own kingdom of God. It didn't believe that there were still 2 people with that kind of spiritual power in this world. Old Wang confirmed that he did not have the spiritual power of Yu Ji, but he was not affected by the spiritual suppression of the kingdom of God. Although Old Wang did not restrain the kingdom of God, he also killed the giant spirit god, who led the charge with one blow when he burst out with all his strength. Ma Wu was already numb standing there. What was going on in this world? Are these epic levels really normal? If the 2 of them join forces, I can fight even if they are mythical, right? While thinking about these things, it once again mobilized the gods and Buddhas in the sky. But then it saw a scene that it would never forget. At the moment when the gods and Buddhas in the sky had not yet attacked, magic circles of various attributes appeared out of thin air in the sky. Secret falling stars, energy meteorites of various attributes, such as flame, frost, thunder, and storm, fell from the sky, and the gods and Buddhas below could not move at all. They could only watch the meteor shower falling towards them, and then they were hit by the meteors and disappeared. After all the meteors fell, these meteorites exploded together, and the entire kingdom of God was shattered again. This time, Ma Wu was injured on top of the injury. Although Ma Wu's mythical body was very strong, the continuous blows also made him seriously injured. Ma Wu wanted to escape, but Lao Wang was not Yu Ji. Although the secret skill just now was a full-strength big move, Lao Wang could afford the consumption. A series of elemental barriers formed a pyramid and dropped it in it. Surrounding it were sharp blades transformed from various elements aiming at it. Abyss Demon God? What's your name? Lao Wang asked the seventh demon god, who was controlled by him. The seventh demon god did not answer, but just looked at Lao Wang silently, but the next second an elemental flying sword passed through the pyramid and hit its waist. Don't try to continue to exert strength. The next time it might be the chest, Lao Wang said, as he looked at the seventh demon god lying on the ground. Haha, I once worked so hard to fight the demons for this world, and this is exactly the result, Ma Wu said in despair. But what greeted it was another elemental flying sword. This time it was still on its waist. I said don't gather strength anymore, Lao Wang said. This man was still quietly gathering strength when he spoke just now, and it seemed that he had not given up on escaping. To be honest, Lao Wang felt a little disappointed with his strength. He was suppressed to the epic level, and was a little worse than Yiwuyo. Even if he was at the late epic level, he didn't know how they broke through the myth. If the Abyss Demon Gods were all at this level, Lao Wang would have nothing to worry about. When Ma Wu wanted to say something, another flying sword in the sky was about to stab him, which frightened him so much that he immediately shut his mouth and dispersed the quietly condensed energy. The other party could really detect his little movements, instead of speculating on its actions or bluffing. Were you 12 demon gods really people from this world before? But why can't I find any records about you? Lao Wang asked. He had carefully investigated the classics of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance and some ancient existences. If, as the 12 demon gods said, they were heroes who resisted the abyss, then there should be no progress at all. Lao Wang was also full of doubts after the investigation, so he still wanted to ask clearly. The seventh demon god fell silent again after hearing this. After a long while, it said, when the demons invaded the world, the beasts fought desperately. We were the main force against the demons, but when we were fighting the demons on the front line, news came from the rear that we had surrendered to the demons, and they not only stopped supporting us, but also covered up some of our things. I wanted to argue with them, but the demons' attack was too fierce. For the sake of the world, we could only detonate the channel between the two worlds and fall into the abyss with the demons. But God did not abandon us. I didn't expect that by chance. We were promoted to mythology and even unified the abyss. Lao Wang shook his head after hearing the words of the seventh demon god. Now he has heard several versions of the battle between the abyss and the starry sky. Although he didn't know which one was more true, he said that this one was definitely false. Because the beasts had some records of this battle, it was undoubtedly the elemental lords who pushed the abyss. Otherwise, where did the seal in the abyss come from? Who sealed the demon it killed? You will be responsible for what you say, right? Lao Wang asked. Chapter 386. Ma Wu's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Lao Wang said. He originally planned to play the victim, but Lao Wang seemed to know the inside story. But now that he has come to this point, he must continue to argue, otherwise he might lose his life if he really tells the truth. Of course, I will take responsibility. Why do you think there is something wrong with what I said? Ma Wu. Do you know the Lord of Elements? He is one of the demons who defeated the abyss that year. And did the white tiger not tell you about what we saw on the floating arena? Lao Wang. Hearing this, Ma Wu was completely dumbfounded. How could he think that Lao Wang in front of him was the alien from that year? If he had known this earlier, he would not have lied. I can explain. Ma Wu. This is the last chance, I hope you cherish it, Lao Wang said. It was indeed those few people who suddenly appeared and repelled the demons. We betrayed the beasts because of a treasure, and were forced to drift into the abyss. When we first drifted into the abyss, we merged the abyss attributes purely for survival, but later we found a way back. When we came back, we were chased by the beasts, and we fled back in panic. Before Ma Wu finished speaking, the elemental flying sword in the sky fell down, and it was pierced by the swords. Why? Ma Wu said weakly, and the mythical level powerful vitality made it breathe a sigh of relief. I went to the abyss some time ago, and then I met the elemental holy dragon Lao Wang. Is that so? It seems that it has been restored by you, otherwise you would not know such a plan, Ma Wu. Really don't plan to say anything more? Lao Wang. Hee. At this moment, Ma Wu was very tough, which was what a demon god should be like. But it was also because of this that Lao Wang knew that he could not get anything out of it. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you a quick death. Now I send you off. Lao Wang said, stabbed the other party to death with a sword, and dug out its heart core. After Ma Wu died, he dropped something for Lao Wang, and it was an item that he was very familiar with, the mythical equipment evolution stone. It seems that he may have misunderstood the other party. He is really a good person. After dealing with Ma Wu, Lao Wang went to the alien insects to take a look. Lao Wang noticed that Ma Wu had a serious injury before fighting with him. If it wasn't the case, Lao Wang would not have won so easily. Combined with the intelligence, it should have fought with the alien insects. It was incredible that they didn't fall into the abyss and fought with it. But when they arrived at the destination, the alien insects had disappeared. This time they really evacuated, not hiding in the barrier. If it is a skill like barrier invisibility, the breath cannot be concealed from Lao Wang. However, the Zerg is not important now. Although he wants to pursue stability in the rear, the Zerg actually rejected the temptation of the Abyss Demon and heard it. There should be no problem. Probably forget it, let's let people continue to track them. The Protoss will definitely not give up. Lao Wang said with a headache. The hatred between Zerg and Protoss is much deeper than that between humans and Zerg. In the Overlord era, humans only faced a small group of Zerg, while the Protoss faced the main force. After the Overlord was killed, the Zerg ruled by UG destroyed another Protoss star fleet for some reason. The hatred between the Zerg and the Protoss is not so easy to quell. In fact, it is not easy to quell the hatred on the human side either. The number of human deaths is not small, but not as terrible as that of the Protoss. The war between the Protoss and the Zerg caused them to lose 1/3 of their population, which was a fatal blow to the Protoss, who already had difficulty reproducing offspring. If it were not for the rise of humans later, which contained more and more power of the Zerg, the Protoss might really be exterminated. So it is impossible for the Protoss to give up the pursuit of the Zerg. Ma Wu is dead, but his soul has escaped and is waiting for resurrection in his own temple. In the Abyss Demon Temple, the 12 demons gathered together again, and the first demon said in a cold tone. It went to the starry sky. What is the specific situation? Why did it suddenly become like this? Asked the 8th demon. It went to the starry sky to find its family. I didn't want it to take risks, but I couldn't stop it. The first demon. The starry sky is too strong to suppress us. We will lose all our power when we get there. Why is it so upset? Said the 8th demon. Now it's not a matter of being upset, but what about our plan? Said the Abyss Demon Snake. Our friendship of countless years is not as good as your plan. Even if the Abyss is united with the starry sky, what can it do? Said the 8th demon. Don't say it. No one is allowed to leave the Abyss before the plan starts. If this happens again, please don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, the first one turned around and left. Although it didn't want the 8th demon to return to the Abyss to interfere with its plan, its sudden death also caught it off guard. It has a better understanding of its own power than other demons. In fact, if it is not blessed by the power of the Abyss, it really cannot be ranked. Especially in the main world, people of the same level in the Abyss are often outnumbered. This is also one of the reasons why it has been promoting the unity of the two worlds. If the world is united, they can return to that world with power. At that time, there will be revenge and complaints. It will take back what it has lost. After the first demon left, he went to the palace of the 7th demon Ma Wu and saw the soul of Ma Wu shrouded in blue light in the palace. It died too thoroughly. If the heart core had not been lost, it could at least wake up now, instead of sleeping like now. You are here too, the first one said suddenly when looking at Ma Wu's soul. Yes. Only we can come. A black goat with bulging muscles all over his body, who looked like a devil muscle man, walked in and said. The person who came was the 8th demon, the sheep demon, and the 7th demon were brothers. The second one will come too, but it will come after we leave, said the first demon. Haha, you guys tricked it last time. Didn't you do what happened to Ma Wu? The sheep demon suddenly asked. No, although I am afraid that it will disturb our plan, how could I kill it? Said the first demon god. The plan is going well, the 4th one has entered the final stage, and it will be successful in less than a year, but when the invasion of the starry sky requires a march, who are you going to send? We will be weakened if we go out, and the other myths will simply not be able to go out. Will the remaining epics really be the opponents of those perverted ones in the starry sky? Said the demon sheep. What do you mean? Do you want to back out? The tone of the first suddenly changed. Stop it, talk to the people over there. We haven't had a conflict yet. It will be hard to stop it after it breaks out, said the demon sheep. Is that what you can say? You don't care about the collision of the two worlds? First, after the worlds collide, a void will be generated to block the continued collision of the worlds. Your previous words are useless. In fact, Lao Wu is recovered. This is what he told me, and I have already confirmed it. The words of the demon sheep made the first demon god mentally collapse. Who else knows about this? Asked the first. Only Lao Wu and I. It told me because it trusted me, but it didn't expect that I would be the first to betray because of the demon bloodline. It's really ironic. Have you considered killing me to silence me? The demon sheep looked at the first demon god and said, You asked me why the 12 of us were so lucky? Suddenly we broke through to the myth, right? The first demon god patted the demon sheep on the shoulder and asked, What? Demon sheep. As soon as the demon sheep finished speaking, it suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. A transparent ball of light flew out of its body, and its level dropped to the peak of epic. This is the reason. In fact, I am the only one who has been lucky all along. I gave you your strength. This thing is called the Heart of God. There are 12 of them. After merging with the soul, no matter what level of epic, it can instantly break through to myth. If 12 are fused together, it may break through to the realm after myth. When I got this thing, I saw that my brothers were living too hard, so I gave you one each while you were not paying attention. Now do you know why I am not afraid of the rest of you? Chapter 387. So that's why. I was wondering why the second brother had been hiding from you. He knew about the existence of this thing, right? What are you going to do now? Kill me? Replace me with the 8th demon god to complete your plan? The demon sheep asked weakly. We are all brothers. How can I live so badly? I can only ask you to go back and sleep first, just like the 7th brother. Don't worry, I will return this thing to you when you are asleep, said the first one. At this moment, it showed its face that had not been shown for many years. The red scar on its face was a little hideous, and its eyes were cold, as if it wanted to freeze the soul of the demon sheep. You are not. The demon sheep did not finish his words, and it turned into ashes, and disappeared on the spot, and its soul flew back to its palace. The other demon gods did not sense the death of the demon sheep because the first demon god blocked their perception. After killing the demon sheep queen, it went to the other palace and merged the bead into its soul as promised. I'm sorry, my plan cannot afford to fail, but you will thank me later. The first demon god looked at the sleeping demon sheep king and said, It did not return its heart core to it, otherwise it would wake up too quickly and cause problems. After the first said this, he left the demon god temple of the demon sheep and went to the elemental domain. There was still an actor that had not been dealt with. I didn't expect it to act so well and deceive them. However, it stopped flying, thought carefully, and turned back to its own temple. A few days later, the elemental holy city Luna. A shocking battle suddenly broke out here, and 3 auras that did not belong to the human world broke out here, and the entire elemental holy city was destroyed in an instant. The elemental clan suffered heavy losses, and almost all of them were sacrificed, whether they were legends or epics. Among the 3 opposing energies, 2 were elemental energies, and the other was dark red energy. The elemental holy city was destroyed in an instant. After the energy dissipated, the figure of the first demon god floated in the air, holding an elemental heart core interwoven with ice and fire. The other 8 figures arrived in an instant, and they looked at the first demon god. The Red Bull King looked at the destroyed elemental holy city and asked, What happened? The elemental holy dragon betrayed us, and fled to the starry sky. The information of Old 7 was betrayed by it. I don't know when it regained its wisdom. Some time ago, Old 8 said he would come to investigate. There has been no result for several days, so I came here. I didn't expect it to be killed by Old 8. It is no longer the Old 5. The first demon god said in a deep voice. The other demon gods looked at each other when they heard it, and some of them didn't dare to believe it. But when they came to the palace of the demon sheep and saw the resurrected demon sheep, they all fell silent. I have someone wanted it, said the second demon, Red Bull King, and then he disappeared. Then, the other demons left, but soon 3 more came back. What happened? The 6th demon, Abyss Snake, questioned the first demon. What happened? You're asking me what happened? I want to know what happened. You swore to me that it didn't recover, but why did I let Lao Ba extinguish the elemental volcano and Lao Ba was killed? Take a look. This is the heart core of his subordinates, and his subordinates have broken through to the myth level. And in the entire elemental holy city, do you know how many half-step myths there are? There are 7. What does it want to do? What does it want to do? If I were to check it out today, when his subordinates divide the energy of the old 8 hardcore equally, there would be 7 mythical levels. The first word silenced everyone again, and then the Abyss Demon Snake said, I will also chase it. After that, the Abyss Demon Snake left here, And the other two figures did not stay for long. The first demon god knew that they did not completely believe its words, but it wanted such an effect because it could delay a lot of time. What he lacks now is time. As long as the plan is completed, it doesn't matter whether they find it or not. After leaving the demon sheep palace, the abyss demon snake came to the palace of the second demon god, the Red Bull King. "Why did you think of coming to me?" Red Bull King asked. "Is there something wrong with the first one?" The abyss demon snake. The snake asked. "You ask me this question? Shouldn't you ask yourself? After all, you guys are so close." Red Bull King. "What did you find out?" Abyss demon snake. "Nothing. Just don't be so casual next time you have a small meeting. You don't seem to treat us as human beings." Red Bull King. "I feel that something is wrong with the first one. What should I do?" The abyss demon snake ignored the sarcasm in the Red Bull King's voice. It was really scared. The successive deaths of the 7th and 8th brothers, and the whereabouts of the 5th brother were basically one-sided stories. It was very afraid that this thing would fall on it one day. So it came to the only person who could restrain the first one for help. "I don't have anything to teach you. After all, I can't protect myself. Maybe I will be the next one. The only thing you can do is to stay away from it, and wait for this disaster to pass peacefully. In fact, if you often travel through the void, you will know how ridiculous the fusion of two worlds is." After saying this, the Red Bull King stopped talking. The abyss demon snake was also very tactful, and did not ask any more questions, but chose to leave. Alas. Starry sky. Space-time. The Alliance and the Protoss are discussing whether to counterattack the demon realm, but there has been no result for a long time. The Protoss are very eager to take the initiative, but Lao Wang does not want to move, because he has seen the horror of the mythical level. The third demon god solved the Flame Demon King with one blow in front of Lao Wang, and now he is not much stronger than the Flame Demon King. People in the starry sky enter the abyss, basically delivering food to others. Are we just going to sit and wait for death? You know how many troops the other side has assembled in the abyss. If such a large-scale army really rushes out together, the disaster it causes is unimaginable, said the representative of the Protoss. We hope they rush out together, so that our super weapons will have room to play. The deployment of the Abyss Gate is almost complete, and all we have to do now is to be on guard. And we can't block all the troops there. After all, the Abyss can open the Abyss Gate in other places, said Li Yulong in the linkage. His words seemed to be persuading the other party not to take the initiative, but in fact they were all providing arguments for the other party. The radicals are absolutely the pro-war faction, and they are the group of people who agree with the Protoss plan. The people who disagree are those headed by Lao Wang, but there are actually not many such people. Just when Lao Wang wanted to say something, he suddenly received a message in his mind. You guys open here first. I have some things to deal with. In fact, if you have to take the initiative to attack, it's not impossible, but I suggest you think about it carefully. Lao Wang left the space-time and came to the gate of the abyss. Just now, there was a message from here that a colorful element flew out and sank into the starry sky. It was obvious that something was running over here. Could the colorful element be him? The elemental holy dragon. After Lao Wang came here, he roughly understood the direction of the elemental ray's escape and chased it directly. Soon he locked the target. It was indeed the elemental holy dragon that escaped from the gate of the abyss, but its current state was really bad. The body that should have been shining and colorful now looked a little dim, the wings were already broken, and one of its arms was missing. After Lao Wang came to its side, the elemental holy dragon didn't notice it at the first time. When it found out that the person coming was Lao Wang, it relaxed again. Now it only has epics, and can no longer resist the rule of the Lord of Elements, so there is no need to guard against Lao Wang. I'm sorry, sir, I expelled you that day, said the elemental holy dragon. It doesn't matter, now you are suffering the consequences. Lao Wang. The elemental holy dragon ignored Lao Wang's ridicule, and then said with some sadness, Sir, Nash, it was killed. What happened? Lao Wang was a little shocked. Nash was a mythical element, and he was killed. And the elemental holy dragon was also so seriously injured. Did something happen in the abyss? It's the first one, not the second one. There is a problem with the first one. It is the mastermind this time. It is behind all these things. Elemental Holy Dragon. Chapter 388. The first demon god? Isn't it the pinnacle of power in the abyss? What's the point of it doing these things? Lao Wang was very confused. This has to do with the 12 of us. In fact, we are not heroes at all. We are just 12 shameful traitors. When the demons invaded the starry sky, the myriad races fought hard and were about to win, an existence that we couldn't deal with appeared in the abyss. But it didn't help the demons kill us, and let us join its army, and be on an equal footing with the demons. It promised us that as long as we conquered the starry sky would belong to us, and the demons would continue to rule the abyss. In fact, we had no choice, because if we didn't surrender, there would be only one way to die, so we thought of a way to pretend to surrender, and then look for an opportunity. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance was established at that time. In fact, this is a traitor organization. How could it be possible to leave a success? But after surrendering, we were forced to help the devil fight against the starry sky, and slowly the fake surrender turned into real surrender. The first one even killed his closest person with his own hands and became completely crazy. Just when the abyss was about to unify the starry sky, for beings of the same level as the black shadow appeared in the starry sky. It can't be said to be the same level. They fought 4 against 1 to repel and seal that thing. I don't know why they didn't appear earlier. If they had appeared earlier, maybe there would be no later events. Forget it, I have no right to say anything to them. After all, I am the real traitor. We couldn't get close to that shocking battle, and we didn't see any of the 5 figures that decided the life and death of the world. The world was shattered by them in that battle. Some people in the 10,000 Beasts Alliance drifted into the abyss, while others stayed in the starry sky. When we first arrived in the abyss, life was very difficult because the abyss elements kept eroding us. The entire 10,000 Beasts Alliance, except for the 12 of us, sank directly. It took us who know how many years to fuse the abyss elements, but I still failed to fuse. Now I think it should be the first one who did something, but I don't know why it did that. After that, I began to be confused, and I only recovered with your help not long ago. The elemental holy dragon told Lao Wang the history it knew, and Lao Wang knew that what it said was true. Because the epic level elemental holy dragons can't deceive themselves, they seem to fall from mythology when they leave the abyss. Why did you, who were at the mythical level, fall to the epic? Lao Wang. I don't know, I don't even remember how I broke through the myth. I am completely different from who I am now after fusing the abyss elements. Although there are some impressive memories that are interlinked, I don't remember most of the things. I only know, but I don't know why, after we leave the abyss, we will fall from mythical status, the elemental holy dragon said weakly. Looking at its weak appearance, Lao Wang gave it an epic recovery potion, but it was only an epic potion, but it didn't recover much under the effect of the potion. It only recovered its broken body, and the whole body was still dim and weak. Don't waste the treasure, the one who heard me was the first mythical level, and the erosion of divine power cannot be solved by this treasure, said the elemental holy dragon. Epic potions are good things, but it is a waste to use them to alleviate its condition. Although the power of the first was suppressed after leaving the abyss, the myth is a myth. Lao Wang nodded when he heard this. The epic potion was the best recovery product in his hand. This thing is useless, and Lao Wang has no better solution. In fact, as long as I stay by your side, recovery is a matter of time, said the elemental holy dragon again. But this made Lao Wang hesitate. Without summoning the Lord of Elements, Lao Wang's command power over the elements is not very strong. If the elemental holy dragon suddenly hits him, he will definitely feel uncomfortable even if he can be resurrected. But Lao Wang is worried about not taking it with him. He touched his chin and fell into silence. Don't worry, I can sign a contract with you, and there will never be anything that worries you. Elemental Holy Dragon. Okay. Elemental Holy Dragon, You agreed too smoothly, it will make me feel very bad. However, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and the Elemental Holy Dragon still signed a contract with Lao Wang. After Lao Wang summoned back the Lord of Elements, the Elemental Holy Dragon turned into a pocket pet the size of his palm. With this pet, Lao Wang returned to the space-time and discussed with everyone whether to counterattack the abyss. Because of the radicals' finishing blows and Lao Wang's departure, the voices for counterattack had reached the extreme. Even after Lao Wang returned, they were not suppressed. Ha ha, your companions are really funny. What kind of abyss can you counterattack with just you guys? The Elemental Holy Dragon said with a smile on Lao Wang's shoulder, but its words were amplified by the microphone that Lao Wang forgot to turn off. Lao Wang quickly turned off the microphone after hearing this, but it was too late. Everyone looked at Lao Wang and the magical pet he brought with him. Although everyone didn't understand what he said, it didn't prevent them from determining the source of the sound. What do you think, Mr. Qin Wang? Asked the representative of the Star Spirit. Lao Wang shook his head helplessly. He knew that he had to explain something. Although no one could have any influence on him, it was not good after all. I don't have any brilliant ideas. Let my newly hired abyss consultant tell me his brilliant ideas. I will translate them for you. Lao Wang. Abyss consultant? When everyone was confused, Lao Wang took the elemental holy dragon off his shoulder and let it start talking to the microphone. Did I really say that? The elemental holy dragon looked at Lao Wang and asked. Seeing Lao Wang nodded, it smiled and began to say, I can understand your purpose of counterattacking the abyss. We did the same thing back then. But none of the people who went to the abyss came back. Not to mention the power of the mythical kingdom of God. Even if there were no such things as the kingdom of God, your plan would not have succeeded. Because the equipment you are proud of will not be usable in the abyss, said the elemental holy dragon. The equipment that the Protoss and humans are proud of is various powerful technological weapons, which are the basis for them to kill gods. God? Can you withstand a neutron bomb? Two-dimensional foil, please understand. But the elemental holy dragon said that their weapons cannot be used, which made Lao Wang a little confused. After he finished translating for everyone, he asked directly, Why? Do you feel that the abyss energy in the abyss is different from the abyss energy in your world? Have you ever thought about why? This is actually the difference in the rules of the world. Although the two worlds have the same roots, there are still differences between twins. There are two things in the abyss that are different from the human world. One is the abyss energy law of the abyss, and the other is that technological weapons will definitely fail in the abyss. The expansion of the abyss once encountered obstacles. The race called the mechanical race had the power to kill gods. But they were still destroyed. The moment their world fell into the abyss, the bodies of all the mechanical races began to decay. Although other races were not used to the abyss, this one was the only one that was directly destroyed. I have a particularly deep impression of this race because it was the god that was almost killed. Later, we determined through experiments that technology without magic could not exist in the abyss at all. Otherwise, the abyss would not be like this now. The second brother can freely travel between the two worlds, said the elemental holy dragon. After hearing this, Lao Wang explained to everyone and fell silent. If that's the case, then the two worlds cannot be merged. Although the magic mecha is not affected, NPCs cannot live in magic mecha all the time. Not to mention that only 1 out of 10 of them have magic mecha, and most people don't have magic mecha. Once the world is unified by the abyss, technological equipment will disappear immediately. It's hard for Lao Wang to live without technology in the world before he crossed over, not to mention that the power of technology has penetrated into the bone marrow of this world. The abyss must not be allowed to expand here. When Lao Wang was thinking about these things, the star spirits and some humans seemed to be hesitant to speak. Just say whatever you want to say, Lao Wang said, looking at their constipated faces. Sir, can this thing really be believed? One of the star spirits said. Lao Wang looked at the crowd, with a slightly condensed look in his eyes. These people did not disbelieve in the elemental holy dragon, but they did not believe in him. Don't misunderstand, Lord Qianwang, we are just a little curious. How do you judge the truth of its words? Another person asked. Do you think I will lie? Before Lao Wang spoke, the elemental holy dragon spoke first. Chapter 389. While the elemental holy dragon was speaking, its epic aura was fully revealed, and its powerful pressure made it difficult for others to breathe. Lao Wang looked at it, and groaned softly. The elemental holy dragon immediately put away its aura, and returned to his shoulder obediently. It was a little bit unable to understand why the highest existence of their elemental clan would ignore the doubts of others. It originally wanted to please Lao Wang, but it didn't expect that the flattery was not good enough and hit the horse's hoof. The other people in the room fell silent. They never expected that the informant that Lao Wang received, who looked more like a pet, would actually be epic. If they had known earlier, who would dare to question him? There is only one epic in the entire Star Spirit, but it was actually kept as a pet. This matter challenges their worldview. In fact, if you want to know whether what it said is true or not, just send someone to complete it. Let someone bring 2 mobile phones over to see the situation. Don't be too anxious, we can wait here, Lao Wang said. The others nodded when they heard it. This is indeed a good method, and this matter is indeed easy to verify. They dared to doubt Lao Wang because of his good temper, which gave them confidence. Now Lao Wang's temper is still as good as ever, but I don't know if his pet is good or not. From its performance just now, it seems not very good. The people who verified went very quickly, and came back very quickly. As soon as those people reached the abyss with their mobile phones, the mobile phones lost their function. Then through observation, they found that the components in the mobile phones, especially the core components such as chips, were being corroded by something. According to their speculation, the mobile phones they brought with them would definitely turn into ashes within 3 days. This test result shut everyone up. They dared to counterattack the abyss because of the powerful weapons in their hands. Now that the weapons in their hands are useless, What's the point of counterattacking? Are they going to die? Finally, no one mentioned this matter anymore, and Lao Wang was happy to be quiet, but now Lao Wang is facing another problem, that is, how to deal with the abyss. This invasion of the abyss was pushed by someone, and if you want to solve it, you must solve the person who pushed this matter behind the scenes. But according to what the fifth demon god elemental holy dragon said, the person who pushed this matter behind the scenes is the first demon god. Now Lao Wang is only at the middle level of epic. How can he be the opponent of the first demon god? It seems that I can only start with this task, Lao Wang said, looking at a task shining with colorful streamers in his task bar. This task is the mythical task he received after he upgraded the Annihilation Forest Escape Armor to the mythical level. The Equipment Evolution Stone he obtained last time was used by him on the Annihilation Escape Armor. Annihilation Forest Shield, Mythical 100% Armor Coating. Available for mechas above level LV1. Strength plus 900. Agility plus 900. Intelligence plus 900. Defense plus 200. Damage reduction plus 40%. Life recovery plus 50. Forest Shield, passive reduces damage received by 20%. Forest Armor, passive reflects 30% of absolute damage when attacked. Annihilation, active after active use, it reduces 100% of the damage received, lasts for 10 seconds, and the absorbed damage is rebounded to enemies within 1000 range, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Forest Defense, passive gain a layer of forest defense after receiving an attack, increase defense by 10 points, upper limit 100 layers, duration 15 seconds. Note, go forward bravely, and face death with equanimity. The attributes of the mythical level Annihilation Escape Armor are still abnormal, especially the new passive skills, which simply do not give agile attack warriors a chance to survive. It's okay to increase the defense, but as long as there is no absolute damage, you will definitely cry. This new task is very cool, because this task is like this. Requirements: 1. Upgrade all equipment to mythical. 2. Reward ? If it weren't for its brilliance, Lao Wang would definitely give it up. Doesn't he have a temper? He actually gave him such a cool task. Really not. From the moment this task appeared, Lao Wang was thinking about how to complete it. If using equipment evolution stones, Lao Wang now needs 2 epic and 3 mythical evolution stones. Epic level is easy to say, he got it from the store again, but myth level is a bit too much. Is this thing so easy to get? That is a myth level evolution stone, an item that no one else in the game has ever seen. But it seems that it is not impossible. There is a way, Lao Wang said thoughtfully. The 2 times he got myth level equipment evolution stones, he killed myth level creatures, once the Chaos Demon and once the Abyss Demon. If the Abyss Demon does not come to the world, there is basically no need to think about it, unless... Lao Wang looked at the Elemental Holy Dragon, and the Elemental Holy Dragon felt a chill on his back. This person must be thinking of something rude. But Lao Wang quickly retracted his gaze, and the Elemental Holy Dragon did not know that he had walked through the gates of hell. The reason why Lao Wang gave up the idea of the Elemental Holy Dragon was not because of anything else, but simply because he couldn't bear to kill it when it came to him. Killing allies is not something Lao Wang can do. He is destined to be a good guy, not a hero. Sacrificing others to help more people, Lao Wang never thinks this is the right way. The Abyss Demon God should not come to the world again, so there is only one other way to go, to find other Chaos Demon Gods. These Chaos Demon Gods not only drop a lot of loot, but also have no rule power, but also think about making trouble all day long, which is simply a perfect target for robbery and killing. The question now is where to find those ancient demon gods, who have been lingering on since the last era, but still want to make trouble. Check it out bit by bit. 0. First analyze the magical legends of the entire star field. There should be something hidden in it, Lao Wang suddenly said to 0. What? The Elemental Holy Dragon looked at the man who suddenly raised his head, and talked to himself and asked. I'm not talking to you. By the way, the Abyss has swallowed so many worlds. Haven't you found the bodies of several Chaos Demon Gods? Lao Wang asked. Yes, and there are a lot of them, but after those things were moved to the Abyss, they were basically turned into ashes in an instant, and basically nothing was left. Elemental Holy Dragon. Is that so? Then, just when Lao Wang wanted to ask something again, a space gate opened in front of him, and a giant bull with a blood-red body came out of the space gate. Lao Wang, express delivery. Red Bull King, Is it too late to turn back now? Why am I so ungrateful? Why do you want to find it? The Red Bull King wanted to run after seeing the old king, but it was too late. Although its spatial ability was superb, The old king could not travel between the two worlds as long as he simply locked the space. If he forced the shuttle, he could open the spatial channel, but the old king could smash it with just a little force. Seeing that the old king had blocked the space, the Red Bull King was ready to turn back and deal with the old king. During this time, it also glared at the elemental holy dragon. Don't blink. If you don't want to die, I advise you not to do it. This person can be trusted, the elemental holy dragon said to the Red Bull King. The Red Bull King's eyes condensed and dispersed the spatial energy condensed in his hands. It did feel the threat of death from the man in front of it, but it had always had a very accurate premonition, but it had no special premonition before this transmission. Hello, my name is Red Bull King, the second demon god of the abyss, the Red Bull King said with a stiff face. I have heard of your name for a long time. I wonder why you are here this time. The old king asked with a smile. Haha, for no reason, just to see my fifth brother, said the Red Bull King, and then he looked at the elemental holy dragon and said, You ran away decisively. I came here to ask you if you killed Lao Ba. Lao Ba is dead? How is that possible? Said the elemental holy dragon excitedly. Some time ago, after carefully analyzing the 12 demons, he found that it seemed that only the 8th demon could be trusted, so he told the other party about his recovery. Originally, he thought that he was betrayed by the first killer, and he really resented the other party. But suddenly hearing that the other party was killed made him a little overwhelmed. It seems that you didn't, said the Red Bull King. I should have thought of it a long time ago. With your personality, how could you kill Lao Ba after recovery? That's really the first lesson. Red Bull King. Chapter 390. Is it the first? Red Bull King. Yes, it has problems. It suddenly came to me that day. During the period, it always wanted to touch me, but I avoided it. I didn't expect it to attack directly. In order to cover my departure, it was killed by it. Elemental Holy Dragon. The first did something to us. This is the result of my last test to see if it was injured. But I couldn't find out what it was. So I have been avoiding it all this time. But I didn't expect it to be so crazy and kill the 7th and 8th in a row. Red Bull King. When Lao Wang heard this, he was suddenly choked. Someone actually took the blame for him. What's wrong with you? Nothing, you continue. Lao Wang. The abyss is in chaos now. Everyone is actually suspicious of the first, but they all have concerns. Red Bull King. The first has problems. Elemental Holy Dragon. Nonsense, of course I know it has problems. Red Bull King. The problem I'm talking about is not what you understand. I'm talking about the fact that the number 1 may not be the number 1. The power it uses to deal with me is not the power of time that it should master as a time priest. It is a special power that I have never seen before. The manifestation of this power is deep red. It is somewhat similar to the magic of the abyss, but it does not have the characteristics of the magic of the abyss. After being hit, a special feeling will rise in the heart. And its strength is not normal. I joined forces with Nash, and were almost defeated in an instant. Said the elemental holy dragon. You mean, the number 1 now is not the one we know? Red Bull King. The Red Bull King looked at the elemental holy dragon in shock. It suspected that there was something wrong with the number 1, but it never doubted the identity of the number 1. I can't say for sure, you need to confirm it, elemental holy dragon. I go back now. Red Bull King said, as he was about to leave. Wait a minute, Old Wang stopped the two from singing the same tune. He didn't let Red Bull King leave. Red Bull King paused, looked back stiffly at Old Wang and said, Sir, we are allies. Don't panic. Let me ask you a question. If I let you return to the starry sky, would you be willing? Old Wang asked. He wanted to confirm what attitude these traitors of the starry sky had now. Sir, in fact, for us now, the abyss and the starry sky are all floating clouds. For countless years, we have watched the people around us die and live, and many things have faded. Of course, this is just me. I can't represent others. For me, as long as I am happy every day, that's enough. Red Bull King. Zero analysis. What it said was true. Old Wang didn't ask anything more, and lifted the space confinement and let it leave. Although it was unpleasant to let go of a mythical equipment evolution stone, Lao Wang really couldn't slaughter allies for no reason. 2 days after the Red Bull King left, news came from Zero that there was news about the Chaos Demon. Really? What demon? Lao Wang asked. Through investigating the origin of the Zerg, we found the thing behind them. This thing is hidden a little deep, but it is still locked. Zero said. The demon that created the Zerg? What strength? Where is it? Lao Wang asked. It is currently hiding on the Zerg's home planet, and its strength is unknown. Zero. Let's go! After hearing what Zero said, Lao Wang said directly, "This thing should not be mythical. If it is, it would not hide here." Lao Wang left the room, summoned the Lord of Elements, and then took a step across space to the home planet of the Zerg. Because of the Zerg nest, there are players everywhere here, and Lao Wang attracted a lot of attention when he came. Lao Wang didn't expect this to happen. This thing was hidden among the players, which made him unexpected. Ah, King Qian! Why is he here suddenly? Going to the dungeon? Who knows? The players saw Lao Wang, who had not been seen for a long time, and discussed him. Lao Wang really hasn't appeared in the vision of ordinary players for a long time. Lao Wang can't participate in the Mecha competition that is so popular in the world. If Lao Wang is not always the first to fault on various rankings, many new players may not know him. After a brief shock, Lao Wang returned to normal. Lao Wang has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. After waving to the players, Lao Wang came to the bottom of a mountain. There are relics of the previous civilization of this planet, and 3 dilapidated statues here. According to the legend, the Zerg originated from here, and their activities are basically centered here, Ling said to Lao Wang. But I can't sense anything from these 3 statues. And there are people coming and going here. Lao Wang shut up as he was talking, because Ling sent him a picture of the 3 statues. The statue in the middle of the 3 statues, which was supposed to be a broken arm, had 1 finger miraculously restored. If it had 4 fingers a few years ago, and now it has only 3, this is normal. This game is a real world. It is normal for an ancient statue that has not been maintained for 3 years to lose a finger. But isn't it too much for you to grow one? Can you be more careful in your disguise? Lao Wang complained and gave the statue an elemental ray. The huge statue stretched out his hand to block it, and then the statue stood up. You actually found me? Originally, I didn't want to make things too difficult for you, the reincarnation of the element, but now it seems that I can't let you go, said the statue with a hideous face and bulging muscles. Lao Wang did not answer it, but used elemental energy to build a bird cage to surround them. He was afraid that this thing would run away. Boss! What kind of boss is this? Haven't seen it before? It's obviously a late-stage boss. Qian Wang is fighting it. Why did he block it? He doesn't give others any chance? Is this the number 1 player in the game? Get away from me, you pickled cucumber. Do you have a brain? Why should I share the boss that I finally found with you? Dog licker. Stupid idiot. There's no need to argue with this kind of person. It's better to take a good look at how Qian Wang fights the boss. He has no brain. Because of Lao Wang's operation, the players outside quarreled. Some people thought that it was wrong for him to eat alone as the number 1 player in the game, while others thought it was normal. We all play games. Why should I take care of you if I play well? When the 2 sides quarreled, Lao Wang in the bird cage and the statue had already fought together. The moment the 2 fought, the players had no time to quarrel. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. The moment the 2 fists collided, the entire planet began to shake, and the strong impact tore the players watching nearby directly into pieces by the airflow. The players who saw this scene from a distance were speechless. Now they finally knew why Lao Wang didn't take them. They were torn apart at such a long distance. How could they have room to play in this battle? Lao Wang didn't know much about the players' thoughts. At this moment, he was fully focused on dealing with the enemy in front of him. This stone statue is a pure power system, and each of its strikes has the power to move mountains and fill the sea. Although both are epic, Lao Wang's power is not as good as it. However, Lao Wang has the assistance of the elemental power, and the 2 are basically equal in a full-strength collision. Something is wrong. Shouldn't the ancient demon god have no rule power? Why does it master the power rule? Lao Wang asked Ling. Not mastering the rule power is the result of your analysis, Ling reminded. Did I analyze it wrong? How is it possible? How can these stowaways from the old times control the ships of the new era? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lao Wang said to Ling with a guilty conscience. Who are you? Lao Wang asked the stone statue. Stone giant. ? Didn't you start the fight first? You ask who I am? The stone giant asked hello. He didn't even know who he was before he started the fight. Isn't it because I'm itching to do it? I didn't expect you to be alive. Which one of the ancient demon gods are you? Lao Wang. I am. Are you trying to trick me? It's okay if you are. It doesn't matter who you are, Lao Wang said with a smile. At this moment, 9 huge elemental magic balls appeared behind him, and 9 elemental dragons flew towards the statue giant. Thousand Machine Dragon was also hidden in it, but unlike other elemental dragons, its target was the back of the elemental giant. Chapter 391. The elemental dragons flew in the air, holding the giant tightly. The 9 dragons entangled the giant could not move for a while. The Chinji dragon that quietly slipped behind the giant turned into a silent drill and turned into its body from the giant's waist. But the giant seemed to have no feeling and was still dealing with the elemental dragons entangled on his body. After one of its hands split a water-attributed dragon into 2 and broke free, the giant's body began to surge with violent power, and the remaining 8 dragons were all broken one by one. After dealing with the dragons on his body, the giant punched Lao Wang again. This punch was like a meteor falling to the ground, and its speed was so fast that it rubbed against the air to produce flames. At the same time, the fist aura locked the space around Lao Wang, making Lao Wang unable to break free. Lao Wang summoned 7 elemental barriers to try to stop the opponent's attack, but with little effect. After breaking the 7 elemental barriers, the giant's offensive continued unabated, and his fist went straight to Lao Wang. Lao Wang was not arrogant. He was ready to use Annihilation Defense, but before he could act, the giant's attack stopped abruptly. In a cockpit-like place inside the giant's body, the 1000 machine dragon controlled by Zero was tightly entangled with an energy bug the size of an adult. The bug's eyes were shining with blue light, and it kept attacking the 1000 machine dragon with a transparent wave. But it had no effect. It used a mental attack. The 1000 machine dragon had no soul at all, so how could it be affected by mental skills such as illusions? Although Zero was basically the same as humans, he had not taken this last step yet. It was now perfectly restraining the big bug in front of it, and there was no possibility for this thing to escape from its hands. And this transparent insect is the real creator of the alien insects, the spiritual silkworm. It didn't expect that it would have this day. Last time, it failed to take over Yuji's body, and was seriously injured. After such a short time of recuperation, it encountered this unreasonable person again. The spiritual silkworm was a little collapsed. Lao Wang outside had already dismantled the giant statue. This thing is a stone man controlled by it, and now it has been exposed in front of Lao Wang. But this is also an opportunity for it. The attack of the spiritual silkworm is useless to the Qianzhulong controlled by Ling, but it is useful to Lao Wang. The moment Lao Wang saw it, he was pulled into a sea of nothingness. The illusion attack of the spiritual silkworm is different from that of Ma Wu. Ma Wu is an orthodox spiritual power practitioner. It and Yuji pursue turning the virtual into the real. The illusion attack of the spiritual silkworm is to pull people into the endless nothingness and sink. As long as the spiritual power does not exceed it, it is not easy to break free. The disadvantages of this kind of mental attack are very obvious, because it basically cannot cause any substantial damage, and it must be maintained all the time. The instantaneous damage is far less than turning the illusion into reality, and even the long-term damage is somewhat inferior. But these are for others. The spiritual silkworm is a big man who has practiced spiritual power since ancient times. Although it cannot use the power of rules in this era, its huge spiritual power is more suitable for this method. The reason why Yuji was able to break free from his mental control is because the Lord of the Spirit brought him a powerful spiritual cultivation, as well as an extremely concentrated spiritual power. In other words, Yuji, who inherited the inheritance of the Lord of the Spirit, was almost controlled by it, and Lao Wang was certainly even worse. In an instant, Lao Wang fell into the endless void. Seeing that his attack was effective, the spirit silkworm immediately prepared to use full firepower to control the opponent. But this also brought him a fatal disaster. Seeing that Lao Wang was controlled, Ling was ready to attack with all his strength. It did not hesitate, and controlled the 1000 machine dragon to strangle it directly. After the spirit silkworm was strangled, Lao Wang recovered. At this moment, he did not even look at the mythical equipment evolution stone on the ground, but sat on the ground with sweat all over his head. Just now, he almost died, not in the game, but in the real sense. Because once controlled by this thing, Lao Wang felt that he had no hope of breaking free. Once he was forever sunk in the spiritual void, his body would be controlled by the opponent, and he would never wake up. Without Ling this time, he really fell. "Thanks, Zero," Lao Wang said to Zero. "This is what I should do. You and I will live and die together," Zero replied. "I understand. Now you can go all out. I won't limit your authority anymore," Lao Wang said after picking up the fallen items on the ground. "My pleasure," Ling said excitedly. The spirit silkworm only gave Lao Wang an equipment evolution stone, which Lao Wang used to evolve the fire eyes and golden pupils. The feeling of being controlled by illusions was too terrible, and he didn't want to experience it again. Evolving the fire eyes and golden pupils was one of the few ways Lao Wang could deal with illusions. Using an epic equipment evolution stone and a mythical equipment evolution stone, Lao Wang successfully evolved the Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils to the mythical level. Fire Eyes, mythical, bound. Reconnaissance device. Universal for mechas above LV1. Critical hit rate plus 50%. Critical damage plus 50%. Hits plus 100%. View distance plus 500%. Ignore, passive ignore normal armor defense. Fire Eyes, passive ignore darkness and fog. Eagle Eyes, active gain eagle vision after activation. Insight, active can detect basic information of any enemy at any level below epic, no cooldown. See-through, passive can directly detect illusion skills. Weakness attack, after use, the next 3 attacks will be critical hits, cool down for 30 seconds. Charge straight into the bullfight, passive will not be trapped in the illusion. It is said that the eyes of the great saint were filled with golden light, and charged straight into the bullfight, and he fought all his life. Note, this is a legendary equipment design based on myths and legends, paying tribute to the great saint. The Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils did not disappoint Lao Wang, and indeed gave it one of the skills it wanted most. However, if it is possible, it actually wants an item like a mythical spiritual gem, which can directly resist mental damage. But Lao Wang also knows that this is basically impossible, and a mythical gem? I am afraid it is just wishful thinking. Sir, the next goal is found, Zero said to Lao Wang a day later. Let's go, Lao Wang did not doubt it, but let Zero lead the way directly. How terrifying is the full-powered artificial intelligence Zero? It is simply the god of this world. It can use all available electronic equipment to analyze various positions in the universe. These things are simply a natural treasure trove of information, hiding everything people want to know. Based on the technology of the Alliance and the Protoss, it would only take a few minutes for Zero to destroy the universe. This is also the reason why Lao Wang has always restricted it, because he deeply felt the horror of Zero. As for the search for those demons this time, they have been hiding in the starry sky for who knows how many years. They have escaped the slaughter of the former elemental masters, and it only took Zero one day to find them. Under the guidance of Zero, Lao Wang found another ancient demon, and its hiding place was very clever, actually on the satellite of Andromeda. This demon god is a very special demon god. It feeds on vitality, and fulfills some wishes for humans after accepting their offerings. But it often takes advantage of human greed and squeezes out every drop from those who beg it. It hid after Yi Wuo appeared. In its words, it can't die anyway, so can't I hide from your era? Unfortunately, although its plan was perfect, it didn't expect that a player named Qian Wang and an artificial intelligence named Zero would pull it out. Although it has tried its best to resist, and its epic high-level level is also very strong, it is facing Lao Wang who has just experienced a near-death experience. Lao Wang didn't talk much nonsense with it. After confirming what he did, the Lord of Elements opened fire at full power. Under the baptism of elemental rays all over the sky, it handed over the mythical equipment Evolution Stone. The elemental holy dragon that followed Lao Wang was dumbfounded. Is this the strength that an epic should have? Compared with the mythical level, the current epic level Lao Wang is no worse than it in everything except the elemental kingdom. Now it began to worry about the abyss, hoping that the Red Bull King could stop the idiot number 1 after returning, otherwise they would all be in danger. With this man's growth rate, even if number 1's plan succeeded, it would be an endless challenge or a hunt. Next, Zero asked the old king. Go. The simple word go made the elemental holy dragon tremble with fear. He just experienced such a high-intensity battle, and he didn't even need to rest. This, Chapter 392. The last target of Lao Wang is no longer on the human side, but on the Protoss side. Although the Protoss technology is much ahead of that of humans, some of the races under the Protoss rule seem to have come from the tribal era. Derogatory words such as ignorance and stupidity are simply synonymous with them. They even use living people for sacrifice. The Protoss does not care about these people. The reason given by the Protoss is that they advocate freedom and respect. But in fact, they can't care at all. The cohesion of the Protoss alliance is entirely because they have a common enemy, the Zerg. In addition to fighting the Zerg together, the Protoss cannot manage the subordinate races at all, because as long as they dare to manage these races, they will dare to leave. Even if they face the Zerg alone, they will not accept the Protoss managing their internal problems. This is because these races are all autocratic races, and the high and low nobles in the races are extremely clear. If the Protoss intervenes in their races, the upper class that controls most of the power will be challenged. Even if they pay for all the wisdom of the race, the upper class of the race basically doesn't need to think about ruling the lower class. When they and the Protoss fight against the Zerg, the troops live separately in order to maintain their own rule. The reproduction of the Protoss is too difficult, and they need these races to resist the endless Zerg cannon fodder for them. So there is such a thing as today, the Protoss and the upper class of these races enjoy the technology of the interstellar era, while those who are ruled are still in the agricultural era. This era difference makes the upper class basically not regard the lower class as human beings, and it is too normal to sacrifice living people. Because in their eyes, what they sacrificed were not people at all, but livestock like cattle and sheep. Lao Wang's target this time was certainly not these upper classes, but the god worshipped by many big tribes. Through space jump, Lao Wang came to a very important planet in the Star Spirit Star region. This planet is jointly ruled by the 5 big tribes in the Star Spirit Alliance, and their sacrifices are all completed here. Lao Wang came by chance. At this moment, a grand sacrifice was being held on the planet. They prayed that the gods would bless this time, that the abyss would not invade. Praying to an ancient demon god to bless the abyss not to invade, Lao Wang really has no energy to complain. At the same time, Lao Wang also saw that the so-called sacrifices of these people were actually 5 young girls of their race. These people put the girls on the altar, and it seemed that they were ready to push them into a bottomless abyss. At this time, the girls had no expression on their faces, but their eyes were full of fear and despair of death. Move the altar forward, and respectfully invite the Lord God. While Lao Wang was observing, a priest standing on the high platform shouted in a strange tone. Then some warrior-like people poured the red liquid in the bucket in their hands into the abyss. This was blood, and it was human blood. From the amount of blood, it was at least the blood of dozens of people. If they did not collect blood uniformly, then the people who would die in this sacrifice would definitely not be just these 5 girls. After the blood entered the abyss began to vibrate, and the warriors on the edge of the cliff began to evacuate quickly. Then a huge millipede-shaped monster appeared from the abyss, and everyone except the 5 girls, who were already full of fear, knelt down. When Lao Wang saw this figure, he was slightly startled. What kind of messenger is this? This is their god. This abyss demon god plays 2 roles, the messenger and the god. He is really good at playing. I have received your request. I will bring the gift to the Lord God. The giant millipede said that he would use his tentacles to lead the girl on the altar. But how could Lao Wang watch this scene happen? An elemental arrow cut through the sky and hit the millipede's tentacles and broke it directly. Who is it? The millipede looked at the direction where the arrow was flying and roared in pain. The priest and those who participated in the sacrifice also looked over. They saw a figure with 7 colors of light shining all over his body, like a god from heaven descending to the earth. Element? The giant millipede said in a trembling voice after seeing the figure. You are the leader of the human alliance? Why interrupt our sacrifice? Do you want to cause disputes between humans and the stars? The millipede is afraid of the Lord of Elements, but the priest is not afraid. Because he knows that the stars will protect them, this person will not dare to do anything to them. Although these people use the most primitive means to rule their people, they did receive advanced education. They failed to make their people progress together because they were the absolute beneficiaries under this rule. Lao Wang didn't want to pay attention to him. He would find someone to deal with this man's matter later. Now he wanted to kill the millipede. Since he came out, don't go back, but he didn't want to pay attention to these people. They were a little bit aggressive and started to attack Lao Wang. After seeing this scene, the millipede came back to his senses from the shock. It said to these people, people of the gods, what you see is the incarnation of evil. Kill him, and the gods will give you eternal life. The giant millipede's ability to seduce is still very strong, mainly because he did almost always respond to requests in the past. It's just that the way he responds is different. The price of asking him to do something is usually higher than the price of doing it. It's just that the loss is not to the high-level officials, but to the people below. So when the high-level officials heard its words, they went crazy and immediately ordered everyone to attack Lao Wang. Seeing this, Lao Wang finally stopped slowly, and his whole body energy flowed in an instant and came to the millipede. Then he placed a palm on the millipede's forehead, and the huge airflow blew away everyone on the battlefield, and the millipede also stopped. It looked at Lao Wang with disbelief in its eyes, and then in this look, the elemental power of its whole body exploded and turned into ashes all over the sky. At the last moment, the mythical equipment evolution stone was in hand, but Lao Wang did not stop. He looked at the crack in the ground in front of him, and the elemental magic power on his hands exploded, and the whole crack was closed by Lao Wang. I will complain to the Protoss about you. You will not have a good ending. The priest knelt in front of the abyss that was combined, and kept cursing Lao Wang. This crack was the source of all his power. Without the crack, he was destined to fall from the altar, and even his life would be in danger. Of course he would curse. I wait here, go! Lao Wang said. The priest really went, but how could the Protoss care? Now that the Zerg are gone, it's time for them to turn around and deal with these disobedient subordinates. Otherwise, once the abyss tempts them to fall, it will be too harmful to the Protoss. Lao Wang didn't care about these things. He just said, I hope you are worthy of your title of a higher race, and left. He doesn't care how the Protoss change, he just cares about the result. Lao Wang returned to the base with 2 mythical equipment evolution stones, and chose to use them. Sky Sweeping Wings, mythical 100%, binding. Propulsion device. Equipment requirements, Mechas above level 60. Strength plus 830. Agility plus 830. Intelligence plus 830. Main attributes plus 300. Attack speed plus 50%. Movement speed plus 50%. Cooldown reduction plus 40%. Casting speed plus 40%. Flight unlock. Sky Sweeping Flash, active, can teleport freely through space within a range of 500, with a cooldown of 1 second. Sky Sweeping Feathers, passive mechas equipped with Sky Sweeping Wings have a 35% chance to dodge the opponent's attack. Sky Sweeping Strike, passive mechas equipped with Sky Sweeping Wings have a 40% chance to attack again immediately after a normal attack. Sky Sweeping Wings, passive, purify itself every 4 seconds to remove its negative status. Notes: Floating Shadows, Sky-Grabbing Wings. Sky-Grabbing Wings are still powerful, and any agile mecha equipped with them will be directly invincible. Yin-Yang Bipolar Shield, Myth 100%, bound. Energy Shield. Equipment requirements, LV 60 or above mecha. Strength plus 700. Agility plus 700. Intelligence plus 800. Defense plus 100. Damage reduction plus 40%. Bipolar Power, Myth passive, increase health and mana by 50,000 points. Yin-Yang Shield, Myth passive, consume 30% MP, obtain an energy shield with 5 times the durability of the consumed MP value, lasting 30 seconds, and cooling time 30 seconds. Yin-Yang 2 levels. Yin/Yang make the Yin-Yang Shield have 3 states that can be selected: Yin Shield, Yang Shield, and Yin-Yang Shield. Yin Shield, ignore spell damage. Yang Shield, ignore physical damage. Yin-Yang Shield, reduce damage by 50%. Yin-Yang Body Protection, reduce damage by 20%. Notes: Yin alone cannot be born, and Yang alone cannot grow. The 2-level shield no longer has any side effects after evolution, and has truly become a divine outfit. Chapter 393. Old Wang looked at his shining mythical equipment, and felt a little emotional for a moment. Even if there was no task now, Old Wang would face the Abyss Demon. It should be. Almost. Probably he could die heroically. At their level, although attributes are still very important, the more important thing is the various special high-level energies. For example, domains and rules, as well as the mythical level exclusive divine power and kingdom of God. Old Wang is now more looking forward to this task. He looked at the mysterious task that could be completed and clicked to complete it. The moment Old Wang clicked, everything around him stopped, and Old Wang entered a white space. Where is this place? Zero? Old Wang tried to call Zero, but Zero did not respond at all. This made Old Wang fall into silence. What is this? Is there a bug in the game? No, this is the innermost layer of the game. I didn't expect that someone could trigger this trigger condition. A voice came from behind Old Wang. Who are you? Old Wang looked back at the white phantom and asked in confusion. Me? I'm the developer of this game, and I'm also the creator of this world, the White Shadow said. Are you the one who created the world? Lao Wang. No, but I created them all. Let's not talk about that. We don't have much time to meet, so let's get down to business, the White Shadow said. Please go ahead, Lao Wang. This time you can come here because you triggered the backdoor I left when I created this world. You can see me with a full set of mythical items. Recently, I feel that there are some problems in your world. Someone wants to return the world I created with great effort to nothingness. The White Shadow said. It's so excessive, why don't you take action? Lao Wang. Why should I take action? Creating the world is tiring enough, and I have to protect you. Can I still live my own life? Buying said. Lao Wang. There is nothing wrong with saying this, but I always feel something is wrong. Before Lao Wang could figure it out, the figure continued. This trouble is left to you to solve. This is your reward for coming here. Keep it. I look forward to you bringing me good news. After all, this world is the result of my hard work. Let's stop here. Goodbye. As soon as Bai Ying finished speaking, Lao Wang immediately returned to where he was just now. If there was no transparent energy ball on his chest, Lao Wang would have thought that it was a dream just now. The energy ball slowly merged into Lao Wang's body. Lao Wang felt that both he and the Lord of Elements had undergone a transformation. He stretched out his hand to summon an element sphere, and a 7-color flame burned on it. Looking at the flame in his hand, he smiled slightly. No matter what that thing was, it was true that he had become stronger. Although Lao Wang, who had paranoia, had suspected that the white figure was a human figure, he could not resist. Have you broken through the myth? The elemental holy dragon suddenly broke into the room, and said, looking at the flame in Lao Wang's hand. Yes, how do you know this fire? Lao Wang. Isn't it the elemental divine fire? I had one before, said the elemental holy dragon. Although he had tried his best to keep himself in a state of disdain, the envy and disbelief in his eyes could not be concealed. Lao Wang ignored him, put away the flame, and went straight to the gate of the abyss. At this moment, he was full of confidence, and he was going to solve the trouble in the abyss. The elemental holy dragon did not go with Lao Wang, because it had not lived enough, and it even thought that Lao Wang was going to die. In fact, Lao Wang had a reason to go, because his breakthrough in the myth of the abyss could come out. He felt the feedback of this world very clearly. The gate of the abyss. Lao Wang came here and looked at the dungeon. In fact, he could pass the dungeon first and then go to the abyss. But think about it, forget it, one go, then decline, then exhaust, he must maintain this momentum to calm the abyss. Lao Wang, who crossed the gate of the abyss, fell from the sky and landed directly in front of the troops assembled in the abyss. The generals of the abyss have already felt the terrifying aura of this man and surrounded him. In the temple of the second demon god, the demon gods who were looking at the sleeping soul of the second demon god also felt it together. The second demon, Red Bull King, still failed. He was discovered by the first demon when he was investigating him. Then, the first demon took advantage of his carelessness to expel his power crystals and killed him. Go, third brother, and kill him to avenge them, said the first demon with his eyes closed. They thought the second was killed in the starry sky and no longer looked down on Lao Wang. The white tiger demon nodded and turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the gate of the abyss. At this moment, Lao Wang looked at the demons surrounding him and said, "You have been deceived by the first demon. He wants to destroy this world. If you retreat now, I won't kill you, but you won't be able to do it again after this village." Lao Wang didn't want to kill them all. Although these demons were called demons, they were basically epic. It was too easy for him to kill these demons now, so Lao Wang didn't want to kill them all because it was meaningless. But the people in the abyss were generally not very smart, and they basically ignored Lao Wang's threats. Ha ha ha, this guy is stupid. If you surrender, I can let you go. Kill him! Kill him! Hurry up! It wasn't until Lao Wang released the mythical aura that the shouting stopped. Although their brains were not very good, they were the best at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Because this was the survival rule of the abyss, the mythical aura stopped all the epics, but it couldn't defend against the shouting of the same mythical level. In addition to the 12 demons, there were a total of 4 mythical people in the abyss. They were the elemental Ignash, the dragon clan leader Zodianzai, the negative city giant carrying the demon city, and an abyss dragon from the dragon clan. Ignash had been killed, and the negative city giant couldn't come because it had to carry the demon city, so only 2 dragons of different races arrived at the scene. They saw Lao Wang's arrogant attitude, nodded to each other, and swooped down at Lao Wang from both sides. Zodianzai flapped his wings, and a dark sky enveloped the entire battlefield. The other abyss units affected felt that all their 5 senses disappeared. At the same time, black rays from the sky kept shooting at Lao Wang, and the energy contained in each ray was shocking. The abyss dragon also swooped down, and with a wave of its dragon claws, black lightning swept towards Lao Wang in the sky. The old king looked at their attacks and just lightly touched them, and their attacks immediately dissipated. The dark sky had no effect on the old king. The 2 dragons saw this, and knew the horror of the man in front of them. They no longer held back. A castle fell from the sky in the sky, and countless dragons flew out of the castle. At the same time, the sky began to be overcast, and black lightning kept falling like rain. This is their kingdom of God, the kingdom of the abyss dragon, and the world of abyss thunder. The old king looked at everything in front of him, and there was still no expression on his face. Element behind the Lord of Elements flew out in a rotation. The 9 elemental magic balls suddenly became brighter, like 9 suns that dispel the darkness in front of them, and the kingdom of God containing the lifelong power of the 2 dragons was directly shattered. The broken dragons and demon dragons of the kingdom of God fell from the sky, and at this moment, they were seriously injured because of the backlash. Even because of the influence of the old king's power, they have fallen from the mythical level to the epic level. Their power is hard-won. In fact, the abyss myths under these 412 demon gods are the real geniuses. They are different from Lao Wang and others. Their power is cultivated by themselves, not obtained by other methods. So Lao Wang did not kill them, but continued to look at the other abyss units affected by the fight between the three of them. These people were finally scared at this moment. They began to slowly retreat, and it seemed that they did not want to gather here anymore. The orders of the abyss demon god are important, but not as important as their own lives. But just when their hearts were scattered, a stream of light came from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. Whoever takes another step back will be killed without mercy. The figure of the white tiger demon god appeared in front of the abyss army. At this moment, it was in the form of a tiger, and the aura of the whole body was as sharp as a knife, which made people tremble with fear. It's been a long time since we met. I underestimated you when we met last time. I didn't expect you to bring so much trouble to the newcomers. This time, I won't let you leave again. Get ready to die for my second brother, and seventh and eighth brothers, who were killed by you. White Tiger Demon God. Chapter 394. The second demon, Red Bull King, is also dead? Lao Wang asked after hearing what the other party said. Stop pretending, I know you killed it. White Tiger Demon. Lao Wang was dumbfounded. What do you mean he killed it? It only killed the seventh demon, okay. How do you know? I only saw it once, why kill it? Lao Wang. Before it died, it went to the present world to find old 5, and then something went wrong. Who else could it be if not you? White Tiger. Did you sense it when it died? Lao Wang. No, we didn't sense it when old 8 died, only when old 7 died, we sensed it. White Tiger. Isn't this obvious? The one who killed your old 7 is not the same person as the one who killed old 2 and old 8. Old 7 was killed in the starry sky, you sensed it, but your old 8 didn't go to the present world. It died the same way as Red Bull King. Where do you think old 2 died? Lao Wang tried to use logic to sort it out for him. He succeeded, but not completely. The White Tiger did think that the second and eighth brothers were killed in the abyss. But it thought a step further, and thought that Lao Wang killed the seventh brother, the demon sheep demon. I will investigate the matter of the second and eighth brothers, and now I want to avenge Lao Qi. The White Tiger demon roared and pounced on Lao Wang. Lao Wang, Lao Wang dodged and thought, it seems that he can only be dealt with first. The Lao Wang's hand, Rayonasur, turned into a spear, and the 1,000 machine dragon behind him flew out first and entangled with the White Tiger demon. The White Tiger demon shook his body, forced the 1,000 machine dragon back, and then his whole body began to change, and soon turned into a tiger man holding a spear, and about the same size as the Lord of Elements. The tiger man transformed by the White Tiger demon god did not have the feeling of a tiger back and a bare waist. On the contrary, it gave people a very slender visual feeling, and it was obvious that it was fast. The power of the White Tiger demon god is a special Gingjin power, and the characteristics of this power are mainly sharp and killing. Lao Wang chose the strong earth attribute magic and the extremely explosive fire attribute magic to deal with it. The fusion of the two attribute magic is naturally the power of lava, so Lao Wang stabbed out the magma like a wave and rushed straight to the White Tiger demon god. Seeing this, the White Tiger demon god also stabbed with a long spear, crushing the magma in front of him, but he felt that his Gingjin magic was indeed suppressed. But who is the White Tiger demon god? In the legend, the White Tiger is a pure being that mainly kills. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. This is the characteristic of the White Tiger demon god, and it is also one of its abilities. The two fought and the earth collapsed, lava and sword energy. It was not until its whole body magic power exploded, and the long spear stabbed straight, and cut through Lao Wang's lava wave with one blow that Lao Wang discovered this characteristic. Lao Wang narrowly avoided its flying spear energy. Element turned into a sword and pointed at the lava on the ground, and several lava dragons rose from the ground. The lava dragon surrounded the White Tiger demon from all directions, but its expression did not change. The long spear spread out in a round and a circular slash, and all the lava dragons were cut in half. However, the broken dragons did not reduce their offensive and still swooped down on the White Tiger demon. The White Tiger demon burst out with all its strength to stop the dragon's offensive. After this time, Lao Wang did not continue to attack, but confronted the opponent from a distance. The characteristic of the White Tiger demon, becoming more and more courageous in battle, is a bit troublesome. The lava dragon that condenses the power of its own law cannot kill with one blow, which will make it stronger and stronger. So Lao Wang couldn't attack easily, and he began to wait. The White Tiger Demon God didn't dare to approach Lao Wang easily. In their previous power confrontation, the White Tiger Demon God found that his rule power was not as good as the opponent's. If he was caught by the opponent, he would be skinned alive. But Lao Wang could wait, but the White Tiger Demon God couldn't. If the buff that he had accumulated with great difficulty disappeared, it would be more difficult to fight. Finally, when the ability of fighting more and more brave disappeared, the White Tiger Demon God moved again. The huge phantom of the White Tiger Demon God, which had already turned into a human form, emerged behind him. As he waved the spear in his hand, the phantom of the White Tiger rushed towards Lao Wang at the same time. Seeing this, Lao Wang turned the rhinoceros in his hand into a stick, and used all his strength to circle it, and smashed it towards the White Tiger. With a click, rhinoceros hit the White Tiger Phantom's head heavily, but the forehead of the top predator like the tiger has never been a weakness. It just paused for a moment, then swung its claws towards Lao Wang, who dodged backwards and avoided its attack. Seeing Lao Wang being forced back, the White Tiger Demon God's eyes lit up with a golden light, and thousands of various metal weapons fell from the sky. These weapons fell to the ground, and the White Tiger Demon God, who was responding to the golden light, became even more powerful. The White Tiger Demon God is a real warrior, and its domain, rules, and kingdom of God are all used to strengthen itself. Seeing this, Lao Wang did not hold back and chose to go all out. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a throne fell from the sky. After the throne fell, high-level elemental giants appeared from under the ground around it. They guarded the throne, and saluted the old king. Under their gaze, the old king sat on the throne, and the elemental power burst out, pushing back the kingdom of the White Tiger Demon God. Then the elemental power that burst out formed a shining colorful armor on the Lord of Elements. Rhinoceros turned into a divine sword and appeared in the hands of the old king. 9 elemental divine fires floating around were element. This is the kingdom of the Lord of Elements, the throne of elements. The White Tiger Demon God roared when he saw his kingdom being repelled, and a golden ray burst out from the mouth of the huge White Tiger Phantom. The old king stood still on the throne of elements, feeling the power brought to him by this kingdom of God. This was the first time he used this power. Although he felt a little ashamed, this feeling of power made him a little addicted. Seeing that the golden ray was about to arrive, the old king still did not move. It was not that he did not notice the attack, but that he felt that he did not need to care. An elemental fire behind Lao Wang sank into a high-level flame element giant, and the giant's body immediately began to explode. Its body instantly stood tall, and was covered with exquisite armor. Then a flame shield blocked the attack of the White Tiger Demon. Then another elemental fire sank into the Thunder Element Lord, and it became equally tall. A thunder spear appeared in its hand amid the rolling thunder, and it was thrown at the White Tiger Demon. The White Tiger Phantom behind the White Tiger Demon wanted to block it, but the thunder directly shattered its body, and then the attack continued to hit the White Tiger Demon. With just one strike, the White Tiger Demon's divine domain was shattered. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. The Flame Element Giant stepped on the ground, and 12 flame beams emerged from the ground and trapped it in the center. Lao Wang stood up and waved the sword in his hand at it, and a colorful slash flew out, splitting the White Tiger Demon and the ground behind it into two. White Tiger Demon, sudden. After the White Tiger Demon fell, Lao Wang took back his kingdom of God, picked up the other party's fallen, and went to the demon city. There is a road to the demon realm. The 3,000 demons here were almost completely destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. The demon realm has no threat to the starry sky. Now, as long as the 12 demons are dealt with, the matter of the abyss will be directly settled. The other demons sensed the killing of the White Tiger Demon at the first time, and at this moment, they finally panicked. The other party actually solved the White Tiger Demon so quickly, which they dared not think of. The remaining 7 demons gathered together. They said nothing, but just felt the other party's unconcealed breath and began to wait. Since he came to ask for death, they are not in a hurry. The White Tiger also fell into a deep sleep, and the soul did not seem to be in any serious trouble, so they were really not in a hurry. They were going to attack together, but they were a little confused as to why Lao Wang knew so much about the abyss. You know, it is very simple to go to the demon realm. As long as you have the logo of the demon realm, you can get it by a space jump. But if you don't take this road, or don't accept their invitation, you can only go through the ladder to heaven in the demon city. Not many people know this method, only the demons in the demon realm, and the 12 of them know. The demons have basically been killed by them, and it is impossible for him to know through the other party's method. I won't talk about what the old 5 was originally like, it is even more impossible for it to know. So how did this person know it? Judging from his appearance, he went straight to the demon city, and it was obvious that he was confident. Chapter 395. How did Lao Wang know? Of course, it was through the cheating device Zero. There is no news in this world that can be hidden from Zero. Zero with full firepower is so terrifying. Artificial intelligence is the god created by humans in the technological age. Space jumps in the abyss are very difficult. Even though Lao Wang has broken through to the myth and has the coordinates of the Castlevania, he still used several space jumps to reach the Castlevania. When Lao Wang stood in the sky beside the Castlevania, the giant carrying the city looked up at him. It was obviously not a statue. Lao Wang turned his head and looked at it. The giant immediately lowered his head, obviously afraid. There is no doubt that it is so cowardly, otherwise he would not have been bullied by the 12 demons to carry a city for countless years. The giant carrying the city did not choose to attack Lao Wang, so Lao Wang did not care about it. He stepped to the temple where the 12 demons were worshipped. Under the surprised eyes of the remaining demon priests, a challenging land leading to the demon world was opened. This road was originally a training road for the abyss demons, who broke through the epic and went to a higher world. After the 12 demons unified the abyss, this road was abandoned. But Lao Wang didn't care about these. After he stepped in, he came to an energy road composed of abyss energy. Looking around, there are many monsters on this road, but these are prepared for the abyss demons, who have just broken through the epic. They can't stand the force field around Lao Wang, so he flew wildly without stopping. In just less than half an hour, the ladder to heaven that the abyss demons need to challenge for several years was opened by Lao Wang. After passing through an exit, Lao Wang came to the demon world where the 12 demons lived. As soon as Lao Wang came out of the cave, he was pleasantly surprised. The remaining 7 demons waiting for him here attacked together and held a grand welcome ceremony for him. This special welcome ceremony distorted and shattered the space at the exit of the road to heaven. The endless twisted black thunder and the dark space cracks showed the extraordinary nature of this welcome ceremony. However, although this attack seemed to hit directly, the demons did not relax their vigilance. Sure enough, the next moment, colorful streams of light bloomed from the black hole, and a figure with colorful light all over his body flew out of the black hole unscathed. The violent energy could not affect him at all, and the endless elemental magic calmed everything around him. After the 7 demons saw his figure, they launched another round of attacks, but 7 elemental rays of different attributes intercepted their attacks. Then the 2 figures flashed and fought together. If someone watched this mythical battle, he would not be able to see anything clearly if he did not have the strength of a mythical level. The explosions that enveloped the entire battlefield and the speed that they could hardly catch made this battle a complete waste of viewing experience for those below the myth. However, these things had no effect on Lao Wang and his men, who fought each other in these energy explosions. Lao Wang could feel that the remaining 7 demons had practiced combined attack skills, and their cooperation with each other was very methodical. If Lao Wang had not had the external assistance of Zero, he would have been suppressed by the opponent now, but even with the cheat, he would have been evenly matched with the opponent. The opponent's cooperation is very tight, but the first demon seems to be very unfamiliar, Lao Wang said to Ling, while avoiding the entanglement of the 6th demon, the abyss demon snake. I'm already analyzing whether it's a trap, Zero replied. At the moment when Lao Wang and Zero were talking, the 11th demon, the howling sun dog, suddenly felt something, and after taking a look at the abyss demon snake, he sank into the darkness. Lao Wang seemed to have no feeling about this scene. The 4th demon, the Ice-Eye Rabbit demon, summoned 2 floating magic circles above Lao Wang's head and under his feet, trying to imprison Lao Wang. Lao Wang was about to summon 2 rays to smash it, and clouds and mist surged beside it, and a huge dog head suddenly appeared. Woof! Woof! 2 special dog barks, Lao Wang's whole body paused, and it was at this time that the floating imprisonment magic circle took effect. The 2 magic circles echoed each other, and a blue light imprisoned Lao Wang on the spot. The other demons immediately began to focus their fire and attack. The control of the 4th demon god, the abyss power of the 6th demon god, the abyss snake, the sun power of the 10th demon god, the golden pheasant, and the roaring power of the 11th demon god, the howling sun dog, are all very advanced powers. If these powers really hit together, Lao Wang would probably be skinned alive if he didn't die. So Lao Wang directly summoned the elemental throne. The invincible elemental throne fell from the sky and smashed all the attacks of the crowd. The elemental kingdom expanded and enveloped all the demon gods. The demon gods also summoned the kingdom of God at the same time, trying to crush Lao Wang's elemental kingdom directly. However, the solidity of the elemental kingdom exceeded their imagination, and the 6 abyss demon gods could not crush it with their combined strength. On the contrary, After Element's magic balls merged into the body of the elemental giant, the 9 huge elemental giants completely stabilized Lao Wang's kingdom of God, and had the potential to fight against 6 enemies at once. Why didn't the first one take action? Other voices also rose among the demons. The first demon did not summon his kingdom just now. On the contrary, it abandoned several brothers and fled by itself. The situation that Lao Wang was originally fighting 7 people alone became 1 against 6, and the whole situation was different. I don't know. The second one has been saying that it has problems. It seems that there is really a problem. Deal with the enemy in front of us first. The 12th demon, the pig god, said to everyone, and I don't know where they got the confidence to chat. Lao Wang also discovered the situation of the other party. He said loudly to the demons, in fact, we don't have to fight, because we have a common enemy. What do you mean? The abyss snake asked puzzledly. It's good to be able to communicate, Lao Wang thought, and then he said directly, you were deceived by the escaped first demon god. In fact, the 2 worlds will never be united. This battle is a complete scam. Even the dead demon gods and the 5th were killed by it. I only killed the 3rd and 7th demon gods. Lao Wang explained to several demon gods, but he found something wrong while talking. These demon gods were brewing a joint attack. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. In this case, I will tie you up. The 2nd demon god Red Bull King should have had problems and failed to come. He no longer has any allies here. The 9 elemental giants attacked together, targeting the kingdom of the 12th demon god Pig God. From the various behaviors just now, Zero has deduced that the other party is the wisdom of these demon gods. Their joint attack methods and various plans were all set by the Pig God, whose strength seemed to be 1 level lower than others. The sudden attack of Lao Wang made the demons unable to react, and the Pig God was severely injured by the elemental giants. Then Lao Wang did not give the other demons a chance to support him, and lightly waved round her, and the Pig God fell down unwillingly. Among the 12 demons, the Pig God is the weakest. It is only slightly stronger than the Epic, and all its strength is above its wisdom. In fact, it is not that it did not see that there is a problem with the first demon, otherwise it would not have been silent for so many years. Today it wants to lead the team to solve Lao Wang, and then study the internal problems of their brothers, but there is no chance. The death of the Pig God angered several other demons, and the Abyss Demon Serpent directly absorbed its own domain, and turned into a giant python that surrounds the world with no end in sight. Its huge vertical pupil is larger than Lao Wang's kingdom of God. The giant snake swooped down, and Lao Wang's kingdom of God, which was not shaken by the siege of 6 people, actually shook. The giant python that failed to break Lao Wang's kingdom of God shook its head, and then its huge body crushed Lao Wang. The 4th demon god kept carving magic circles on the giant python, making the 6th demon god stronger and stronger. The 9th demon god, the demon ape, the 10th demon god, the golden pheasant, and the 11th demon dog could not cooperate with it. This was the disadvantage of the Pig God falling. Their coordination immediately went wrong. However, the attack of the Abyss Demon Snake itself was already very strong. The whole world was trembling under the giant snake, and Lao Wang's elemental kingdom was like a candlelight in the dark night, which seemed a little shaky. But the demon ape with amazing eyesight found that although the opponent's kingdom was crushed by Lao Lu, it did not receive much impact. Lao Lu's power was too dispersed, and it was difficult to affect Lao Wang's kingdom. Not good. Hurry up and get smaller. Chapter 396. Unfortunately, they reminded him too late. In the kingdom of elemental gods, Lao Wang transformed back to element, and let it be embedded in the giant hammer transformed by Lao Neezer. According to legend, in Norse mythology, Thor killed the earthly giant python Jormungandr with his hammer Mjolnir. The abyss snake in front of Lao Wang himself is no worse than the Jormungandr in mythology, so he wants to use the giant hammer transformed by Lao Neezer to deal with the opponent. For the sense of ritual, with Lao Wang's fierce round, Lao Neezer embedded with element passed like a comet, directly penetrating the huge body of the abyss python, and hitting the 4th demon god on its back, who blessed it with a magic circle. All 12 defensive magic circles on the rabbit man were triggered, but unfortunately they were broken in an instant, and failed to stop the giant hammer thrown by Lao Wang with all his strength. The 4th demon, suddenly, the death of the 4th demon was just the beginning. After Rhaonisar flew into the sky, his body began to grow rapidly, and soon turned into a giant hammer that was almost the same size as the head of the Abyss Demon Serpent. Then the giant hammer turned and directly smashed the Abyss Demon Serpent down. This blow was Lao Wang's sure-kill blow. He didn't think the Abyss Demon Serpent could survive. After Rhaonisar flew back, he began to be fully alert to the remaining 3 demons. But at this moment, A black light suddenly burst out from the eyes of the fallen abyss demon, and a small snake only the size of the elemental lord's fist flew out from its forehead. Before Lao Wang could react, he was bitten on the elemental lord's leg by the small snake. A feeling of powerlessness came immediately. It used 2 epic antidote potions in a row, but it only suppressed it, but could not remove it. Actually, this is because Lao Wang is not very knowledgeable. He only knows that Thor killed the Midgard python with his Meowth hammer. But what he doesn't know is that the snake's venom also penetrated Thor's body, and both sides died. So it's not auspicious to use a hammer to deal with a giant snake, and he is unlucky. If he had learned how Emperor Gaozu of Han killed the white snake with his sword, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But now it has happened. The remaining 3 demons immediately besieged Lao Wang when they saw that he was poisoned. Lao Wang could only use potions to suppress the poison while fighting the 3 demons. Under the influence of the poison, Lao Wang was beaten back step by step. If it weren't for Zero driving the 1000 machine dragon to share a large part of the firepower, Lao Wang might have been seriously injured. It's unknown what the poison of the abyss demon snake is. The Lord of Elements and Lao Wang were tortured by the poison. It not only affects the Lord of Elements' full attributes, but also affects Lao Wang's whole body perception, making Lao Wang's reaction more and more sluggish. Even with the suppression of the epic antidote, the venom was slowly spreading throughout Lao Wang's body. Whether it was turning on magic immunity or using special skills, it could not alleviate the impact of this poison. After all, this poison was the result of the Abyss Demon Serpent's lifelong research, and even few people among the 12 demon gods knew that it was actually a poisonous snake. And the previous attack condensed all its vitality and divine power at that time, and this venom was even beyond the scope of the mythical level. How could Lao Wang easily remove this poison? Helplessly, Lao Wang could only bless himself with all the defensive magic he had learned throughout his life, and then turned on the Phoenix mode. After a colorful Phoenix Phantom appeared, the wings of the Phoenix behind Lao Wang were spread out, and the Lord of Elements wearing colorful armor was like a god who dispelled all darkness. At the same time, Lao Wang activated the Annihilation skill, and released the suppression of the poison. A black breath instantly spread to Lao Wang's body, and the Lord of Elements turned into a colorful metal giant egg. After seeing this scene, the phoenix-tailed pheasant immediately said, "This is rebirth from the ashes. Hit that egg or the poison in his body will disappear." As it said this, it swooped down towards Lao Wang, and the light on the colorful phoenix tail flowed, and the sun god power that melted everything burst out from its body. Although its name is phoenix-tailed pheasant, it is obvious that the blood of the golden crow in its body is thicker. Just as it was about to reach Lao Wang, a golden light flashed across the sky, and the 1000 machine dragon appeared from the side, and entangled the phoenix-tailed pheasant to the side. "What the hell is this thing? Why can't my solar magic hurt it?" said the golden pheasant who was entangled with the 1000 machine dragon. Actually, it was not that it could not hurt the 1000 machine dragon, but the essence of the gold in the 1000 machine dragon was too strong. Although it softened a little under the smelting of the sun god fire, it did not have much effect on the 1000 machine dragon. But the 1000 machine dragon could only entangle the golden pheasant, and it was really unable to split itself to deal with the other 2 demons. The magic ape and the howling sun dog had already arrived in front of the giant egg, but they were only a second away from Lao Wang turning into the giant egg. The muscles of the magic ape surged all over his body, and he punched the giant egg heavily, but a beast shield appeared out of thin air to block it and bounce it away. The demonic ape, whose cultivation was all above strength, could not do anything to the mythical annihilation shield. The force of the counterattack pushed it far away, and it was helpless against annihilation. There were 4 seconds left before Lao Wang was resurrected. After seeing this scene, the howling sun dog opened its mouth and roared to attack, but the magic skill was still blocked by annihilation. After it looked at the demonic ape, the howling sun dog's body was burned with black flame inscriptions, and its eyes were also burned with black. It opened its mouth, and actually cleared the skill state of the annihilation shield from Lao Wang. There were 3 seconds left before Lao Wang was resurrected. However, although Lao Wang's annihilation skill was scrapped, the howling sun dog was not feeling well either. Its whole body was shaking constantly, and it had no way to continue attacking. Obviously, the howling sun dog, who released the skill, was not feeling well either. After using the Tengu swallowing sun skill, it must accept the backlash of swallowing something that cannot be swallowed. Annihilation, a god-level skill, is enough for him to backlash for a while. Although the howling sun dog was scrapped, the magic ape had already rushed back. It had just endured the rebound of his full-strength attack, but it did not suffer much damage. Its fists were like meteors, blasting towards the egg that the Lord of Elements had transformed into. Its punches were so fast that it could break a layer of Lao Wang's defense every few times. There were only 2 seconds left before Lao Wang was resurrected. All of Lao Wang's defenses had been broken, and a shield composed of black and white patterns appeared. This was Lao Wang's last layer of defense, an energy shield composed of Tai Chi Yin Yang Dun. However, this move could only be passively beaten. The magic ape's punches were still like meteors, and the Tai Chi Yin Yang shield was constantly dimming. There is 1 second left before Lao Wang is resurrected. The Tai Chi Yin Yang shield finally broke, and a giant ape as majestic as Mount Tai appeared behind the demonic ape. It punched the metal egg like thunder. The metal egg was shaken by its blow, and even the eggshell was deformed. Then another punch, the eggshell began to crack, and it definitely could not withstand the next attack. But the demonic ape has no chance. There are 0 seconds left before Lao Wang is resurrected, and colorful rays of light bloomed on the metal egg that was about to break. A figure with wings on his back and colorful armor on his body was born from the egg, and the powerful magic pushed the demonic ape far away. He looked at the demonic ape with golden eyes, and the demonic ape didn't dare to fall down again with the fist raised. After it reacted, it was a little angry, and this punch also became an angry punch. But the elemental lord, who had activated the phoenix mode, did not dodge this time. The colorful elements gathered on his fist, and he punched out an elemental fist to meet the fist of the demonic ape. The giant fist collided with the elemental fist, and the space here was directly shattered, and a time-space explosion occurred, and the violent space turbulence destroyed everything around. However, Lao Wang only felt a huge pressure, but it was still within his tolerance. The demonic ape was not feeling well, and various elemental powers such as fire, frost, and thunder began to wreak havoc in her body. The internal organs that should have been tempered by various elemental treasures to be immune to elemental damage were no longer immune to damage because of the deprivation of elemental power. The elemental power broke through his various important organs almost instantly, and Lao Wang clearly felt that his pressure was relieved. So he increased the elemental power, and the demonic ape began to be corroded by the elemental lord from the inside of its body, slowly turning into ashes and disappearing in front of Lao Wang. The demon moved the ape, and it suddenly burst, but there were 12 abyss demons here, and there were only these 2 left, not counting the one that escaped. Old Wang came to the front of the golden pheasant that was entangled with a 1,000-machine dragon with a hip step, and Rayonasur turned into a sword and swung countless swords at the same place on the opponent. The golden pheasant didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy, and it was suddenly burst. Chapter 397. The howling sun dog watched his former friends fall one by one, and couldn't help but feel sad. It resisted the backlash and launched the hateful Tengu Eclipse at Lao Wang again, trying to kill Lao Wang instantly with this rule skill. But it was obviously thinking too much. Lao Wang held the Rayonasur in his hand horizontally, and the next moment he appeared directly behind it. The howling sun dog's body and head were separated, and suddenly, after collecting the drops of the abyss demons, Lao Wang sensed the surrounding situation and put away the phoenix mode. Then he took a deep breath. It was really dangerous just now. If the gorilla attacked one more time, Lao Wang might have died directly. Once killed, it would be hard to say. Although he is a player, at his level, there is actually not much difference between players and NPCs. These things must have a way to deal with his soul. If he dies once, he may really die. Sometimes Lao Wang doesn't know why he fights so hard. There is always a sense of crisis pushing him forward. After resting for a while, Lao Wang walked towards the palace of the demons. In front of the gates of the 12 palaces, the first demon was already waiting for him. Although the other party had taken off his black robe and revealed his Ratman body, Lao Wang still recognized it at a glance. It was indeed the rat in the 12 zodiac signs, but Lao Wang saw that it was still very strong from the other party's momentum. So why did it run away? You are finally here, you are really strong, you killed them just like that. The first demon looked at Lao Wang and said, "Don't you have any special feelings? Those saw me kill their brothers, and they will fight me to the death in the future." Lao Wang. In fact, they recognized the wrong person. I am not who they thought I was. The original rat is actually my twin brother. His profession is the time sacrifice, and he has the power of time that almost no one else has. However, during the invasion of the Abyss Demon, he was seriously injured. After he escaped, he was already beyond help. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, they asked me to pretend to be him and continue to fight against the Abyss. So they were wrong from the beginning. I am not who they thought I was. The first demon god said. So you surrendered to the Abyss? Lao Wang. I also wanted to survive. After all, I am not a time priest, and I can't cooperate with them in a big formation. So in order to survive, I can only take refuge in the abyss. If it's just me, the abyss will definitely not take it seriously, so I thought of a way to take all the beasts at that time to the abyss. They may not know now that the thing that subdued them with one blow was brought by me. But it may also be retribution. Not long after we took refuge in the abyss, those 4 guys suddenly appeared. The 4 of them joined forces, and the ancient demon god in the abyss was no match at all. If I hadn't helped it, it might not have been sealed, but killed. In order to thank me, and for me to save it, it gave me the 12 lessons of mythology heart. With these things, we broke through to the myth and ruled the abyss. The first demon god and Lao Wang talked about the cause and effect, and explained to Lao Wang why the 12 demon gods took refuge in the abyss, and the development of the abyss. Why are you telling me this? Want to delay time? You should know that no one can come to support you. Lao Wang. Of course I know, I just hid it for too long and wanted to find someone to talk to, said the first demon god. Lao Wang looked at the first demon god, who was chattering in silence, feeling that he was really holding it back. The first demon god kept talking about the various things he had experienced in the abyss for countless years, and Lao Wang did not interrupt him. Because these news are also useful to Lao Wang, these are all his personal history. I'm finally done. Thank you for listening. I will leave you a whole body, said the first demon god. You haven't said why you want to unite the 2 worlds. You should have asked the so-called god of the abyss, right? Lao Wang said. Well, I won't say it. Let's do it first. The first demon god seemed to remember something, and said with a bitter smile, and then he didn't give Lao Wang a chance to ask questions, and chose to do it directly. Lao Wang, you little chicken has no strength to sneak attack. I have listened to you for so long, and you didn't answer my question. The angry old king summoned the elemental secrets, and a huge magic circle covering the entire sky enveloped the entire battlefield. A colorful elemental planet larger than the earth appeared from the magic circle. This planet crushed towards the first demon god, and the space around it was closed. The first demon god struggled to resist the space blockade, but he couldn't break free. His brother, the time sacrifice, was 1 level stronger than the other demon gods. The power of time is almost invincible, so it is so strong, but the fake time sacrifice is not. Without special abilities, it is similar to other demon gods, not to mention that it has injuries on its body, so it can't get rid of the secret blockade of the old king. Just when the elemental meteorite was about to hit it, the first demon god released red magic all over his body. A red death god holding a sickle appeared behind it. The death god slashed the entire meteorite in half from the middle. Then, before the meteorite fell, a space crack appeared in the gap and crushed and absorbed the elemental planet. At this moment, it was extremely closely connected with the abyss, as if it was the abyss. And this red death god was the product of the first demon god's kingdom gaining the power of the abyss, and it was also the real trump card of the first demon god. So your confidence is here, Lao Wang said, looking at the red death god in front of him, who was closely connected with the breath of the abyss. This is actually the first time I have used this power, but is this the feeling of being invincible? The first demon god said wildly with bloodshot eyes. In its view, the power of this red death god has surpassed the myth. How can it lose? It can't lose at all. After the first one finished speaking, he moved his hands, and the red-clothed death god swung 2 space-tearing slashes at Lao Wang. The power of space is actually very difficult to deal with. Even with the ability of space blocking, almost no one is willing to face space-based opponents, because almost every hit is a sure kill. As long as it hits, basically not dying is half a life, not to mention that he still has the space power blessed by the world, and the whole world is his home. But Lao Wang has his own unique skills to face the enemy in front of him. If he succeeds, this enemy may not even be as stressful as the white tiger demon god. Move as soon as he says it, the Lord of Elements once again activated the Phoenix mode, and the sacred power burst out from under Lao Wang's feet. A pure white field instantly enveloped Lao Wang and the first demon god. The face of the first demon changed after sensing it. Its connection with the abyss was cut off by the sacred energy field. The abyss magic was blocked by the sacred magic, and the death behind it was disappearing. Lao Wang's plan was successful. This sacred attribute, which was specially used to restrain the abyss attribute, did not disappoint Lao Wang's expectations. The first demon wanted to escape from this pure white field, but unfortunately, he was a step slower. The death behind him had disappeared, which slowed down his speed a lot. Lao Wang had already arrived in front of him. The sacred magic turned into a chain to block the first demon, and then Lao Wang held a sacred energy-turned sword in both hands, and hit the first demon in the chest. The first demon struggled to death, and a dark red ray hit Lao Wang's face almost at the same time as Lao Wang's attack, but unfortunately it had no effect. This ray is the real power of the first demon, the terrible plague magic that drives the disease. But after Lao Wang was tortured by the venom of the abyss snake, this small negative state no longer interfered with him. At the same time, it had given up this power for too long, and it didn't cause much trouble to Lao Wang because of its insufficient cultivation. Then it saw a flash of white light, and it could no longer sense everything around it. The last of the 12 demons, the confident first demon, also fell under Lao Wang's knife. So far, all 12 demons are no longer in danger. Even if they are resurrected again, Lao Wang will not take them to heart. The opponents he defeated have no chance to keep up with his pace. However, although the 12 demons were solved, the abyss did not seem to calm down. After Lao Wang killed the first demon, the entire demon world began to change, and the abyss demon world, which was almost broken by them, began to recover quickly. After Lao Wang picked up the first demon's drop, he flew into the sky and began to observe. Is the entire abyss demon world undergoing such earth-shaking changes? It seems that this world has been torn down and rebuilt again. The demon realm, which was originally full of magma, actually had land, rivers, and mountains. The sky was no longer dark, and blue sky, white clouds, and the sun appeared at the same time. This made the abyss no longer dark, and at the same time, the changes in the demon realm were spreading to the abyss. The demon god palace of the 12 demon gods rose from the ground and became a road to the sky. The palaces of the demon gods became checkpoints on the road to the sky, somewhat like the zodiac of Saint Seiya, except that the guards in the palaces were the 12 zodiac demon gods. And their order was reversed. The first was the pig god palace, and the last was the rat god palace. At the end of the road to the sky, behind the rat god palace, there was a palace with golden light blooming behind it. In the palace, a black shadow could be seen struggling. This shadow was the culprit of the abyss this time. It seemed that it was cured by someone. However, because the fifth temple was short of people, it seemed that it could still struggle for a while. Chapter 398. It's you? It's you again. Didn't you say that you wouldn't interfere with the operation of the world under your control? Why do you do it again and again? It was like this back then. It's still like this today. Why did you create the world? Why? The black shadow kept roaring in the palace, and the sound spread throughout the entire demon god realm. Old Wang? ? It didn't seem to be talking to itself anymore, but it was really a bit weird that there was only one person in this world. So Old Wang came to the top of the palace, and it looked at the black shadow struggling in the palace. This scene seemed a bit familiar. Why are you still haunting me? The black shadow roared at Old Wang. Didn't I stop you last time? Old Wang asked. Boy, don't be complacent. Have you heard that when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked, and when the flying birds are gone, the good bough is hidden? After me, it's your turn. Your good days are numbered. The black shadow said to Old Wang. Oh! You know ancient Chinese, that's not easy. The black shadow was about to be pulled back to the palace. As long as he was pulled back, this place would become a copy, and he would never be able to turn over. Old Wang spread his hands to him. It was just the whine of a loser. He would not pay much attention to it. Hey, you also make mistakes sometimes. There is a loophole in this seal. The elemental dragon was not killed, so my power can be affected a little. In this case, I will accept this kid and let him stay here with me forever. Ha ha ha. The black shadow laughed wildly. The first time Old Wang heard this, he wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not escape. A black giant hand in the palace grabbed him and pulled him directly in. Then the light flashed, and the palace fell into silence. After that, a golden light rose from the entire palace complex, and then the system prompt resounded throughout the game. System prompt. The Demon God Domain Dungeon Zodiac Guardian Palace has been opened. The first person to pass the Zodiac Palace will obtain the mythical weapon Zodiac Sword. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire game began to shake, because this was the first time that the mythical level appeared in the game. However, they searched for this dungeon, but there was no clue at all, and the whole game became lively again. Unfortunately, the excitement of the players had nothing to do with Lao Wang. At this moment, Lao Wang was confronting the black mecha in front of him that was exactly the same as the Lord of Elements. After Lao Wang was pulled into this space, this thing appeared opposite him. He used his fiery eyes to observe, and found that the other party was actually a mythical boss. Void Shadow Fiend Race, Ancient Void Creature. Level, Myth. LV 60. HP, Unknown. MP, Unknown. Attack, Unknown. Defense, Unknown. Skill, Shadow imitation. Shadow imitation can transform into the opponent's shadow form and master all the skills that the opponent can master. Note: Void Stowaway, the mortal enemy of the world. The Black Mecha said after seeing the old queen. What a powerful force. We finally meet. You pulled me in just for this? The old king asked in confusion. At this moment, he felt as if he had just entered a copy. If he wanted to get out, he could just kill the other party. Of course not. I know you have seen that person talk to him. I know I am wrong. I don't want to be in this world anymore. Please let me go, said the Black Mecha. You are asking too much. I can't see him either, said Lao Wang. You are lying. You can. I really know I am wrong. Let me go. I will get out of this world right now. The Black Mech roared to the sky. Lao Wang, ? How can this final boss be like a psychopath? Can this game be good? When we were created by him, he asked us to help create the world. But after we create the world, we will die. Who wants to die, right? Only that idiot split the world according to his order. He died, and died miserably. At the same time, we were also tricked by him. The new world is not suitable for us to survive. It's okay for me to be alone in this abyss. The accumulated magic power is enough. But they in the other world are suffering. In the end, the elemental lords are cruel enough to kill all their companions. The Black Mech began to chatter again. So what do these things have to do with you, the Void Stowaway? Lao Wang interrupted it. You know? The Black Mecha was stunned by Lao Wang's words. Of course, I just received the news that the Void Stowaways are the mortal enemies of the world. You feed on the origin of the world and specialize in destroying the world, Lao Wang said. It's you again. Don't you care about this world? Why do you do this again and again? The Black Mecha's mentality was a little broken. Lao Wang probably guessed who he was talking about, the white shadow he met that day, the creator god of this world. He was indeed right. There were traces of his promotion behind these things. Have you finished scolding? Lao Wang said, as he looked at the gradually calm Black Mech. Well, you said you want to invade, so just invade. Why do you have to act? The one who created the world left you alone in the abyss, because he saw that you were an invading virus, right? Lao Wang. If I don't act, I won't be recognized by the world and won't be able to use my power. In fact, after being trapped here, I don't need to act anymore, because I have been completely assimilated by this world and can't leave. As for what happened just now, it was just a habit, said the Black Mech. In the vast multiverse, there are actually many creators, like the White Shadow. They create the world to gain power to make themselves stronger. These creators are strong and weak, and the White Shadow is the best among them. They create the world from the birth of the world to the development of the world to get the world's feedback. But there are some lives that don't like to spend a lot of effort to create the world. They like to directly destroy the world that others have worked hard to create, and then plunder the origin of the world. They are the Void Stowaways. The Shadow who created the Mecha world is a real strong man among the creators. He has countless worlds under his command. The Void Stowaway in front of Lao Wang has set his sights on this unappreciated world. It's just that it took action a little too early. When it entered this world, it was still a chaotic void, and the world had not yet been created. And he was discovered by the Creator as soon as he entered this world, but the Creator did not take action himself, but created a group of void races to play with it. Among these void races, except for the one who created the world, the others are more like some antivirus software. When they were fighting in the void, the one who created the world finally took action. In order to solve this problem, the one wanted to remove all the bad forces at once, so the Abyss was born. Unfortunately, that person failed, and because of that person, the antivirus software fell into involution after losing their target, and only 4 were left. The remaining 4 are the Lord of Elements, the Lord of Destruction, the Lord of Spirit, and the Lord of Space. Lao Wang has already learned about the latter. The Void Stowaway found a loophole in the Abyss, and wanted to destroy the world with the demons, and then merge the 2 worlds into chaos, so as to obtain the original power to destroy the world. But it was stopped by the 4 antivirus software burning their lives, and if it was not an insider, he might have been killed directly. By the way, why did the first demon god desperately help you? Lao Wang asked again. That mouse. It thought I couldn't tell that it was pretending to surrender to me in order to survive, but how could it hide it from me? So I designed it to kill its own wife with its own hands, and then led the beasts under its command to work hard for meritorious service. It really turned into the sharpest sword in my hand. I really have to thank it, otherwise I would have been killed directly. Later, I told it that as long as the 2 worlds merged into one, I could make it the god of this world and resurrect whoever it envied, it actually believed it again. Maybe it was the confidence brought by the 12 world origins I gave it. Those 12 things were taken from the origin of this world with great difficulty. They are very expensive treasures in the world. This mouse is one of the few pleasures I have had in these years. Otherwise, I might not be able to withstand the erosion of time and the loneliness in the seal. Ha ha ha. The black mecha laughed. But it stopped laughing because Lao Wang took action. It looked at Lao Wang, who had turned on the Phoenix mode, and also turned on the Phoenix mode. Chapter 399. Instantly, Lao Wang and the black mecha fought together, and the fighting broke out without any signs. The moment the two fought, the power that burst out directly destroyed the palace, and the space was broken again, and the battlefield turned into a void. This should be the intention of the system, although the strength of the two of them has reached the ceiling of this world. But as long as the system does not want to, no one can destroy the environment created by him. After all, his power is a higher level of power. In the void, two mechas that are exactly the same except for the color collided with each other. They only used the purest melee, and the collision of fists rubbed sparks. Although the attacks on both sides were ineffective, neither of them had the idea of using skills at present. Feeling the black mecha with the same attributes as his own, Lao Wang found that things seemed a little complicated. Because this black mecha fought him, it actually used the system attributes, and Lao Wang could only be forced to fight it in the system mode. But what are Lao Wang's attributes? With the blessing of a full set of mythical equipment, he is almost impossible to kill in the system mode. Although his attack is very high, it is unlikely to kill himself. His recovery, damage immunity, and defense skills are really too much. And seeing that the opponent used the same sky-sweeping wings flash as himself, he knew that his equipment skills could also be used by the opponent. The two fought for more than an hour, and Lao Wang was successfully disgusted by his own skills. Whether it was an outbreak or a slow torture, he had no good way to kill himself. Burst, whether it was annihilation or magic burst, could be dealt with well. If you grind slowly, it will be even worse. You can understand that the health recovery is more than 2% per second. How can you grind it to death, especially the characteristics of the Elemental Lord? The mythical Elemental Lord has the means to use mana to resist 90% of the damage. With this characteristic, no one can kill the Elemental Lord as long as the mana is not used up. The key is that his mana recovery is faster and more exaggerated than his health recovery. Fighting this level by yourself is simply Lao Wang's nemesis. Fortunately, the opponent's operation level is not better than Lao Wang, because Lao Wang has never given up training his own operation. Over the years, Lao Wang's level of piloting has definitely reached the peak of human beings. Even if he is not the first, he is in the top few. But this is not enough for him to kill himself. After a few hours, looking at the opponent, who is still full of blood, Lao Wang fell into silence. Ha ha ha, your attribute is really useful. I guess you may have to accompany me here for the rest of your life. Ha ha, the black shadow laughed as arrogantly as he wanted. But Lao Wang looked at it, and said nothing. If he hadn't cheated, today's matter would have been difficult to resolve. Lao Wang thought about it, and took out a spherical item from his backpack. This item was a treasure swiped out from the random mall. I am the only mythical item swiped out in the system mall. The name of this treasure is the Forbidden Magic Orb. This thing doesn't have any special effects. It just silences everything around it after using it. This kind of silence is called absolute silence, which means that no matter whether you have active skills or passive skills, you will be silenced. This and the orb can only be used in the system mode, and it is perfect for dealing with the self in front of you. After Lao Wang activated it, a white light flashed, and the void was illuminated, and then the laughter of the black mecha stopped immediately. Without various passive skills, the elemental master's attributes plummeted to the bottom. Of course, Lao Wang was not good at all. This item was a special treasure that hurt others and himself. He would also be silenced, which was inevitable, and Lao Wang's skills were also silenced. Even because of the flying state, it was actually a passive skill. They started to fall directly from the void. They didn't stop until they hit a piece of broken land. The following battle was really a fist-to-flesh fight. If it didn't hit the flesh, it wouldn't work. Both sides' active and passive skills couldn't be used. You punched and I kicked, and the two fought back and forth, but the black mecha was obviously barely holding on. In its endless life, it had never fought such a disabled battle. When it was at its weakest, it was always at the mythical level. At this moment, it was afraid, because after being killed, it really had no chance to leave this world. But in this life and death battle, its momentum was weak at this moment, so it had no chance. Lao Wang seized the moment of the black mecha and punched it accurately on the neck, knocking it into the air. Then he used a set of combo skills that he had learned to the extreme, clearing its last HP. The look in the eyes of this void stowaway looking at Lao Wang was full of reluctance. But it was meaningless. It fell down and left a treasure chest for Lao Wang. In the treasure chest was a set of design drawings of mythical equipment. He looked at the sky. This should be the compensation given by him. After all, this is already a loophole, although he is the biggest loophole. In the end, the boss was defeated by the cheat. When Lao Wang finished fighting with the void stowaway, the abyss also underwent amazing changes. The originally integrated abyss began to separate and slowly changed into countless small worlds. Although these small worlds are still connected to each other, the barriers between the worlds have appeared, and they can only go back and forth through special channels. The environment in these small worlds is no longer harsh. Although the abyss elements are still there, they no longer affect people's minds. The giant carrying the city was amazed to see this change. This is the scene when the 12 demon gods were defeated. In these years, it finally did not bear the burden in vain. Without the suppression of the 12 demon gods and the demon god realm on its back, it wanted to be the master of the world. At the same time, players also discovered the huge changes in the abyss, and countless players began to explore the abyss at the first time. The elemental holy dragon also sensed this, but it no longer had the ambition to fight for anything. Now it has returned to the elemental domain. Next, it just wants to retire here and restore the vitality of the elemental clan. Because of its fight with the first, the masters of the elemental clan were killed or injured, and it has to find a way to make up for it. After returning from the demon realm, Lao Wang ignored the excited Fuching giant on the grassland, but came to the elemental domain to return the heart core of Nash to the elemental holy dragon. However, Lao Wang didn't want to pay attention, but someone insisted on making trouble. Where is Lao Wang? There is a huge boss here that we can't beat. This thing is going to invade the starry sky. Lin Qimeng sent a message to Lao Wang. Lao Wang? ? Is this thing crazy? It already knows that the 12 demons were killed by me. Why is it still so upset? The negative city giant has indeed expanded. Without the suppression of Demon City and Abyss, it is several times stronger. As long as it obtains the origin of the few living planets that escaped in the starry sky, it can break through the myth and become the king of the world. Countless players have come one after another to stop it, but unfortunately the power of the mythical level is too terrifying. It has reached the gate of the starry sky. After easily dealing with Paul, who wanted to escape, it crossed the star gate and looked at the fleet of humans and Star Zero. Before the fleet took action, it clenched its giant fist, and all the technological weapons of the fleet in the sky were ineffective. It turned out that this was not the characteristic of the Abyss, but its ability. As soon as the technological weapons lost their effect, all the players rushed up to stop it. But it was already at the peak of mythology, too strong for the players, and the battle was unprecedentedly tragic. Use your life to hold him back, and don't let him touch the starship, just wait for him to come. Lo Wuhan said to everyone. Where is Lao Wang? Lao Ma. Almost. Lin Qimeng. No. I can't hold on any longer. Just as it was about to charge into the fleet, a cloud of energy suddenly appeared in the universe, and then a colorful mecha emerged from the cloud. The Lord of Elements came riding on a colorful cloud. The moment he appeared, the giant was as if facing a great enemy, and punched the Lord of Elements with all his strength, but unfortunately its attack was doomed to be useless. The shield of annihilation appeared, and the giant staggered by his own attack. Then Rhaonisar turned into a sword blade, the thousand machine dragon turned into a hilt, an element was embedded on the sword. The magic power of the Lord of Elements began to run wild, and the 7-color flames on the wings of the phoenix rose. As Lao Wang swung the sword in his hand, the city giant and its kingdom and domain were directly split into two. This cosmic enemy was solved by Lao Wang with one blow. The players could only feel 2 words, shocking. 1 year later. During this year, Lao Wang and Lin Qimeng held a wedding. The scale of the wedding was not large, and only relatives and friends of the 2 families were invited. This year, Lao Wang did not play the game, because there was no room for Lao Wang to improve in this game. A few months ago, the game was updated again. Currently, players can choose 3 races: Protoss, humans and Zerg. The current version of this game is called The Rise of Zerg. Under the leadership of Yuji, the Zerg finally became a normal race. Many curious players joined the Zerg, and now they are fighting fiercely in the universe. However, there is indeed no big fluctuation in the settlements of each race, and they have well controlled the battlefield in the uninhabited star field. Because a sword of Demores was suspended above all of them, no matter if it was the Zerg, the Protoss or the human, they could not ignore the existence of that person. Why are you in such a good mood today? Why did you prepare so much food? Lin Qiming said after logging off, looking at Lao Wang and a table of dishes. Wife, I may have to go on a business trip for a few months. Lao Wang said. Business trip? Go ahead. Why are you making it seem like a life and death separation? Lin Qiming. Why don't you ask me where I'm going? Lao Wang looked at his wife with some surprise. You can go wherever you want. I will always wait for you to come home. Lin Qiming said seriously. Thank you. Lao Wang said with emotion. So where are you going? Lin Qiming. Ha ha ha. That night, Lao Wang logged into the game, and he came to that space again and met the creator. Have you decided to conquer the multiverse with me? The creator said. I have thought about it. I like fighting and the feeling of being invincible. Lao Wang said with a smile. Good. You will definitely become an outstanding creator in the future. How did you see that? You are just like me, so shameless. Creator. Ha ha. Okay, no more words. You only have a few months this time. We have to hurry. Good.